Chapter 1 I hold utmost contempt for the obsequious. Yunluo Mountain Range. Silver Moon Market. The cold wind howled, toppling unknown objects with a resounding crash. Fissa de noise jolted each and awake in his room. He opened his bloodshot and beheld a massive chemica furnace before him, still warm with a fan scent of something burnt wafting from above. The entire room was in disarray. Clothes, curbs, and various bottles were strewn across the floor. Gazing at the chaos, Yichen could not suppress a sigh. Indeed, he had traversed to another world. This marked the third day since Yichen's arrival in this unfamiliar realm. Yet, he still found it impossible to adapt to his world and this new identity. Yichen yearned for a teva. After all, in his previous life he had been an employee to Stadion Enterprise, working an 8-to-5 schedule without overtime, earning a comfortable monthly salary of over 10,000 and enjoying a life devoid of marital obligations. But what of his current identity? An 18-year-old from a minor clan, possessing a modicum of alchemical skill. He should have been enjoying the resource of his family, diligently hunting his alchemical craft and enhancing his cultivation. Yet, Forius and Sunknown he had been dispatched to hops off Payu and Marketos Bizane alchemist, earning money for the clan. The problem, however, lay in the fact that his predecessor's alchemical proficiency was far from commendable. His success rate was barely half that of a typical alchemist, rendering him incapable of fulfilling his duties. Moreover, he could not tell to discover that it was a fraud. After all, working as an alchemist in the market was considered a godsend position. If Heffeldan was reassigned to Amararjuas and perilous task, it would be fraught with hardship. Thus, his predecessor had desperately labored under ranto anxiety, confusion, and fear, striving to improve his alchemical skills and complete his assignments. Ultimately, he succumbed to overwork. And so, Yichen had crossed over. Yet, these challenges now lay before him as well. In the days following his arrival, Yichen had persistently attempted alchemy, wondering if perhaps she might be genius. However, his predecessor had been poorly trained, and it seemed that the instructor had not imparted knowledge effectively. Yichen's recollections were a chaotic jumble. After 2 or 3 days of attempts, he found himself at Errange even worse than his predecessor, failing Gate of Eridern. At this point, Yichen had complete Elijah. Even began to contemplate what her should sever ties with his family and seek a mundane city where could live simple life as a humble offering. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with difficulties. Many cultivators, facing insurmountable obstacles, resorted to life of lethargy. With his cultivation at the kindle lofty refinement, it would be challenging for Yichen to secure any favorable treatment. Moreover, the area outside market was perilous. There were numerous bandits targeting cultivators. If you were cornered, he might lose his life. It called be said that Tevan Ephesian wished to abandon all hope, he lacked the privilege to do so. Forget it, let things unfold as they may, you'll just give up and stop pretending. Yichen abruptly rose and pushed at the door. Since he arrived in this world, had been hiding indoors, fearful of revealing anything about himself. But now, he felt indifferent. Yet, as she opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed into the courtyard. Yichen couldn't help but shiver and hurried back inside to add an additional layer of clothing. When he stepped outside again, he spotted Simeone approaching from the front courtyard. The newcomer was clad in flowing white dress. Her skin appeared even whiter than the fabric, delicate and luminous, as if she radiated light. Her figure was striking, and even beneath the slightly heavy dress, her slender silhouette and graceful curves were evident. However, what captivated Yichen the most was her face. Youthful and radiant, her features were soft, and her large eyes sparkled with life, evoking an instinctive essence of compass and Soho beheld her. Yichen thought this woman bore a resemblance to the actress Stang Ning, who had portrayed Guozhang in his previous life, yet she was undoubtedly a maximized version in a very regard. Upon seeing her, Yichen recalled her identity. She was a cultivator working in the shop, possessing a cultivation level of a third layer of refinement. The primary responsibility CM Stobe thought of a sales assistant. Yi, my friend, you have finally emerged? He noticed that you had left our room for 5 days, and he was worried you were very certain yourself with alchemy, so I come to checking you. Now that I see you're well, I can rest you see. Before him, Lin Kier wore a beautiful expression of relief on her face. Being cared for by such a stunning woman made Yichen feel a sudden impulse into saying, Mom, I'm in love. However, Yichen was acutely aware thought this woman was not to be trusted. For in Yichen's memories, his predecessor had scarcely produced an elixir's but a quite futile Lin Kier. Previously, his predecessor had been somewhat naive, focusing solely on cultivation within the family. After being assigned here, he became enchanted by her gentle demeanor and apparent concern, mistakenly believing that Lin Kier bored feelings for him. Consequently, when Lin Kier casually mentioned that their salary was too low to afford rent and elixirs, his predecessor promptly gifted her severe lofty few elixir she had managed to produce, which made her beam with delight. From that point on, Lin Kier would casually bring up these incidents each week, complimenting his predecessor's alchemical skills and the efficacy of these elixirs. Thus, his predecessor became a all-in benefactor, regularly providing her with elixirs. Reflecting on this, Yichen could not help but lament the foolishness of being a sycophant. Even when facing his own struggles, he had still been gifted elixirs. In his past life, Yichen had never played thoroughly of a sycophant. He had never lacked for female companionship. He understood thought money was not meant for women to spend but for own self. With a decent salary in his previous life, he had to settle for fitness, travel, purchasing Carson homes, living Gavabrant life. His social media was filled with comments from women. However, if he were to lavish money upon Simeon, it would not win their affection. Instead, it wouldn't lead them to see him as an ATM, and if they had benefited from his generosity, they would promptly discard him. Bangeful was anything, you being a sycophant was utterly unacceptable. This made Yichen increasingly disdainful of his predecessor. Meanwhile, Linker, noticing that Yichen did not react as usual did to her concern, appeared slightly perplexed. Yet, she did not dwell in it. After all, the last time, Yichen had given her only 5 chi gathering pills. Although his alchemical skills were a lack and the pills were of inferior quality, free goods are always welcome. Linker indeed needed money. Herreya curved into crescent munces his smile brightly and asked, "Ye, my friend, after such a long seclusion, you must have produced kid half you elixirs, right? It truly envy you, you possess a talent for alchemy, unlike him." Her voice had trailed off with a hint of melancholy. Hearing this, Yichen felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet inside, he was filled with cold amusement. Previously, his predecessor had always been the inattentive. Now that the show no immediate reaction, was he becoming anxious, unable to conceal her true intentions? These women ways indeed not to be trusted. However, Yichen was not his predecessor, nor was she sycophant. Did she want elixirs? That was no top question. After all, he had already resigned himself to Lakadezakala Procholtov has still possessed over 20 chi gathering pills produced by his predecessor, he hadn't one intention of fulfilling any obligations. Let things unfold as they may. If he could these pills to experience the life of a cultivator, it was not entirely unappealing. After all, Linkir's beauty and demeanor were a truly top-notch, with a facet reminiscent of first love. But I expect to receive some method for nothing? That was suit off the question. Yichen would rather leap from this place than play thoroughly a sycophant. Just as Yichen was about to say something, a sudenchi micho in his mind. Detection of a compatible molecultivator. Gift bonding system, officially activating. Compatible target Linkir. Gift return multiplier tenfold. As Yichen listened into the voice, excitement mingled with confusion in his heart. The thrill was, of course, due to the activation of a system. Yet the description of the system felt some weight off. Chapter 2 This isn't flattery, it's an investment. Gift bonding system? The very name feels some weight off. The notion of compatible gift recipients and tenfold return seems rather peculiar. Could it be thought by present a gifts to Linkir, the system would reward me tenfold? Is this a sycophant system? Yichen promptly examined the system details. Before long, the comprehensive description appeared before his eyes. The system is gift bonding system. As long as gifts are offered to suitable recipients, one may receive rewards in return. The criteria for compatible recipients are as follows: an appearance rating of Ninachera above, if Isaac rating of Ninachera above, possessing spiritual roots, being a cultivator, and being a maiden. Based on the specific qualities of the compatible recipient and their cultivation level, their words may vary. The host may receive different multipliers for gifts offered to different recipients. Their returns may be in the form of either increased quantity or enhanced quality, determined by the system based on the host's needs. When gifting, one must not exceed the recipient's cultivation requirements. If the gift does not meet test standards, the system will not acknowledge that the gift is successful and will refuse it to provide rewards. If the gift holds a significant importance to the cultivator, causing considerable emotional fluctuations, additional words may be granted. Gifts man like trigger a return on separate week. Upon reading this, Yichen was left in a state of bewilderment. The system seemed to have some substance. Gifting could yield blood returns, and if the gift were of urgent necessity to the female cultivator, it could even result in extra rewards. Isn't this function designed yet to cultivate sycophants? Moreover, it requires the sycophant to be observant of her recipient's needs. This is utterly absurd. Event the system is training sycophants what Tony Arth is wrong with this world? Yet, with this system, it appears that it need not languish in mediocrity. Ye, my friend? Linkir noticed each insolence, his gaze seeming lilist in contemplation of her face. She furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, Linkir held Yichen in low regard. His cultivation was lacking, and Dolphoth Hahedami nor from the background, ha done Laria Ked the third layer of chi gathering, matching their own level. Utit must benoti that she was an independent cultivator. Yichen, on the other hand, had access to familiar sources. These indicated that he sapted to do us like Witepor, most probably possess inferior spiritual roots. As for Yichen's son Lair deeming Kaliti his alchemical talent Linkirdi emitted largely unimpressive. The chi gathering pill she produced were predominantly of inferior quality, with no tassingle nadiam grade pilim on them. Such a cultivator had little promise. Unless Yichen could secure a place on teaching insect, he was destined to remain a Marepa Serba in her life, far from her ideal partner. However, Linkir did not outwardly express his sentiments. After all, Yichen still held some utility for her. No matter how subpar elixirs might be, they were still elixirs. 20 inferior chi gathering pills equated to 9 inferior spirit stone. Considering her monthly remuneration was in 3 inferior spirit stones, she merely smiled light to prompt Yichen, hoping to bring him back to reality. Yichen snapped back to reality with a sound off he a third-party skull. His gaze toward Lin Keir shifted dramatically. Yichen detested being a sycophant. Even Mariso, hello Lin Keir, was Zeman took no only how to take without giving anything in return. However, if there were rare words to be gained specially a eightfold increase then her character became irrelevant. As for the notion that gifting was an act of flattery? What nonsense. To give a gifts without receiving anything in return is true a sycophancy. Due to gifting could yield tenfold reward, then it becomes an investment and opportunity to exploit the system's benefits. With gift bonding system in place, the challenge shift could be fortlessly solved. Thus, Lin Keir was no longer the detestable figure he viewed Harris, but rather a shining goldmine. Unless Yichen found 8 molecule to Vitor with even higher word multipliers, he'uld cater to Lin Keir's every desire. Themo reprecious theft, Themor he would be inclined to give. After all, Themor Hefford, the greater his gains. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companionship, law, and land reprimand, with wealth being the foremost. Armed with gift bonding system, he was certain to acquire boundless opportunities. Achieving immortality and becoming Gun and Sestoran the future would be well within his grasp. Thus Yichen looked at Lin Keir as mildly gracing his lips as she spoke Fairlin, why bulletly yourself, at such youngage, you have cultivated from a scattered practitioner to the third layer of G gathering showcasing extraordinary talent, your future is undoubtedly promising. He have just emerged from exclusion and prepared a batch of flexers. Allow me to present them to you in your cultivation. With that, Yichen turned to retrieve the elixirs. The fact was, he didn't even possess a storage bag. Upon hearing this, Lin Keir immediately waved her hand, a hint of embarrassment coloring her expression. There's no need ye doest, those your elixirs you painstakingly crafted, and to still need to submit them to the shop. It will be unfortunate if I hinder read your task. Other words, Yichen inwardly scoffed. With his mirk playing on his lips, she still figned refusal? Perhaps she should be bit more salutine her rejection. Did she expect them to big to give her gifts? Truly a master of double standards. Yet Yichen suff precise lithiskind off person. If she truly felt embarrassed to accept, it would complicate matters for him. So with a smile Yichen reassured her Fairlin, you worry too much. The success rate of G gathering pills that produce is quite high. I will have plenty to spare. Offering some will no tafik my task. Hearing this, Lin Keir ceased her refusals. With a bashful demeanor, she lowered her head then imistankia, ye doest. You are retroly kind. You're the kind any our entire family must be kind. Yichen solidly mocked, yet the steps did not falter. Swiftly returning to his room, he retrieved the vial so flexer she had crafted. There were 12 vials in total, containing 20 pills. Yichen calculated that giving away 20 tons would yield a word of 1200. Next week, gifting 1200 would result in a return of house and. With Lin Keir alone, he could practically open his own elixir shop. He could directly emulate a low-price competition model, driving Galdi merchants since Silver Moon Market Orowin. Profitable indeed. However, just to pick up the views, the system notification came when gifting elixirs, a maximum of n may be given 8 tons. And yexus will not tracy of words. Yichen's aspirations of becoming Gabusinus a goal were abruptly curtailed. With a pout, he took a neviala felixer and stepped out of the room. Fairlin, please accept this. Lin Keir sparkled with delight, thought she still appeared some watches he's I accepted your generosity is overwhelming I cannot refuse, thank you, ye doest. Rest assured, when he me breakthrough, he will sure repay your kindness. Lin Keir lowered her head to glance off the vial, her heart swelling with joy. To her surprise, there were indeed 10 pills and unexpected delight. Yichen odetted with a smile, though internally, her regarded it with indifference. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered a green tea at a warded sycophants. Well, there were retailers of sycophants being gifted children, but that was neither here nor there. What truly mattered was that the system notification had already in his mind. That sound was simply delightful. Chapter 3 This is not green tea, it is a treasure trove. Gift successfully given. The gift consists of 10 inferior chi gathering pills. Processing feedback 100 inferior chi gathering pills have been received. Detected that this is the host's first gift. Although it did not bring great surprise to the recipient, it still triggered a critical reward. Reward, complete understanding of first-grade alchemy. Complete understanding of first-grade alchemy has been issued. Detected that the host does not possess storage equipment. The physical rewards will be temporarily stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Oh my, listening to the system's notifications, Yichen's eyes widened. Not only had he received 100 chi gathering pills, but he had also triggered a critical reward. Had he truly attained a complete understanding of first-grade alchemy directly, this was simply too exhilarating. Yichen had experienced the challenges of alchemy over the past few days. There were no formulas to follow, the medicinal materials had to be meticulously monitored as they were placed in the furnace, adjusting the heat according to their varying states, while continuously manipulating his magical energy. A slight error could result in a complete failure of the batch. Having studied alchemy for 4 years in his previous life, he had barely scratched the surface. He was still far from being a genuine first-grade alchemist. Yet now, with a single critical hit, he had received the complete understanding of a first-grade alchemist. This felt like a stroke of luck from the heavens. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze towards Lin Kuo transformed entirely. This was no mere green tea. She was evidently a veritable treasure trove. Lick, lick, lick. I shall savor this for a lifetime. Yi Chen's fervent gaze made Lin Kuo feel slightly uncomfortable. She couldn't help but worry. Could it be that Yi Chen thought that by giving a gift, he could become her Dao partner? How could that possibly be? Was Yi Chen really this naive? However, every time he gifted her something in the past, he would excitedly pull her into conversation, rambling on endlessly. Lin Kuo had no choice but to listen and respond, as it would have been impolite to leave immediately after receiving a gift, especially since she desired more pills in the future. Yet, she needed to maintain a distance. She couldn't allow Yi Chen to think that receiving gifts meant belonging to him. Gifts were one thing, and partners were another. These were two distinct matters. But just as Lin Kuo pondered how to speak in a way that would keep Yi Chen intrigued without allowing him to give up entirely, Yi Chen spoke directly. Then, Fairy Yi, go back and cultivate diligently. I happen to need to rest for a while. With that, Yi Chen turned and walked away. The sound of the door closing behind him left Lin Kuo, who had been contemplating various scenarios, momentarily stunned. Why Yi Chen was leaving just like that, unlike before, when he seemed reluctant to part ways, wanting to talk to her endlessly? However, her astonishment lasted only a fleeting moment. Lin Kuo did not dwell on it. After all, who would care about the thoughts of a love-struck admirer? Her interest lay solely in the pill she held. The qi-gathering pills were the most suitable for cultivators in the early stages of qi refinement, significantly accelerating their training. Taking one during each cultivation session was roughly equivalent to a 1.5 times the effect of normal practice. Lin Kuo did not wish to remain in this small shop as a mere attendant for the rest of her life. Once she broke through to the 4th level of qi refinement, she could pursue a better job. Hence, she turned and left without hesitation. With the rewards at hand, Yi Chen certainly had no reason to linger. What else could he do? Was he truly going to play the role of a love-struck fool? The gift-giving was merely a task from the system. Why Yi Chen would not allow himself to become too emotionally invested. Extract qi-gathering pills. Yi Chen silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, 10 small bottles of qi-gathering pills appeared in his hand. He opened one to take a glance, gently inhaling the aroma of the pills. It was not pure. He could faintly detect a hint of mixed medicinal scents. Clearly, the refining process had not been executed perfectly, resulting in a subpar product. Nonetheless, the inferior quality was sufficient. Yi Chen's task required him to provide 500 qi-gathering pills to the shop. Having now received 100, he estimated that he could gather the remaining amount within 4 weeks. The deadline for the task was still 2 months away. What had once been a task that exhausted his previous self now seemed effortlessly achievable. As long as he could complete the task, he would not need to seek alternative employment and could comfortably remain in the shop. With the aid of the love-struck system, he could secure countless resources to cultivate and ascend. The mere thought of this scenario filled Yi Chen with exhilaration. After counting, Yi Chen placed the pills into a nearby box. Glancing at the box, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As a cultivator, not only did he lack a storage ring, but he didn't even possess a basic storage bag. This was incredibly inconvenient. However, upon recalling his memories, Yi Chen realized that storage bags were not considered low-end items in the cultivation world. The smallest storage bag, with a capacity of half a cubic meter, cost 50 inferior spirit stones. What did this mean? Lin Kuo, a 3rd-level qi refinement attendant, earned only 3 inferior spirit stones a month while working 8 hours a day and taking 1 day off a week. Moreover, in a market protected by formations and powerful guardians, where the concentration of spiritual energy was superior to the outside world, even the smallest courtyard required 1 inferior spirit stone for rent. Additionally, cultivators needed to eat properly. Consuming ordinary food devoid of spiritual energy would only satisfy hunger and could lead to waste, negatively impacting cultivation. Thus, they had to consume meat from spiritual beasts or spiritual grains, or otherwise rely on special pills. These were merely the most basic necessities. To cultivate efficiently, one also needed pills, defensive artifacts, and to learn offensive spells. Each of these required financial resources. The expenses associated with cultivation were exorbitant. Therefore, only mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, who had multiple income streams, could afford to purchase storage bags. Most cultivators struggled to afford even their own spirit stones, let alone spend them on female cultivators. It was no wonder Lin Kuo had latched onto a love-struck admirer like him. The cultivation world was indeed impoverished, with everyone preoccupied with acquiring spirit stones. Who had the luxury to engage in romantic pursuits? However, this posed no problem for Yi Chen. 10 inferior qi-gathering pills were worth half a spirit stone. A single gift could yield 10-fold returns, equating to 5 spirit stones. Earning close to 20 inferior spirit stones in a month without even considering his newfound understanding as a first-grade alchemist was remarkable. Alchemy was also a highly lucrative profession, and it was not an exaggeration to call oneself affluent and handsome in the realm of cultivation. With a higher skill level, one could earn even more. For instance, the task assigned to Yi Chen required him to produce 500 qi-gathering pills, but the materials provided by the shop could yield 1,500 pills. Given that alchemy involved a failure rate, achieving a success rate of 1/3 was considered acceptable for an alchemist. If he improved his skills and increased his success rate, the surplus pills would become his profit. Yi Chen was paid 5 inferior spirit stones at the shop. If his success rate increased further, resulting in 750 successful pills, the additional 250 would be his own. This would yield at least another 10 inferior spirit stones in profit. By this calculation, one could easily accumulate 40 to 50 spirit stones in a month, solidifying his status as a wealthy individual. Contemplating the prospect of abundant income in the future, Yi Chen, who had previously considered giving up, felt revitalized. In his past life, he had been a state enterprise employee, enjoying stable income and benefits. In this life, he was an alchemist with a system. Engaging in alchemy and benefiting from the system's tenfold returns was akin to taking off into the sky. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Chapter 4: A quota of the Qingyun sect. Refining pills, making money. With the arrival of the system, hope has been rekindled, and the spirited Yi Chen has resolved not to languish any longer. Having lived 2 lives, Yi Chen understands a fundamental truth: wealth is a man's courage. This holds true in any realm. On earth, having money enables one to engage in fitness, purchase property, acquire vehicles, travel the world, and remain unshackled by anyone. In the realm of cultivation, the situation is not much different. Without spirit stones, one may end up like Lin Kor, resorting to being a green tea girl for meager resources. However, with spirit stones, there is no need to squander time on menial jobs. One can rent better residences, utilize superior pills, and consume higher quality spirit rice. As one's strength increases, others will seek to curry favor. Yi Chen, endowed with the licking dog system, finds that the greater his prowess and status, the more formidable female cultivators he can encounter in the future, thus amplifying the feedback he receives. Hence, Yi Chen's ambition is at its zenith, eager to experience the insights of a consummate alchemist. However, as Yi Chen retrieved the medicinal materials from his storage box and meticulously examined them, a frown creased his brow. There was an issue with these materials. To refine the gathering chi pill, the primary ingredients required were withered yellow grass and rose red, yet, the rose red presented a problem. Several plants were evidently poorly preserved, their petals faintly whitish, albeit not overtly conspicuous. Such slightly discolored rose red, having lost its medicinal potency, could no longer serve as a primary ingredient. To force its use would only yield worthless pills. In his previous life, as a novice, he had overlooked this issue. Yet, the current Yi Chen, possessing complete insights, is profoundly knowledgeable about the materials pertinent to this stage. Upon examining all the rose red, he discovered that at least 1/3 bore this defect. Yi Chen's countenance immediately darkened. No wonder his predecessor had such a high failure rate. Previously, within the family, his predecessor had managed a success rate of at least 1 in 5, with at least 1 successful batch out of 5 furnaces. Yet here, it took 7 or 8 attempts to achieve a single success. It was all due to this. Someone was scheming in the shadows. Realizing this, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. The medicinal materials were supplied by the shop, which belonged to the Yi family's own enterprise. An increased failure rate in refining pills would not bode well for the family. So, who was behind this mischief? Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped, and a gentle voice floated in from outside. Yi Xianzi, are you well? Upon hearing this voice, a cold smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yi Chen hastily stowed the rose red back into the storage box, then donned a warm smile, courteously opening the door to welcome the visitor. Manager Zhang, what brings you here? Please, come in. Having spent a decade in a state-owned enterprise, Yi Chen was far from inexperienced. The entering manager Zhang appeared plump and bore a friendly smile. I merely came to inquire how your pill refining is progressing. I hope I am not intruding. In response, Yi Chen promptly shook his head. Not at all, the pill refining is going quite well. However, as a novice just stepping out of the family, I am still not fully acclimated, so the progress has been a tad slower. It seems we may have to wait until the deadline to submit the pills, Manager Zhang remarked, his smile growing broader as he caught a whiff of the lingering bird odor in the room and noticed the pile of unclean medicinal residue. What are you saying, Xianzi? You are part of the Yi family, this shop belongs to your clan. Do not mention the submission within the task. Even if I were to extend the deadline, it would pose no issue. I still hold some authority in this regard, and it is no trouble to assist you, Xianzi. This way, you will have a greater opportunity to join the Qingyun sect. Qingyun sect? Yi Chen listened, his expression unchanged, yet his heart was resolutely confirmed that the one sabotaging him with the rose red was none other than this fellow before him. The Qingyun sect was a prominent sect in the region, presided over by a golden core ancestor. The first-generation ancestor of the Yi family had once been an outer disciple of Qingyun sect. Unfortunately, due to ill fortune, he never managed to establish a foundation. He subsequently founded the family, branching out and prospering. The Qingyun sect had supported this endeavor, as disciples lacking prospects who ventured out to establish families could enhance the sect's control over various regions. Occasionally, they would also delegate tasks. The first-generation ancestor had friends who became foundational elders, and he often received visits from former peers, allowing him to seek assistance during difficult times. Thus, after establishing the family, it thrived. However, after the demise of the first-generation ancestor, this kinship dwindled. There remained a trace, but it was scant. By the time the third-generation patriarch succeeded, all ties to Qingyun sect had completely faded. Nonetheless, Qingyun sect offered a preferential treatment to these semi-affiliated families. If a family produced a foundational cultivator, they would be granted 2 quotas for entry into the sect. The current third-generation patriarch, a consummate chi-refining cultivator, sought to break through to the foundational stage. However, the resources required to support a foundational cultivator were immense. Consequently, Yi Chen and his peers from the 5th generation were expelled from the family, tasked with earning resources to support the patriarch. This was a sacrifice of self for the sake of the family, yet, it was not without benefits, as it included the coveted quotas for entry into Qingyun sect. Among the current generation of the Yi family, there were 7 individuals, competing for these 2 quotas based on their performance during this period. Thus, the predecessor had diligently refined pills until his untimely demise from overexertion. After all, joining a major sect promised a brighter future and broader horizons, far beyond what could be achieved in the small Yi family. Despite the Yi family currently lacking a foundational cultivator, internal factions remained deeply entrenched. Yi Chen was the sole descendant of the 3rd branch, while the shop was managed by the 2nd branch. Even the predecessor's alchemical skills were learned from his second uncle. With this realization, Yi Chen suddenly grasped everything. No wonder the predecessor's alchemical skills were so lacking, he could not even discern the quality of the rose red. It was no wonder the shop would secretly provide manipulated rose red, setting a trap for him, hindering his competition for the Qingyun sect quota. Contemplating this, Yi Chen could only chuckle coldly. For a mere chi-refining family, instead of uniting to elevate their clan, they resorted to petty infighting for a quota that might never materialize, deliberately suppressing their own descendants. It was utterly laughable. Such a family, even if the patriarch were to successfully break through to the foundational stage, would hold little promise. Having come to this understanding, Yi Chen felt a complete lack of expectation towards this family. However, he was still quite interested in the quota for Qingyun sect. After all, the system had indicated that the higher the quality of female cultivators, the greater the multiplier effect. On Earth, beautiful women flocked to large cities, and this principle undoubtedly applied in the realm of cultivation as well. Exceptional female cultivators would certainly join section should he gain entry into Qingyun sect. He might encounter beauties with multipliers of 20, 30, or even 100 times, thereby allowing him to bypass 30 years of striving. Just the thought of this made Yi Chen exceedingly tempted, yet, the requirements for disciples formally recruited by the sect were stringent, necessitating that they had no prior cultivation experience and a clean background. Individuals like Lin Kur, being rogue cultivators, would have no chance of joining the sect without opportunities. Yi Chen was no exception, thus, this quota was something he truly needed to contend for. Chapter 5 Cultivators are also beasts of burden. Rest assured, uncle, I will certainly deliver the qi gathering pills on time, and I will not put you in a difficult position, Yi Chen assured with a smile after grasping the situation. He refrained from mentioning the matter of Yu Jihong, knowing that a mere comment about the oversight of his subordinates could easily be brushed aside. Bringing it up would only serve to expose himself, potentially alarming the snake. With the system at his disposal, he had no concerns about failing to complete his tasks. Everything could be returned tenfold. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's rotund face broke into a beaming smile, radiating warmth as he patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. I knew my esteemed nephew would achieve great things. Then you may continue to rest. I shall not disturb you any further. Yi Chen chuckled as he escorted Manager Zhang out of his room. Once the door was firmly shut, a cold smirk spread across Yi Chen's face. Outside, Manager Zhang's expression was laced with derision as he glanced back at Yi Chen's chamber, sneering, the room reeks of failed pills. One can only wonder how many times he has failed yet still thinks he can accomplish his tasks. Most importantly, he cannot even refine a handful of pills himself yet still seeks to appear impressive before the female cultivators, he scoffed. What a fool raised by a minor family. With such cultivation, what woman could he not have? Just one low-grade spirit stone at the Hongqiu Tower could have a female cultivator attending to his every whim. To willingly part with such precious resources, this waste of space. Wouldn't he stand a chance of entering the Qingyun sect, even without my interference? Manager Zhang held Yi Chen in contempt, deeming him a fool unworthy of his time. He merely hoped that the head of the Yi family would truly break through to the foundation establishment stage. If that were to happen, the influence of the Yi family would expand significantly, allowing the second branch to secure better positions and escape the drudgery of the desolate Silver Moon market, thus reclaiming their lives. A foundation establishment master could sway countless interests. Once Yi Chen confirmed the departure of Manager Zhang, he quietly jotted down the manager's name in a small notebook. He then took his place before the alchemical furnace, methodically sorting through the medicinal materials, selecting the finest while discarding the inferior ones. After preparing a batch of materials, Yi Chen placed them sequentially into the furnace, which was divided into 8 sections, allowing for simultaneous operations such as roasting, boiling, and merging the ingredients. He then ignited the flames, commencing his alchemical practice. The process required the use of fire manipulation and water manipulation techniques. Previously, Yi Chen had been somewhat muddled, his efforts resulting in chaotic failures. Different types of fire, martial and literary, affected the flow of the medicinal liquid, with varying speeds of fusion dependent on the properties of each herb. The techniques for extracting medicinal properties were not something one could glean from books. They demanded hands-on instruction, which his late uncle had failed to provide, leaving Yi Chen bewildered and repeatedly unsuccessful. However, everything was markedly different now. With abundant insights, Yi Chen found himself effortlessly controlling every aspect of the process. Yet, at the crucial moment, his hand inadvertently trembled, causing the flames to flare slightly, resulting in a jolt from the furnace and a whiff of charred aroma. Failure. But Yi Chen remained undeterred. Although he had gained understanding, his physical execution was still somewhat lacking. Practice would surely lead to improvement. After swiftly tidying up the alchemical furnace, he prepared for a second attempt. As half a day elapsed, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He extinguished the flames and opened the furnace lid, instantly filling the room with the fragrant aroma of pills. Manipulating his spiritual energy, he deftly extracted the pills. 2 low-grade, 4 mid-grade, and even 1 high-grade qi gathering pill? Yi Chen marveled at the pills in his hands, his spirit soaring. Yet, he promptly began to reflect on the process, as was his habit, analyzing his actions to identify areas for improvement. The green fruit's liquefaction and merging seemed to have encountered some issues, lacking uniformity. However, time constraints led to the production of 1 low-grade pill and only 7 pills in total instead of 10. If I can refine this step next time, I should see better results. Yi Chen meticulously reviewed his previous errors, yet the bounty he had reaped brought him immense satisfaction. A low-grade qi gathering pill could fetch 20 pills for a single spirit stone, while mid-grade ones would only yield 15, and high-grade pills would only return 10. The quality of the pills was intrinsically linked to their efficacy, potency, and impurity levels. Higher-grade pills boasted superior effects, purer energies, and fewer impurities. However, this was only a relative comparison. The differences in efficacy were marginal, often just a matter of 10 to 20%. Thus, only affluent cultivators would opt for the more premium high-grade and mid-grade pills, while ordinary cultivators had no such luxury. If a low-grade pill could sustain one for 20 days, there was no reason to purchase one that lasted only 15 or 10 days. Concerns about pill toxicity or impurities were luxuries they could not afford. Just as in Yi Chen's past life, no one would forego takeout due to concerns about plastic leaching toxins. Poverty was far more terrifying than any medicinal ailment. Observing his results, Yi Chen stored the mid-grade pills in a new vial, keeping them close, while he unhesitatingly consumed the high-grade pill. There was no way he would hand over these treasures to the shop. The manager was clearly plotting against him, and it would be sheer folly to comply. Thus, the high-grade pills were reserved for his own cultivation. In the world of cultivation, while spirit stones held significance, true strength was paramount. The realm of cultivation was not akin to Earth. Most places were rife with disorder. On Earth, one could afford to hire bodyguards or reside in secure communities to safeguard their safety. Yet in the world of cultivation, lacking personal strength meant hiring bodyguards was a risky endeavor at best. The only outcome could be betrayal. Everywhere lay robbers, or perhaps one could say everyone was a potential thief. One could never be sure that a seemingly benevolent cultivator wouldn't draw their sword in the wilderness. Only in markets, workshops, and celestial cities, where powerful factions exerted control, could one find a semblance of safety, albeit relative. Thus, strength remained the utmost priority. Yi Chen promptly settled into a meditative posture and commenced his cultivation. After traversing into this new realm, he had consumed the pills concocted by his predecessor, and to be frank, they were utterly subpar. Now, in comparison to the high-grade pills he had just produced, they were nothing but refuse. The high-grade pills were smooth upon entry, with pure energy flowing seamlessly through his meridians without causing any discomfort. This was the true essence of enjoyment. Yi Chen soon became immersed in his cultivation, and when he next opened his eyes, 3 hours had passed. Gradually, he withdrew from his meditative state, feeling elated. He sensed that if he continued to use high-grade pills for cultivation daily, he could potentially break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement within 3 months. This was undoubtedly splendid news. Cultivation is not merely about duration. The meridians possess a limit to their capacity. 2 hours of daily practice sufficed. Otherwise, the meridians would become strained, and excessive force could lead to irreparable damage. Thus, cultivators resorted to medicinal pills to aid their practice. Not only did pills expedite the cultivation process, but their energies also fortified the meridians, allowing for extended practice. However, even if the duration of daily cultivation seemed short, most cultivators still found their time insufficient. Beyond mere cultivation, one must also learn offensive spells. Otherwise, possessing great strength without the ability to engage in combat was futile. Moreover, acquiring skills in alchemy and artifact crafting required continual learning and skill enhancement. Finally, one must also earn a living, for without funds, how could one afford food, pills, or magical artifacts? It can only be said that the lower-tier cultivators are, for the most part, merely beasts of burden. Chapter 6. You already have a path to death. After completing his cultivation, Yi Chen sank into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, he felt rejuvenated and invigorated. This marked the first peaceful sleep he had enjoyed since his arrival in this world. After summoning a mortal maid to assist him with his morning ablutions, Yi Chen proceeded to discard the problematic rose red and several ineffective herbs into the alchemy furnace, reducing them to medicinal dregs. This was also a ruse to give the impression to outsiders that he had once again failed in his alchemical endeavors. Since he was aware that the steward was monitoring his actions, he might as well produce some useless elixirs. It was prudent to keep his alchemical skills concealed for the time being. Today, Yi Chen intended to venture out to procure materials for the qi-gathering pills. His previous incarnation had squandered a considerable amount of herbs, and some had been tampered with. New supplies were imperative. This was also a performance for the steward, who was well aware of his inability to concoct elixirs. Although Yi Chen could effortlessly fulfill his tasks through a tenfold return, producing elixirs out of thin air would inevitably arouse suspicion. Thus, it was essential to purchase some herbs as a cover. Moreover, he was eager to see if there were any enchanting beauties at the Silver Moon Market with even higher returns. While Lin Kur, the little green tea, offered a tenfold return, Yi Chen was no mere sycophant. Should he encounter a more lucrative match, he would undoubtedly abandon Lin Kur without hesitation. His principle was one of profit above all. Upon stepping out of the backyard, news of Yi Chen's departure swiftly reached Steward Zhang. After a moment's contemplation, Steward Zhang surmised Yi Chen's intentions. To be candid, he had grown entirely disinterested in wasting thought on Yi Chen. With poor aptitude and low alchemical skills, he could not even discern quality herbs. In such circumstances, it was astonishing that his thoughts were solely fixated on women, constantly scheming to present them with gifts. Such a useless individual would hardly pose a threat without his interference. Yet, Yi Chen's identity was somewhat unique. His father was a late-stage practitioner of the qi refining realm, the strongest force in the Yi family aside from the patriarch, tasked with the transportation of various resources. While Yi Chen might not perceive the steward's machinations, his father was a cunning fox, and any discovery could lead to complications. Furthermore, disqualifying Yi Chen prematurely might invite retribution. After a moment of reflection, a smile crept across Steward Zhang's face. This young man must possess a considerable amount of spirit stones. Since he intends to purchase elixirs to appease others, why not let the profits flow into my hands? If I can profit from these spirit stones, wouldn't that be even better? It saves him from continuously gifting women and inflating prices. With this thought, Steward Zhang promptly summoned his confidant to relay his orders. As Yi Chen emerged from the backyard, he surveyed the Silver Moon Market, feeling somewhat disheartened. His own shop was situated on the main street, which was adorned with a layer of blue stone paving. The street appeared relatively clean however, upon looking further, he noticed that beyond the main thoroughfare, many areas were merely gravel or dirt paths, with most of the buildings appearing diminutive and drab. There was not a trace of the ethereal quality he had envisioned for cultivators. Instead, it resembled the villages from his memories, reminiscent of those from the year 2000. It seemed that most cultivators truly led arduous lives. Friend, a sudden voice interrupted Yi Chen's musings. A shifty-eyed cultivator approached him. Yi Chen instinctively took a step back, his expression cautious as he activated his cultivation technique. Friend, are you in need of elixirs? My father is an alchemist, and I am currently in a tight spot, so I've pilfered some elixirs to sell. Low-grade qi gathering pills. A full 500 pieces. If you wish to purchase, I can offer them to you at a discount, but please do not spread the word. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart filled with suspicion. Low-grade qi gathering pills, just what he needed for his task, yet how could he have encountered such an opportunity so soon after leaving? Yi Chen was not the sheltered young man of his previous life, oblivious to the world outside his family. He immediately sensed something was amiss, reminiscent of the mobile phone scams at train stations in his former life. Was this world of cultivation also steeped in such tricks? It seemed remarkably down to earth. Waving his hand, Yi Chen chose to disregard the individual. The cultivator grew anxious, glancing around furtively as he whispered, Friend, these elixirs are genuinely a bargain, 30 spirit stones for one. Though they were stolen, they are indeed legitimate elixirs, and their efficacy is assured. One of these low-grade spirit stones can sustain cultivation for nearly 2 months. Purchasing is a gain. If you buy the entire lot, I can lower the price to 15 low-grade spirit stones. Fearing that Yi Chen might be skeptical, the cultivator hastily produced an elixir for him to inspect. Yi Chen glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. Given his current level of expertise, he could discern that these low-grade qi-gathering pills were of acceptable quality, at least superior to those crafted by his predecessor. Noticing Yi Chen's interest, the cultivator quickly displayed several more, all of similar quality. They were indeed genuine qi-gathering pills, not counterfeit goods. This was all the more intriguing. Selling elixirs of this caliber at such a price was tantamount to charity. What an extraordinary stroke of luck for such a windfall to land in his lap. Most importantly, there were precisely 500 pieces. Such a coincidence was remarkable, to say the least. Yi Chen's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Steward Zhang's plump visage. After a brief moment of contemplation, he deduced the likely scheme. Although it was merely speculation, Yi Chen felt it was a near certainty. Steward Zhang appeared not only intent on swindling him but also aimed to drain his resources dry. Aware of Yi Chen's inability to produce elixirs, he had likely sent someone to sell him discounted elixirs, ensuring that Yi Chen had something to present for his tasks. In this exchange, all profits would flow to Steward Zhang, while Yi Chen would continuously expend spirit stones to fulfill his assignments until he was entirely depleted. Eventually, with a slight maneuver, Steward Zhang would compel Yi Chen to demonstrate his alchemy publicly, resulting in his inevitable exposure. The opportunity at Qingyun Sec would be entirely lost. This steward truly had no regard for human dignity. Despite the anger simmering within, the arrival of these elixirs was, in fact, fortuitous for Yi Chen. Initially, he had found it challenging to explain the source of his elixirs and had to maintain a fade. Now, by purchasing this batch at a reasonable price, he could finally drop the pretense. After all, these elixirs were essentially being sold to him from the shadows. It saved him time and effort. As for incurring a loss, not in the slightest. With the sycophant system and his perfected alchemical skills, Yi Chen's spirit stones would only multiply. Thus, Yi Chen spoke directly, Allow me to examine all the elixirs. If they are satisfactory, I will take them. The furtive cultivator's eyes gleamed with delight upon hearing this. He immediately nodded, permitting Yi Chen to inspect each elixir. After spending the better part of half an hour, the transaction for the 500 low-grade qi-gathering pills was finally completed. During this process, Yi Chen's earlier suspicions were further confirmed. Had these been stolen goods, the seller would undoubtedly have been eager to offload them for cash, lacking the luxury of time to dawdle. Yet, when Yi Chen deliberately prolonged his examination of the elixirs, the cultivator exhibited no impatience whatsoever. One could only conclude that his acting skills were decidedly subpar. Chapter 7 What is your status? In Yi Chen's memory, his predecessor's father was a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, holding a certain status within the family and enjoying relative affluence. He was quite fond of his only son. Thus, prior to Yi Chen's arrival in this realm, he had generously bestowed upon him 20 low-grade spirit stones. Now, Yi Chen planned to use 15 of these spirit stones to purchase medicinal pills, a task he approached with ease. After the transaction was completed, Yi Chen felt a wave of joy wash over him. With an ample supply of medicinal pills at his disposal, he no longer needed to squander his precious opportunities for system feedback on low-grade qi-gathering pills. Instead, he could present Lin Ke with more valuable gifts, thereby reaping even greater rewards. Following the completion of the transaction, Yi Chen did not rush back home. Instead, he leisurely strolled through the streets, admiring the beautiful women. He limited his exploration to the main street, avoiding the more secluded areas. The safety of the Silver Moon Market was only relative, as bodies of cultivators were still discovered monthly. The market's overseers showed little interest in tracking down the culprits, occasionally hanging the corpses of some slain robbers at the entrances as a mere formality. This gave Yi Chen an impression reminiscent of Africa in his past life, leaving him, accustomed to the safety of Huaxia, feeling particularly out of place. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. With the system at his disposal and a promising future ahead, there was no need for reckless behavior. After meandering along the main street, Yi Chen observed numerous cultivators bustling about, entering various shops to trade and shop. The number of female cultivators was not insignificant. However, the majority elicited no reaction from the system. Either they did not meet the standards of appearance or physique, or they were not maidens. Among a select few who did meet the criteria, the multiplier was merely 2 or 3 times, with the highest reaching only 5 times. While undeniably attractive, Yi Chen could hardly muster the energy to glance their way. After all, the system only activated once a week, making it imperative to choose the highest options available. Hence, Lin Kuo remained the most suitable candidate and was not to be disregarded. At the Yejia Apothecary, the family's medicinal shop, manager Zhang sat on the second floor, observing the spirit stones before him while listening to reports from his subordinates, a smile gracing his lips. Yi Chen had indeed taken the bait. Furthermore, with a father at the 8th level of qi refinement, the potential for exploitation was apparent. Manager Zhang had no intention of deliberately targeting Yi Chen any longer. Instead, he planned to continuously squeeze Yi Chen through tasks. After all, with Yi Chen's inadequate alchemical skills, he would need to purchase the necessary items to complete these tasks himself. This back and forth would prove immensely profitable for Zhang. All he needed to do was wait for Yi Chen's spirit stones to run out, and even if Yi Chen's father invested heavily to support him, Zhang could easily expose Yi Chen during a face-to-face alchemy session. In Zhang's view, Yi Chen was completely under his control, poised for destruction at any moment, thus rendering any further scrutiny unnecessary. Upon returning to his room, Yi Chen immediately rummaged through his belongings. He soon unearthed a jade slip dragon elephant hand. This was an external cultivation technique. The essence of the qi refinement stage lies in guiding spiritual energy to cleanse the physical body, shedding the mortal form, ultimately achieving true spiritual foundation. The physical body is of paramount importance. However, most techniques offer only mediocre enhancements to the body. Thus, it is essential to cultivate an external technique to achieve a harmonious balance of internal and external refinement. This not only boosts combat strength but also increases the likelihood of successfully establishing a foundation in the future. The earlier one begins, the better. However, such techniques are seldom inexpensive. The dragon elephant hand was acquired by his predecessor's father for 3 medium-grade spirit stones. It is a simplified version of a technique passed down from a sect more powerful than the Qingyan sect. It is said that such techniques are deliberately sold by major sects, serving as a means to screen potential disciples. Should a genius excel in its practice, they could be absorbed into the sect. There is also a rumor that these techniques may possess hidden flaws, being countered by their original versions. Yi Chen was uncertain of the veracity of such claims, but the dragon elephant hand could certainly refine tendons and bones, making it an exceptional external technique. After his predecessor arrived in this realm, he had been too occupied with alchemy to find the time to learn. As for Yi Chen, he had no intention of studying it either. The jade slip was a one-time use item. Once learned, it would shatter, accompanied by an oath of the heart to prevent its dissemination. Given this, Yi Chen decided to gift this external technique to Lin Kuo. Since it was obtained for 3 medium-grade spirit stones, what kind of technique might be returned if he received a tenfold reward? Would it possibly yield the original version? Yi Chen was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, having just given a gift the day before, he would have to wait 6 days for the cooldown period to expire. However, he was not in a rush, methodically practicing and refining his alchemy daily, quietly enhancing his cultivation. In the second week, Yi Chen arrived early at the apothecary. His family shop was modest, consisting of 2 floors, primarily selling medicinal pills supplied by the family and acquiring various herbs, especially the silver moongrass. The name of the silver moon market derived from this herb, which thrived in the local mountains. The silver moongrass was the primary ingredient for crafting the Qingmai pill, which, as its name suggests, could cleanse the accumulated toxins and impurities from the meridians. This pill was highly sought after by cultivators in the later stages of qi refinement, while ordinary cultivators could only dream of it, as they often lacked sufficient funds for such luxuries. The perils of toxic accumulation were far more daunting than poverty. After a brief wait, a female cultivator entered the shop, her attire somewhat flamboyant, though she appeared to be of a more mature age. Upon seeing Yi Chen, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over, saying, "Friend Yi." She was well aware of Yi Chen's reputation as a young alchemist, particularly known for his generous spending. Since being pursued by that flirtatious Lin Kuo, he had been rushing to deliver medicinal pills daily, causing envy among the neighboring children. Thus, upon spotting Yi Chen, she subtly adjusted her attire, eager to showcase her assets. Capturing Yi Chen's attention might ensure a steady supply of pills for herself. Yet, Yi Chen, observing the unresponsive system, took a step back, responding with indifference. He could easily discern her intentions. What made her think she was worthy of receiving gifts from him? Yi Chen's cold demeanor caused the female cultivator's smile to falter. Having been rebuffed, she dared not express her frustration and retreated to the back to gather her belongings. At that moment, Lin Kuo also arrived for her shift, adorned in a flowing white dress that imbued her with an ethereal presence. Her long hair danced gracefully, an exquisite sight. Upon encountering Yi Chen, Lin Kuo displayed a hint of surprise, which quickly transformed into a sweet smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons, radiating delight at his presence. "Friend Yi has emerged from seclusion? I trust you have garnered substantial rewards." Yi Chen had no desire to engage in hollow pleasantries with Lin Kuo. Such a woman spoke not a word of truth. All Yi Chen wished for was to claim his rewards. Thus, he promptly declared, "I have a gift for Fairy Lin." Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo was momentarily taken aback. Why Yi Chen had come to present her with a gift? Surely it was another batch of medicinal pills. Naturally, she had no intention of refusing. However, Yi Chen had previously gifted her 10 low-grade qi gathering pills, and she had yet to consume them all. Still possessing 3. Would accepting another gift now not come across as greedy? Meanwhile, another female cultivator, busy organizing the counter, felt a pang of jealousy upon overhearing their exchange, gritting her teeth in frustration. Yet, Lin Kuo remained resolute, shaking her head decisively. "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I still have 3 of the pills you previously gifted me left to consume." Thus, I cannot allow you to incur any further expense. Lin Kur was determined not to accept this time, wishing to establish her image. She feared that Yi Chen might think her interest lay solely in his medicinal offerings, so therefore, an occasional refusal was not a bad thing. Beside her, the other female cultivators' jealousy intensified. Internally, she lamented, why was she not as desirable as Lin Kur? Gift me, please, I genuinely want it. Chapter 8, I have never seen such a sycophant. Yi Chen observed Lin Kur, who, despite her rejection, alluded to the remaining 3 elixirs in her words. It was evident she was subtly hinting that she would accept them 3 days hence. This contradictory attitude elicited a suppressed chuckle from Yi Chen. However, matters of greater importance were at hand. Yi Chen spoke directly, it is not an elixir, rather, it is a martial technique, dragon elephant hand, that my father has prepared for me, capable of refining flesh and sinew. This is an external technique passed down from the dragon elephant sect. I see that Miss Lin is on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement. If you were to utilize this external technique to refine your body and consolidate your vital energy, your efforts would yield far superior results. Upon hearing this, Lin Kur, who had initially maintained a resolute stance, was momentarily taken aback, her pupils narrowing in astonishment. It was not an elixir, but an external martial art. This revelation struck her with overwhelming delight, leaving her dizzy. An external martial technique, moreover, one that could refine sinew, how extraordinarily precious. It is well known that most foundational external techniques only refine flesh, yielding mediocre results. The next tier up can refine sinew, yet such techniques are exceedingly rare and expensive. Even cultivators in the late stage of qi refinement would find the price burdensome. The pinnacle, capable of refining sinew alongside the 5 organs, is reserved for disciples of top-tier sects, leaving solitary cultivators with no hope of acquiring them. Lin Kur had refrained from practicing external techniques, anticipating a breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement, hoping to accumulate spirit stones over the years to procure a superior external technique. Never did she expect Yi Chen to present one directly. This, not even acknowledging Yi Chen's affections for her, it was still beyond her expectations. Why Yi Chen was exceedingly generous. Meanwhile, the shop had descended into a profound silence. Another maid, consumed by envy, wore a twisted expression. The attendants regarded Yi Chen with the disdain typically reserved for a spendthrift. At some point, the portly steward Zhang had appeared in the hallway, his face tinged with green. He was aware of Yi Chen's sycophantic tendencies, yet he never imagined Yi Chen would be so brazen. This external technique was worth at least 2 to 3 medium-grade spirit stones. And he was simply gifting it to a woman. What of his father? What kind of family did he hail from? One might assume he was descended from a foundational family. 2 to 3 medium-grade spirit stones could attract numerous women. Zhang gritted his teeth, wishing he could snatch the jade slip from Yi Chen's grasp. Despite it not being his property, the mere sight of it caused him distress. Yi Chen, however, remained unfazed by the opinions of others, merely smiling at Lin Kur. She bit her lip, her beautiful eyes brimming with longing, yet her willpower held firm. She suppressed the urge to reach out, saying, "Friend Yi, you too require external techniques. I cannot accept." Lin Kur desired it, but her sense of propriety compelled her to refuse, wishing to feign reluctance before ultimately accepting. This would appear more graceful, suggesting that she had no choice but to acquiesce. She had done so in previous encounters. Yi Chen, perceiving her inner conflict, could not help but sneer inwardly. Sycophants truly disrupt the market. This woman had been spoiled by the previous incarnation of this sycophant. She clearly yearned for the gift yet insisted on additional offerings before accepting. Would he always have to plead with her for acceptance in the future? Yi Chen felt a twinge of aversion. He immediately made a motion to retract the jade slip, saying, "Miss Lin has a point. If that is the case, then let it be so." Upon witnessing Yi Chen actually retracting the jade slip, Lin Kur's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he take it back? Wasn't he supposed to insist she accept it? At this moment, Lin Kur was engulfed in regret, even contemplating lunging forward to reclaim the jade slip from Yi Chen. It was worth several medium-grade spirit stones, capable of refining sinew. Even if she refrained from eating, drinking, or cultivating, it would take her at least a decade to afford it. And now, due to a single remark, it seemed to slip away from her grasp. Lin Kur feared she would awaken nightly for the next few years, chastising herself just as despair loomed. Yi Chen's hand halted mid-retract. I recalled my father mentioning he might procure an even superior external technique, which he would bring next time with us. This dragon elephant hand shall be bestowed upon you for your cultivation. With that, he presented the jade slip once more before Lin Kur. Gazing at the once-lost jade slip, Lin Kur felt as though she were on a roller coaster of emotions. She dared not refuse again, fearing the proverbial duck would fly away. Thus, she promptly accepted the jade slip with both hands, stating earnestly, "In that case, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, friend Yi." As Yi Chen listened to the system notification echoing in his mind, his spirit soared. This was precisely how it should be. She accepted it without hesitation. Who has time to observe her attempts at self-representation? Did she truly believe he was a sycophant merely seeking to curry her favor? Yi Chen waved dismissively, turning to depart, primarily eager to check the system rewards. Yi Chen left, and the shop remained enveloped in silence. No one believed Yi Chen's last words. Even if his father was in the late stage of qi refinement, he could manage only 3 to 5 medium-grade spirit stones a year. The notion that he could provide another technique was met with skepticism. They all regarded it as mere persuasion for Lin Kur to accept. Zhang, the steward, shared this sentiment. He was profoundly shocked, having had his perceptions reshaped by Yi Chen's sycophantic behavior. He truly did not anticipate that such a sycophant existed in the world. Bestowing elixirs was comprehensible, but gifting a technique, one he himself required, was utterly foolish. For a cultivator, the essence of strength and cultivation was paramount. By giving everything away, would the recipient regard you with any esteem once their cultivation surpassed yours? Absurd and utterly foolish. Zheng stared at the jade slip in Lin Kor's hands, his eyes glinting with greed. Even if he could not use it, it would be excellent for his nephew. What merit did Lin Kor, a solitary cultivator, have to possess such a treasure? Yet Lin Kor's reaction was swift. She promptly pressed the jade slip to her forehead, and the next moment, the slip glowed brightly and shattered. This prompted Zhang to cast a deep glance at Lin Kor. This woman was indeed clever. However, with the slip destroyed, greed was of no use now. Zhang clenched his teeth, resolving to intensify his exploitation of Yi Chen in the future. He genuinely could not fathom how the Yi family could produce such a sycophant. Absurd, utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Lin Kor, having utilized the jade slip, briefly perused the information within her mind. A radiant smile spread across her face. This dragon elephant hand was remarkably formidable. With it, her future path would be significantly enhanced. As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Chen's visage inevitably surfaced in her consciousness. Why Yi Chen was genuinely kind to her, it was evident he harbored genuine affection. Even a cultivator as resolute as Lin Kor found herself touched by such favoritism, yet, alas, gratitude aside, there was no possibility of her ever being with Yi Chen as his partner. She aspired to foundation establishment and to tread further along the immortal path, while Yi Chen would likely struggle to reach the late stage of qi refinement. However, Lin Kor vowed that once her cultivation reached new heights, she would repay Yi Chen 100-fold. At that moment, Yi Chen returned to his room, eager to check the system. Gift successful. The gift is the body refining technique, Dragon Elephant Hand. Processing feedback, 10-fold feedback, reward. Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Detected that the gift bestowed by the host is of great significance to the recipient, exceeding their expectations and causing substantial fluctuations in their mindset, triggering a critical reward. Reward. A shadow of the founding patriarch Su Longxiang of the Dragon Elephant sect for one day, allowing the recipient to inquire about the cultivation methods of Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Detected that the host lacks storage equipment. Physical rewards will be temporarily stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Chapter 9. The thrill of critical hits is unmatched. Dragon Elephant Prana Technique. As Yi Chen gazed upon the rewards bestowed upon him, he could not help but clench his fists in sheer exhilaration. His expression was brimming with astonishment. The practitioners of the Dragon Elephant sect are renowned for their formidable physical prowess. The Dragon Elephant Prana Technique is the sect's signature external cultivation method. The Dragon Elephant Hand is merely a simplified version of this technique. To think that he had merely offered a potentially flawed simplified version and, in return, received the original, this was nothing short of a monumental windfall, especially considering it was something that could not be purchased with money. Yet, the surprises did not end there. The system had also granted him the spectral image of the founding ancestor of the Dragon Elephant sect, allowing him to seek guidance on the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prana Technique. The value of such an opportunity far exceeded that of the Dragon Elephant Prana Technique alone. Mastering a technique is no simple feat, it encompasses numerous subtleties that cannot be conveyed through mere text. It necessitates the meticulous instruction of a mentor. To decipher it independently would undoubtedly be time-consuming and laborious, with the risk of missteps along the way. This allure is one of the reasons why large sects attract cultivators. However, even disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect can only attend lectures from elders, and what of Yi Chen? He had the privilege of learning directly from the founding ancestor, and in an exclusive one-on-one setting. Such treatment was likely beyond that afforded even to the direct disciples of the sect. His system was indeed remarkably powerful, and Lin Kor, that little green tea, truly was a treasure trove. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen retrieved a jade slip from the system space and pressed it against his forehead. And the next moment, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind. Dragon Elephant Prana Technique, Qi Refinement Chapter. It was merely the Qi Refinement chapter, not the entirety of the technique. Yet Yi Chen was not disheartened, rather, he found this to be quite reasonable. If a simplified version, which might possess flaws, could yield such a reward, then receiving the entirety of the technique in return for a tenfold contribution would imply that the Dragon Elephant Prana Technique was not as formidable as rumored, which would indeed be disappointing. The Dragon Elephant Prana Technique can refine skin, blood, sinews, bones, and internal organs. When practiced to its depths, one's body resembles that of an ancient dragon elephant, capable of destroying the heavens and obliterating the earth. Yi Chen found this description somewhat exaggerated, likely embellished in the manner of corporate introductions from his previous life. Nevertheless, even if there was a hint of exaggeration, cultivating this technique should enable him to dominate opponents of the same tier with his physical prowess. Immediately, Yi Chen immersed himself in the study of the Dragon Elephant Prana Technique. Whenever he encountered passages he could not comprehend, he would summon the spectral image of the founding ancestor to pose his inquiries. The spectral image provided by the system was remarkably user-friendly. Once a question was asked, it could be dismissed, pausing the time count, much like the speed-up tools Yi Chen had purchased for online games in his past life. Thus, what appeared to be a day's worth of time effectively allowed Yi Chen to utilize it for an extended period. In the subsequent week, Yi Chen refrained from venturing outside, dedicating his days solely to practicing and delving deep into the Dragon Elephant Prana Technique. When he found himself short on high-grade qi-gathering pills, he simply concocted another batch. Yi Chen's alchemical skills had grown increasingly refined, and each batch he produced now yielded primarily high-grade pills. His life was indeed exceptionally pleasant. Outside, the cold winds howled fiercely, yet Yi Chen's room was as warm as spring. Inside, Yi Chen, bare-chested, exhibited rippling muscles as sweat poured down him, his spine undulated like a great dragon, moving fluidly as he executed various postures. However, the most significant transformation was in Yi Chen's skin and flesh. His skin appeared far more refined, imbued with resilience. A week of cultivation had afforded him a profound appreciation for the formidable effects of the dragon-elephant prana technique. His skin, flesh, sinews, bones, and internal organs had all been enhanced in unison. The results were astonishingly powerful. Not only was his strength augmented, but his defensive capabilities had also been significantly bolstered. Most importantly, his internal organs had strengthened. Yi Chen felt his heart beating with renewed vigor, and his senses sharpened, making the world appear more vibrant and clear. This was clearly a benefit of the enhancement to his internal organs. Such remarkable effects were attributable not only to the potency of the dragon-elephant prana technique but also to the guidance from the ancestral figure of the dragon-elephant sect and the assistance of medicinal pills. When Yi Chen's father had purchased the external cultivation methods, the shop had generously included 10 auxiliary body refinement pills, a standard offering with the dragon-elephant hand. However, the body refinement pill was a unique concoction of the dragon-elephant sect, with no recipes available in the outside world. To expedite his cultivation progress, purchasing pills was imperative as selling a flawed body refinement technique and reaping ongoing profits was indeed a shrewd strategy. At the Silver Moon Market, there were naturally no body refinement pills for sale. However, Yi Chen had obtained the recipe for the body refinement pill from the spectral image of the dragon-elephant ancestor. As long as he gathered the necessary materials, he could brew them himself. This was, without a doubt, a tremendous gain. The spectral image of the dragon-elephant ancestor was akin to a vast treasure trove. The only pity was that it only answered queries related to the dragon-elephant prana technique. Otherwise, Yi Chen would essentially have a nascent soul ancestor as his private tutor. Alas, what a missed opportunity. After concluding his training for the day, Yi Chen glanced at the sky and prepared to venture out. Only 3 body refinement pills remained, all of inferior grade, and now that he possessed the recipe, it was only natural to procure the materials and commence brewing. Simultaneously, he had only 5 stones left from his father's contributions. It was time to sell the qi-gathering pills he had accumulated over the days. He could also deliver new items to Lin Kuo. These were all pressing matters that could not be overlooked. Stepping out of his family's apothecary, Yi Chen made his way towards the alley leading to the main road. The dragon-elephant prana technique had sharpened his senses, confirming that no one was watching. He swiftly changed into a different set of clothes in an unoccupied alley. His skin and flesh began to shift, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into an individual of somewhat peculiar appearance, resembling a middle-aged man. This was yet another benefit of body refinement. He could manipulate his flesh and skin to alter his appearance. However, as Yi Chen was still a novice, his transformation lacked subtlety, rendering him somewhat odd. Moreover, his bone refinement was still lacking. Otherwise, he could have altered his height and physique for greater security. Once he returned to the main street, no one paid Yi Chen any heed. He strode confidently towards the largest Qingyun pavilion on the street. This establishment was a subsidiary of the Qingyun sect. From the memories of his former self, Yi Chen knew that the sects of this world were quite astute in their financial dealings. For instance, the Qingyun sect had no intention of monopolizing all resources within its jurisdiction. Instead, it supported affiliated families like the Yi family in maintaining their holdings. After all, if they were to seize everything for themselves, it would undoubtedly incite the resentment of other powers. Furthermore, no matter how expansive the Qingyun sect was, it could not station experts everywhere. Thus, they refrained from directly intervening in many less significant resources. However, in bustling areas, the Qingyun sect ensured its shops were well established. The quality of goods provided by the Qingyun sect was certainly unmatched by smaller families or loose cultivators, who lacked the same financial backing. In business, no one dared to provoke the Qingyun pavilion. Consequently, through these shops, although the Qingyun sect relinquished numerous resources, it ultimately retained the lion's share of profits, reaping substantial rewards. There was once a daring rogue cultivator who audaciously raided a Qingyun pavilion in a certain market. The next day, 3 foundation building elders descended upon him, leaving a trail of severed heads in their wake. Yi Chen intended to visit the Qingyun pavilion to sell the pills he possessed and simultaneously procure a fresh batch of medicinal materials. Chapter 10: The Arrival of the 15-Fold Beauty. Esteemed friend, may I inquire what you wish to order? Upon entering the Qingyun pavilion, a servant promptly approached to offer assistance. Noticing that Yi Chen's cultivation was rather modest, their enthusiasm noticeably waned, yet they maintained a courteous demeanor. Yi Chen paid no mind to this. Was this service attitude not vastly superior to that of luxury goods clerks in his previous life? I wish to purchase some elixirs and a selection of medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, the servant's expression remained unchanged, inviting Yi Chen to take a seat. Although the profession of alchemist was indeed rare, the number of cultivators had risen significantly, leading to a few practitioners in the field. Thus, there was little cause for astonishment. Once seated, the servant finally inquired, "Might I ask what elixirs you wish to sell?" 200 medium-grade gathering qi pills, Yi Chen replied directly, producing a vial from his robe. The servant nodded with a smile. Subsequently, they gently rang a bell on the counter. In no time, a white-haired elder emerged from the back. Upon seeing the elder, the servant quickly bowed. "Greetings, manager." The servant found it peculiar that the manager had come forth. Nevertheless, they promptly relayed the matter of evaluating the elixirs. "Master Li is currently refining elixirs and has no time. I shall take a look." As the manager of Qingyun Pavilion, he bore no scent of herbs, but rather a faint aroma of leather and a hint of blood. He was most likely not an alchemist but rather a talisman maker, and he exuded an aura of authority. To attain the position of manager, one must possess at least late-stage qi refinement cultivation. However, since gathering qi pills were merely low-tier elixirs, he was well-versed in their appraisal. Even if he was not an alchemist himself. The elder nodded at Yi Chen, then picked up a pill. These are all medium-grade gathering qi pills, with pure color and rich fragrance, free from impurities. The craftsmanship is commendable. The elder began by inspecting the exterior, nodding in satisfaction, before gently crushing one pill to examine its internal structure. He even sampled a pinch of the powder. The medicinal potency is quite refined. The elder, who had previously not regarded Yi Chen, now displayed interest and remarked, these medium-grade pills are nearly on par with high-grade ones. Esteemed friend, you must have refined quite a few high-grade gathering chi pills. Why not sell them together? The purchase price for high-grade gathering chi pills is actually more favorable when calculated. Yi Chen was not surprised by the elder's deduction. After all, cultivators capable of consistently producing medium-grade pills were likely to have refined a fair number of high-grade ones as well. Although high-grade elixirs appeared more valuable, the demand was equally high. Slightly affluent loose cultivators often opted for high-grade elixirs, as they would naturally prefer superior options with fewer impurities. It was said that Qingyun sect distributed medium-grade elixirs as standard, with disciples possessing better spiritual roots receiving high-grade ones directly. This was one of the reasons loose cultivators envied them. However, Yi Chen shook his head, I have not produced many high-grade elixirs, I have consumed them all during my own cultivation. The elder nodded in understanding, not pressing the matter further. 200 gathering chi pills were merely a small transaction for Qingyun Pavilion. The purchase price for medium-grade gathering chi pills at Qingyun Pavilion is 18 spirit stones each. If you have no objections to this price, we may proceed to settlement, the elder stated. Yi Chen nodded in agreement without bargaining. The standard market price for medium-grade pills was 15 spirit stones each, but it was evident that the elder intended to profit from the difference. After all, they were not engaged in charity, were they? A 3-stone discrepancy was not overly exorbitant. What medicinal herbs do you require? The servant collected the box, and the elder continued his inquiry. Yi Chen produced a prepared list. The elder glanced over it, raising an eyebrow slightly. The herbs listed by Yi Chen were quite diverse, including the primary ingredients for gathering chi pills, as well as supplementary ingredients for cleansing vein pills and others. The elder was unable to recognize them, but given the multitude of formulas in the cultivation world, it was not surprising that he, not being an alchemist, could not identify them. After handing the list to the servant quickly assessed the pricing. The total cost is approximately slightly over 10 low-grade spirit stones. The previous gathering chi pills totaled 11 low-grade spirit stones. If you do not wish to purchase anything else, I will return 1 low-grade spirit stone to you. Yi Chen had no objections to this arrangement. Soon, the servant produced the medicinal herbs, and after Yi Chen confirmed that everything was in order, he collected the herbs and spirit stones, preparing to depart. Should you acquire more elixirs in the future, feel free to bring them here for sale. In the entire Silver Moon Market, our Qingyun Pavilion possesses the most comprehensive selection of medicinal herbs. Although Qingyun sect was not lacking in alchemists, those they trained often preferred to refine higher-tier elixirs, as the contributions from low-tier ones were minimal. Consequently, the sect's low-tier elixirs were sometimes in short supply. Qingyun Pavilion retained the higher-quality elixirs sourced from outside for the sect, while the lesser quality was sold externally. Yi Chen's elixirs were of good quality, hence the elder's remark. Yi Chen nodded in agreement but did not take it to heart. It was wise to avoid drawing too much attention to his elixirs. Though Qingyun Pavilion was well established, one could never predict the greed of others. After all, were not those wealthy individuals in his previous life, worth millions, still stingy with their employees' modest salaries? Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, a melodious female voice echoed from the back of the shop, Father, I've drawn a medium-grade fireball talisman. Look, isn't it impressive? Upon hearing the voice, the elder's face brightened with a smile, though he still admonished, didn't I tell you, no ruckus in the shop, we can talk after I finish my work. Though he scolded, his tone was unmistakably joyful. Having reached the door, Yi Chen couldn't help but glance back. Emerging from behind the counter was a young woman clad in blue, her hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin. She possessed a graceful figure, with arched brows and lively, playful eyes. Her skin was exceptionally fair, almost glowing. Upon seeing her, Yi Chen momentarily froze. The young woman, noticing his gaze, furrowed her brow. Yi Chen nodded politely and decisively turned to leave. That person was so unattractive. Once Yi Chen had departed, the young woman muttered softly. The elder affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, it's just a face twisted by external techniques. His cultivation is merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement, likely timid, yet it is indeed overly cautious. It was merely a handful of low-grade spirit stones, and what interest would Qingyun Pavilion have in such trifles? The elder, being well experienced, quickly discerned that Yi Chen was an inexperienced novice. His earlier reticence was not due to silence but rather a lack of experience in such matters. Thus, he spoke less to avoid mistakes. Lower-tier cultivators often traversed this path. While his alchemical skills were commendable, there was little else of note. The elder took his daughter to the back courtyard of their residence, offering her guidance. As Yi Chen stepped out of Qingyun Pavilion, he couldn't help but glance back once more. Yet, at that moment, the young woman had vanished from sight. Yi Chen was certainly not smitten at first sight. The cultivation world was far too intriguing, and with a system at his side, his future was bright. How could he afford to squander time on romance? The reason for his earlier moment of distraction was primarily due to the system's notification, checking compatibility target. Sun Ruoxin 15-fold. At last, in the Silver Moon Market, he had discovered a compatibility target with a multiplier exceeding that of Lin Kuo. How could Yi Chen not be elated? This was a 15-fold increase. Gifting Lin Kuo a single elixir would yield 10 in return, but offering one to the Sun Ruoxin would grant him 15. A direct increase of 1/3. Furthermore, for techniques and similar matters, the returns would undoubtedly be even greater. The only unfortunate aspect was that this Sun Ruoxin appeared to be of notable status and wealth, and she would certainly not easily associate with a loose cultivator like himself. It would not be so simple to present her with gifts. Chapter 11. Lin Kuo takes the initiative. A girl like her, worth 15 times her weight, is indeed a treasure. However, approaching her recklessly would undoubtedly arouse her vigilance. Furthermore, it was evident that she was not like Lin Kuo, a casual cultivator. She was adorned in ceremonial robes. The difficulty in crafting such robes implies a price far exceeding that of ordinary magical artifacts, signifying her affluence. Additionally, Yi Chen could not discern her cultivation level, suggesting it was certainly superior to his. At least in the mid-stage of qi refinement, she was undoubtedly a refined and wealthy woman. Offering her unsolicited gifts would surely be met with indifference, or worse, could invite trouble. Hence, this matter requires careful deliberation. Why Yi Chen felt no urgency, especially with Lin Kuo as a backup option. He found a place to restore his appearance, donned the attire he had worn when he stepped out, and returned to his apothecary through the front entrance. At that moment, the shop was devoid of customers. Upon Yi Chen's arrival, the expressions of the staff were mixed. Although a week had passed since he had previously gifted external martial arts training, the shock it had instilled in the shop's assistants had yet to dissipate. The Dragon Elephant Palm, worth 3 mid-grade spirit stones, was something they could scarcely afford even if they abstained from food and drink for a decade, yet it was casually given to a woman. It was unequivocally the act of a spendthrift. However, if such a lavish gift had led to Lin Kuo becoming his partner, it would be somewhat understandable. The issue lay in the fact that after bestowing the gift, Yi Chen had not reappeared before her. What was this? Did he only wish to give without seeking anything in return? Was he truly such a sycophant? The staff could not comprehend Yi Chen's behavior, even harboring contempt, wishing they could take his place. After work, they often privately discussed and mocked him. Consequently, many local cultivators at the Silver Moon Market had come to know that at the Yi Dan shop, there was a Dan practitioner from the Yi family who was nothing but a desperate sycophant, eliciting their disdain. Yi Chen remained oblivious to his burgeoning notoriety, yet, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Whether or not he was a sycophant was not for others to decide. It was for him to determine. If he claimed he was not, then indeed, he was not. Curiosity enveloped the crowd regarding Yi Chen's purpose for visiting. Could it be that he was here to present another gift? Lin Kuo, upon seeing Yi Chen, wore a similarly complex expression. She had already practiced the Dragon Elephant Palm, and its effects were remarkably beneficial, far surpassing those of ordinary external martial arts techniques. Receiving such a hefty gift from Yi Chen left her uncertain about how to face him. What if he were to make some unreasonable demand? How would she refuse him? Nevertheless, Lin Kuo felt a sense of relief as Yi Chen did not seek her out, but instead summoned a staff member to request a list of medicinal herbs, instructing them to record the items and deliver them to the back courtyard. Yi Chen had not acquired all the herbs he needed at Qingyun Square. Some of the more common ones he intended to purchase from his own shop. He had also procured some unnecessary herbs to obscure his true intentions. The Shangshu Dan was a unique elixir of the Dragon Elephant sect, and should word spread that he could concoct it, it might attract unwanted trouble. Thus, it was wise to proceed with caution. Returning to his quarters, Yi Chen found tranquility in the afternoon. He quickly organized the delivered herbs and commenced alchemy. Over the course of 4 hours, a distinct aroma filled the alchemical chamber, accompanied by the lid of the furnace lifting. Several red pills soared from the furnace, landing in Yi Chen's hands. Shangshu Dan. 5 lower grade, 3 mid-grade, but no upper grade. Yi Chen examined the pills in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The difficulty in crafting the Shangshu Dan was greater than that of the Gathering Qi Dan. Producing 3 mid-grade pills on his first attempt was commendable. As for the 5 lower-grade pills, Yi Chen intended to gift these to Lin Kuo, as she was currently cultivating the Dragon Elephant Palm, making the Shangshu Dan highly suitable for her. His father had indeed gifted him 10 Shangshu Dan, so he was not concerned about revealing his ability to concoct them. He was also eager to see what the tenfold reward could yield. However, he could only present 10 pills at once, each yielding a tenfold return, and Yi Chen had no intention of squandering this opportunity. Thus, he planned to include 5 mid-grade Gathering Qi Dan to gift to Lin Kuo, focusing on maximizing his rewards. With his remaining spirit stones dwindling, it was high time to earn some more. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to afford even the more extravagant gifts. During the afternoon work hours, Lin Kuo found herself somewhat distracted. Yi Chen had come to the shop today without speaking a word to her, nor even casting a glance in her direction. This left her feeling anxious and uncertain. Did Yi Chen think she had received such a substantial gift without expressing her gratitude? Was he upset? Was he perhaps already growing weary of her? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Lin Kuo hesitated. She was acutely aware of her own desires. She yearned to grow stronger, to attain foundational cultivation, and to ascend in the ranks. While Yi Chen could provide her with some assistance now, it seemed unlikely he would be able to help her in the future. Thus, she had initially planned to distance herself from him once she reached the 4th stage of qi refinement, gradually severing their ties. However, the recent acquisition of the Dragon Elephant Palm had opened her eyes to the resources Yi Chen had access to. Even if Yi Chen were deemed a failure, his father, a cultivator at the 8th stage of qi refinement, would still afford him resources that would be unimaginable for someone like her. After reaching the 4th stage of qi refinement, she might still benefit greatly from Yi Chen's resources. To cut ties now would undoubtedly be a significant loss. Resolving this in her mind, Lin Kuo decided that after work, she would visit the back courtyard to see Yi Chen, to personally express her gratitude and dispel any misunderstandings he might have about her. After her shift, Lin Kuo made her way to the back courtyard. Standing before Yi Chen's room, she gently knocked on the door. Yi Daoyu, are you there? Inside the room, Yi Chen, upon hearing the voice, leisurely stretched. Lin Kuo had come to him. This serendipitously saved him the trouble of delivering the pills himself. Opening the door, he was greeted by Lin Kuo's face, radiant with joy and gratitude, as she gazed at him. Yi Daoyu, I have come to thank you for the dragon elephant palm you gifted me. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Throughout my years of cultivation, you are the kindest person to me. Yi Daoyu, you are like a brother to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in agreement, though not a single word rang true to him. As for her declarations of kindness and brotherhood, he had encountered such flattery many times in his past life. Lin Xianzi, you flatter me. This is the Xianshu Dan prepared by my father, which can assist in the cultivation of the... Lin Kuo's eyes widened in astonishment. After practicing external martial arts, she had indeed progressed swiftly, but the consumption of resources had escalated just as rapidly. The cultivation of external techniques required a significant expenditure of vitality, necessitating the use of pills. Without them, not only would she fail to achieve results, but she might even deplete her physical foundation. Lacking the appropriate pills, she had to rely on an abundance of spirit beast meat and spirit rice to nourish her body, which had only compounded her expenses, leaving her increasingly strained. The pills Yi Chen offered could genuinely address her pressing needs. However, she had not intended to accept any gifts during her visit. Chapter 12 Lin Kuo has made a breakthrough. Observing Yi Chen preparing to present her with another elixir, Lin Kuo felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. She had genuinely not intended to receive anything further from Yi Chen during this visit, especially considering the exorbitant value of the dragon elephant hand he had previously gifted her, an external technique that other cultivators could only yearn for. Now, he was thoughtfully preparing more elixirs for her, which deeply moved Lin Kuo and made her realize that her earlier worries had been unfounded. Why Yi Chen still harbored affection for her. His recent reticence in initiating contact and his reluctance to burden her with excessive attention were clearly his attempts to alleviate any pressure on her. Lin Kuo introspected, acknowledging that since embarking on her path to immortality through serendipity, she had what cultivator does not prioritize their own interests? Few would engage in endeavors without tangible benefits. Even among partners, mutual suspicion and calculated maneuvering were commonplace, yet, Yi Chen had consistently devoted himself to her without expectation. To forge a bond with someone like him would undoubtedly ensure a comfortable future. However, the cultivation world was fraught with peril, teeming with demonic beasts and myriad tribulations. The Silver Moon Market, for instance, was already in its third generation. The first had been obliterated by a beast tide, while the second fell victim to a battle involving a golden core beast in the depths of the mountains, leading to the market's total annihilation. Now, in this third iteration, the world was perilous, and Lin Kuo yearned to grow stronger and ascend further. Moreover, the Yi family, to which Yi Chen belonged, was merely a qi refining clan. Yi Chen's talent was not remarkable, and the support he could offer her would hardly suffice for her to reach greater heights. Thus, regardless of Yi Chen's virtues, he was not the ideal choice. What a pity! Gazing at the elixir bottle before her, Lin Kuo hesitated briefly before reaching out to accept it, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Taoist friend. Yi Chen, hearing the notification from the system in his mind, could not help but smile. No need for thanks. Just focus on your cultivation. To Lin Kuo, Yi Chen's smile seemed to signify his happiness at her acceptance of the gift, which inadvertently instilled a sense of pressure within her. Yi Chen truly cared for her deeply. What if, in the future, unrequited love turned into resentment? Would Yi Chen seek to reclaim everything he had given her? If she were unable to repay him, would he compel her? For a moment, Lin Kuo found herself ensnared in a tumult of thoughts. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted her reverie. Yi Chen had finished delivering his gifts and returned to his room. Lin Kuo was momentarily taken aback but soon released a breath of relief. This was for the best. She decided not to linger any longer and hurriedly left the courtyard, preparing for her cultivation session. 5 low-grade elephant blood pills have transformed into 25 high-grade elephant blood pills, which I can conveniently consume. And 5 medium-grade spirit gathering pills have become 50 medium-grade spirit gathering stones, which I can sell for spirit stones. This system is remarkably considerate, adjusting rewards according to my needs. Yi Chen was exceedingly pleased with the results of the tenfold feedback. Without hesitation, he swallowed a high-grade elephant blood pill. The potency of the high-grade pill was far more refined, invigorating his vitality and causing a surge of energy within him. He promptly began cultivating the external technique Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Although Yi Chen's innate talent was quite ordinary, the assistance of the high-grade elephant blood pill made him feel that it would not be long before he achieved a minor success in his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. In the days that followed, Yi Chen devoted himself to both cultivation and alchemy. Every week, he would present Lin Kuo with elixirs, triggering the tenfold feedback, allowing him to acquire hundreds of pills from her. Coupled with his increasing success rate in alchemy, once he amassed a sufficient quantity of medium-grade spirit-gathering pills, he would visit other shops to sell them. The Silver Moon Market was populated mainly by early-stage qi refiners, ensuring a steady demand for medium-grade spirit-gathering pills, as merchants were eager to purchase them. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Yi Chen had amassed a considerable fortune of 80 low-grade spirit stones, which greatly elevated his spirits. Indeed, alchemists could be quite profitable. Of course, other low-tier alchemists would be unable to earn such sums, as Yi Chen's complete experience afforded him an almost flawless success rate in pill production with minimal losses. Additionally, with Lin Kuo acting as a veritable goldmine providing tenfold returns, such income was attainable. Other alchemists would certainly struggle to achieve similar results. Beyond accumulating spirit stones, Yi Chen's cultivation progressed swiftly. Consuming high-grade spirit-gathering pills and high-grade elephant blood pills daily, his treatment was akin to that of an exceptional disciple from a prestigious sect. Yi Chen estimated that it would not be long before he broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Yi Chen rose leisurely, as today marked another opportunity to present gifts. Checking the time, he noted that it was nearly closing time. He took the 10 medium-grade spirit-gathering pills he had prepared and made his way to the shop to deliver them to Lin Kuo. Upon arriving at the shop, he found the staff tidying up in preparation to close. The attendants exchanged sly smiles upon seeing him, while another maid exhibited a faint expression of schadenfreude. Yi Chen, intrigued, wondered what had transpired. However, upon seeing Lin Kuo, he quickly grasped the situation. The aura emanating from her was significantly stronger than in previous days, indicating a substantial transformation. Clearly, she had broken through to the fourth layer of qi refinement. With a glimmer of joy in her eyes, Lin Kuo greeted Yi Chen with a slight bow, saying, "Thank you, Taoist friend Yi, I have now successfully broken through to the fourth layer of qi refinement. I have just resigned from my position with Manager Zhang and settled my dues, so I shall not return tomorrow. However, I will not forget your kindness, and should you need anything, you may visit my residence. I will often be accompanying the team to the mountains in search of silver moongrass, so I may not be home frequently. But if you leave a message, I will be sure to come and see you at the earliest opportunity." Lin Kuo has resigned? Yi Chen was taken aback by this revelation, yet, upon hearing the latter part of her statement, he began to understand. Working in the shop held little promise and yielded meager earnings. The primary resource from the Silver Moon Market was silver moongrass. Shops would assemble teams to venture into the mountains for foraging. Each expedition required a 10-day stay in the mountains, which was arduous and fraught with danger due to the presence of demonic beasts. However, the remuneration was considerable. A fruitful trip could yield 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones, and with good fortune, one might uncover rare spiritual herbs, leading to even greater rewards. Typically, such teams were led by late-stage qi refiners for mutual protection. Thus, many unbrave solo cultivators would join these foraging teams. It was no wonder the male attendants and female receptionists in the shop regarded him with peculiar expressions, even feeling a tinge of pity for him. After all, Lin Kuo was departing. Chapter 13 The Steward of Qingyun Workshop. People naturally aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. In the realm of cultivation, a significant chasm can arise among practitioners. For instance, within large sects, what once were fellow disciples, akin to brothers, may find their bonds fraying. Should one achieve a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage while another languishes in the qi refinement stage, their relationship will inevitably grow distant. The initial 3 levels of qi refinement are characterized by thin spiritual energy, rendering one devoid of substantial combat prowess. The spells one can learn are limited to basic incantations such as cleanse and elemental control, often referred to as elementary spells, which possess minimal power. However, upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement, practitioners can refine their spiritual energy and significantly enhance their consciousness, thereby gaining greater control and the ability to learn more advanced spells, such as fireball and ice spike techniques. Thus, the herbal gathering teams mandate a minimum of the 4th level of qi refinement for participation. While Lin Kuo has successfully broken through to the 4th level, Yi Chen remains at the 3rd. Lin Kuo will embark on a new life and enter a new circle, leaving Yi Chen increasingly isolated, making their encounters rare. In this scenario, Yi Chen's prior acts of unrequited affection are perceived by others as utterly fruitless. Some of his peers even revel in his misfortune, relishing the irony of his devotion. You played the fool for her, offering elixirs and skills. Look at her now, flourishing thanks to your gifts. She will undoubtedly regard you with disdain. Such foolishness is truly lamentable. Yi Chen remains oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, and even if he were aware, it would not perturb him. Frankly, he admires Lin Kuo for her resolute ambition. Upon achieving her breakthrough, she promptly resigns to pursue a more perilous yet lucrative opportunity. There is substance to her character. This prompts Yi Chen, who had initially intended to bestow her elixirs, to reconsider his approach. Instead of merely presenting her with basic gifts, he resolves to offer something of greater value. If she is to venture into the mountains to gather herbs, despite her determination, she is likely to harbor fears and uncertainties. If he were to present her with a powerful offensive spell at this juncture, it would be akin to providing timely aid. Should her emotions surge, it would undoubtedly trigger a critical breakthrough. Furthermore, Yi Chen himself is on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement, making it an opportune moment to commence his studies in offensive spells. The spells acquired after a tenfold feedback will undoubtedly be formidable. The Silver Moon Market is fraught with peril. Just days prior, he heard news of several cultivators meeting their demise within its confines. Although the patrol teams claim to have apprehended the culprits and displayed them at the market's entrance, the veracity of such claims remains questionable. Thus, it is indeed time for Yi Chen to prepare his spells. With this thought in mind, he ceased his preparations to retrieve the elixirs and turned to exit the shop. His silent departure prompted the smiles that had been concealed in the hearts of his companions to break forth onto their faces. To them, it seemed evident that Yi Chen was overwhelmed with sorrow and had lost his composure. Meanwhile, another serving girl found his predicament laughable yet felt a stir of ambition within herself. With Lin Kuo preparing to leave, Yi Chen's heartache presented an opportunity for her. If she could capture his affection, she might also reap the rewards of elixirs. This thought brought a smile to her lips. As Lin Kuo observed Yi Chen's retreating figure, she shook her head with a hint of exasperation. It was clear that Yi Chen harbored deep feelings for her and was unable to accept the situation. Nevertheless, Lin Kuo recognized Yi Chen's utility and planned to meet him later to offer some solace before her official departure. Meanwhile, the sorrowful Yi Chen made his way to Qingyun Workshop. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you require? Yi Chen had previously visited this establishment twice to sell elixirs, each time altering his appearance and adopting a deliberately hunched posture to appear less conspicuous. This was his first visit in his true form, and it seemed the staff did not recognize him. I am on the brink of breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement and wish to purchase a suitable defensive spell. Yi Chen stated his intent. Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes brightened. Qingyun Workshop offered a diverse array of services, including elixirs, talismans, magical tools, and spells. The attendant swiftly guided Yi Chen to the second floor. What type of spell are you seeking? Spells are categorized into various types. Offensive, defensive, speed, and control. Of this fireball technique is an offensive spell, priced at 30 low-grade spirit stones. Once a cultivator practices it, they can mold a fireball the size of a fist, which explodes upon impact with immense force. This ice spike technique allows one to conjure sharp ice spikes to attack foes. The spikes are incredibly sharp and swift, capable of easily piercing an enemy's skull, ensuring a lethal strike. Moreover, the ice spikes carry a chilling aura that, even if they do not strike a vital point, will slow the enemy's movements upon infliction. Listening to the attendant's elaboration, Yi Chen was taken aback by the exorbitant prices of spells. Indeed, a cultivator without wealth would find it exceedingly difficult to progress. After careful consideration, Yi Chen resolved that he needed an offensive spell. After all, offense is the best form of defense. Establishing a formidable offensive capability must precede any considerations of defense, otherwise, one merely becomes a target. Are there any superior offensive spells available? Yi Chen inquired, contemplating the highest value he could afford to offer. If he were to present a gift, it should be of considerable worth, ensuring a commensurate return. The attendant smiled at his inquiry, recognizing him as a promising client. However, at that moment, an elderly voice interjected, "Young friend seeking a powerful spell, I happen to possess one that would suit you well." Upon hearing this voice, the attendant turned with a resigned expression. Yi Chen, too, followed the sound, recognizing the elderly man as the one who had previously appraised his elixirs. It seemed he was the steward of Qingyun Workshop, yet, the implication of his words suggested he was not merely offering the shop's wares but rather proposing a private transaction. Yi Chen glanced at the attendant, who lowered his head, indicating he would not intervene. Pretending not to hear, this sparked a reflection in Yi Chen on the greed inherent in human nature. The act of betrayal is indeed a universal phenomenon across all realms. However, this was of no consequence to Yi Chen. He was indifferent as to whom he purchased from. In fact, he sought an opportunity to become acquainted with the elder. After all, the elder's daughter was a highly compatible match, and establishing a connection with him might lead to an introduction to her. This aligned perfectly with Yi Chen's intentions. May I inquire what spell you possess that would suit me, esteemed elder? Recognizing Yi Chen's interest, the elder smiled warmly and led him into a room on the second floor. He then produced several jade slips, laying them out in a line. With a genial expression, he began to elucidate. The first spell here is one I acquired in Qingyun City. It is called the Profound Fingersword Technique, capable of unleashing an attack akin to sword energy, remarkably sharp with exceptional. Most importantly, it carries an icy aura that, when it injures an adversary, will erode their physical form, inflicting negative effects and causing their spiritual energy to become sluggish. This spell is priced at 1 medium-grade spirit stone. And this second spell is Chapter 14. How flattering. The second spell is the Golden Body Technique, which is a top-tier defensive spell from the Buddhist sect. It boasts formidable defense and is activated at an astonishing speed. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel that this individual, once an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, truly possessed substantial knowledge. In small towns, the managers of Qingyun Workshop are typically those outer disciples who have little hope of breaking through, belonging to a group that has been eliminated in the competitive landscape. Yet, being backed by a major sect is infinitely superior to being a wandering cultivator. Among these four spells, Yi Chen found himself most intrigued by the first, the mysterious fingersword technique, as well as the subsequent golden body technique. The mysterious fingersword technique bore a resemblance to the Six Meridians divine sword from Yi Chen's past life, utilizing the fingers as a sword to unleash invisible sword energy. However, the elder's descriptions were quite exaggerated, claiming that the mysterious fingersword could pierce through anything, while the golden body technique seemed impenetrable. Yi Chen pondered whether the mysterious fingersword would prevail over the golden body technique in a confrontation. Nevertheless, such inquiries would be counterproductive. It was wiser for Yi Chen to refrain from provoking the situation further. After some contemplation, Yi Chen realized he was more inclined towards offensive spells. The mysterious fingersword technique was his primary choice, while the golden body technique could wait until he accumulated enough spirit stones. Esteemed elder, could the mysterious fingersword technique be offered at a more favorable price? Yi Chen inquired, gesturing towards the jade slip containing the technique. Since the transaction was conducted privately and not publicly priced, there was certainly room for negotiation, especially as he lacked sufficient spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the manager of Qingyun Workshop furrowed his brow. How much are you willing to offer? Following his mother's bargaining habits from his previous life, Yi Chen boldly proposed 50 low-grade spirit stones. The elder's lips twitched in annoyance, dismissively waving his hand. Leave. Go buy it elsewhere. The elder refused to sell outright. Yi Chen felt a wave of panic wash over him. Had he been too aggressive? Was the principle of having the price inapplicable in the realm of cultivation? Then, how about 60, no, 70 spirit stones? Yi Chen hastily increased his offer. However, the elder crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chen, seemingly too disinterested to even respond. He exuded an aura that clearly indicated Yi Chen should take his leave. Yi Chen, resigned, stated, 80 low-grade spirit stones, this is all I have. As he spoke, he pulled out all the spirit stones from his possession, indicating that this was truly his limit. The elder, however, raised his chin defiantly, 90 low-grade spirit stones, and you can take it. Yi Chen sensed the elder's unwavering stance. It seemed that this price was non-negotiable. He could only muster 80 low-grade spirit stones. In that case, it would be best to wait until his next visit. Lin Kuo likely wouldn't return from herb gathering so soon. There was still time. As Yi Chen began to pack his belongings to leave, the elder's stern expression softened slightly. He sensed that Yi Chen genuinely possessed only 80 spirit stones and was not engaging in any tricks. After a moment's hesitation, the elder relented. All right, it's tough for you young cultivators. 80 it is. Yi Chen immediately broke into a smile, promptly placing the spirit stones down. His ease of transaction made him appear far from the typical cultivator sacrificing all for a spell. Had he truly been misled by this young man's acting skills? What a loss. Yet, having agreed to the price, there was nothing more to be said. Once the spirit stones were confirmed, the elder handed the jade slip to Yi Chen. This is a one-time use. It shatters upon consumption. Yi Chen nodded, briefly touching the jade slip with his brow, but he confirmed that it indeed contained the mysterious fingersword technique, accompanied by a brief introduction. However, after perusing the description, he felt the elder had embellished considerably. The mysterious fingersword technique could indeed unleash invisible sword energy from the fingertips at an impressive speed, allowing for rapid successive strikes, yet, in terms of power, it was merely average. The purported ability to infiltrate an adversary's meridians could also be described as mediocre, some utility, but not substantial. This spell seemed best suited for targeting vital points or ambushes, otherwise, its effectiveness could only be considered passable. The elder had certainly exaggerated. Yi Chen refrained from activating the jade slip, returning it to his possession. The elder, in a good mood, recalled that he had once been duped into purchasing the mysterious fingersword technique for 70 low-grade spirit stones. Now, he had finally sold it, gaining a profit of 10 spirit stones, a lucrative deal indeed. The elder, sensing that Yi Chen might have more wealth, could not help but offer, would you like me to provide some guidance? Although I have not practiced it, I was once a disciple of the Qingyun sect and have seen much. If you have any questions during your cultivation, feel free to ask me. Naturally, this could lead to twice the results with half the effort, allowing you to grasp it more swiftly. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Perhaps the elder had experienced a moment of conscience after having exploited others. However, the next moment, Yi Chen realized he had thought too kindly of him. 10 low-grade spirit stones, and I can guide you for 3 days. Yi Chen's lips twitched in irritation as he promptly stood up. Farewell, esteemed elder. This elder was truly insatiable in his greed. As a manager of Qingyun Workshop, his offerings were already considerable, and he certainly engaged in numerous side activities like today's transaction. He must be quite affluent. In such circumstances, one would expect a modicum of celestial grace from a cultivator. Despite his internal complaints, the elder's avarice put Yi Chen in a good mood, as it seemed he might have a chance to interact with that 15-fold prodigy, Sun Ruoxin. Amidst wealth and nobility, do not forget Lin, my dear sister, your future is bright. When you rise from the mire, I hope you will not forget your sister. I wish for Lin Xianzi's cultivation to progress swiftly, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The mountains can be perilous. Lin Xianzi must exercise caution. At the Yiyadan shop, the sky had dimmed, signaling the end of business for the day. The staff, having completed their tasks, bid farewell to Lin Kuo. Regardless of their inner thoughts about her, she had managed to break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement at merely 20 years old, positioning her far ahead among the scattered cultivators. Thus, they were all willing to utter a few kind words, for one never knows when an opportunity might arise to benefit from her future success. Lin Kuo, in turn, smiled graciously in response, yet her mind was occupied with thoughts of Yi Chen. Where could he have gone? Before leaving, she had wanted to offer him some comfort to maintain their relationship. At that moment, Yi Chen was returning from the main street. Yi Daoyu, my resignation is merely for the sake of cultivation. While it is true that all gatherings must eventually disperse, I will remain at the Silver Moon Market. We shall meet again. I will not forget the kindness you have shown me, Yi Daoyu. Upon my first return from herb gathering, I shall use my first earnings to treat you to a meal at the Starry Sky Tower. Lin Kuo stepped forward, beaming as she spoke to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, thinking to himself that he would indeed treat her to a meal in return. Such was the typical demeanor of a green tea type. He took her words with a grain of salt. However, he was nonetheless eager about the potential rewards from this transaction. He had spent a significant 80 low-grade spirit stones on the mysterious fingersword technique, and he was highly anticipating the rewards it might yield. Thus, he spoke up, I am genuinely pleased to hear of Lin Xianzi's breakthrough. However, venturing into the mountains for herb gathering is fraught with peril. Therefore, I have specially procured a defensive spell for you as a gift. As Yi Chen's words fell, both Lin Kuo and the other onlookers in the shop were left utterly astonished. What kind of devoted admirer was Yi Chen? Truly, Chapter 15. The Silver Moon Market's first sycophant. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Yi Chen's immediate reaction to Lin Kuo's impending departure would not be sorrow or despair, but rather concern for her well-being. Driven by worry for Lin Kuo's safety while foraging for spiritual herbs in the mountains, he hastened to procure a spell for her. This was simply preposterous. It is well known that truly potent spells do not come cheap. Yi Chen's actions left everyone momentarily at a loss for words. All they could ponder was the depth of Yi Chen's affection for Lin Kuo. How could he be so obsequious? Lin Kuo was equally taken aback. Yi Chen's unexpected maneuver left her speechless. Typically quick-witted, she found herself at a loss for a suitable reply. Without waiting for her response, Yi Chen continued, this spell is one I meticulously selected from Qingyun Square, priced at a mid-grade spirit stone. Fairy Kuo, you must master it before venturing into the mountains. It will ensure your safety. As Yi Chen's words hung in the air, the onlookers, who had been silently critiquing, could no longer contain their astonishment. A mid-grade spirit stone, such a price for a spell was exceedingly steep. Considering their annual earnings of 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones, it would take them at least 2 to 3 years of relentless toil to afford such an incantation, yet Yi Chen simply gave it away? At that moment, the crowd felt a mix of envy and disdain. How could anyone be so subservient? If they possessed Yi Chen's wealth and background, they would undoubtedly invest resources in themselves. With strength, what woman would be unattainable? To act as a sycophant was utterly disgraceful. The crowd's sentiments were complex. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo gazed at the jade slip in Yi Chen's hand, her heart tumultuous. Having always perceived Yi Chen as a mere stepping stone, she was now overwhelmed with gratitude. Her departure had indeed felt like a betrayal, a selfish act of taking and leaving. Yet Yi Chen bore no resentment. Instead, he expressed genuine concern for her. This stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Lin Kuo: gratitude, guilt. Friend Yi, I do not deserve such treatment. Lin Kuo found herself genuinely reluctant to accept. In the face of Yi Chen's earnest affection, she felt unworthy of his admiration. Compared to Yi Chen's sincerity, she felt woefully inadequate, feigning a higher price merely to elicit an emotional response from Lin Kuo. Yi Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. Do not. Her hand was soft and cool to the touch, a sensation that was delightful. After placing the jade slip in her palm, he turned and left, feeling that he might soon lose composure if he lingered any longer. Looking at the jade slip in her hand, Lin Kuo bowed deeply. I shall never forget your kindness, friend Yi. I vow to repay you in the future. This time, Lin Kuo spoke with sincerity. She was profoundly moved. If you are well, it is a sunny day. What a heartfelt sentiment. Although she was resolute in her path and reluctant to embrace such emotions, she decided that once her cultivation reached a certain level, she would find Yi Chen some enchanting companions as compensation. The jade slip was a one-time use item, and to prevent others from coveting it, Lin Kuo pressed it to her forehead to activate it, mystic finger sword technique. Using fingers as swords, unleashing formless sword energy, swiftly as she read the description, Lin Kuo felt her excitement surge. This spell was far more powerful than the one she had previously accumulated, worthy of a mid-grade spirit stone indeed. With this technique, her combat prowess would undoubtedly increase dramatically, providing her with greater self-defense capability in the mountains. Yi Chen had truly rendered her a great service. With the dragon elephant hand and this mystic finger sword technique, she could even contend with foes of higher cultivation levels. Yi Chen, she silently whispered his name, leaving with a heart full of mixed emotions. Meanwhile, upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Chen was greeted by the system's prompt in his mind, gift successful. The gift is the mystic finger sword technique. Processing rewards, tenfold feedback, reward. Xian Huang Sword Finger. It has been detected that the gift given by the host is of significant importance to the recipient, exceeding their expectations and causing the ethereal image of the third-generation ancestor of the Xian Huang sect, who can provide guidance on the cultivation method for the Xian Huang Sword Finger. It has also been detected that the host does not possess storage equipment, so the physical reward will be temporarily stored in the system space, available for extraction at any time. Listening to the prompt, Yi Chen couldn't help but clench his fist in exhilaration. He had indeed triggered a critical hit. With his average talent and understanding, having a mentor to guide him would undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. This bounty exceeded all expectations, making his earlier insincere declarations worthwhile. Closing the door behind him, Yi Chen settled down in contemplation. As he was still at the third level of qi refinement, learning the technique wouldn't be immediately useful, thus, it was prudent to focus on breaking through first. He sensed that he was not far from reaching the fourth level of qi refinement. Outside, due to the evening's events, embellished by the staff's envy and jealousy, more cultivators in the Silver Moon Market became aware of the young sycophantic alchemist at Yi Danpu, who gifted pills to Lin Kuo, provided her with external skills purchased by his father, and even bestowed upon her a spell worth a mid-grade spirit stone. He was undeniably the market's foremost sycophant. This revelation incited disdain among many male cultivators, while female cultivators lamented their misfortune at not encountering such a devoted admirer. Chapter 16 Breakthrough, Mid-Stage Qi Refinement. Bang! After all, it housed an alchemical furnace. Moreover, this was not Earth, where every inch is precious. The outer room spanned a generous 400 square meters, offering ample room to breathe. Yi Chen gazed at the elixir bottles positioned 15 meters away, and with a gentle flick of his hand, the bottles shattered into dust in an instant. Even the wall behind them bore a small crater from the explosion. Observing this display of power, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. The current Yi Chen was somewhat different from his former self. The aura emanating from him was far more refined. It was evident that through relentless consumption of high-grade qi recovery pills, he had successfully broken through to the fourth level of qi refinement. Under the guidance of the spectral figure of the third-generation ancestor of the Xian Huang sect, he had also made initial progress in the Xian Huang Sword Finger technique. The power of the Xian Huang Sword Finger did not disappoint. Even in its nascent stage, it could unleash considerable force from a distance of 10 meters, with a maximum effective range of approximately 20 meters. Moreover, the firing speed exceeded his expectations, requiring minimal preparation time. Most importantly, it allowed for consecutive strikes. Yi Chen calculated that with his newfound power after breaking through to the fourth level of qi refinement, he could unleash nearly 20 consecutive attacks. He did not believe that a few mid-stage qi refinement cultivators would be able to withstand such a barrage. This realization eased the tension that had gripped his heart since his arrival in this world. As a citizen of Huaxia, Yi Chen shared a common psychological affliction among his compatriots, the fear of insufficient firepower. And now, with a formidable physical body and the Xian Huang Sword Finger as an offensive measure, his sense of security had significantly increased. However, after breaking through to the fourth level of qi refinement, Yi Chen had many matters to attend to, such as replacing his elixirs. The qi-gathering pills he consumed in the early stages of qi refinement had become less effective at this new level, making the use of cultivation pills preferable. Fortunately, these low-grade elixirs were widely available, and their formulas were no longer secrets. He merely needed to purchase the necessary materials to concoct them. The current predicament lay in the fact that Yi Chen had run out of spirit stones. He had exhausted all his spirit stones when he purchased the Xianji sword technique. Without spirit stones, he could not buy the materials. However, upon calculating the days, he realized it was nearly time to submit his tasks. Yi Chen promptly took the low-grade qi-gathering pills he had purchased at a bargain and headed to the shop. The shop assistants and receptionist wore complex expressions upon seeing Yi Chen. Yet, the newly appointed receptionist's eyes lit up upon his arrival, and she hurried over, saying, "Master Yi, are you here to advance your material request? Allow me to assist you." Casting a glance at her, Yi Chen noted that the new receptionist was quite presentable, with alluring eyes that could captivate anyone's heart. In his previous life, she would undoubtedly have been a star. Just a week after Lin Kuo resigned, a new hire with such looks had already taken her place. The employment environment in the cultivation world was indeed lackluster, confirming the adage that if you don't work, someone else will. However, Yi Chen's system offered no prompts, so he could not be bothered to pay her much mind. He shook his head and ascended to the second floor, stating, "I am looking for Manager Zhang." Yi Chen did not spare her a second glance, leaving the self-assured female receptionist feeling slighted. Having heard of Yi Chen's reputation, she had rushed to apply for the position at the alchemy shop, hoping to catch his attention. If she managed to secure him, she would not need to worry about the elixirs necessary for her cultivation, and perhaps even gain extra. This was certainly a more promising path than a mundane job, yet she could not fathom why he would so brazenly disregard her. The female cultivator felt her pride wounded, and as she watched Yi Chen's figure ascend the stairs, her alluring eyes darkened with discontent. Young Master Yi has actually broken through to mid-stage qi refinement? Congratulations! 500 low-grade qi gathering pills, no need to count. I trust you implicitly, young Master Yi. You completed the task a whole 5 days in advance. Your efforts are commendable. However, to be frank, low-grade qi gathering pills hold little value and contribute minimally. This will not bode well for securing a spot in the Qingyun sect. Are you capable of refining cultivation pills? Cultivation pills are essential for mid-stage qi refinement. They are worth twice that of qi gathering pills. If you can produce them, the contribution will be substantial. Would you be willing to give it a try? Manager Zhang's plump face was still beaming with a smile, showering Yi Chen with compliments. Yet, internally, he harbored disdain that he knew all too well where Yi Chen's elixirs came from. As for the breakthrough, the speed of cultivation during the qi refinement stage was inherently rapid. Being a scion of a family, even a minor one, meant that resources were provided, obviating the need for incessant toil. In such circumstances, breaking through to the fourth level of qi refinement at this juncture merely underscored Yi Chen's lack of talent. Facing a cultivator of Yi Chen's caliber, it was inconceivable that Manager Zhang would allow him to languish by continually refining qi gathering pills. There had to be some challenge involved. The price of cultivation pills was double that of qi gathering pills, and Zhang was certain Yi Chen would be unable to produce them, thereby necessitating a purchase. If Yi Chen had spirit stones, all the better. It would allow Zhang to pocket a profit. Though he was an outsider, he was still part of the Yi family. Earning spirit stones was far more beneficial than seeing Yi Chen, the sycophant, squander them on women. If Yi Chen were out of spirit stones and unable to deliver the pills, Zhang would have no choice but to report the truth, leading to the cancellation of Yi Chen's qualifications for competition. This would seamlessly fulfill the task assigned by the second son of the Yi family, a perfect win-win. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Yi Chen's expression displayed a hint of difficulty, yet, after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and nodded. For the sake of contributing more to the family, I shall refine the cultivation pills. Seeing the look on Yi Chen's face, Manager Zhang was immediately aware of his inadequacy, and a smile crept onto his features. In that case, young Master Yi, you may proceed to collect the materials. Of course, the workload will not be too heavy. It remains 500 over 3 months. Do not feel pressured. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude for the consideration shown. Once he exited Manager Zhang's office, a smile crept onto his lips. He had now secured the materials for refining cultivation pills. Given Yi Chen's current capabilities, concocting these pills would be a breeze. With several attempts, he could ensure that most would be of mid-grade quality, and high-grade would not be out of reach. Manager Zhang would undoubtedly provide the low-cost elixirs with great care. While Yi Chen could sell the mid-grade pills at a premium and purchase low-grade cultivation pills at a bargain, it was guaranteed profit. Upon receiving the materials, Yi Chen examined them closely and found that there were nearly no issues with the provisions. This lifted his spirits even further. He promptly returned to his chamber, preparing to ignite the furnace for refining cultivation pills. Lin Kuo was likely still focused on practicing the Xianji sword technique and had yet to enter the mountains. This presented a perfect opportunity for Yi Chen to gift her some cultivation pills. With a tenfold return, gifting once was akin to refining 10 batches of elixirs, an opportunity not to be missed. Of course, even if Lin Kuo had already ventured into the mountains, Yi Chen would still seize the chance for a doubled reward. At worst, he could seek out a lower-tier female cultivator to present the pills. While it might be less than ideal, having something was certainly better than having nothing. Chapter 17, Lin Kuo regrets. Thud 7 mid-grade Peiyuan pills, but no top-grade ones. Yet, it is only my first attempt at alchemy, and a few steps were not executed perfectly. If I refine. As dusk fell, the second batch of pills was finally completed, yielding 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills, which elicited a satisfied nod from Yi Chen. He gathered the 10 mid-grade Peiyuan pills into a vial and promptly exited the courtyard, making his way towards Lin Kuo's residence. Lin Kuo's abode lay on the outskirts of the Silver Moon Market, a relatively less secure area. However, having recently broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, Yi Chen possessed not only a physique far superior to others of his level but also the formidable attack spell, the Xian Huang Sword Gesture. Although this might not be particularly noteworthy within the entire realm of cultivation, it sufficed that he was stronger than those around him. Thus, Yi Chen felt less inclined to exercise the caution he had previously displayed. As he traversed the alley, Yi Chen brushed shoulders with various cultivators. He even encountered several heavily made-up women, seemingly past their prime, standing by the roadside, beckoning him to join them inside. Occasionally, older gentlemen could be seen following these women into their abodes. Yi Chen couldn't help but reflect on how grounded the cultivation world truly was. The Silver Moon Market was not overly large. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, Yi Chen arrived at the address Lin Kuo had left him. It was a rather dilapidated small courtyard, featuring 2 modest houses facing each other. Each dwelling appeared to be no larger than 30 square meters. Such a courtyard required a low-grade spirit stone for rent each month, which seemed rather outrageous. However, after spending considerable time in this world, Yi Chen understood that while land was inexpensive, security and order came at a premium. The Silver Moon Market had its own regulations and patrols, making it less likely for bandits to brazenly wreak havoc, thus providing a basic level of safety. Therefore, the single low-grade spirit stone essentially served as a protection fee. Casting a fleeting glance, Yi Chen refrained from dwelling on it too much. After delivering the pills, he planned to return to his cultivation. Standing outside the courtyard, he called out, "Fairy Lin, I have come to visit." Before long, a door from one of the rooms swung open. The coolly elegant Lin Kuo, surprised to see Yi Chen, hurriedly approached the entrance and opened the door. "Yi Daoyu, what brings you here?" "Please, come in," she urged, inviting Yi Chen into the courtyard. Although the courtyard was not spacious, it had a stone table and benches where they could sit comfortably. Yi Chen smiled and began, "There is no particular reason. I was somewhat concerned for Fairy Lin and wished to know if you had entered the mountains." He refrained from mentioning the previous gift, which was precisely what Lin Kuo appreciated most about him. He never brought up gifts incessantly, thereby sparing her any psychological burden. "Thank you for your concern, Yi Daoyu. I am currently still studying the Shinji sword technique you gifted me. I have just begun, but I plan to practice for another month to gain more confidence. Speaking of which, I must once again express my gratitude to you. The Shinji sword technique is exquisite, far surpassing my previous preparations. With this spell, I am certain I will achieve greater results in the mountains." Lin Kuo spoke from the heart. Over the years, she had saved spirit stones to prepare her spells after breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, the spell she had prepared paled in comparison to the Shinji sword technique that Yi Chen had provided. Yi Chen smiled upon hearing her words, glancing at the darkening sky. Knowing that she would be around for the next month, he decided against further pleasantries and intended to deliver the pills and take his leave. However, just as Yi Chen was about to retrieve the pills from his pocket, the door to another room creaked open, accompanied by the tinkling sound of a bell. Curiosity piqued, Yi Chen glanced up and beheld a stunningly voluptuous female cultivator emerging from the room. Simultaneously, the system that had remained silent during Yi Chen's earlier walk past the streetside women suddenly chimed with a notification, matching gift recipient detected. Lu Jing, tenfold gift return. Yi Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It turned out another person resided in Lin Kuo's courtyard. More importantly, she, like Lin Kuo, also offered a tenfold gift return. What a delightful surprise. Initially, Yi Chen's gaze had merely skimmed over her, but now he found himself observing her intently. The female cultivator named Lu Jing was indeed strikingly beautiful, with long, flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders. Clad in a cerulean dress that accentuated her fair complexion, she was particularly captivating due to her remarkable figure, far more exaggerated than the digitally enhanced beauties of Yi Chen's past life. Paired with her mature visage, her allure was undeniable. No wonder she also offered a tenfold return. Lu Jing, initially frowning at the sight of Lin Kuo inviting a man into the courtyard, soon seemed to recall something. With a light laugh, her mature voice carried a hint of huskiness, exuding an inexplicable charm. "Kuo, who is this Daoyu? Why not introduce us?" With grace, she approached the round table. As she moved, her long legs swayed, and the cerulean fabric of her skirt rippled like waves, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Even Yi Chen found it difficult to avert his gaze. Lin Kuo's brow furrowed slightly, but she still smiled as she stood up to introduce them. "This is Daoyu Lu Jing. We share this courtyard and split the rent, and this is Yi Chen Daoyu, my friend." Lin Kuo omitted mentioning Yi Chen's identity as an alchemist or his connection to the Yi family. However, upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes brightened, and she immediately smiled warmly at Yi Chen. "Pleasure to meet you, Yi Daoyu." Her nod was indeed quite captivating. Yi Chen returned the gesture with a smile. "Pleasure to meet you, Lu Daoyu." The unexpected presence of Lu Jing proved to be a delightful surprise for Yi Chen. He had previously fretted over how he would deliver gifts to Lin Kuo should she venture into the mountains. The 15-fold return from Sun Ruoxin was currently out of reach, and opting for a lower multiplier would be too disappointing.
However, Lu Jing, standing before him, seemed to be the perfect substitute for Lin Kuo. She appeared to be an independent cultivator as well, and sharing a rental space indicated her economic constraints, making her an ideal candidate for receiving gifts.
In summary, his visit to Lin Kuo's residence had indeed turned out to be fortuitous. I can smell the fragrance of herbs emanating from you, Yi Daoyu. Could it be that you are an alchemist?
Among the 6 techniques of cultivation, alchemy holds the highest esteem, and I have the utmost admiration for alchemists. Lu Jing feigned a keen interest in Yi Chen as she leaned closer to him, her alluring scent wafting through the air. The combination of her physique, voice, and admiration for alchemy would likely leave any ordinary alchemist utterly enthralled, yet, Yi Chen merely smiled and waved his hand, downplaying his abilities by stating he was just a novice. Nevertheless, this did little to quell Lu Jing's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo, with her exquisite and captivating features, observed the scene with a somewhat displeased expression. Regret washed over her. Earlier, she had refrained from bringing Yi Chen into the room to avoid any potential misunderstandings, fearing that it might lead to unwarranted assumptions on his part. However, had she known that Lu Jing would emerge and encounter Yi Chen, she would have thought nothing of it and certainly would have invited him inside. Chapter 18 Why don't I have such a simp? Daoist Yi has yet to disclose the purpose of today's visit, hasn't he? If it involves matters that are unsuitable for outsiders to overhear, would it not be prudent to discuss them in a private room? Lin Kuo could no longer bear to watch. She resolved to intervene. Although she harbored no fondness for Yi Chen, witnessing Lu Jing's overt enthusiasm towards him made her uncomfortable. Their relationship could hardly be termed as close. They were merely acquaintances who had fortuitously met while renting a place, both in need of money, and thus decided to cooperate. Lin Kuo certainly did not fear that Lu Jing might steal Yi Chen away. She was indifferent to that notion. Her concern lay in the possibility of Lu Jing deceiving him. After all, Lu Jing was a woman with suitors. Yi Chen, being so naive, could easily be used as a pawn by Lu Jing. Hence, Lin Kuo directly interrupted their conversation, intending to lead Yi Chen into the room. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's mature face broke into a wider smile. Yet, she refrained from speaking, simply gazing at Yi Chen with a lingering smile. As for Yi Chen, he held no great expectations regarding the opportunity to enter Lin Kuo's private quarters. He noted Lin Kuo's sudden interruption and her somewhat displeased expression. In his previous life, Yi Chen had encountered numerous women and was well acquainted with the psychology of someone like Lin Kuo. Even if she looked down upon simps, the mere thought of someone else vying for their attention would irk her. After all, while they might disdain simps, in their eyes, they were still possessions of theirs. As for Yi Chen's regard for Lin Kuo's thoughts, he perceived no distinction between her and Lu Jing. In fact, Lu Jing was slightly older. Regardless, the dynamics were the same. Whether he chose to invest in one or the other was inconsequential. Glancing at the dimming sky, Yi Chen was reluctant to return too late. With a promising future ahead, he could not afford to suffer losses in a narrow alley. Therefore, he spoke up. There is nothing of great importance that necessitates a private discussion. Lin Xianzi, your breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement coincides perfectly with my ability to concoct Peiyuan pills. In the past few days, I have refined exactly 10 middle-grade pills, which I present to you now to aid in your cultivation. Given the dangers of the mountains, every bit of strength you gain brings me greater peace of mind. With that, Yi Chen produced the prepared pills and offered them to Lin Kuo. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo's expression brightened. Peiyuan pills, and middle-grade ones at that. Ever since her breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement, the efficacy of gathering qi pills had diminished. However, Peiyuan pills were worth twice as much as gathering qi pills. Even a low-grade Peiyuan pill could only be exchanged for 10 gathering pills with a spirit stone. With her monthly training, she required 3 low-grade spirit stones. Compared to her previous expenditures, this was a significant increase. Coupled with her need for external cultivation, consuming spirit rice, her resources dwindled rapidly, filling her with a growing sense of urgency to venture into the mountains for spirit stones. The Peiyuan pills sent by Yi Chen, especially the middle-grade ones, were undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Lin Kuo had long grown accustomed to receiving pills from Yi Chen, so she graciously accepted them with heartfelt thanks. Observing Lin Kuo accept the gift, Yi Chen, hearing the system's prompt, smiled. In that case, I shall take my leave. There is no need for you to see me off, Xianzi. He nodded at Lu Jing, who wore an expression that seemed to say, I knew it, before departing the courtyard. As night fell, the alleyway became increasingly populated with female cultivators, prompting Yi Chen to ponder the grim employment landscape within the cultivation realm. Daoist Lu, I shall take my leave now. As Yi Chen exited, Lin Kuo waved her hand and returned to her room. Typically, the two were polite with one another. However, witnessing Lu Jing's enthusiastic demeanor towards her simp today was more than Lin Kuo could tolerate. She contemplated moving out as soon as she had amassed some spirit stones from her return to the mountains, determined to no longer share living quarters with Lu Jing. Meanwhile, Lu Jing gazed at the bottle of pills in Lin Kuo's hand, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. That Yi Chen was indeed the rumored simp alchemist. Yi Chen had become quite renowned throughout the Silver Moon market, known for his generous gifts of external cultivation techniques, spells, and countless pills to women. Previously, Lu Jing had found it somewhat exaggerated, believing it impossible for a male cultivator to be so foolish. Many male cultivators expressed interest in Lu Jing, but few were willing to offer more than mere words of care, let alone substantial gifts. Some were quick to seek immediate reciprocation for even the slightest kindness, as if they could purchase her with a handful of spirit stones. Yet Yi Chen, he was willing to gift middle-grade Peiyuan pills. It was worth noting that a low-grade spirit stone could only procure 7 middle-grade Peiyuan pills. 10 middle-grade ones were nearly equivalent to 1.5 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, Yi Chen handed over the gifts and promptly departed, showing no signs of seeking a return on his generosity.
This only reinforced Lu Jing's belief in the earlier rumors while giving rise to feelings of jealousy within her. Why did Lin Kuo, whose physique paled in comparison to her own and was merely slightly more graceful, deserve such a devoted simp? What right did she have to possess such a treasure? Reflecting on Yi Chen's astonished expression upon first seeing her figure, Lu Jing felt a flicker of hope. If Yi Chen were to shift his affections, bestowing upon her the gifts meant for Lin Kuo, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous turn of events. With resources at her disposal, life would become much easier. As for whether seizing Yi Chen would invoke guilt, not a chance. In the cultivation realm, even sisters would compete fiercely for resources. What more could be said for a mere roommate like Lin Kuo? To not compete would be sheer folly. Yi Chen remained oblivious to the thoughts of the two women, and even if he were aware, it would not concern him. After all, it made no difference to him whom he gifted items. It was all the same in the end, yielding tenfold returns. After safely returning to the alchemy shop, Yi Chen glanced at the system interface. Gift successful. The gift consists of 10 middle-grade Peiyuan pills. Processing feedback, tenfold feedback, reward of 100 middle-grade Peiyuan pills. As he beheld the feedback, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. A remarkable profit. 100 middle-grade Peiyuan pills were worth approximately 15 low-grade spirit stones over the course of a month. That would amount to at least 60 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, with Yi Chen producing 2 batches of pills daily, he could generate 400 to 500 Peiyuan pills each month. In total, he could potentially earn a low-grade spirit stone within a month. The herbs were supplied by the pharmacy, and the manager would likely sell in low-priced pills to fulfill his tasks. All in all, it was nearly pure profit. Once he had accumulated spirit stones, he could continue to purchase extravagant gifts. For instance, Yi Chen considered that he still required a defensive technique, as his offensive spells were rather monotonous. Once he had the means, it would be best to acquire several. He also aspired to obtain magical artifacts to significantly enhance his offensive capabilities, along with protective garments for improved defense. Moreover, he desired a storage pouch. Managing an increasing number of pills was becoming cumbersome when carried on his person or stored in his room. A storage pouch would undoubtedly be more convenient. Ultimately, after calculating, Yi Chen felt the weight of his cultivation journey ahead. The need for resources was indeed overwhelming. Despite possessing alchemy skills and a system, his life remained constrained. The challenges faced by ordinary cultivators were truly formidable. Chapter 19: The Shift of Offensive and Defensive Momentum. For the next month, Yi Chen devoted himself to serene cultivation and alchemy, diligently accumulating spirit stones. Having become adept at refining the Peiyuan pill, he consistently produced 2 to 3 high-quality Peiyuan pills with each furnace he opened. However, he kept them all for his own consumption, which could have otherwise yielded greater profits. The efficacy of the high-quality Peiyuan pills was exceptional, and coupled with the increasingly potent enhancement from the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Yi Chen felt his progress vividly with each passing day. Perhaps within 6 months, he would break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Indeed, cultivation could be augmented through the accumulation of resources, provided one possessed them. For instance, with Yi Chen consuming high-quality Peiyuan pills daily, his monthly expenditure amounted to 6 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to the Peiyuan pills, he also required high-quality elephant blood pills for body refining, which were even more expensive, being a proprietary medicine of the Dragon Elephant sect, designed for monopoly. 1 low-grade elephant blood pill could be exchanged for 5 pills, whereas the high-quality variant demanded a 1-to-1 ratio. Thus, for 30 pills a month, he would need 30 low-grade spirit stones. Beyond that, Yi Chen, disinterested in cooking, resorted to using nourishing pills, consuming 1 each day to supplement his nutrition. In total, his monthly expenses solely for medicinal pills approached 40 low-grade spirit stones. This figure did not even account for the spirit stones required for other spells and cultivation techniques. Such treatment far surpassed what he had experienced in his family, at least tenfold. A brief mental calculation led Yi Chen to reflect deeply. Indeed, in any world, financial means afforded a better quality of life. Throughout this month, Yi Chen visited Lin Kuo weekly, delivering medicinal pills. Ever since she had first felt a sense of threat, Lin Kuo would usher Yi Chen into her room upon his arrival, seemingly wishing to evade Lu Jing. Yet, each time Yi Chen finished delivering the pills and prepared to leave, Lu Jing would coincidentally appear, clad in different attire, unabashedly showcasing her alluring figure and greeting Yi Chen with excessive enthusiasm. Although Lin Kuo's expression soured at such encounters, Yi Chen feigned ignorance, engaging in pleasant conversation with Lu Jing, seeking to know more about her. This infuriated Lin Kuo, who could no longer maintain her composure, seething quietly behind Yi Chen. Of course, Yi Chen was not oblivious to Lin Kuo's emotions. However, even if he noticed, what of it? He was not some hopeless admirer. His gift-giving was merely to fulfill the system's tasks. While he had to concede that his actions might appear sycophantic to outsiders, he believed he had the right to choose whom to flatter. Lu Jing, eager to gain advantages from him, was ever so warm and even hinted at revealing some benefits. Though the view was limited, lacking any vital exposure, her attitude was undeniable. In contrast, Lin Kuo presented herself with an air of detachment, embodying a demeanor of indifference. The disparity was glaringly evident. Nonetheless, Yi Chen had no intention of immediately shifting his affections towards Lu Jing or bestowing gifts upon her. He preferred to remain discreet, waiting for Lin Kuo to venture into the mountains before gradually shifting his focus to Lu Jing, who would likely strive earnestly to win over a man like him, who was willing to spend on women. After all, if there was only one tenfold, Yi Chen would certainly take the initiative to present gifts. However, if 2 cultivators of equivalent merit sought to gain from him, the dynamics would shift from a buyer's market to a seller's market, especially since his system could only trigger once a week. Lin Kuo found herself powerless in this situation. Although she received gifts from Yi Chen weekly, establishing a pattern, it would be too undignified for her to approach a medicinal shop and demand he cease his visits to her home.
Thus, she resolved that once her journey into the mountains concluded, and she had ample funds, she would promptly relocate, no longer sharing her living space with the insufferable Lu Jing. The sense of crisis provoked by Lu Jing filled Lin Ke with dread, fearing that Yi Chen, whom she perceived as overly devoted, might be snatched away. Concurrently, she recognized the dangers of venturing into the mountains and sought to prepare herself as thoroughly as possible. Coupled with the medicinal pills provided by Yi Chen for her cultivation, Lin Ke delayed her expedition by an entire month, surpassing her initial expectations. The herbal gathering team Lin Ke chose was meticulously selected, led by a late-stage qi refinement female cultivator known for her fairness and excellent reputation. Lin Ke had fought hard to secure her spot. However, the team could not indefinitely wait for her. If she delayed her departure any further, they would replace her. While Lin Ke had Yi Chen's medicinal pills for her daily cultivation, the costs of pursuing immortality were still exorbitant. Without a source of income and no job, her savings and spirit stones dwindled year by year. If she continued to procrastinate, she might not even be able to afford her rent. Faced with these circumstances, Lin Ke had no choice but to agree to the team leader's plan to depart early the next morning. However, on the eve of their departure, Lin Ke took the initiative to visit the medicinal shop in search of Yi Chen. Master Yi, the female cultivator named Lin Ke has come to pay a visit. Inside the room, Yi Chen had just completed a batch of elephant blood pills. Looking at the 10 high-quality pills before him, he felt quite pleased. Upon hearing the report from the mortal maid outside, he was momentarily taken aback. Calculating the time, it had only been 6 days, hardly a week. After pondering for a moment, he instructed the maid to invite Lin Ke in. Due to her departure from her previous position, Lin Ke could no longer enter the back courtyard directly. Thus, Yi Chen stepped out of his room, ensuring the door was closed behind him while he awaited her in the courtyard. The lingering fragrance of the recently refined pills filled the air. Why Yi Chen preferred to keep his ability to refine elephant blood pills a secret. Before long, Lin Ke arrived, her attire markedly different from her usual garb. Clad in black-fitted clothing, she exuded a strikingly different aura compared to her customary long skirts. Her hair was pulled up high, and her once cool visage now bore a hint of spiritedness. Fairy Lin, what brings you here today? Yi Chen greeted her with a smile. The maid also served spirit tea at the stone table. As the shop's alchemist, such treatment was to be expected. Lin Ke gazed earnestly at Yi Chen and spoke, Taoist Yi, I shall embark on my first herbal gathering expedition into the mountains early tomorrow. This journey will be relatively lengthy, likely taking about a month. Taoist Yi, you are my only true friend in Silver Moon Market, genuinely concerned for my well-being. Thus, I felt it necessary to inform you of my departure. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly understood. She had come to notify him of her imminent journey. If this had been earlier, he might have felt a pang of reluctance since she was the only one who offered a tenfold return. Lin Ke's departure would mean a decrease in his earnings from spirit stones. However, with Lu Jing, another cultivator of similar caliber, the significance of Lin Ke's departure had diminished. Consequently, Yi Chen replied with a gentle smile, Then I wish Fairy Lin an abundance of success on this journey into the mountains. Yi Chen's response, markedly different from what Lin Ke had anticipated, caused her to pause in surprise. How could Yi Chen not exhibit even a trace of reluctance upon learning of her departure? There was no sign of concern either. It was all rather peculiar. Chapter 20 of the Feudal Leaf Chen. With a tone of remarkable calmness, Leaf Chen left Lin Ke momentarily taken aback. However, she soon discerned his intentions. Leaf Chen's demeanor was merely a means to alleviate pressure on herself. Over this period, he had substantiated his desire to contribute silently, seeking no recompense in return. Although he had the backing of his father, who could provide resources, the Yi family was merely a minor clan, and the resources Leaf Chen amassed could not be abundant. After bestowing upon her external skills and techniques, his weekly provision of medicinal pills was already the limit of his capabilities. Leaf Chen was undoubtedly aware of his inadequacies in offering her further assistance, which is why he refrained from intervening in her pursuits, choosing instead to support her from the shadows.
Upon comprehending Leaf Chen's sentiments, Lin Ke felt increasingly moved. Alas, Leaf Chen's prospects were dismally limited, his talents were woefully lacking, and his background merely that of a minor cultivation family.
Even his singularly commendable alchemical skills were only marginally superior to those of a rogue cultivator. Lin Ke knew well that the medium-grade pills Leaf Chen gifted her, despite his claims of having crafted them himself, were utterly implausible. No one understood Leaf Chen's alchemical proficiency better than she did. The previous qi-gathering pills were the lowest quality, and there was no way his skills could have improved so dramatically. Had it not been for his heartfelt gestures, Lin Ke might have been inclined to consider him more seriously. Regrettably, Leaf Chen's future appeared bleak indeed. Lin Ke glanced upwards at the sky. It was getting late, and she intended to set off into the mountains early the next morning. She decided to retire for the night, feeling a tinge of nervousness about her inaugural venture into the perilous. Thus, with a smile, she remarked, I shall depart at dawn and will be sure to seek you out upon my return, treating you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for your care during this time. Therefore, for the duration of my absence, there is no need for you to visit my residence.
Upon hearing this, Leaf Chen finally grasped Lin Ke's implication.
No wonder she had approached him so earnestly. It was a cautionary note to refrain from visiting her abode while she was away, to avoid an encounter with Lu Jing. Such is the nature of women. Even when dismissing an unworthy admirer, they are reluctant to let others claim what they consider their own. How quintessential. Evidently concerned that Leaf Chen might misconstrue her intentions and tarnish her image in his eyes, Lin Ke added. Lin Ke was indeed astute, phrasing her warning as a means to prevent him from encountering difficulties while simultaneously casting aspersions on Lu Jing's admirers was a clever move. He had witnessed such behavior among women in his past life. During his travels, he once encountered a pair of close friends who, while appearing inseparable, would casually disclose each other's less than flattering histories when conversing with him. It was a source of amusement for Leaf Chen. The camaraderie among women often veiled a competitive undercurrent. Now, Lin Kor, who had maintained a facade of tranquility, seemed to be engaging in the same game. It was evident that Lu Jing's presence had indeed placed her under strain. Leaf Chen chose not to elaborate further, merely smiling and nodding in appreciation for her thoughtful warning. However, whether he would adhere to her advice was another matter entirely. Gift-giving, after all, offered him a tenfold reward. Would Lin Kor then compensate him for his abstention? After a brief exchange, Lin Kor noted Leaf Chen's lack of response and felt a pang of disappointment. Over the past 2 months, he had consistently provided her with medicinal pills, yet it had nearly been a week since his last gift. She pondered whether he might have prepared something special for her, perhaps healing or detoxification pills. Though she had procured some herself, such items were always welcome. Yet, the Leaf Chen who had rushed out to purchase spells upon hearing of her impending departure into the mountains seemed uncharacteristically unresponsive this time. However, Lin Kor quickly deduced the truth. Leaf Chen's spirit stones were likely exhausted. After all, his family could not afford to provide him with ample support. For over 4 months, he had continuously supplied her with pills, most of which were medium-grade and expensive. Moreover, the mysterious sword technique he had acquired had cost him a whole medium-grade spirit stone. A typical early-stage Qi cultivator could scarcely bear such financial burdens. It was likely that Leaf Chen himself was relegated to consuming low-grade pills for his cultivation. Under such circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for him to be unable to prepare anything further for her. With this realization, Lin Kor felt a mix of disappointment and understanding as she bid farewell to Leaf Chen, her thoughts lingering on the inevitability that as her cultivation level rose, the assistance Leaf Chen could provide would diminish correspondingly. It became evident that she and Leaf Chen existed in disparate realms. After Lin Kor departed, Leaf Chen reflected on her slightly aloof demeanor and couldn't help but smile. In both of his lives, he had come to understand the psyche of such women. It was simply that, having not actively offered her anything today, she had misread his intentions. She likely assumed that, as an admirer, he would be compelled to offer gifts, and his silence must imply a lack of resources. When she believed him to be devoid of spirit stones, her demeanor had cooled considerably, although not overtly. Leaf Chen found no surprise in this, as such was the fate of those who relied on flattery for affection. Love cultivated through adulation would invariably evaporate in the absence of resources. If she were to return from the mountains and witness his continued plight, it was plausible she would distance herself further. Yet, Leaf Chen remained unconcerned by such matters. Today, he had no intention of presenting any gifts, not due to a lack of spirit stones. On the contrary, he had amassed 90 low-grade spirit stones over this period. However, the system's feedback mechanism dictated that he could only reap rewards after tomorrow's cooldown period. Without the prospect of a tenfold return, why should he offer gifts? Was he to be treated as an ATM? Leaf Chen was no genuine sycophant. Thus, he resolved not only to visit Lin Kor's residence but to do so at the crack of dawn, feigning ignorance of her absence and seeking an audience with Lu Jing. He intended to present her with medicinal pills, not merely those, but also new spells, as his alchemical prowess had improved significantly, allowing him to generate wealth at an accelerated pace. He even coveted a storage pouch, an item he had long coveted. Such spatial equipment was unheard of in his previous technologically advanced life. It was said that typical storage pouches could contain half a cubic meter. With the tenfold return, that would amount to 5 cubic meters. The possibilities of what could be contained within were tantalizing. During Lin Kor's month-long excursion into the mountains, Leaf Chen planned to bestow all these items upon Lu Jing. In truth, he resolved to continue gifting her in the future, not out of favoritism towards Lu Jing, but out of curiosity. He wondered how Lin Kor would react upon her return to discover the multitude of gifts he had lavished upon Lu Jing. Would she feel betrayed, sever ties, and refuse to associate with him further, or would she shed her aloof demeanor and, in turn, seek to curry favor with him for resources? Leaf Chen awaited the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 21, The Impatient Path of Lu Jing. In the early morning, Lin Kor completed her morning rituals, carefully placing the prepared elixirs within her bosom. Additionally, she carried a change of clothes on her back and held a long sword in her hand, not a magical weapon, but a finely crafted iron sword infused with fragments of materials used in the creation of magical artifacts, rendering it quite sharp. Although it lacked the ability to channel spiritual energy or cast spells like a true magical weapon, its affordability was its merit. Once she had organized her belongings, Lin Kor stepped out of her room, her gaze fixed on the distant shadows of the mountains. The faint echoes of beastly roars reverberated in her ears, emanating from the mountain range. Most cultivators were reluctant to venture into the mountains. After all, the potential rewards were immense, but so were the risks, and not everyone possessed the courage to face such dangers. However, Lin Kor had grown weary of her current plight. She yearned for strength. If she could break through to the later stages of Qi refinement, her gains would far exceed what she currently earned. With more resources at her disposal, she could ascend to even higher realms, possibly transcending foundation establishment and beyond. Thus, Lin Kor resolved to strive for her ambitions. As she exited the courtyard, Lu Jing coincidentally emerged as well, a smile gracing her lips upon seeing Lin Kor.
In contrast, Lin Kor noticed Lu Jing's expression lacked warmth. Pretending not to see, she walked straight out of the gate. Observing Lin Kor's demeanor, Lu Jing did not take offense, rather, a smirk appeared on her face.
Lin Kor was departing, and her opportunity had arrived. Upon stepping outside, Lin Kor failed to catch a glimpse of Yi Chen, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Deep down, she had harbored hopes that Yi Chen might come to see her off in the morning. Yet, it was clear that he had not. It seemed that Yi Chen truly had nothing to offer. Contemplating this, Lin Kor felt that her effort to remind Yi Chen yesterday had been a waste of time. Losing someone as unhelpful as Yi Chen did not matter to her. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Jing was primarily interested in Yi Chen's resources. With Yi Chen's resources depleted, Lu Jing would likely no longer waste her thoughts on him. Turning back, Lin Kuo surveyed the dilapidated courtyard, vowing to herself that relying on others was inferior to relying on oneself. Henceforth, she would never reside in such a rundown place again, nor linger in Silver Moon Market. She was determined to relocate to Qingyun City. Regardless of whether it was Yi Chen or Lu Jing, they were destined to inhabit entirely different worlds from her in the future. With this thought in mind, Lin Kuo brimmed with confidence, clutching her aspirations for the future. She resolutely set forth toward the agreed-upon destination. In the morning, Yi Chen lazily stirred awake. After being attended to by a maid for his morning routine, he recalled that Lin Kuo must have set off early that day. However, Yi Chen did not mind. If she was departing, then so be it. He commenced his daily regimen, engaging in morning cultivation followed by external training, which consumed the entire morning. After a brief midday rest, he resumed his study of spells. Once completed, he would refine elixirs, typically producing 2 batches each day. Most of his time was devoted to concocting nourishing essence pills, and when his stock of blood elephant pills dwindled, he would also produce those. After all his tasks concluded, he would take time to relax. Yi Chen understood the importance of balancing work and leisure. Although the realm of cultivation lacked the internet, cultural and entertainment options were plentiful. Many mortals thrived under the protection of cultivators. To enjoy music, one need only summon a mortal songstress, and for performances, one could pay to watch. For those seeking thrills, there were numerous options beyond the street entertainers. Even mortal celestial chickens were available, all backed by dedicated organizations of cultivators. Silver Moon Market even boasted an array of novels, all steeped in fantasy, detailing the adventures of ordinary individuals who stumbled upon extraordinary fortunes and ascended to greatness. The plots were exceptionally captivating, featuring celestial maidens and witches, and with no censorship, some even included illustrations. It was truly an eye-opening experience for Yi Chen. Yet, after concluding his alchemical endeavors in the afternoon, Yi Chen did not rest but instead decided to venture out. With Lin Kuo gone, it was time to visit Lu Jing and present her with a gift. Offering 10 mid-grade nourishing essence pills would equate to 5 days' worth of alchemical profits, a substantial gain. Once he exchanged this batch of pills for spirit stones, he could procure something of greater value as a gift. However, just as Yi Chen prepared to leave, a maid approached to convey a message. Master Yi, a female cultivator has come to visit, claiming to be Lu Jing. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yi Chen's face. So, Lu Jing was quite decisive, was she? Lin Kuo had just departed in the morning, and by afternoon, Lu Jing had already come to make her move. She was undoubtedly a talent. Please allow her to enter. Yi Chen gestured, awaiting her arrival in the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a female cultivator, led by the maid, entered the courtyard. It was none other than Lu Jing, adorned in a flowing azure gown. The gown, though not form-fitting, was accentuated by Lu Jing's figure, emphasizing her slender waist. While Lu Jing's waist was not particularly thin compared to Lin Kuo, the exaggerated curves of her figure made her waist appear daintily graspable. With her hair elegantly pinned up, her mature and exquisite features were striking, clearly a result of careful preparation, drawing the eye. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at Lu Jing's natural allure. In his past life, even the most modestly flattering photographs would have left countless men sleepless. Lu Daoyu, to what do I owe the pleasure? Please, take a seat. Yi Chen feigned ignorance, inquiring. Lu Jing's almond-shaped eyes twinkled, as if sparking with electricity, and she feigned a pout. Has Yi Daoyu grown weary of my company? Shall I take my leave? Yi Chen chuckled heartily. How could that be? I was just about to visit you to seek out Kuo, and here you are instead, Lu Jing Daoyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing smiled, gracefully gathering the hem of her gown as she elegantly bent to sit down. Although the day was still young, Yi Chen felt as though he were gazing upon a full moon. I am here for a specific reason, she began. Kuo ventured into the mountains early this morning, and I feared you might make a fruitless trip, so I stopped by to inform you. Did Kuo not notify you? Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen's expression dimmed slightly. She has entered the mountains, I only just learned of this. Noticing Yi Chen's expression, Lu Jing felt a surge of delight, but quickly added, oh, do not overthink it, Yi Daoyu. Kuo likely refrained from telling you to spare you worry. She certainly cares for you. Oh, Kuo also mentioned that the captain of the team she joined has a younger brother with remarkable potential, only 19 years old and already at the 5th level of Qi refinement. She said he exudes a sense of safety. She also mentioned that he was quite warm toward her. So, her silence was perhaps to avoid any misunderstandings on your part, but do keep this between us. I wouldn't want Lin Kuo to know I shared this with you. She is still quite young, and it would be unwise to provoke her. As Yi Chen listened to Lu Jing's performance, he couldn't help but chuckle. This mature woman was just as adept at weaving tales as Lin Kuo. The maid had yet to serve the tea, yet the aroma had already filled the courtyard. Was there anyone as skilled in offering comfort as she? If Yi Chen were truly infatuated, he might very well find himself more distressed than ever. Yet, it was no surprise that they were cohabitating companions. Yesterday, Lin Kuo had come by, subtly casting aspersions on Lu Jing, and today Lu Jing had arrived first, engaging in her own subtle manipulation. The two were clearly in sync with one another. Chapter 22. It must be secured. However, Lu Jing's instigation aligned perfectly with Yi Chen's intentions. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, Yi Chen's expression grew increasingly somber, which delighted Lu Jing internally. Yet, she quickly donned a look of self-reproach, saying, have I said too much? Yi Daoist, please do not overthink it. Lin Kuo Daoist is solely devoted to her cultivation, wholly uninterested in matters of love. Most cultivators are like this, indifferent to anyone or anything, with their sole focus on their own advancement. Thus, even if that team leader's younger brother possesses exceptional talent, it is of no concern to her.
She will not forge a bond with him. Yi Chen secretly chuckled, realizing this was an implicit reference to Lin Korra's self-centeredness. Liu Jing truly had a keen eye for people. Yet, Yi Chen's demeanor grew even more desolate. Doesn't that merely prove she would have no interest in me either?
Lu Jing silently praised Yi Chen's perceptiveness, as this was precisely what she intended to imply.
Nevertheless, she hurriedly shook her head and insisted, "It is not so. Korra is different towards you, Yi Daoist.
You have provided her with so much assistance, and she must be exceedingly grateful to you.
With a little more effort, you might indeed succeed." However, once the seed of doubt was sown, any rational person would naturally perceive that Lin Korra treated them differently solely due to the gifts received.
What would happen when those gifts ceased? Surely, Lin Korra would unhesitatingly abandon him, and indeed, that was the reality that Yi Chen had long discerned. Yet, his expression remained increasingly pained. Unable to sit still, he abruptly stood up, saying, "Lu Daoist, I apologize, but I am feeling unwell and must take my leave." Lu Jing did not anticipate that Yi Chen would react so profoundly upon having the truth unveiled. Her heart brimmed with anticipation. A devoted admirer like him would soon be hers. She immediately adopted a sympathetic expression, her face filled with concern as she said, "Then please take care of yourself, Lu Daoist. By the way, I have a low-grade tranquility talisman here.
This is the first talisman I ever crafted, and I have kept it with me as a memento.
Seeing that you seem troubled, I would like to gift it to you." This was also Lu Jing's tactic. Lin Korra had only ever accepted benefits, verbally expressing her desire to repay them, yet taking no real action. As for herself, not only was she generous and warm-hearted, but she also took the initiative to present Yi Chen with a gift. Though the Tranquility Talisman held little monetary value, it was indeed her first crafted talisman, bearing significant sentimental worth. In comparison, the difference became starkly evident, undoubtedly leading Yi Chen to feel even more disillusioned with Lin Korra. And as expected, upon receiving the Tranquility Talisman from Lu Jing, Yi Chen appeared somewhat astonished. It seemed he had thought of something, shaking his head subtly. He then retrieved a small vial from his robe, one should not receive without giving in return.
"This elixir is a gift for you. It contains 10 mid-grade cultivation pills." At these words, a glimmer of secret delight flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. She was all too familiar with that vial. For 2 whole months, Yi Chen had presented Lin Korra with a vial weekly. 10 mid-grade cultivation pills held a value roughly equivalent to 1.5 spirit stones, that amounted to 40 pills in a month, equating to 6 low-grade spirit stones. This was nearly on par with her earnings as an apprentice at the talisman shop. Thus, Lu Jing had long coveted them. This vial of elixirs was evidently intended for Lin Korra, but now, due to his disappointment in her, he chose to gift it to her instead. This indicated that her earlier words had indeed influenced Yi Chen, yet, Lu Jing had no intention of accepting it. Rather, she aimed to draw out the process, reeling in a more substantial prize. She sought to thoroughly showcase the disparity between herself and Lin Korra, to completely overshadow her and claim Yi Chen, this little admirer, for herself. Once Yi Chen belonged entirely to her, would she not have everything she desired? With this thought, Lu Jing could hardly contain her excitement, her steps lightening as she strolled away. Her exaggerated figure drew many a heated gaze from male cultivators, making it difficult for them to look away. Hastily, Lu Jing quickened her pace to depart. It was no wonder Lu Jing was so elated. Although she had better fortune than Lin Korra, possessing a talent for talisman crafting, her prospects were still limited. Indeed, while talisman crafting was one of the 6 arts of cultivation, promising a bright future, the cost for a loose cultivator like Lu Jing to learn was exorbitant. A solitary practitioner would not teach her, lest they cultivate a rival. Thus, she had no choice but to seek apprenticeship at a shop, signing a contract. For 5 years, she toiled with the basic processing of materials, earning merely 1 low-grade spirit stone per month. Had it not been for the provision of food and lodging, Lu Jing would have struggled to endure. Now, she could produce some basic talismans, yet they remained the property of the shop, and her wages had only risen to 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. The apprenticeship contract spanned a grueling 30 years, a stringent commitment that would consume nearly all of her youth, yet there was no alternative. Without learning, her prospects were bleak. At least with not. It could only be said that most loose cultivators, trapped in this predatory society of cultivation, had no choice but to leap into the fray, fully aware of the pitfalls. It was no wonder Lu Jing placed such importance on Yi Chen. After all, if she could secure Yi Chen, it would save her at least 30 years of struggle. Chapter 23. A grand gift. Gift successfully delivered. The gift consists of 10 mid-grade Peiyuan pills. Currently processing feedback, 10-fold feedback, rewarding 100 mid-grade Peiyuan pills. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Chen exhibited no semblance of sorrow. Listening to the system's notifications, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Lu Jing's generosity was tenfold. Consequently, Lin Korra's significance had substantially diminished. Nevertheless, the female cultivator from Qingyun Workshop, offering a 15-fold reward, continued to linger in Yi Chen's thoughts. After all, an additional 5-fold was no trifling matter. Over the years, it would accumulate into an astronomical sum. Moreover, many things cannot merely be measured by spirit stones. For instance,
The disparity between 10-fold and 15-fold feedback is undoubtedly profound. Regarding the female cultivator from Qingyun workshop, Yi Chen had gleaned inspiration from Lu Jing and formulated a plan. Sun Yi was notably avaricious, yet his talisman-making skills were commendable. Once an outer disciple of Qingyun sect, he had sustained injuries during a grand competition, rendering him unable to advance further, which led to his assignment as the steward of Qingyun workshop at the Silver Moon Market. Given his greed, Yi Chen intended to pay tuition to learn talisman crafting from him, contrasting with Lu Jing, who worked without remuneration. Yi Chen's payment would equate to hiring a teacher. Considering Sun Yi's character, acquiring talisman-making knowledge would undoubtedly come at a steep price. However, establishing this connection would also facilitate an introduction to Sun Ruoxin, thereby gaining access to the 15-fold feedback channel. This would enhance his returns by 5-fold. The modest tuition fees would be effortlessly recouped. Yi Chen discerned this clear trade-off. As for whether his status as an alchemist would render the study of talisman crafting a waste of time, he dismissed the concern. The more skills one acquires, the better. Versatility never burdens one. Even if he were to struggle with the craft, the 15-fold feedback from Sun Ruoxin would still render it worthwhile, yet, for the time being, his resources were insufficient. Thus, he resolved to accumulate wealth before proceeding. After contemplating this overarching developmental strategy, Yi Chen leisurely immersed himself in a novel. It must be said, this world lacks censorship. Some plots were genuinely thrilling. The following morning, Yi Chen resumed his disciplined training regimen. Although he awoke each day brimming with vigor, he remained unhurried, for he understood the value of delayed gratification. In a realm fraught with peril, cultivation and strength were paramount. All else, including women, was but ephemeral. Such distractions would only hinder his progress. Once he became formidable, what pleasures would be beyond his reach? Thus, unless the system abruptly dictated the need to present gifts, Yi Chen had no intention of venturing outside to meet any female cultivators. However, by afternoon, Lu Jing paid another visit under the guise of concern for Yi Chen, offering him words of comfort. On the third day, Lu Jing fortuitously passed by after work to check on Yi Chen again. By the fourth day, Lu Jing presented Yi Chen with her first crafted exorcism talisman. In the realm of cultivation, souls indeed existed. Should some cultivators perish in uniquely perilous locales, they could fortuitously transform into aberrations. Exorcism talismans proved highly effective against such entities. In summary, Lu Jing almost visited daily, finding reasons to see Yi Chen. This series of actions undoubtedly yielded positive results. After all, a mature and enchanting woman seeking your company daily would lead most male. Not to mention, she crafted an alluring persona and voluntarily offered sentimental gifts, coupled with her innate attractiveness. This combination would ensnare the hearts of most male cultivators. Yi Chen's reactions aligned perfectly with her expectations. In recent days, he had appeared despondent, occasionally gazing toward the mountain peaks during their conversations. However, his spirits had since lifted considerably, and his gaze toward Lu Jing now bore a more fervent intensity, no longer mentioning Lin Kuo. He projected an image of someone who had shifted his affections. Yi Chen's behavior filled Lu Jing with elation. The progress in her endeavor to win him over exceeded her expectations. To be candid, Lu Jing found herself somewhat disdainful of Yi Chen. While she acknowledged her own allure, she considered his rapid change of heart rather excessive. Was this true love? Previously, Lu Jing had believed Yi Chen to be deeply sentimental and had even felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet now, she simply perceived him as a lecher, enamored with beauty. It was merely a matter of her subtly demonstrating affection for him, and he was quick to become infatuated anew. Regardless of her disdain, this was precisely the outcome Lu Jing desired. The sooner she captured Yi Chen, the sooner she could secure greater resources to nurture her growth. Only by doing so could she swiftly transcend the limitations of her apprentice contract. On the evening of the sixth day, Yi Chen took the initiative to escort Lu Jing to the door, displaying a hint of reluctance as he offered to accompany her home. However, Lu Jing declined, saying, "Yi Daoyu, there's no need for you to see me off. If you have time tomorrow, do come to my home for dinner in the afternoon. I have a piece of monster meat that, once stewed with spirit rice, is exceptionally delicious. My culinary skills are quite commendable, you must try it." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face lit up with delight, and without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Observing Yi Chen's eager demeanor, Lu Jing secretly smiled. This is too easy. It's all falling into place. Lin Kuo, your little admirer is indeed impressive, but he shall soon be mine. Feeling triumphant within, Lu Jing bid farewell and departed. Yi Chen watched as Lu Jing moved gracefully away, a smile adorning his face. Her methods indeed surpassed Lin Kuo by a wide margin. Inviting him to her home for a meal conveyed a significant level of interest, creating an expectation within him. The notion that she would prepare a meal for him signified her unique regard. It was clear Lu Jing harbored feelings for him. Such subtle tactics could not deceive Yi Chen. However, tomorrow also marked the day for the next round of gift-giving. This serendipitously aligned with Lu Jing's wishes, allowing Yi Chen to surprise her and see if she could provide him with some critical rewards. The following day, after completing his training tasks, Yi Chen spent the afternoon concocting a batch of elixirs before heading to Qingyun workshop. "My friend, what can I assist you with today?" The attendant recognized Yi Chen from his previous visit to purchase spells. Yi Chen replied, "I seek to speak with your steward, is he available?" During his last visit, Steward Sun Yi had presented a defensive spell, the Golden Light Technique, which proved quite effective. Yi Chen decided to purchase that spell today, as he had already acquired an offensive spell and needed to bolster his defenses. Furthermore, he intended to buy a speed-enhancing spell, pursuing a holistic approach to his development. During his purchases, he could also familiarize himself with the steward, allowing him to demonstrate his wealth, thereby easing future requests for talisman-making lessons. Recognizing Yi Chen, the attendant merely asked him to wait a moment while he summoned someone from the back.
Shortly thereafter, steward Sun Yi arrived and invited Yi Chen upstairs. Chapter 24 of the greedy Sun Yi. Sun Yi evidently remembered Yi Chen, thus, he directly ascended to the second floor, a smile adorning his face as he spoke. The Xianji sword technique you purchased last time, its effects were quite commendable, weren't they? Did you encounter any difficulties during your practice? Should you offer some spirit stones as a guidance fee, I would be glad to dispel your doubts. Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. I have already grasped the basics of the Xianji sword technique, and I am in no need of guidance. My purpose here is to acquire a defensive spell. Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's smile broadened. A defensive spell, you say? Naturally, I recommend this golden light technique. This spell is an introductory defensive technique from an ancient Buddhist sect. It can protect your entire body, leaving no blind spots, even safeguarding your... Meanwhile, Yi Chen grew increasingly certain when the time came for him to learn talisman crafting. He believed that as long as he paid, there should be no issues. As for Sun Ye's extravagant praises of the golden light technique, Yi Chen was not swayed in the slightest. The embellishments were undoubtedly exaggerated to an unimaginable degree, however, it mattered little, as Yi Chen had no intention of cultivating this spell. Thus, he feigned curiosity and inquired, Senior, what is the price for this golden light technique? Sun Yi extended a finger, 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Yi Chen's lips twitched. Surely, you mean 80 low-grade spirit stones. Sun Yi immediately shook his head. Let me tell you, the effectiveness of this spell is indeed remarkable. In the Qingyun sect, many outer disciples practice the golden light technique. I was once an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, would I deceive you? I assure you, 1 medium-grade spirit stone is already a fair price. Even if you were to buy it in Qingyun City, it would be the same. There's no way it could be cheaper. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, then earnestly stated, 80 low-grade spirit stones. That is the price. Yi Chen silently thought to himself, believe you, not a chance. Yet, he still smiled and replied, in that case, I shall compare other spells first. It is not a matter of distrust, Senior. It is simply that spirit stones are rather scarce. A man like Sun Yi, a miserly old man, was hardly akin to female cultivators who could provide a tenfold return. Hence, every bit saved was... Seeing Yi Chen's resolute demeanor, as he stood up, ready to depart, Sun Yi pursed his lips. Fine, considering your previous purchase, I shall offer you a discount this time. Alright, 80 it is. Yi Chen immediately beamed. He retrieved 80 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket and handed them over. Soon after, he received the golden light technique. This would serve as a gift for Lu Jing this afternoon. He was uncertain what benefits it would yield. Having received the spirit stones, Sun Ye's mood brightened considerably. Clearly, he had made a tidy profit. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and asked, Senior, I have heard that your talisman crafting skills are quite profound, regarded as one of the foremost masters at the Silver Moon Market. Sun Yi rolled his eyes at this remark. Foremost? In a small place like the Silver Moon Market, if I claim to be second, who dares to claim the first? Evidently, Sun Yi possessed considerable confidence in his talisman crafting abilities. Yi Chen expressed his admiration and then asked, if I wish to learn talisman crafting from you, Senior, what would your guidance fee be? Sun Yi looked at Yi Chen with a hint of curiosity. You, a pill master, wish to learn talisman crafting from me? Although Yi Chen offered a wry smile, though I am a pill master, my skills in alchemy are woefully inadequate, hence, I wish to see if I possess any aptitude for talisman crafting. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi internally scoffed. There were numerous individuals like Yi Chen in the cultivation world, lacking focus and intent, always wishing to dabble in various pursuits, hoping for a stroke of luck. Even in the Qingyun sect, such individuals were not rare. Today, they would study alchemy, tomorrow talisman crafting, and the day after that, weapon forging. Yet, in the end, they accomplished nothing. However, it would be a shame not to exploit such an AVE fool. Thus, Sun Yi pondered for a moment. I do not take disciples, however, since you seem somewhat likable, I suppose I could offer some guidance. How about this, 5 medium-grade spirit stones for a weekly lesson, guiding you through the introductory course on talisman crafting? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen promptly bowed and took his leave. This was truly outrageous, for lessons a month for 5 medium-grade spirit stones, that amounted to over a medium-grade spirit stone per lesson. Such a price was astronomical. Why not just ascend to the heavens? Noticing Yi Chen's determination to leave, Sun Yi hastily waved his hand. A discount can be arranged, 3 medium-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen did not alter his pace. 2 stones, surely that will suffice? Yi Chen continued to walk briskly. Seeing that this young fool was truly about to depart, Sun Yi once more lowered the price. 1 medium-grade spirit stone, this is the absolute lowest. After all, I am a talisman master. I can easily earn this amount by crafting a few talismans. It is only due to my advanced age that I am willing to offer you youngsters an opportunity to learn. This time, Yi Chen finally halted. 1 medium-grade spirit stone for 4 introductory lessons was still exorbitant. As for the claim of easily earning such a sum through talisman crafting, he did not believe it in the slightest. However, Yi Chen merely sought a means to connect with Sun Ruoxin. This price was within acceptable limits. Thus, he clasped his hands in gratitude and remarked, Thank you, Senior, but this is no small sum. I must return and discuss it with my elders. Sun Yi nodded. Make haste, or I may be reassigned elsewhere at any moment. Yi Chen acknowledged with a nod of thanks before turning to leave.
Meanwhile, Sun Yi eagerly anticipated Yi Chen's next visit. 1 medium-grade spirit stone for 4 lessons was an incredible gain. 4 lessons would hardly suffice for an introduction. Having paid, Yi Chen would undoubtedly need to continue his studies. Spending 2 to 3 months to grasp the basics, he would eventually need to progress, wouldn't he? The advanced lessons would surely be even pricier. By the end of this venture, Sun Yi was certain to profit handsomely. Now, he found himself quite intrigued by Yi Chen, curious about which cultivation family he hailed from. As Yi Chen departed Qingyun workshop, he made his way directly to Lu Jing's residence. Along the way, he perused the summary of the Golden Light technique in his possession. This Golden Light technique, compared to ordinary defensive spells, was indeed more formidable. It could truly manifest a Golden Light to shield the entire body. However, the so-called comprehensive protection was achieved at the expense of diminished defensive strength. Generally, if a cultivator fully activated the Golden Light, it would shatter after only a few strikes. Moreover, it consumed a considerable amount of energy. Additionally, this spell was visually conspicuous, glowing brightly and rendering the user a target. Nonetheless, it did possess advantages, such as yet, the actual effects fell significantly short of Sun Ye's grandiose claims. However, Yi Chen was unconcerned. After all, this was a gift for Lu Jing. What he intended to cultivate was a defensive spell with a tenfold return. The efficacy would undoubtedly surpass that of the Golden Light technique. Chapter 25. Become his exclusive devotee. As I stroll down the street, I observe that the cultivators around me are hurrying by, their faces devoid of joy. It is evident that the pressures of society weigh heavily upon them, leaving most unable to find satisfaction in their lives. This sentiment is mirrored in the realm of cultivation as well. With a sigh, Yi Chen finds himself standing before Lu Jing's door. He knocks gently, the door opens swiftly, and upon seeing Yi Chen, Lu Jing's eyes light up. She immediately steps forward to welcome him in. Today, Lu Jing appears particularly radiant. Her hair is slightly damp, cascading down her back, and her attire is refreshingly cool, as though she has just emerged from a bath. Yi Chen, who had traversed into this world during winter, now finds himself in a warm climate, with hints of heat beginning to emerge. Lu Jing's figure is already striking, and her choice of attire, while modest, nevertheless stirs one's imagination. Indeed, beauty is an undeniable truth. Yi Daoyu, you've come, please, come. Lu Jing's abode, much like Lin Kuo's, comprises a single room with a living area, kitchen, and bathroom. Though it is not particularly spacious, the dining table in the living room is already set with bowls and chopsticks. Lu Jing heads into the kitchen to bring out the stewed beast meat, filling the room with a delightful aroma. She invites Yi Chen to sit while she serves rice, quickly presenting 2 bowls, one slightly fuller than the other, the fragrance of spirit rice wafting through the air. Since arriving in this world, Yi Chen has not cooked for himself, relying solely on purchased spirit pills. He finds himself quite hungry. After a brief exchange, they sit down to eat. The stewed beast meat is not abundant. Much of the dish consists of a plant reminiscent of potatoes from his previous life, yet the flavor is exquisite. The meat is thoroughly infused with the broth, possessing a delightful chewiness and a hint of spice that is quite appetizing. As the meat warms his stomach, he feels a gentle infusion of spiritual energy nourishing his body. Yi Chen, feeling quite at home, enjoys the meal heartily. After all, he is preparing to offer a lavish gift, so indulging in this feast seems only fitting. He contemplates the prospect of hiring a cook to provide daily meals, which would surely be more enjoyable than consuming spirit pills. Meanwhile, Lu Jing hardly touches her own food. Instead, she takes the initiative to serve Yi Chen, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight as she watches him eat, as if his enjoyment brings her fulfillment. Lu Fairy, your culinary skills are simply exceptional, Yi Chen praises as they finish their meal, his satisfaction evident. Lu Jing beams in response, if you enjoyed it, Yi Daoyu, you are welcome to come and dine here often. It is a pity that I do not have much beast meat left, and I regret that you could not eat your fill. In a few days, when I receive my wages, I shall purchase a larger piece of beast meat to treat you again. Please, make yourself comfortable while I tidy up the dishes and then I shall join you for more conversation. With that, she gracefully turns, her waist swaying slightly as she heads to the kitchen. Yi Chen remains in the living room, reflecting on Lu Jing's maturity. Her demeanor undoubtedly surpasses that of Lin Kuo. She first showcases her figure by dressing lightly, then demonstrates her culinary prowess, all while subtly revealing her financial constraints, such as the limited beast meat and spirit rice. How could any man not be moved by such attentiveness? Any man of means would surely feel compelled to assist her. This is a familiar tactic that many women employ, seeking to evoke sympathy and affection from men. Yet, while Yi Chen perceives her intentions, he chooses not to expose them, seizing the opportunity to present her with a grand gift. Indeed, she is a perfect match for such a strategy. Lu Jing soon finishes cleaning up the dishes and sits down to converse with Yi Chen. As she takes her seat, the chair seems to accentuate her figure even further. Thank you ever so much for your delightful hospitality, Lu Fairy, Yi Chen expresses earnestly. Lu Jing notices a change in Yi Chen's gaze, which now holds a hint of affection, causing her heart to flutter with joy. Her methods have proven effective. However, she maintains her composure, smiling as she shakes her head. Oh, not at all. It is I who have not hosted you properly. You clearly have not eaten your fill. Yi Chen shakes his head in response. Lin Fairy, you are far too gracious. As a guest, I did not prepare any special gifts, but allow me to present you with this. Lu Jing's heart leaps at his words, but she hastily declines. There is no need for such formality. Yi Daoyu, I invited you purely to cultivate a friendship. After all, in the realm of cultivation, we are all so preoccupied with our own pursuits, striving to earn spirit stones, that we hardly have time to connect with one another. Yet, conversing with you, Yi Daoyu, is such a delightful experience. Moreover, you have already gifted me a nurturing pill last time. How could I possibly accept another gift from you? Yi Chen, resolute, responds, if Lu Fairy considers me a friend, then you must accept it. With that, he retrieves a jade slip containing a defensive spell he recently purchased from Qing Yun workshop, presenting it to Lu Jing. Initially, Lu Jing hesitates, but upon seeing the jade slip, she is taken aback. A jade slip, whatever it contains, its worth surpasses that of a mere pill. Why? Yi Chen elaborates, this is a defensive spell, the Golden Light Technique, which I acquired at Qing Yun workshop. The manager mentioned that disciples of Qing Yun sect cultivate this technique, which is significantly more powerful than ordinary defensive spells. It is said to be an ancient Buddhist sect's outer gate defensive technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing is utterly astonished. A defensive spell that even the disciples of Qing Yun sect practice, how many spirit stones must it cost? Her heart swells with joy, for this discovery far exceeds her Yet, despite her eagerness to accept it, she finds herself refusing. This is far too precious, I cannot accept it. Yi Chen remains undeterred, insisting, it is merely the price of a mid-grade spirit stone. If Lin Fairy truly regards me as a friend, you must not refuse. As he speaks, he firmly takes her delicate hand, pressing the jade slip into her palm. Lu Jing's hand is plump and soft, a delightful sensation. Moreover, due to the nourishing effects of spiritual energy in the cultivation world, her skin is flawless, smooth as silk. At this moment, her heart races, overwhelmed by the fact that Yi Chen wishes to gift her a defensive spell. Ordinary defensive spells are not inexpensive, and this Golden Light Technique is valued at a mid-grade spirit stone, an incredible windfall. She is so entranced by the jade slip that she scarcely registers his grasp on her hand. Holding the slip for what feels like an eternity, Lu Jing is struck by an almost surreal sensation. This is a spell worth a mid-grade spirit stone, something that a typical mid-stage cultivator would toil for half a year or even a year to earn. How has she come to possess it so easily? Though she has long been aware of Yi Chen's generosity, experiencing it firsthand reveals the extent of his lavishness. This is undoubtedly a treasure of the highest order. In her heart, Lu Jing even feels a twinge of pity for Lin Koro. Why remain in a position of servitude at Iya Danpu, when she could be reaping the rewards of such abundance? Why toil in the mountains for a mere handful of spirit stones? It seems foolish. In that moment, Lu Jing resolves firmly never to repeat Lin Koro's mistakes. From now on, she will dedicate herself to Yi Chen, ensuring that he remains her devoted admirer. Chapter 26, The Majestic Dragon Shield. It can be said that when Yi Chen presented this spell, his worth in Lu Jing's eyes soared to unprecedented heights. Since that is the case, I shall shamelessly accept it. Thank you, Daoist Yi. At this moment, Lu Jing's voice was imbued with a captivating allure, her gaze upon Yi Chen seemingly brimming with desire. Meanwhile, a prompt echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Gift successfully delivered. The gift is Golden Light Technique. Processing feedback, tenfold feedback received, reward Majestic Dragon Shield. It has been detected that the gift given by the host is of utmost significance to the recipient, exceeding expectations and causing considerable emotional fluctuation, triggering a critical reward. Reward includes the ethereal projection of the first-generation abbot of the Dragon Temple for 1 day, allowing the recipient to inquire about the cultivation method of the Majestic Dragon Shield. Detected that the host does not possess storage equipment. The tangible reward will be temporarily stored in the system space, available for retrieval at any time. I can hardly believe it. The Majestic Dragon Shield, although it is simply a shield, one can only imagine how it surpasses the Golden Light Technique by leaps and bounds. A tremendous profit, indeed, not to mention the critical hit triggered, along with guidance from an unknown era's powerful being. The peak is within reach. At this moment, Yi Chen's spirits soared to remarkable. Observing Yi Chen's elation, Lu Jing naturally assumed that his joy stemmed from her acceptance of the gift. Surely, his happiness indicated that he had been captivated by her charm. However, Lu Jing resolved not to let her guard down. The fact that she could claim Yi Chen from Lin Kor demonstrated that Yi Chen's resolve was not particularly steadfast. Thus, if she were to let her guard slip, someone else might easily take him away. It was imperative to intensify her allure, ensuring Yi Chen became utterly infatuated with her. Before Lu Jing could voice her thoughts, Yi Chen interjected, Fairy Lu, since you are satisfied with the gift, then focus on your cultivation. I shall not disturb you any further. With that, Yi Chen took his leave. Lu Jing escorted him to the entrance, her heart swelling with emotion as she watched his retreating figure. How could one so joyous wish to depart so quickly? Surely, he left to allow her ample time to master the spell. How considerate of him. Yet, amidst her sentiments, Lu Jing internally shook her head. Regrettably, this world of cultivation is one governed by the strong preying upon the weak. Regardless of Yi Chen's own prowess or the power of his family, he could offer Lu Jing no sense of security. He was doomed not to be her destined partner. Her companion must be a formidable cultivator in the foundation establishment stage to provide her with the requisite security. As for the Golden Light Technique, Lu Jing harbored no intentions of cultivating it herself. She planned to sell it instead. She had no interest in combat and had no desire to venture into the mountains, rendering it useless to her. It was far more prudent to exchange it for spirit stones to procure what she truly needed. However, she would have to do so discreetly, for if Yi Chen were to discover her intentions, he would surely be heartbroken, and it would not bode well for her if he formed any unfavorable opinions of her.
A mid-tier spell can easily fetch 70 low-tier spirit stones.
In one fell swoop, that amounts to nearly a year's worth of income. How splendid, Lu Jing mused, her expression brightening at the thought of soon earning 70 low-tier spirit stones in a single day. Meanwhile, not far from the Silver Moon Market, Lin Kuo, clad in sturdy attire and appearing somewhat fatigued, yet with a glint of vitality in her eyes, indulged in a meal. Despite the weariness of the past week, her spirits were remarkably high. In just 1 week, I've nearly accrued 5 low-tier spirit stones. This time, I plan to venture into the mountains for a month, and I should be able to gather at least 20 low-tier spirit stones.
Indeed, to amass resources, one must take risks.
Those who, like Lu Jing, cower in fear, hiding in the market, will find themselves without a future. Lin Kuo was exceedingly pleased with her harvest, even contemplating that she should have ventured into the mountains sooner. While Yi Chen had gifted her pills each month, their worth was hardly significant, just over 1 spirit stone a week, equating to merely 5 in a month, yet, in the mountains, she could amass 5 low-tier spirit stones in a week. Clearly, she should not squander her time on the meager benefits Yi Chen provided. Furthermore, the assistance Yi Chen had once offered was now of little value to her. Contemplating Lu Jing's eager expression, Lin Kuo couldn't help but smile arrogantly. What of Yi Chen? She could easily let him go. However, she had already promised to treat Yi Chen to a meal, and she intended to keep her word. Besides, there were indeed dangers within the mountains. One member of her party had fallen victim to a surprise attack from a beast, were it not for the dragon elephant hand and the profound finger sword technique that Yi Chen had gifted her, significantly enhancing her strength, she might have been injured and would. Thus, even if Yi Chen no longer served her interests, Lin Kuo considered herself not to be so ruthless and pragmatic as to turn her back on her commitments. She would still fulfill her promise of treat. However, moving forward, she would focus on her cultivation and expeditions into the mountains, minimizing her encounters with Yi Chen. After all, the gap between them was widening with each passing day. Since it was impossible to bridge that divide, there was no need to offer him hope, only to let him down. Lin Kuo felt a sense of compassion for herself. At this moment, it was her rest period. She was not required to keep watch that night. After finishing her meal, she found a spot in the temporary camp and fell into a deep slumber. She could hardly describe the satisfaction of sleep earned through her diligent efforts.
The Majestic Dragon Shield.
It allows one to convert spiritual energy into the power of the Dragon Buddha, materializing a dragon apparition that safeguards the entire body with formidable defense, impervious to spells of the same level. The dragon apparition may also be utilized for offense, injuring or ensnaring foes. The Majestic Dragon Shield exhibits even greater efficacy against demonic creatures and malevolent entities.
Yi Chen remained oblivious to Lin Kuo's thoughts in the depths of the mountains, or perhaps he had nearly forgotten her. To Yi Chen, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were of equal significance, yet Lu Jing possessed a more alluring physique, willingly showcasing it, thus offering a more pleasing visual experience.
At this moment, as Yi Chen pressed the system reward of the Majestic Dragon Shield to his forehead and perused its description, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The effects were nothing short of astounding. It provided both defense and suppression, a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. However, this spell was notoriously challenging to cultivate, as the power of the Dragon Buddha was exceedingly difficult to harness. Only those well-versed in Buddhist teachings could navigate its intricacies with ease. Yet, Yi Chen felt no trepidation, for within his mind resided the critical hit reward of the Dragon Temple's abbot. With the abbot providing one-on-one private lessons, what had he to fear? Thus, Yi Chen promptly settled into a meditative posture and commenced his cultivation. Soon, a faint golden radiance began to shimmer around him. In the week that followed, Yi Chen's life returned to a serene state. Each day was filled with alchemy, cultivation, practicing spells, and indulging in novels during his leisure time. His days were exceptionally fulfilling and pleasant. Meanwhile, Lu Jing made frequent visits, her demeanor exceedingly warm and affectionate, her eyes, brimming with tenderness, regarded Yi Chen as though he were her beloved. Lu Jing even arranged to invite Yi Chen to her home for a meal the following week, coinciding with payday. Yi Chen had no objections. Lu Jing's culinary skills were commendable, and the timing was perfect, as he could present gifts once more. This time, he would certainly refrain from gifting spells, instead opting to provide pills and accumulate spirit stones. This made Yi Chen reflect with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, he was still too impoverished. The spirit stones he had saved over the month amounted to so little. Were he but a little wealthier, he would undoubtedly gift spells and techniques weekly, items of far greater value. Even if sold, they would yield a higher profit. Yet now, he was compelled to expend his precious tenfold rewards on pills, which felt like a great pity. Chapter 27. Please, stop licking. Seated cross-legged within the confines of his chamber, Yi Chen appeared to be enveloped in a radiant golden shield, safeguarding his entire being. Astonishingly, a diminutive dragon of the faintest hue flitted about the protective barrier. This little dragon possessed the remarkable ability to automatically reposition itself to counter incoming attacks, deftly maneuvering to prevent the golden shield from shattering under duress. Yi Chen held a profound satisfaction with this formidable defense. However, his expression shifted as he gently gestured, "Go, great divine dragon." In an instant, the little dragon soared away from the barrier, hurtling forward with fierce momentum. Yet, just before its impact with the wall, Yi Chen retracted his energy, causing the dragon to vanish into thin air. Capable of both offense and defense, this great divine dragon shield is indeed formidable. Alas, my cultivation is still too rudimentary. The dragon I conjured is merely a fledgling and hardly qualifies as a true divine dragon. Nonetheless, it suffices. With the protective spell at his disposal, Yi Chen felt a heightened sense of security. Yet, the pursuit of higher cultivation remained paramount. He reflected that he had been on the cusp of breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement for nearly 3 months. He estimated that, in another 3 months, he would ascend to the 5th level of Qi refinement. While this progress was commendable, Yi Chen still perceived it as somewhat sluggish. He had heard whispers of treasures within this realm that could However, such artifacts were beyond his current reach. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly procure one for himself. Having concluded his practice, he glanced at the twilight sky and prepared a bottle of mid-grade Qi nourishing pills before making his way to Lu Jing's residence. It had been precisely a week since his last visit, and today they had arranged to dine together. Upon arriving at Lu Jing's abode, Yi Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of her. This time, Lu Jing donned an even more radiant outfit than before. The fabric, soft and reminiscent of silk from earth, clung to her form like a second skin, accentuating her every curve. Though her arms were the only part exposed, the boldness of her attire was nothing short of breathtaking. Yi Chen, unabashed, gazed intently while nodding in approval. Indeed, the benefits were delightful. That evening, Lu Jing had prepared a sumptuous feast. After indulging in a hearty meal, Yi Chen presented her with his gift. Lu Jing received the medicinal pills with genuine delight. After all, a single mid-grade spiritual stone was a significant. Not even Yi Chen's father could afford such an expenditure. A bottle of pills required at least 1.5 low-grade spiritual stones, which was a worthy offering. Most importantly, even if they were merely pills, over time. Hence, Lu Jing was exceedingly pleased, her demeanor noticeably more animated. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Yi Chen departed with a sense of satisfaction. As he exited Lu Jing's home, the sun was nearing its descent. Yet, barely a few steps away, a male cultivator approached briskly, greeting Yi Chen. "A friend Yi, I have long admired your reputation." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Did this individual recognize him? Was he, perhaps, about to encounter a bandit? However, Yi Chen remained unperturbed. With his formidable external martial arts and spells, he felt unfazed in the face of most mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, they were in a bustling marketplace. Even if he were to struggle, he could endure until the patrols arrived for assistance. What was there to fear? Thus, Yi Chen regarded the stranger without uttering a word, remaining internally vigilant. The man approached and introduced himself. "I am Li Xiang from the Li Family Talismans. My father is the proprietor. Li Family Talismans." The name rang a bell. Yi Chen had heard Lu Jing mention it. She was an apprentice there, but what could he want with him? Had he somehow learned of Yi Chen's desire to study talisman crafting under Sun Yi and come to poach him as a student? Noticing Yi Chen's perplexed expression, Li Xiang forced a smile and continued, "Friend Yi, I shall not beat around the bush. Recently, I believe you have been pursuing Lu Jing?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This concerned Lu Jing. Was he facing a rival seeking to threaten him? The notion that beautiful women bring trouble was a universal truth. Yi Chen was prepared for this, so he replied, "Yes, and what of it? One cannot appear weak in the presence of a rival. Should one be overly courteous, it might give the impression of being easily bullied." Upon sensing Yi Chen's tone, Li Xiang quickly waved his hands. "Friend Yi, there is no... That is not my intent. Lu Jing is indeed beautiful, and her figure is admirable. It is perfectly natural to like her. I merely wish to advise you to pursue her in a normal manner and refrain from overwhelming her with gifts." Yi Chen was left further bewildered. Was this rival attempting to dissuade him from bestowing gifts? Was this some peculiar custom in the cultivation world when dealing with competitors? Li Xiang, noticing Yi Chen's confusion, felt increasingly he had been captivated by Lu Jing since he first laid eyes on her 6 years ago and had endeavored to cultivate a good rapport with her. He had assisted her with talisman crafting challenges, and their relationship had been relatively amicable. Occasionally, when working late, he would even escort Lu Jing home. Though he had never entered her room, each time he sought to clarify their relationship and advance to the next stage, Lu Jing would decline, citing her desire to focus on her cultivation and studies. However, after the rejections, Lu Jing did not dismiss Li Xiang. Her demeanor remained unchanged, leading him to believe he still had a chance. Yet, in recent weeks, Lu Jing's attitude had shifted considerably. She had grown notably cold towards Li Xiang, even rejecting his offers to help her study talisman crafting after work. This had set off alarm bells for Li Xiang. After observing her closely, he discovered that Lu Jing had been frequenting Yi Dan's shop after work. The shop had garnered considerable fame in the Silver Moon market in recent months, not due to the quality of its business but because of its infamous love-struck alchemist, Yi Chen. Even Li Xiang had heard tales of the alchemist, who had fallen for a maid and showered her with gifts, even offering up a top-tier external cultivation technique worth a high-grade spiritual stone, which had ultimately led to his downfall. The maid, having utilized the resources to enhance her prowess, had then turned away, opting instead to pursue a more promising. The tale of the love-struck alchemist losing both his resources and dignity had become a source of ridicule. Li Xiang had even scoffed at the absurdity of such a situation. After all, women were drawn to strength rather than gifting resources to another. One should invest in oneself with sufficient strength. Finding a partner would be effortless. The folly of the love-struck alchemist had reportedly led many female cultivators to seek partners of that ilk, causing numerous male cultivators to lose their steady relationships. Afterward, Li Xiang learned more, including that the maid in question was none other than Lin Kur, Lu Jing's co-tenant. It seemed Lu Jing had been visiting Yi Dan's shop after work. Were the two acquainted? Li Xiang's worries deepened today. He had come specifically to inquire about Lu Jing, only to witness Yi Chen entering her room. Could it be that Yi Chen had turned his affections towards Lu Jing? If that were the case, it would explain Lu Jing's recent aloofness. After all, the love-struck alchemist lavished gifts upon her, while he had merely offered guidance. Given the choice, even he would not hesitate, but this revelation struck Li Xiang like a bolt from the blue. Oh no, I've been ensnared by the love-struck fool. Chapter 28. The infatuated admirer is truly remarkable. Li Xiang discovers the reason. After much contemplation, he resolved to await Yi Chen's emergence outside. His intentions were not malicious, nor did he seek to threaten Yi Chen. Unlike Earth, which operates under a system of order where every individual is safeguarded by the law, the consequences of threats are often negligible. At worst, it might lead to a confrontation, a mere skirmish with no serious repercussions, seldom resulting in fatal outcomes. In stark contrast, the order within the realm of cultivation is lamentably fragile. Daily, countless cultivators meet untimely ends. Thus, most cultivators tend to treat others with utmost politeness. Who knows if a threatened individual might harbor a grudge?
Might they not wish to eliminate you? Would they not contemplate how to bring about your demise? Would they, upon feeling threatened, not seek vengeance at the first opportunity after their own ascension? It would be sheer folly to engage in conflict with a cultivator over trivial matters, turning into mortal enemies. Hence, Li Xiang awaited Yi Chen, simply wishing to dissuade him from his obsequiousness. Is it not reasonable to pursue the female cultivators directly? Why squander resources so heedlessly? While he might be reckless with his resources, we are not so foolish. Who amongst us desires to partake in this relentless competition?
Naturally, Li Xiang refrained from expressing himself so bluntly, as that would be excessively offensive. Hence, he courteously began, "Friend Yi, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. A single misstep can lead to a lifetime of stagnation. If one cannot break through to the foundation establishment stage by 30, the likelihood of ever doing so diminishes significantly. As a member of the Yi family, you and I from the Li family are akin, both belonging to minor qi refining clans. Though we may lack in comparison to the illustrious, we certainly possess more than the destitute. The resources we hold are enviable to numerous wandering cultivators. Therefore, it is imperative that we utilize our resources wisely for cultivation. Should we someday achieve a breakthrough to foundation establishment, transforming like a carp into a dragon, what female cultivators could we not attract? Take, for instance, the venerable Li from the Silver Moon Market, at 60 years of age, with a total of 18 companions, embodying all types from the robust to the slender.
Some companions have yet to see a second rotation. What does this illustrate? Strength is paramount. Friend Yi, if you bestow your precious resources upon female cultivators, do you truly believe they will be grateful? In reality, once they achieve their breakthroughs, they will abandon you. After all, look at the female cultivators of the cultivation world. Which of their companions does not surpass them in cultivation?
In this realm, strength is the essence.
Female cultivators seldom regard men weaker than themselves.
Thus, dear friend, reserve those resources for yourself, do not squander them. Once you grow strong, perhaps Lin Kuo will return to seek you out, and should you attain, he genuinely felt a sense of frustration towards Yi Chen's lack of ambition. As a fellow man, he felt slightly embarrassed to be associated with someone like Yi Chen. He sincerely hoped Yi Chen would experience an epiphany. Li Xiang continued, I admit I have feelings for Lu Jing. However, my intention in speaking is not to discourage you from pursuing her, merely to advise restraint. Do not resort to gifting as a means to win a woman's affection. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally comprehended the situation. This rival was not here to threaten him but rather to counsel him against his infatuation. This was somewhat touching, in an unexpected way. Li Xiang resembled those internet mentors from his previous life who admonished infatuated admirers, hoping they would come to their senses. Yi Chen could sense the goodwill in Li Xiang's intentions. He understood that being an infatuated admirer not only jeopardized his own well-being but also left him with nothing. Moreover, it would inflate the market value of affection. After all, female cultivators often harbor a competitive spirit. If one companion receives extravagant gifts, why should she not? Am I not deserving? If you do not gift me, it signifies a lack of love. This ultimately fosters a culture of comparison, detrimental to all male cultivators. Yi Chen recognized the truth that resources are meant to be observed by female cultivators, not utilized by them. Retaining them for oneself would facilitate personal growth and improve the prospects of finding a suitable companion. However, the issue lay in the fact that Yi Chen was not merely an infatuated admirer. He was fulfilling a task assigned by the system, making an investment, so to speak. Yet, this was clearly an explanation that could not be conveyed to the outside world. As for being infatuated, that was an absolute necessity. Therefore, to maintain his persona, Yi Chen resolutely shook his head, declaring, shallow. What you speak of is not love at all. You have no comprehension of what it truly means to love someone. Li Xiang initially believed his words were profound and accessible, thinking that perhaps Yi Chen would come to his senses. Yet, in an instant, Yi Chen retorted with such a statement, love, what nonsense. If you truly loved, would you so easily replace her upon being cast aside? Li Xiang felt as if Yi Chen's mind had become deranged, his reasoning flawed. Yi Chen continued, you fail to grasp that to truly love someone is to give them everything you possess without expectation of return. Whether or not you receive their love in return is inconsequential. Witnessing their happiness is sufficient. In genuine love, there are no ulterior motives. Although I have gifted her presents to me, her smile upon receiving them is the true treasure. You have deeply disappointed me. You profess to love Lu Jing, yet you are unwilling to ensure she lives a better life, to attain superior resources. Instead, you come here to counsel me against gifting her. What does this reveal? You do not love her, you merely desire her physically, seeking to manipulate circumstances to your advantage. You cannot even be considered my rival, for you do not understand the essence of true love. If you truly loved her, you would, like me, bestow upon her a variety of gifts, ensuring she lives the life she desires. With that, Yi Chen turned and walked away, exuding an air of disdain for someone of Li Xiang's ilk. As Yi Chen spoke, many passing cultivators were drawn to his words. Even the street-side maidens took a moment to observe the commotion. Yi Chen's declarations undoubtedly challenged their perceptions, yet simultaneously solidified their understanding of his identity. Infatuated admirers were a rare breed within the cultivation realm. Within the Silvermoon market, Yi Chen stood alone. They were astonished to see the reality of such a figure. Male cultivators could only ponder if Yi Chen's mind was truly sound. How could he utter such outrageous statements? In contrast, the female cultivators and streetside maidens gazed at Yi Chen with sparkling eyes, yearning for such selfless love. A man like Yi Chen epitomized the ideal companion. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, observing Yi Chen's retreating figure, found himself utterly bewildered. He had come to dissuade Yi Chen from his infatuation, yet in an unexpected turn, he had been schooled by Yi Chen instead. Most perplexingly, at the onset of Yi Chen's discourse, he had found it somewhat reasonable. However, he quickly came to his senses. Reasonable? What nonsense, a one-sided delusion masquerading as true love. It was utterly irrational. The mere thought that he had almost been swayed by an infatuated admirer sent a shiver down Li Xiang's spine. In that moment, all he could think to exclaim was, an infatuated admirer is truly remarkable. Chapter 29 How long can you grovel? Li Xiang was utterly exasperated. He believed that Yi Chen was completely out of his mind. As for Lu Jing, he had no intention of pursuing her for the time being. It was not that he was intimidated by Yi Chen, but rather that he wished to witness Yi Chen's folly. Li Xiang could roughly surmise the situation of the Yi family. The resources allocated to their disciples were likely on par with his own. The resources Yi Chen could access were limited, and how much of that could he possibly offer to Lu Jing? How long could he sustain such gestures? Once Yi Chen could no longer provide anything, Lu Jing would undoubtedly cast him aside. Meanwhile, Li Xiang simply needed to focus on his cultivation and enhance his abilities. Ultimately, Lu Jing would still belong to him. Yi Chen's efforts amounted to nothing more than a means to bolster the strength of his future partner, a mere jester in this grand play. Yi Chen's words today had been overheard by numerous individuals and, within the span of a single day, became the talk of the entire Silver Moon market. The cultivators of Silver Moon market were astounded to discover the existence of such a sycophant. It was utterly preposterous. A consensus emerged that Yi Chen must surely be deranged. When he inevitably faced rejection, he would live to regret it for the rest of his life. However, many female cultivators developed a keen interest in Yi Chen, not because they were moved by his demeanor, but rather because they yearned for a man who would shower them with gifts. As for the rumors circulating outside, Yi Chen remained entirely indifferent. A single gift yielded tenfold returns. If the roles were reversed, they would be even more obsequious than he. Yi Chen did not grovel for women. He sought resources. As for the notion of ending up with nothing after all the flattery, that was a fallacy, for the system provided feedback. The more he courted, the more he would gain. Yi Chen continued his daily routine of alchemy and cultivation, occasionally venturing out to sell the potions he had accumulated. His life was stable and fulfilling. Meanwhile, Lu Jing had evidently become aware of the situation. Initially, she felt a pang of concern, fearing that Li Xiang's words might influence Yi Chen and lead him to reconsider his actions. What would she do if Yi Chen stopped offering gifts? Thus, Lu Jing harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Li Xiang for 6 long years. As a disciple of a qi refining family, he had never gifted her a single pill. His occasional guidance on talisman crafting was always delivered from a condescending perspective. Now that she had found a willing cultivator to provide her with resources, he dared to interfere with her good fortune. He could dream of her becoming his partner. She wouldn't even give him the time of day. In the days that followed, Lu Jing went about her work without casting a glance at Li Xiang. However, her demeanor towards Yi Chen was markedly warmer. She would often feign accidental touches, such as holding his hand or leaning in close while speaking, allowing her breath to brush against his face. She even took the initiative to tidy up his living space, bringing him delicately seasoned beast meat. She had originally intended to enjoy herself. Lu Jing undertook these actions in hopes that Yi Chen would be enveloped in her tenderness, unaffected by Li Xiang's words. The thought of Yi Chen having an epiphany and withdrawing from her would send her into despair. Fortunately, Yi Chen's affection for her remained unwavering and fervent. He would occasionally seize the opportunity to gain small advantages from her, which only further thrilled him, as he remained impervious to the external gossip. As time swiftly passed, another week went by. On this day, after completing his routine cultivation and alchemy, Yi Chen prepared to venture out to purchase a storage bag. He had long anticipated the acquisition of a storage bag, a necessity he had encountered in the cultivation novels of his past life. It allowed one to carry a substantial amount of items without bearing their weight. If only he had possessed a storage bag during his time on Earth, he would have avoided parking fees altogether, simply placing his belongings within and carrying them along. A standard storage bag typically offered half a cubic meter of space, priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones. With a medium-grade spirit stone now in his possession, he could afford a larger bag, 1 cubic meter in size. If he were to multiply that by 10, it would yield 10 cubic meters, a tremendous bargain. With a storage bag, he could carry all his possessions with ease, eliminating the need for frantic packing should he ever need to flee. Exiting through the back courtyard, Yi Chen made his way to Qingyun Workshop, the only establishment in Silver Moon Market that sold storage bags, as it was said that their crafting involved certain intricacies.
Greetings, fellow cultivator. Would you like me to notify the manager? The attendant at Qingyun Workshop inquired, having already recognized Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. No need for that today. I'm here to purchase a storage bag, a larger one, preferably 1 cubic meter. The attendant's expression shifted to one of surprise.
Storage bags were considered an absolute luxury among chi refining cultivators. While they were undeniably useful, at their core, they were merely containers for items. Unless there were specific needs such as foraging for herbs in the mountains or hunting beasts, most ordinary cultivators would rather carry their belongings in a satchel than spend 50 low-grade spirit stones on a storage bag. Very few could afford such a luxury, as their entire fortune might not even amount to that sum. If they did possess such wealth, they would prefer to invest it in spells or similar resources. Please follow me. This is a storage bag produced by our sect. Its capacity is 1 cubic meter, priced at 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The exterior is crafted from cloud silk, providing excellent resistance against the fluctuations caused by spell combat, thereby preventing damage to the storage bag during encounters. As long as it isn't directly struck by a spell, it should remain intact. Moreover, our storage bags are designed to last for 20 years under normal use. However, we recommend replacing them every 15 years, as formations may deteriorate over time. In the unfortunate event of a sudden failure, one would need to enlist a formation master to assist in opening it, posing a risk of losing any stored items. The attendant elaborated on the features of their storage bags, leaving Yi Chen somewhat bewildered. They could age, they required periodic replacement. This revelation caught Yi Chen off guard, yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Just as appliances in his previous life tended to malfunction over time, so too would a storage bag, particularly since it relied on formations for its storage capabilities. Materials would degrade, and formations could gradually fail, a natural occurrence. Furthermore, considering he was not the one crafting it, the system's feedback would surely guarantee superior quality. Consequently, Yi Chen chose to make the purchase. Watching as 100 low-grade spirit stones were extracted, the attendant's face lit up with delight. After all, beyond his salary, he earned a commission on sales. High-ticket items like storage bags yielded substantial commissions, and this transaction would net him a low-grade spirit stone. How could he not be elated? After inspecting the storage bag and confirming its ample capacity, Yi Chen tucked it into his chest and departed Qingyun workshop, leaving the attendant in high spirits. Outside the Silver Moon Market, a weary group of herbalists emerged from the mountains. Upon sighting the market, they collectively exhaled in relief, their faces aglow with joy. Among the party of over a dozen, Lin Kur had been foraging for herbs in the mountains for a month and was now part of the group. Chapter 30 Lin Kur eavesdrops. Today, Lu Jing exerted all her culinary skills to prepare a sumptuous feast for Yi Chen, ensuring he dined with great delight. Once they finished, the room felt somewhat stifling, prompting both to recline in the shade of a large tree in the courtyard. Yi Chen occasionally cast glances at Lu Jing, who was dressed equally lightly today. At that moment, she lay down unguarded, her graceful demeanor particularly alluring. Why Yi Chen felt as if he were gazing upon the southern hemisphere. It must be said that the skin of female cultivators truly is exquisite, even their pores are imperceptible. During this time, Lu Jing, in an effort to prevent her awakening due to idle gossip, had been exceedingly generous with her favors, surpassing even the most lavish mobile game planners of her previous life. Yet, Yi Chen could discern that she was merely toying with him, allowing him the slightest advantage without any genuine intention of progressing their relationship. He understood the rationale behind this. After all, a sycophant must be kept tantalized with sweet rewards. Should all desires be fulfilled, the sycophant would feel satisfied and cease to be motivated to offer gifts. After admiring the view for a while, Yi Chen noticed the sun dipping below the horizon, nearly concealed by the mountains. Without further ado, he sat up, retrieved a prepared gift, and spoke. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your warm hospitality, esteemed Lady Lu. This is a modest token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially expecting yet another medicinal pill and prepared to decline politely, she found her gaze drawn to the object in Yi Chen's hand. Her pupils dilated in shock as she recognized it instantly, a small blue cloth bag, no larger than a palm, adorned with cloud patterns, exuding an air of mystery. She had seen such a bag hanging from the waist of the steward at the Li family's talisman shop. This was a storage bag, valued at no less than 50 low-grade spirit stones. Liu Jing had always envied such bags, as carrying belongings could be quite cumbersome, and transporting a heavy pack posed its own challenges. Moreover, precious items were unsafe at home, leaving one to worry about potential theft. A storage bag would resolve these everyday inconveniences and even facilitate future relocations. Initially concerned that Yi Chen might withhold gifts due to the rumors circulating, Lu Jing was pleasantly surprised to find that he had not only maintained his generosity but had exceeded her expectations. Yi Chen continued, this is a 1 cubic meter storage bag, purchased from Qingyun workshop, priced at 1 medium-grade spirit stone. However, fair lady, do take care not to use spells upon it, lest it be damaged. Yi Chen emphasized its value, knowing that the greater the worth, the more astonished she would be, thus increasing the likelihood of a favorable reaction. And indeed, upon hearing it was a 1 cubic meter bag valued at 1 medium-grade spirit stone, Lu Jing's excitement intensified, her lovely face flushing with 2 bright red spots, her expression filled with sheer delight. The surprise Yi Chen had bestowed upon her was truly remarkable. Her earlier worries had been unfounded. How could someone like Yi Chen allow external gossip to sway his feelings? If he were so easily influenced, he would have changed long ago. Overjoyed, Lu Jing felt the weight of the gift was too significant to accept without some form of resistance, prompting the customary back and forth of polite refusal before finally accepting the item. Yi Chen, seeing the sun's descent, was more than willing to play along with Lu Jing's charade. Ah, finally back. Though I earned much in the mountains, the experience was far from pleasant. Even a mere insect nearly incapacitated my arm. This time I made a fair profit. I shall indulge in the delights of Ichuan Tower. I intend to seek Lady Yu, none shall dare to vie with me. A group of individuals arrived at the entrance of the Silver Moon Market, all exuberantly shouting. Although they had garnered substantial rewards from the mountains, dwelling amidst such peril left them unable to enjoy a restful sleep. Even cultivators found the atmosphere stifling. Now that they had returned, the tension dissipated, and they felt a sense of relief. Among the crowd, Lin Kuo listened to the voices of several male cultivators and wrinkled her brow in disdain. However, she did not outwardly express her feelings, for she too was weary and yearned for a good night's sleep. A full month spent in the mountains had drained her completely. At the forefront of the group stood a tall and imposing woman, their leader, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Alright, I have the medicinal herbs here, and your shares have been calculated. A third has already been prepaid. 3 days from now, once I have processed the herbs, you may come to collect the remaining payment. Is there any dissent? The woman exuded an aura of decisiveness, and the others trusted her implicitly, raising no objections. Only a lecherous middle-aged male cultivator dared to speak. Boss, how about advancing me a few low-grade spirit stones? I plan to stay at Ichuan Tower for 3 days. His words incited a round of laughter. While most cultivators aspired to enhance their skills and worked diligently towards that end, many low-level cultivators found hope for breakthroughs elusive, thus resigned themselves to a life of hedonism, squandering their earnings on revelry and women. After a month's hard work, their spirit stones disappeared in mere days. However, unlike sycophants, they directly purchased services. Such individuals were plentiful in the Silver Moon market. The woman shot a cold glance at the middle-aged male cultivator. Get lost. The women of Ichuan Tower practice dubious arts. Do you think they will elevate your cultivation level? Look at yourself. Compared to a few years ago, you have made no progress whatsoever, and in fact, you have regressed. Continue down this path, and there will be no place for you in the team. The woman spared no mercy, leaving the middle-aged cultivator with a sheepish smile, unable to retort. Upon entering the Silver Moon market, she turned and walked away, dispersing the group as they left in small clusters. Lin Kuo also planned to return. However, beside her walked a tall and handsome young man. Lin Kuo, remember to come early in 3 days. I will ensure my sister allocates you a larger share. In response, Lin Kuo offered a polite smile. Thank you, Daoist Jin. The young man, Jin Wuqing, had already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement at a young age and possessed considerable combat experience, making him a valuable member of the team. He was also the cousin of the team leader. It was said that they had formed a partnership with a medicine shop to gather herbs in the mountains. Jin Wuqing had shown her considerable kindness during their time together, and being talented at such a young age, he was likely to break through to the later stages of Qi refinement. In many respects, he far surpassed Yi Chen. However, Lin Kuo harbored no interest in him. What of being in the later stages of Qi refinement? Her aspiration lay in foundation establishment. Thus, after politely thanking him, she took her leave, leaving Jin Wuqing somewhat disappointed. Yet, knowing Lin Kuo would return to the mountains, he felt there would be more opportunities for interaction and thus did not rush. As Lin Kuo walked along the path, contemplating her gains, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Thanks to her good fortune, she had discovered a patch of Silver Moon spirit grass, far exceeding her expectations. According to the leader, she would receive 25 low-grade spirit stones from this venture, almost a stone a day. This income, over a month's work, surpassed what she had earned in nearly a year, a delightful surprise indeed. Lin Kuo planned to collect her spirit stones in 3 days and then seek out a better lodging. As for Yi Chen, she would honor her promise to treat him to a meal. However, during the dinner, she would clarify her intentions, ensuring he no longer harbored any expectations. After all, while Yi Chen could indeed offer medium-grade Peiyuan pills, she could now afford them herself, rendering any further sacrifices unnecessary. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Kuo arrived at her courtyard. Yet, upon standing at the entrance, she overheard familiar voices engaging in conversation within. Chapter 31 Have you given my belongings to someone else? As Lin Kuo followed the team to gather herbs, she learned some tricks for concealing her presence and making no sound. Thus, when she heard a noise in the courtyard, she remained silent and refrained from recklessly entering, worrying it might be a thief or a rogue cultivator. If that were the case, she would need to notify the patrol team. However, upon discerning the conversation between the two individuals, Lin Kuo furrowed her brow slightly. She had already recognized their identities. One was Lu Jing, and the other was Yi Chen. What were these two doing here? Before she left, she had clearly informed Yi Chen of her intention to venture into the mountains. Knowing she was away, why did Yi Chen still come here? Unless, of course, Yi Chen had developed an interest in Lu Jing long ago. This thought filled Lin Kuo with disdain for Yi Chen, which only intensified her aversion towards Lu Jing. Though she had dismissed Yi Chen and resolved to sever ties with him, his behavior was profoundly disappointing. The affection he once displayed had evidently been nothing more than lust. How foolish she had been to think Yi Chen was a good person, and as for Lu Jing, she was nothing short of a vixen, intent on stealing what was hers. Hadn't she encountered men before? Initially, Lin Kuo had intended to invite Yi Chen to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for his past kindness, but now, that seemed utterly unnecessary. The notion of the two of them getting together left Lin Kuo feeling a twinge of betrayal. After all, Yi Chen had treated her so well, showering her with gifts, yet, after merely a month away, he had already turned his affections elsewhere. Who could endure such a thing? However, this anger was fleeting. Lin Kuo quickly regained her composure. After all, she had long ceased to value Yi Chen's meager gifts. They were nothing she desired. If Lu Jing wished for them, she could have them. With this thought, Lin Kuo found her irritation dissipating. In fact, she considered entering the room to wish the couple well before retiring for the night. She was curious to see the awkward expressions they would wear, yet, just as Lin Kuo was about to push open the door, Lu Jing's voice echoed in her ears once more. Yi Daoyu, since you said that, I feel too embarrassed to refuse. Then I shall accept it, Yi Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Kor scoffed internally. It was merely a mid-grade Pei Yuan Dan. She had no interest in it whatsoever. In the future, she could simply purchase commodity-grade Pei Yuan Dan for her cultivation, which would yield better results. Yet Lu Jing was positively elated over a mid-grade Pei Yuan Dan. It was clear that she and Lu Jing were no longer from the same world. This realization filled Lin Kor with a sense of superiority. However, the next moment, her disdainful smile vanished, and her expression faltered. For in the courtyard, Lu Jing's voice rang out again. In a few days, I happen to want to move. This storage bag is a full cubic meter, perfectly suited to hold all my belongings. I will move it closer to the center, where it's safer, and also nearer to where you reside, Yi Daoyu. This gift from you is truly to my liking. A storage bag? A cubic meter storage bag. Yi Chen had gifted Lu Jing a cubic meter storage bag. Lin Kor's eyes widened in astonishment. She was keenly aware of the exorbitant price of a storage bag. Previously, among the herb-gathering team, only the leader possessed one, and it was merely half a cubic meter, but it could hold anything, which was incredibly convenient, especially since she had to carry her belongings everywhere, with pills concealed on her person, which hindered her movements. The ease with which the other party could carry their belongings in the storage bag was something Lin Kor envied greatly. However, a storage bag's starting price was 50 low-grade spirit stones. After a month's grueling work in the mountains, she had barely earned over 20 low-grade spirit stones. Was it truly feasible to toil for 2 or 3 months just to afford a single storage bag? It was utterly impossible, yet the issue was that the storage bag she so desperately coveted was so easily bestowed upon Lu Jing by Yi Chen. Moreover, it was a storage bag with a cubic meter of space, valued at a mid-grade spirit stone. Lin Kor felt her mind spinning, her hands trembling. She had earned merely over 20 low-grade spirit stones in a month, while Lu Jing, without lifting a finger, had acquired a storage bag worth a mid-grade spirit stone? If she hadn't ventured into the mountains, would Yi Chen have given this storage bag to her? Surely he would have. Thus, her arduous month in the mountains had resulted in a loss. In light of the storage bag Yi Chen had gifted, Lin Kor felt that all her efforts over the past month had turned into a farce, yet before her tumultuous thoughts could settle, Lu Jing continued speaking, delivering an even greater shock to Lin Kor. Last time, Yi Daoyu gifted me a defensive spell worth a mid-grade spirit stone. This time, he has given me a storage bag worth a mid-grade spirit stone. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to Yi Daoyu. Since you enjoy the meals I prepare, how about I come over every day to cook for you after work? Only in this way can I convey my appreciation to you, Yi Daoyu. It's no trouble at all. I enjoy dining with you, Yi Daoyu. You are so witty, making our conversations immensely enjoyable. Upon hearing this, Lin Kor was struck dumb with disbelief. In her absence of just a month, Yi Chen had not only gifted a storage bag but also a defensive spell valued at a mid-grade spirit stone? This meant that in the mere span of a month, she had missed out on a spell and a storage bag. Lin Kor found it utterly intolerable. If she had not ventured into the mountains, these items would undoubtedly have been hers. Instead, in pursuit of resources, she had lost even greater assets to that wretched woman. As this realization dawned on her, Lin Kor felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. Was Yi Chen not already devoid of value? Had he not been unable to even produce pills before she left? How could this be? Why was this happening? She had an urgent need for that defensive spell, and the storage bag was even more essential. Those items were rightfully hers. Lin Kor felt her previous calm demeanor evaporate, replaced by an unbridled rage. She loathed Lu Jing, that shameless woman who had taken advantage of her absence to steal what belonged to her. How utterly despicable. Those items were hers, and how dare Lu Jing accept them? She longed to demand their return, but simultaneously, her anger towards Yi Chen grew even fiercer. What gave him the right to give her belongings to another? Yi Chen had once been infatuated with her. How could he so easily change his affections? Lin Kor was convinced that Lu Jing had manipulated Yi Chen while she was away, sowing discord between them. Yet even so, Yi Chen's betrayal was profoundly disappointing. To so easily cast aside his feelings due to another's interference and give away gifts meant for her was an unforgivable act. Consumed by anger, Lin Kor could no longer contain herself. She forcefully pushed open the door, causing it to slam with a loud bang. Upon seeing Lin Kor return, Lu Jing initially appeared flustered, but soon a smile spread across her face. Lin Kor was back, but so what? Yi Chen, that foolish sycophant, was already hers. She had arrived too late. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained calm, though the scene resembled a confrontation, but he was not truly a sycophant, so why should he fear Lin Kor's misunderstanding? Moreover, having cultivated the dragon-elephant prajna technique, his enhanced senses had already alerted him to Lin Kor's presence outside the door. Lin Kor had anticipated that upon seeing her, the two would. Instead, they regarded her with an unsettling calmness, which only fueled her fury. She raised her voice, directing her ire at Yi Chen. Yi Daoyu, how could you give my belongings to someone else? Chapter 32. Flattening Lu Jing's path. Yi, how could you possibly gift my belongings to another woman? Yi Chen had long anticipated Lin Kor eavesdropping outside, and his curiosity was piqued regarding her reaction. However, when Lin Kor stormed in, her first words escaping her lips ignited a chuckle from Yi Chen. What did she mean by my belongings? Lin Kor's demeanor reminded Yi Chen of a tale from his previous life. A man who routinely bestowed $10 upon a beggar, only to reduce it to $5 after marriage due to financial constraints. The beggar furiously accused him, how dare you use my money to support your wife? This narrative bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Kor in that moment. She evidently believed that all her efforts as a devoted admirer were hers to claim. Thus, when he gifted something to another, it was utterly unacceptable to her. It seemed that devoted admirers indeed had no rights. Alas, he was no mere sycophant. Lu Jing exhibited far greater dedication, presenting gifts even to the southern hemisphere for her brother. And what about you? Did you think your demeanor was as pure as a chrysanthemum?
Yi Chen, without a trace of politeness, inquired, Lin, what exactly constitutes your belongings?
Lin Kor paused, momentarily taken aback, only to become even more incensed.
You used to give me presents that if what you gave to Lu Jing isn't mine, then whose could it possibly be?
Most importantly, she noted, he had previously addressed her as Lin Xianzi, only to now refer to her as Lin Daoyu. Men are truly all the same, she thought, casting a venomous glare at both Yi Chen and Lu Jing before retreating to her chamber, slamming the door with great force.
Lin Kor's display of anger secretly pleased Lu Jing. She had harbored some fear that upon Lin Kor's return, she might contend for Yi Chen's affections. After all, Yi Chen had initially been infatuated with Lin Kor. It is often said that a man's greatest weakness is his first love. Who knew if Lin Kor was indeed Yi Chen's cherished memory? Yet, Lin Kor's immediate reaction was one of fury. Was she not merely pushing Yi Chen further away? Thus, Lu Jing beamed with newfound confidence, realizing that Lin Kor was far from her equal. Nevertheless, Lu Jing felt a twinge of guilt as she sought to comfort him. Yi Daoyu, is Kor truly upset? This situation is entirely my fault.
Had I known that accepting your gift would provoke such anger from Kor, I would never have placed you in such a predicament. Please, do not hold her ire against me.
There must be some misunderstanding. But I can't help but feel for you, Daoyu. You sacrificed so much initially, yet Kor only knows how to sulk. If it were I would not be angry. I would only feel sympathy for you. Observing Lu Jing seizing the opportunity to sow discord, Yi Chen's amusement grew. He feigned deep emotion, directly embracing Lu Jing. In the warmth of summer, her attire was light, causing Yi Chen to fully absorb the impact of her soft form. Initially startled, Lu Jing instinctively sought to resist, pushing him away, yet, upon recollection, she relented. Yi Chen whispered near her ear, but it is you, Lu Xianzi, who truly understands me. The proximity was unprecedented for Lu Jing, intensified by the sensation of his breath against her ear, sending waves of warmth coursing through her body, akin to ants crawling all over her. However, with Lin Kor returning, she felt compelled to indulge Yi Chen, if only for the sake of the storage pot she had just given her. Not to mention, this moment was pivotal for securing her position. After a prolonged embrace, Yi Chen finally released Lu Jing, and the fabric of her clothing sprang back with surprising vigor. He savored the moment before raising his hand to bid her farewell. Noticing his intent to leave, Lu Jing felt a surge of delight and quickly advised, Kor is merely experiencing a fleeting anger. If you were to lower your head and apologize, I'm certain the misunderstanding would be resolved. However, Yi Chen shook his head resolutely, turning to exit through the courtyard gate. This elicited a beaming smile from Lu Jing, as she triumphed over her greatest rival effortlessly. Perfection. Yet, upon glancing at her clothing, a slight discomfort arose. The intensity of Yi Chen's embrace had left her feeling somewhat sore. Meanwhile, within her room, Lin Kor fumed, yet her gaze frequently darted to the door. In her mind, Yi Chen must undoubtedly favor her above all else. After all, he had once been so enamored that he gifted her the invaluable dragon elephant hand prepared by his father. Thus, she believed he would hasten to comfort her in light of her anger, yet, she had no intention of forgiving him so easily. Yi Chen must reclaim the storage pouch and spell, presenting them to her. If Lu Jing had already utilized the spell, then Yi Chen would owe her new ones, too. To be precise, such was the price of betrayal. Otherwise, she vowed never to forgive him. Seething with indignation, Lin Kor contemplated these matters, glancing to the door time and again, yet Yi Chen's knock never came. Her patience waned, and she approached the window, only to witness Yi Chen and Lu Jing entwined in a tight embrace. Yi Chen squeezed Lu Jing so tightly that she appeared nearly flattened. After their embrace, Yi Chen turned away, casting not a single glance in her direction. This sight ignited a deeper resentment within Lin Kor. Yi Chen, I shall never forgive you. Yi Chen, of course, paid no heed to Lin Kor. He was no sycophant but rather a staunch advocate for self-interest. With gifts of such magnitude, why should he bother with Lin Kor? She had consistently kept him at bay, offering no sweetness, even when dining together, merely verbal promises. How dare she express anger? Were sycophants devoid of dignity? Yi Chen, disinterested in her, chose to shower Lu Jing with gifts, observing her receive expensive presents with increasing frequency. He was curious to see how long Lin Kor could endure this. In Yi Chen's mind, Lin Kor was but a fleeting thought. His primary concern lay with the rewards he would gain from bestowing the storage pouch. The system notification had already resonated within his mind. He had simply been too preoccupied with Lu Jing to pay attention, and now, as he checked, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Gift successful. The gift consists of a 1 cubic meter storage pouch. Processing rewards detected that the gift presented by the host is of utmost significance to the recipient, exceeding expectations and causing significant emotional fluctuations, triggering a critical hit reward. Reward: 1000 cubic meter storage ring. Detected that the host does not possess storage equipment. Physical rewards will be temporarily stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. What a stroke of luck. The critical hit had indeed been triggered, amplifying the initial reward by a staggering factor of 1000.1 cubic meter had transformed into 1000. Most importantly, it had upgraded from a storage pouch to a storage ring. This transaction was undoubtedly a monumental gain. Yi Chen had already grasped the distinctions between storage pouches and storage rings from his previous encounters at Qingyun Feng. Storage pouches were simulated through arrays, while storage rings were crafted from a special type of spatial stone, making them durable and resistant to degradation. There was no concern about the contents being inaccessible, and retrieval was significantly swifter. The quality and security of storage rings far exceeded that of storage pouches. Additionally, due to the monopolization of spatial stones, their prices soared, typically only affordable to those at the Golden Core stage. Yet here he was, having scored a 1000 cubic meter storage ring, something even Golden Core cultivators might struggle to procure. This was indeed an extraordinary triumph. Chapter 33. Lin Kor could not sleep.
Upon returning to his own chamber, Yi Chen immediately retrieved a storage ring from the system space. The ring was silver, adorned with black patterns, exuding an air of understated luxury. Upon attempting to wear it, he discovered that it could automatically resize itself, fitting snugly against his arm, alleviating any concerns of accidental loss. Immersed in the moment, Yi Chen endeavored to utilize it, only to find that the initial activation required a drop of blood. This revelation only heightened his satisfaction, for it also possessed an encryption feature, far superior to that of a mere storage bag. After pricking his finger and allowing a few drops of blood to fall, he completed the bonding process. Instantly, Yi Chen felt a unique connection with the storage ring. The method of using the ring was remarkably simple. Merely touching an item with his palm would allow it to be transferred directly into the ring. Soon enough, he had deposited his concocted elixirs, medicinal herbs, and various miscellaneous tomes into the storage ring, granting him a sense of relief, perhaps due to the sharp intellect of cultivators and the lack of oversight in this world. The books Yi Chen had procured were quite risque in nature, encompassing a wide array of themes. Were they to be discovered by others, it would undoubtedly lead to social embarrassment. He had even gone to great lengths to disguise himself while purchasing these books. Now, with the volumes safely ensconced within the storage ring, he no longer feared being seen. Finally, Yi Chen could breathe easy. Retrieval was equally convenient, requiring only a thought. He spent considerable time toying with the storage ring, repeatedly placing and removing the alchemical furnace with ease. It seemed nearly flawless. As long as there was space, anything could be accommodated. The only drawback was the slight expenditure of mental energy it demanded. Yi Chen, thoroughly engrossed, played with it for quite some time until suddenly, his expression changed. He recalled a crucial matter. It seemed he had traversed realms merely after a brief slumber. His browsing history and group chat records had yet to be expunged. Should the authorities or his family happen upon them, it would be disastrous. Yi Chen had previously entertained thoughts of returning to Earth one day, hoping to attain enlightenment through the gift bonding system, yet now, he felt a sudden disillusionment with Earth. Perhaps it was best not to return. In the days that followed, Yi Chen's life returned to tranquility. He diligently practiced his cultivation and alchemy, continuing to amass spirit stones. With offensive spells at his disposal and defensive spells acquired, he now sought an escape spell. In any case, Yi Chen was deeply concerned for his own safety, determined to become a well-rounded cultivator without any weaknesses. As for Lin Kuo's return, it had no discernible effect on his mood. In contrast, Lu Jing, who had taken possession of the storage bag, became increasingly enthusiastic, visiting Yi Chen daily after work, bringing ingredients to cook for him. This brought Yi Chen considerable joy. Although he had acquired the devoted dog system, which required him to present gifts, there was an art to being a loyal admirer. If one were to be a singularly devoted admirer, the woman would lack a sense of urgency regarding the potential loss of that admirer, thus rendering him inconsequential. However, should one adopt a more capricious approach, the scenario would differ. As long as the gifts were sufficiently valuable, a woman would prioritize the admirer, even beginning to invest in him. It was evident that Lu Jing understood this well. Having seized Yi Chen from Lin Kuo, she was acutely aware that he could easily be taken away as well. Hence, she was especially warm and often bestowed little favors upon him. As for Lin Kuo, Yi Chen was curious to see if she could truly suppress her feelings. Meanwhile, in Lin Kuo's room, her demeanor was somewhat listless. Having returned from the mountains, she had intended to rest thoroughly, yet 3 days had passed without a wink of sleep. The mere thought that she had missed out on a spell in a storage bag after a brief excursion was enough to keep any cultivator awake at night. Not to mention, Yi Chen's value far exceeded her initial expectations. Yet now, it seemed that Yi Chen, her devoted admirer, had indeed been taken by Lu Jing. This realization deepened her distress, nearly bringing her to tears. She wished fervently to slap herself for having been so frugal and opting to share. Lin Kuo had been waiting for Yi Chen to come and apologize, as he had always treated her well, and she was willing to give him another chance. Yet, as she waited in vain, anxiety began to creep into her heart. Could it be that Yi Chen truly no longer harbored feelings for her, utterly enamored by Lu Jing? If Yi Chen had lost all value to her, Lin Kuo would have been indifferent. However, the truth was that Yi Chen's worth was simply unfathomable. In such circumstances, how could Lin Kuo willingly accept the loss of Yi Chen, her devoted admirer? Today, however, she had tidied herself up and was preparing to head out, for it was the day to collect her share from the medicinal herbs. Initially, she had been quite eager about it, anticipating nearly 20 low-grade spirit stones, and now, however, her heart felt utterly hollow. Lu Jing had done nothing more than flaunt a bit, yet had received 2 medium-grade spirit stones as a gift. Meanwhile, she had to toil for an entire month for a mere 20 low-grade spirit stones. The disparity was staggering. Lost in these complex thoughts, Lin Kuo soon arrived at the captain's courtyard. Her fellow herb-picking teammates were already present, some emerging with spirit stones and radiant smiles. The captain's brother, Jin Wuqing, was greeting everyone, and upon spotting Lin Kuo, his handsome face broke into a smile. "Kuo, my friend, you've arrived. Why the delay?" Gazing at Jin Wuqing, Lin Kuo maintained a neutral expression. She had initially harbored intentions of befriending him, given that he was quite formidable, already at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and the captain's brother to boot. Establishing a good rapport with him would undoubtedly yield benefits. However, Lin Kuo's sentiments had shifted dramatically. Even her desire to venture into the mountains to gather herbs had waned. This was due to the stark contrast between her efforts and the gifts Yi Chen had received, rendering her own endeavors seemingly insignificant. Since she had little desire to return to the mountains, cultivating a relationship with Jin Wuqing held no value for her now. Noticing Lin Kuo's chill demeanor, Jin Wuqing furrowed his brow in confusion. After Lin Kuo received her spirit stones, he accompanied her to the exit, stating, "My sister is currently in seclusion. Our next expedition will have to wait until she emerges. I'll be sure to inform you." Lin Kuo nodded, yet her thoughts were already teetering towards resignation. "How about we go out for a meal together, Lin?" Jin Wuqing extended the invitation, harboring a fondness for her. She was cool and aloof, with breathtaking beauty and a striking figure. Although Lin Kuo remained somewhat distant and unenthusiastic, Jin Wuqing paid it no mind. He saw it as an opportunity to venture into the mountains once more, hoping to create chances for heroic rescues. He was confident that he could win Lin Kuo's heart, yet, in response to his invitation, Lin Kuo shook her head. "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well, perhaps next time." Watching Lin Kuo's departing figure, Jin Wuqing furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that she had changed in some way after her return. Chapter 34 of the confident Lin Kuo, 20 inferior spirit stones die in the past. Acquiring such a substantial sum would have left Lin Kuo elated, unable to sleep from excitement, yet today, as she gazed at the 20 inferior spirit stones, she felt nothing but indifference. Such a meager amount could not even purchase a single spell or a storage BAG.in comparison. It seemed woefully inadequate. However, Yi Chen appeared to be completely ensnared in Lu Jing's tender embrace. It had been days since Lin Kuo returned, yet he had not sought her out even once. It was Yi Chen who had betrayed her. Must she truly take the initiative to seek him out? The thought was unbearable for Lin Kuo. Upon returning to her courtyard, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of stewed meat wafting from Lu Jing's room. The scent only served to ignite her resentment. She knew all too well that Lu Jing, as an apprentice in talisman crafting, had been struggling to learn anything of substance, living a frugal life, scarcely indulging in beast meat more than a few times a month. Yet in the few days since Lin Kuo had returned, Lu Jing seemed to feast on beast meat daily. The stark contrast in their financial situations could undoubtedly be attributed to Yi Chen. At that moment, Lu Jing, having heard the commotion in the courtyard, peeked outside her door and spotted Lin Kuo. A gentle smile graced her lips as she promptly closed the door, offering no greeting. Their relationship had always been rather ordinary, mere cohabitants, but now, due to Yi Chen, even the remnants of their previous politeness had vanished. To Lin Kuo, Lu Jing's smile felt entirely like a provocation. "I have stolen your devoted admirer. What will you do about it?" The more Lin Kuo pondered, the angrier she became. She found it impossible to concentrate on her cultivation, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. Until the stroke of midnight, she suddenly sat up, overwhelmed by frustration. How dare that wretched woman Lu Jing steal Yi Chen and then dare to provoke her? All this time, Lin Kuo had been sulking and ignoring Yi Chen, playing right into Lu Jing's hands. This was no longer merely a matter of resources, it was a question of dignity. "Lu Jing, if you enjoy stealing, then I shall reclaim Yi Chen, leaving you with nothing but an empty basket," she thought, filled with confidence. Compared to Lu Jing, she felt utterly refined. Initially, she had been unable to see clearly, but now she understood that Yi Chen would be within her grasp. After all, even when she had been cold and distant, he had been utterly captivated by her. Now that she planned to take the initiative, there was no way he could refuse her. The 2 taels of meat, which Lu Jing took pride in, would hold no significance before Lin Kuo. At that moment, she resolved to seek out Yi Chen the very next day. With clarity of purpose, the confident Lin Kuo finally found peace in her slumber that night. She even experienced a rare dream, in which Yi Chen knelt before her, apologizing for his past betrayal and presenting her with countless gifts, sufficient for her to break through to the foundational stage, pleading for her forgiveness. In her dream, Lin Kuo beamed with joy. Upon waking in the morning, Yi Chen lowered his gaze, reflecting on the effects of his body refinement technique. It was indeed formidable. Each day, he brimmed with vitality. Of course, Lu Jing's contributions played a part, often providing him with benefits. To be honest, Yi Chen possessed the means to win over Lu Jing, but the system imposed certain requirements regarding potential partners. He could not guarantee that Lu Jing would reciprocate with gifts of tenfold value after winning her over. Currently, stable high-return channels were scarce. Among the numerous female cultivators in Silvermoon Market, Yi Chen had only encountered 3 who offered returns exceeding tenfold, one of whom, Sun Ruoxin, he had yet to meet. Lin Kuo could still venture into the mountains. Thus, to be prudent, he deemed it best to refrain from any actions until a more stable and lucrative avenue presented itself. With this resolve, Yi Chen maintained his self-discipline. As for the street vendors outside, they held no appeal for him. While there were indeed beautiful female cultivators within the buildings, he had heard they practiced various chaotic secret arts that could hinder one's foundation. Given Yi Chen's already modest talent and slow progress even with quality elixirs, he could not afford to engage in activities that might jeopardize his foundation. Hence, he opted to abstain. Yi Chen had been diligently inquiring about treasures that could enhance one's spiritual roots, even if only slightly. Securing such resources could significantly elevate his qualifications, especially when paired with a high multiplicity female cultivator. He had learned that treasures capable of enhancing spiritual roots did exist in this world, but they were exceedingly rare and far beyond the reach of lower-tier cultivators. Yi Chen felt no disappointment, as he believed that such items could be found in the cultivation world. As long as they existed, he could accumulate resources through the system's feedback, eventually acquiring them. Once obtained, combined with a high multiplicity female cultivator, he would soar to new heights. In summary, Yi Chen was filled with hope for his future. In the afternoon, Yi Chen visited Manager Zhang to submit his task. 500 inferior nourishing pills, without a single one missing. They were still from the same seller who had provided them before, at a price 30% lower than the market rate. Manager Zhang had grown increasingly indifferent towards Yi Chen. Even though Yi Chen had broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, it was hardly noteworthy. After all, as a family disciple, achieving that milestone at his age was rather slow. Moreover, Manager Zhang had heard rumors that Yi Chen had switched to another admirer, even going so far as to proclaim that to love someone is to unconditionally give everything for them, which led Manager Zhang to conclude that Yi Chen was beyond redemption. This fool would surely suffer a significant setback in his dealings with women, especially given his lackluster talent. Such a person hardly warranted excessive attention. Manager Zhang intended to slowly drain Yi Chen's resources and then seize an opportunity to expose him. The only curiosity that lingered in Manager Zhang's mind was just how many spirit stones Yi Chen's father had prepared for him. Why Yi Chen was giving gifts to women while also spending his own money to purchase elixirs for task submissions. Such extravagant expenditures seemed absurdly unsustainable. Surely, Yi Chen's father was indulging him excessively. However, it was precisely this overindulgence that had fostered Yi Chen's mediocrity. Were Yi Chen aware of Manager Zhang's anticipation for his imminent downfall, he would surely find it amusing. Manager Zhang's plan to exploit him was, in fact, a boon for Yi Chen. Even if the world were to collapse, he would remain unfazed. In the afternoon, Yi Chen resumed his alchemical pursuits. After completing a batch, he heard a knock on his door. A maid announced that a female cultivator named Lin Kuo had come to visit. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, saying he understood, yet he had no intention of stepping outside. Instead, he continued to stoke the flames, preparing for his second batch of elixirs. It had only been 3 days since Lin Kuo had proactively sought him out, which surprised Yi Chen. But what did it matter? He would address her after finishing his alchemical work. Outside the back gate of Yi Danpu, Lin Kuo stood waiting to be let in. However, when the maid delivered the message that Yi Xianxue is currently refining pills, Lin Kuo's expression shifted. Hearing that she would have to wait, her displeasure was palpable. In the past, when she sought out Yi Chen, she had never had to wait. But thinking of Lu Jing, Lin Kuo gritted her teeth and bore with it, remaining at the door. Nevertheless, her mood was exceedingly irritable. How could any elixir possibly be more important than her personal visit? Chapter 35 of Father, how could I possibly be a sycophant? The alchemy session concluded. Gazing at the freshly crafted 10 superior grade Peiyuan pills, a satisfied smile graced Yi Chen's face. At this point, Yi Chen had nearly perfected the art of refining Peiyuan pills, consistently producing superior quality. After storing the pills in his spatial ring, Yi Chen stepped out of his chamber, where a maid hurriedly reported, Master Yi, Miss Lin is waiting outside. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. It seemed Lin Kuo had indeed been provoked. If he held no value, she would certainly not have acted this way. She would have likely sought to sever ties with him immediately. However, since he could still afford such an extravagant gift, his worth had suddenly risen in her eyes. Lin Kuo clearly wished to reclaim him, the once dispensable sycophant, but was it really that simple? A sardonic smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he made his way to the entrance. Ah, it is you, Taoist Lin Da. I apologize for my earlier preoccupation during a critical moment of alchemy. Upon seeing Lin Kuo, Yi Chen expressed his apologies courteously. Yet, the evident estrangement, along with the uncomfortable title of Taoist Lin, stirred irritation within her. She had only been away for a month, yet Yi Chen's attitude had shifted so swiftly. Aware that she was upset, he had not once come to see her. What a cad, indeed. Nevertheless, Lin Kuo had come today with the intent of reclaiming him, the sycophant. Thus, she suppressed her indignation and endeavored to speak with a pleasant demeanor. It's nothing. Of course, alchemy is of utmost importance. I have no other agenda. I merely came to invite you to dinner as I promised before leaving.
Let us go now.
Lin Kuo's plan was to extend an invitation for a meal, something she had never done before. Her proactive approach would surely astonish Yi Chen, allowing her to effortlessly reclaim him. Yet, upon hearing this, Yi Chen chuckled. Did Lin Kuo truly believe he was such a loyal sycophant? A kind smile, a few flattering words, and an invitation to dinner, and she thought he would return to his former ways. Who instilled such confidence in her? Liang Jingru. Facing Lin Kuo's unwavering confidence, Yi Chen shook his head. No, I have prior engagements today.
Rejected?
Lin Kuo's eyes widened in disbelief, eager to say more when footsteps approached from behind. To her surprise, Yi Chen's previously indifferent expression brightened into a smile. Instantly, Lin Kuo turned to look back, only to behold a voluptuous and mature woman, her face alight with joy, striding towards the entrance with an alluring sway.
With such pronounced movements, it could only be Lu Jing. Taoist Yi, I have prepared some braised pork today. If the meat from this beast is properly handled, it will be absolutely delectable, rich yet not greasy, lean yet not tough. At mid-sentence, Lu Jing seemed to finally notice Lin Kuo, her surprise giving way to an invitation. Kuo, you are here too? Perfect, let us all dine together. I am certain Taoist Yi would not mind. Lin Kuo's expression soured. She had invited Yi Chen to a lavish feast, only for him to choose to dine with this insufferable woman instead? Never had Lin Kuo been treated with such disdain. Casting a cold glare at Lu Jing, who feigned warmth, Lin Kuo turned on her heel and departed. Observing this scene, Lu Jing felt a thrill of delight. Lin Kuo had not given up, yet she could not lower her pride, maintaining her lofty demeanor. It would not be long before Lin Kuo would relent. At that point, Lu Jing would be able to rest easy, no longer fearing that Yi Chen would be taken from her. Perhaps due to Lin Kuo's earlier visit, Lu Jing was notably more enthusiastic than usual. The heat of the day intensified the cooking, prompting Lu Jing to adjust her skirt for comfort, revealing an enchanting expanse of leg, a sight that gleamed in the sunlight. This display brought a hidden joy to Yi Chen. The only lament was that the realm of cultivation seemed devoid of black stockings, otherwise, it would have been truly exquisite. In the days that followed, Yi Chen continued to live a tranquil life, engaging in cultivation, alchemy, and relishing sumptuous meals. Though devoid of electronic devices, his existence was far more pleasant than in his previous life. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo had not made an appearance in the past couple of days, a fact that did not concern Yi Chen. He had seen through her intentions. All he needed to do was present Lu Jing with a few more fine gifts in front of Lin Kuo, and she would undoubtedly take the initiative.
One morning, Yi Chen awoke leisurely after concluding his cultivation. He glanced at the contents of his spatial ring. Having recently acquired a storage pouch, his supply of spirit stones was insufficient for any lavish gifts. Thus, he resolved to continue gifting pills to accumulate spirit stones. Once he had enough next week, he planned to purchase a superior escape technique. As he pondered these matters, a knock sounded at the door. "Young master, your father has come to see you." The voice was unmistakably that of Manager Zhang. Why had his biological father suddenly arrived? Yi Chen felt a twinge of panic. After a brief hesitation, he hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, he was greeted not only by the rotund figure of Manager Zhang but also by a stern-looking middle-aged man exuding an aura of authority, who bore a striking resemblance to Yi Chen. Recalling his past memories, Yi Chen addressed the man. "Father, your timing is impeccable. I find myself short on spirit stones. Could you spare some?" The moment Yi Chen spoke, the previously serious expression of the middle-aged man faltered. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang, observing this scene, understood why Yi Tianhe, such a formidable figure, had a son who seemed to be a mere wastrel. Such indulgence was excessive. Had his own son dared to speak in such a manner, he would have likely been met with a swift blow. Suppressing a chuckle, Manager Zhang bowed to Yi Tianhe. "Daoist Yi, I shall take my leave now." Yi Tianhe nodded politely. Once Manager Zhang departed, he turned to Yi Chen, his expression darkening. "I have heard rumors that you have taken a liking to a female cultivator, showering her with pills and even gifting her the dragon elephant hand I procured for you?" He seemed poised to take action at any moment. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. "Not at all, it's merely that a female cultivator has been persistently pursuing me. After all, I take after you, father, I am naturally handsome, and I attract the attention of female cultivators daily. I wonder who is spreading such slander. Jealousy, it must be jealousy." Noticing Yi Tianhe's skepticism, Yi Chen hastily added, "Father, look at my vitality." As he spoke, Yi Chen activated the dragon elephant prajna technique, causing his blood energy to surge dramatically. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tianhe's eyes brightened. The quality of Yi Chen's blood energy was remarkably high, and his physique appeared robust, far exceeding the effects of typical external techniques. It was evident he had indeed practiced the dragon elephant hand. Since there was only one copy of the dragon elephant hand, the notion that he had gifted it away was utterly absurd. Subsequently, Yi Chen released his cultivation level for Yi Tianhe to sense. "Father, observe. I am on the verge of reaching the 5th level of qi refinement. If I were to give my resources to someone else, how could my cultivation progress so swiftly?" Yi Tianhe carefully assessed and was pleased to find that Yi Chen was indeed close to a breakthrough. A smile spread across his face, genuine joy evident in his expression. "Excellent, excellent, my son is making great strides." Yi Tianhe had come to the Silver Moon Market to retrieve goods. Upon his arrival, he had overheard attendants discussing his son, gossip laden with innuendo. This revelation had greatly vexed him. His son, a sycophant, bestowing his cultivation resources, even precious external techniques, upon another? If that were true, Yi Tianhe had intended to teach Yi Chen a lesson about the weight of paternal love. After all, his son's poor aptitude was a matter of fate, something he could not hold against anyone. But to be a sycophant, that was truly unforgivable. Thankfully, those rumors were baseless. If his son had truly given away the dragon elephant hand, where would this impressive vitality have come from? As for giving away resources, that was even less likely. Why Yi Tianhe knew his son's talents well. Without sufficient resources, it was impossible to achieve such rapid progress. Relieved, Yi Tianhe affectionately patted Yi Chen's shoulder. "Son, you must never become a sycophant. Once, I had a close friend who fell for a female cultivator and devoted everything to her. But after merely a month of being together, he suffered an injury. Though the wound was not severe, with proper care and a year of rest, he would have recovered. Yet that very night, the female cultivator secretly absconded with his possessions amassed over decades. Had I not intervened, my friend might not have survived that year. But due to the lack of resources for healing, his vitality was severely depleted, and his cultivation plummeted from late qi refinement to mid-stage, effectively rendering him a failure for life. You are still young, and with me as your safety net, you have ample opportunity to correct any mistakes. However, if you become a sycophant, there may be no redemption. A sycophant is destined for nothing." Yi Tianhe, deeply concerned about Yi Chen's potential path as a sycophant, earnestly recounted a cautionary tale. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Such occurrences were all too common in his previous life. As long as nothing went awry, all was well, but once trouble struck, the other party would vanish with the money, leaving one unable even to afford a divorce lawyer. Yi Chen solemnly promised, "Father, rest assured, I, Yi Chen, shall never become a sycophant." Yi Tianhe, pleased by his son's resolute demeanor, felt a wave of satisfaction. He had initially worried that his son might struggle to adapt to life outside the family at the Silver Moon Market. Yet, it appeared he was thriving even more than before, making greater strides. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Thus, Yi Tianhe retrieved a long sword shimmering with a blue hue from his storage pouch and presented it to Yi Chen. "This is the Qingfeng sword, a superior-grade magical artifact. I invested all my earnings this year to acquire it. Given how close the Silver Moon Market is to the mountains, there is a chance that beasts may emerge. In case of any trouble, you will be better equipped to protect yourself." A superior-grade magical artifact. Yi Chen was immediately exhilarated. If he gifted this to Lu Jing, it would multiply in value tenfold, allowing him to soar to new heights. Observing his son's excitement, Yi Tianhe's spirits lifted as well. However, if he knew Yi Chen's thoughts, he would likely wish to discipline this rebellious son on the spot and force him to start anew. Chapter 36, A Collapse of Mindset. Is this a premium magical artifact? After a prolonged absence, Yi Tianhao was particularly concerned about his son. He inquired about various matters for quite some time. After chatting for a while longer, Yi Tianhao finally intended to take his leave. As a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he was the most accomplished in the Yi family aside from the family head. Given the instability of the cultivation world, Yi Tianhao was responsible for transporting goods within the family. Over the years, the Yi family had developed a commendable business, operating several shops akin to a medicinal herb store, with 7 or 8 establishments, including one in Qingyun City. Thus, Yi Tianhao was exceedingly busy. His purpose today was to collect the silver moongrass acquired by the shop during this period. Xiao Chen, devote yourself to your cultivation and alchemy. Your father will also strive to contribute more to the family. Yi Chen listened, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Regardless of the world, fathers universally prioritize their children's well-being. However, amidst his gratitude, Yi Chen pondered the issue of the Qingyun sect's quota. He wondered whether the opportunity to enter the Qingyun sect could be transferred to another person. If it could be granted, what treasures would a tenfold reward entail? 10 quotas, or perhaps the opportunity to join an even more prestigious sect? Yi Chen was particularly curious. If it were possible to transfer, he would undoubtedly seize the chance. Regarding the possibility of obtaining a quota, Yi Chen felt no apprehension. After all, his father was the second strongest in the family. Once he showcased his alchemy skills, who could object to him receiving a spot in the Qingyun sect? Yi Chen was evidently enthusiastic about entering the Qingyun sect. After all, Sun Yi was merely an outer disciple, yet his daughter, Sun Ruoxin, had a 15-fold feedback multiplier. In the Qingyun sect, it was certain that there would be even more female cultivators with high feedback rates, not to mention, many resources that could not be purchased with money in the outside world were monopolized by the sect. Only by joining the sect could one enjoy such privileges. Therefore, entering a sect was undoubtedly the proper path. After all, the higher the platform, the more promising the personal development. After imparting his advice to Yi Chen, Yi Tianhao left in good spirits to converse with manager Zhang before hastily departing. He felt that his son had become more ambitious than before, which was a positive sign, fueling his motivation even further. As long as his son entered the Qingyun sect, his future prospects would be immeasurable. However, once in the sect, the costs of standing out would be substantial. Thus, he needed to accumulate spiritual stones for his son diligently. The magical artifact he intended to leave for his son would surely be well cared for. With this artifact, he could rest assured regarding his son's safety. After seeing Yi Tianhao off, Yi Chen returned to his room, picked up the clear wind sword, and felt quite pleased. Magical artifacts were weapons utilized during the Qi refinement stage, classified into 3 grades: low, medium, and high. Of course, there also existed a rare category known as exceptional artifacts. Low-grade magical artifacts typically required 30 to 40 low-grade spiritual stones. Medium-grade artifacts, on the other hand, generally cost around 1 medium-grade spiritual stone. High-grade magical artifacts were even more expensive, starting at 3 medium-grade spiritual stones. The higher price of high-grade artifacts was due to the superior materials used, allowing for the incorporation of more intricate formations. For instance, the clear wind sword, aside from being exceptionally sharp, possessed an inherent wind-based spell that could unleash dozens of wind blades to strike adversaries. Each wind blade equated to the power of a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator's spell and did not consume additional mana. After use, the clear wind sword could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, recovering within 3 days. This effect was simply extraordinary during battles. Such a magical artifact could undoubtedly be valued at 4 to 5 medium-grade spiritual stones. Yi Chen mused that his father was truly generous with his expenditures. Playing with the clear wind sword, he had no intention of refining it just yet. Given its remarkable quality, it was only fitting to gift it to someone deserving. The prospect of a tenfold return intrigued him, and he was curious about the surprises it could bring. Moreover, given the immense value of this artifact, it was bound to trigger a critical hit. Perfect, Yi Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Liu Jing had a day off each week, and today happened to be her day off. Yi Chen swiftly wrapped the artifact in cloth and made his way to Lu Jing's residence. As for whether it was inappropriate to gift the artifact so soon after receiving it, he found it absurd to even consider such a notion. If his father were aware of his system, he would certainly encourage. A tenfold return was an opportunity not to be missed. In the cultivation world, it was not merely a saying that when one person ascended, their entire entourage could rise as well. There was a tale of a nostalgic loose cultivator who, upon fortuitously achieving the golden core stage, became an elder of a major sect. He brought every villager with spiritual roots to the sect, even taking along the village's gatekeeper dog. It was said that the dog, nurtured by the sect's abundant spiritual energy and the occasional elixirs from the Golden Core Elder, eventually gained intelligence and transformed into a spirit beast. With a tenfold return, once he took flight, he could undoubtedly help his father soar to new heights as well. At that time, he would have to procure a few foundation establishment pills for his father. If he managed to establish himself within the Qingyun sect, securing a position for his father would be far superior to remaining in the Yi family. Who knows, he might even become a Golden Core ancestor someday. Thus, gifting the flying sword his father had given imposed no psychological burden whatsoever. This was not an act of servility, it was an investment, plain and simple. After concluding her cultivation, Lin Kor felt rather dissatisfied and stepped outside to gaze at the sky. Upon entering the courtyard, she was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of braised meat. Clearly, Lu Jing was once again preparing a feast. It was apparent to whom the meal would be dedicated. Recalling the humiliation of being rejected that day, Lin Kor's mood soured further. The memory of being turned down by Yi Chen during her invitation to dinner felt like the greatest affront. Lin Kuo had resolved to give up on Yi Chen. With diligent effort, her future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass his by a considerable margin. And what of Yi Chen? Though a disciple of a Qi refinement family, he was utterly consumed by his obsession with women, squandering all his resources on them. He was destined to be a futile endeavor. Moreover, how long could Yi Chen continue to give gifts? The previous offerings of spells and storage bags were surely just for show. One day, when she broke through to the foundation establishment stage, she would undoubtedly pay a visit to the Yi family. When Yi Chen saw her, he would have no choice but to bow before her, the foundation establishment senior. At that moment, she would relish the sight of Yi Chen's regrettable expression. With this thought, Lin Kuo felt her spirits lift considerably. Just then, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Lu Xianzi, are you in? It was Yi Chen's voice. Lin Kuo's expression darkened instantly. The insufferable sycophant had come to fawn over Lu Jing again. The mere thought that Yi Chen had previously lavished attention solely on her, only to now pander to another in her presence, made Lin Kuo feel a twinge of jealousy. Lu Jing, having heard the commotion from within, hurriedly stepped outside. Upon seeing Lin Kuo in the courtyard, she smiled brightly and gracefully approached the door to welcome Yi Chen. Why has Daoist Yi come so suddenly? I happen to be preparing braised meat, and knowing your fondness for spicy food, I made sure to add some green peppers. Green peppers are a type of spiritual herb, known for their spiciness yet unique flavor. It's perfect for you to try. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Lu Jing spoke enthusiastically, even taking his arm to lead him inside. They squeezed past one another, and this level of intimacy was hardly significant but served to give Lin Kuo a good show. Yi Chen, noticing Lin Kuo in the courtyard, saw her cold gaze directed at him, which only added to his satisfaction. Lu Xianzi, I want to be staying for a meal today. I've come to present you with something. Yi Chen halted his steps and declared it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's smile broadened, and she subtly glanced at Lin Kuo. Then let us discuss it in my room. Yi Chen shook his head. He wanted Lin Kuo to witness this. How else could he pique her interest? I have other matters to attend to, so let us talk right here. With that, he set down the bundle he had been carrying on his back. Lu Jing was quite curious about today's gift. What could it be? Meanwhile, Lin Kuo wore a sardonic smile at why Yi Chen had given Lu Jing a storage bag, yet he hadn't even bothered to buy one for himself. He had to carry his belongings, indicating he had little spiritual stone left. Lin Kuo was eager to see what else Yi Chen could offer aside from pills. However, once the bundle was opened, a long sword of azure hue, adorned with cloud patterns, sparkled under the sunlight. Just one glance made Lin Kuo's pupils constrict. This was a magical artifact. She bit her lip tightly. A magical artifact, even a low-grade one, was worth 30 to 40 low-grade spiritual stones. Such treasures should rightfully belong to her, yet Lin Kuo quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that even low-grade magical artifacts were within her reach after 2 forays into the mountains. She didn't need Yi Chen's gift. In the future, she would buy something much more valuable, perhaps a medium-grade artifact. In any case, Lin Kuo thought to herself in a rather self-deprecating manner, attempting to alleviate her feelings of envy. But the next moment, as Yi Chen began to describe the sword, her expression faltered entirely. This is the high-grade magical artifact, the Clear Wind Sword, which possesses an inherent wind blade technique equivalent to a mid-stage Qi refinement spell. It is exceptionally light, effortlessly cutting through the wind resistance, and is unparalleled in sharpness. Most importantly, after using its spell, it automatically recharges. This magical artifact has yet to be refined. Lu Xianzi, you may refine it shortly. A high-grade magical artifact, one that comes with its own spell. At that moment, Lin Kuo's facade crumbled completely. Chapter 37 Critical Hit. The Wind God set. Regardless of Lin Kuo's initial intentions, the moment the superior-grade magical artifact was revealed, all her thoughts dissipated. This was indeed a superior-grade magical artifact, priceless and beyond compare. Even a cultivator at the late stage of Qi refinement might not possess the means to acquire such a treasure. For instance, the leader of her medicinal gathering team wielded merely a mid-grade magical artifact. How could Yi Chen be so affluent? More intriguingly, why was he so generous? As Lin Kuo found herself utterly perplexed, within her line of sight, Lu Jing was overjoyed, tightly embracing Yi Chen, her excitement palpable as she practically squished against him. Undoubtedly, the appearance of a superior-grade magical artifact had taken Lu Jing by complete surprise, delivering an unimaginable delight. Though Lu Jing held a disdain for combat, the dangers within the realm of cultivation were undeniable. With this superior-grade artifact by her side, her combat prowess would undoubtedly surge beyond 30%. A superior-grade artifact, starting from the value of 3 mid-grade spirit stones, brought Lu Jing to the pinnacle of elation. Despite being in Yi Chen's embrace, she couldn't help but leap for joy. Of course, one could not dismiss the notion that Lu Jing was perhaps leveraging her happiness to bestow favors upon Yi Chen. Nevertheless, Yi Chen felt elated, not merely in a physical sense but emotionally as well. The system prompt resonated in his mind. Gift successful. The gift is the superior-grade artifact, Qingfeng Sword. Processing feedback. Tenfold feedback. Reward. Supreme Grade Artifact, Wind God Sword. Detected that the gift presented by the host is exceedingly significant to the recipient, surpassing their expectations, resulting in a substantial emotional fluctuation, triggering a critical reward. Reward. Supreme Grade Robe, Wind God Robe. Supreme Grade Shoes, Wind God Shoes. Supreme Grade Hat, Wind God Hat. Detected that the host already possesses storage equipment. Tangible feedback will be directly allocated within the storage space, available for retrieval at any time. Supreme Grade Artifacts, and not merely a solitary weapon, but an entire set. This was an extraordinary windfall. Supreme Grade Artifacts demand exceptionally high standards for materials, craftsmanship, and formations. They are not only rare but also exorbitantly priced. A typical supreme-grade weapon often commands a price of at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones, while robes, hats, and shoes of this caliber are even more costly due to their necessity to be worn requiring soft materials yet still incorporating engraved formations. This leads to an increased expense for materials and heightened difficulty in craftsmanship. Ordinary robes typically start at mid-grade spirit stones, while supreme-grade robes often require 30 to 40 mid-grade spirit stones or more, especially when including shoes and hats. Moreover, the appearance of this set suggests its value might even rival that of a superior-grade spirit stone. Yi Chen had traded a common superior-grade artifact for a complete set of top-tier supreme-grade artifacts. This was an astonishing gain, and thus Yi Chen's smile radiated brilliantly. In the courtyard, two of the three individuals were elated, while Lin Kuo seethed with envy and jealousy, to the point of gritting her teeth. How wonderful it would be if she could possess the Qingfeng sword. Observing Yi Chen's unrestrained joy, Lin Kuo felt a mix of disdain and a shift in her perspective. If Yi Chen could produce a superior-grade artifact, who knows what else he might unveil in the future. With such a remarkable, generous cultivator, why should she allow Lu Jing to snatch him away? Wasn't Yi Chen someone who enjoyed taking advantage of opportunities? Although she was not as grand as Lu Jing, she believed she could offer something equally compelling, if not more so. If she was willing to be bold, what could Lu Jing possibly do? Lin Kuo fixed her gaze on Yi Chen, resolutely determined. She was determined to reclaim what she had lost. Lu Jing, just you wait. Yi Daoyu, why not take a moment to rest in your room? At this moment, clutching the Qingfeng sword, Lu Jing's eyes shimmered with excitement, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Paired with her flawless figure, any man would find it hard to refuse. However, as enticing as she was, nothing could compare to the allure of supreme-grade artifacts. Yi Chen was evidently more focused on the rewards from the system's storage space, eager to uncover their functions. Thus, he shook his head in refusal, saying, perhaps another time. My father came by to deliver some spells and other assorted matters, I need to tidy up. As he spoke, Yi Chen discreetly adjusted his trousers before turning to bid farewell. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, both women experienced an epiphany, their eyes lighting up. No wonder Yi Chen could suddenly produce a superior-grade artifact. It turned out that his father had visited. They had heard that Yi Chen's father was the second strongest in the Yi family, responsible for internal trade and transportation. The profits from this must be considerable. Furthermore, what his father brought was not limited to just the sword but included other items as well. Lu Jing's heart raced anew, while Lin Kuo recalled the dragon elephant hand Yi Chen had gifted her, tightening her grip at this time. She absolutely could not miss out. Yi Chen's everything belonged to her. Casting a reluctant glance at the Qingfeng sword in Lu Jing's possession, Lin Kuo turned and retreated to her room. Lu Jing, sensing Lin Kuo's gaze, sighed internally. She had lost her desire to flaunt. Instead, she wished Lin Kuo remained oblivious to Yi Chen's true worth, thereby relinquishing her interest entirely. That way, no one would contend with her. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had directly gifted it to her, and Lu Jing had witnessed it. Knowing that Lin Kuo would not easily concede upon seeing a superior-grade artifact, Lu Jing realized she would need to exert even greater effort to secure Yi Chen's affections. Yi Chen, however, paid no mind to the thoughts of the two women. Upon returning to his room, he eagerly retrieved the full set of supreme-grade artifacts from his storage ring. Wind God Sword, Wind God Robe, Wind God Shoes, and Wind God Hat. Wind God Sword incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through all, its blade infused with wind-type spiritual energy, lightweight and soundless, possessing the innate spell, Gale Break, which can penetrate enemy protective spells. Wind God Robe, crafted from supreme-grade celestial silk, offering exceptional defense, equipped with a wind bell shield that activates automatically upon the wearer being attacked, shielding against water and dust, and containing a concealment illusion formation to alter the wearer's form and aura. Wind God Hat, made from supreme-grade celestial silk, offering excellent defense, equipped with a calming heart technique that protects the wearer's consciousness, and includes a concealment illusion formation capable of altering the wearer's appearance. Wind God Shoes, constructed from supreme-grade celestial silk, exceptionally lightweight, with the soles imbued with the Gale technique, allowing for silent movement, and significantly enhancing speed when activated. Donning the entire set of supreme-grade artifacts, their powers complemented one another, enveloping him in a flow of ethereal energy. Ignoring wind resistance and soundless in motion, his overall speed increased by 30%. Gazing at the system's descriptions, Yi Chen was utterly astonished. The effects were simply formidable. With this set of supreme artifacts, his combat prowess would likely double. The system was indeed remarkable. The only regret Yi Chen harbored was that the rewards returned by the system could not trigger additional rewards again. Otherwise, if he were to gift this Wind God set once more, it could potentially lead to an infinite loop. Who knows, he might even end up with a set of celestial artifacts. Chapter 38. Lin Kuo has come to a realization. Dressed in the complete ensemble, Yi Chen cast a glance at his reflection using the water mirror technique and nodded in satisfaction. The ethereal light enveloped him, accentuating his striking handsomeness. Moreover, the attire was remarkably lightweight, almost as if he were wearing nothing at all. As he moved, he did so silently, as if not even the gentlest breeze could disturb him. Regarding the Wind God Sword, whether in a sweeping motion or a sharp strike, it emitted not a whisper of sound. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he slowly thrust it toward the wall, and in the next instant, it seamlessly penetrated through. The wall yielded to the Wind God sword as though it were mere tofu. Yi Chen hardly felt any resistance. The Wind God ensemble feels somewhat akin to an assassin's attire.
Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction.
With a mere thought, the originally resplendent robe, hat, and shoes dimmed instantly, even the style transformed into the commonplace attire typically worn by cultivators. A smile blossomed on Yi Chen's face, as the hat vanished from sight.
There was no longer any fear of attracting undue attention. Yi Chen's expression radiated delight, particularly regarding the gains of the day. The following day, Yi Chen continued his cultivation. He sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, estimating that within a few days, he would ascend to the 5th level of Qi refinement. This prospect greatly elevated his spirits. However, a significant issue had arisen. The downside of Yi Chen's mediocre talent had begun to manifest. He had developed a tolerance to the spirit-nurturing pills, and the effects of consuming the superior-grade pills had notably diminished. Once he broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, the efficacy would likely decline even further. Thus, a change in pills was imperative. Fortunately, many suitable pills existed for those in the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The reason for the widespread fame of the spirit-nurturing pill was its extensive circulation. In due time, switching to another type of pill would not pose a problem. That afternoon, upon completing his cultivation, a maid approached to announce, "Master Yi, Master Lin has come to pay a visit." Lin Kor had arrived?
At this, Yi Chen's face broke into a smile. After presenting a superior-grade magical artifact before her yesterday, it was clear that Lin Kor could no longer contain herself. Yi Chen welcomed this development. Although he received rewards for gifting items, it was only fair that they did not take without giving in return. Moreover, Yi Chen was a normal man. While he could restrain himself for the sake of system rewards, he would not forfeit his rightful benefits. Once he established a more stable source of high returns, he could reap rewards from Lin Kor and Lu Jing, who had accepted so many of his gifts. Ordinary sycophants only knew how to give gifts, unaware of the art of winning hearts, and were destined to end up with nothing. Yet, Yi Chen was not a mere sycophant. Thus, having given gifts, he must also enjoy the benefits. Otherwise, would he not merely be gifting items to someone else's future partner? Yi Chen could not tolerate such indignity. Opening the courtyard door, Yi Chen was met with the sight of Lin Kor, who had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance. Clad in a youthful knee-length skirt that revealed her slender, fair legs, she exuded an otherworldly grace with a hint of shyness. Her long, unbound black hair only added to the nostalgic allure, reminiscent of first loves in youth.
"Why has Daoist Lin come?" Yi Chen inquired with a subtly frosty demeanor. At his words, Lin Kor's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Daoist Yi, please don't be like this. Kor understands her mistakes.
I know you care for me, which is why you deliberately interacted with Lu Jing to provoke me after I entered the mountains. I should not have lost my temper upon my return. You have invested so much in me, yet I have been so willful. I truly should not have acted that way. Since my return, every time I close my eyes, I think of these matters. I haven't had a full night's sleep." Lin Kor's voice was soft and delicate, accompanied by her reddened eyes, evoking a sense of sympathy.
However, Yi Chen could only give her performance a 6 out of 10, reminiscent of the infamous line, "Tushan, I've got your back, understand?" Nevertheless, Lin Kor's humility was a promising start.
People often believed they had boundaries, but once they retreated once, they would continue to do so. Thus, Yi Chen chose to display a hint of compassion, though his expression also betrayed hesitation. Upon noticing Yi Chen's wavering attitude, Lin Kor's heart soared with joy. She immediately adopted a pitiful tone, saying, "Daoist Yi, I previously mentioned treating you to a meal.
Would tomorrow at noon be agreeable?
I know Lu Jing prepares meals for you every afternoon.
How about I treat you to lunch tomorrow? Lu Jing shouldn't be upset, right?
If she is, I could plead with her."
This was Lin Kor's strategy devised the previous night to appear weaker and elicit Yi Chen's compassion. Yi Chen silently admired her cleverness, though his face displayed reluctance. After stealing a few glances at Lin Kor's pleading eyes, he finally made up his mind and nodded. Lin Kor rejoiced internally, her face lighting up with delight. "Then tomorrow at noon at Xiangyuan Tower, I shall await you, Daoist Yi. Please return to your tasks, Daoist Yi."
"I shall take my leave now, lest I inadvertently make things awkward with Lu Jing."
Yi Chen regarded Lin Kor's understanding demeanor with a sense of appreciation and nodded thoughtfully.
After she departed and he closed the door, a broad smile spread across his face. Indeed, it seemed that in any world, the same principles applied. When one offers freely, the other often disregards it as expected. Yet, if one merely allows the other to observe without giving, the latter becomes impatient and draws closer. A man, after all, must never be a sycophant. In the evening, upon encountering Lu Jing returning to the courtyard, Lin Kor wore a triumphant smile.
What if Lu Jing is more proactive?
Yi Chen ultimately favors me. Today, I merely apologized, and he was already distressed for me. Before long, he will revert to being my devoted admirer.
With a satisfied grin, Lin Kor settled in for a peaceful night's rest.
The next morning, Lin Kor rose early to begin her grooming and preparation. Being a top-tier beauty, her intentional enhancements rendered her ethereal, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Lin Kor placed great importance on today's invitation, even contemplating how to gain an advantage over Yi Chen. Although it felt somewhat awkward, she recognized that given Lu Jing's considerable efforts, it was only fair she contributed something in return. As long as it secured her victory and made Yi Chen her devoted admirer once more, every effort would be worthwhile. After all, Yi Chen's father had visited recently, and he likely possessed a significant number of mid-grade spirit stones and precious spells. Yi Chen was entirely deserving of her investment. However, just as Lin Kor pondered her strategies against Yi Chen, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. She initially assumed it was Yi Chen and felt a surge of excitement as she approached to open it. Yet, upon seeing the visitor, disappointment flickered in her eyes. It was not Yi Chen, but Jin Wuqing. Jin Wuqing noted the change in Lin Kor's expression and frowned slightly. Yet, today, Lin Kor appeared more enchanting than ever. Her cool demeanor evoked sympathy, and she wore a form-fitting white gown that accentuated her graceful curves, undeniably captivating. Jin Wuqing, who had always harbored feelings for Lin Kor, felt his resolve to win her heart strengthen even further.
Chapter 39, Is the rival in love peering?
Lin Daoyu, my sister has emerged from her retreat. Therefore, I am here to inform everyone that preparations can commence today. We shall set off at dawn 3 days hence.
Jin Wuqing was delivering the news to Lin Kor.
Upon hearing this, Lin Kor furrowed her brow. Previously, she would have eagerly anticipated entering the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, as the rewards were indeed substantial, granting her access to greater resources. However, this time, after her excursion, her home had been ransacked, resulting in the loss of a spell, a storage pouch, and a superior magical artifact. The losses amounted to a devastating blow. If she were to venture into the mountains again, it was highly likely that by next month, Lu Jing would be preparing for motherhood. Lin Kor could not possibly allow such an eventuality to transpire. Thus, with an apologetic expression, she shook her head. Jin Daoyu, I regret to inform you that I am experiencing some cultivation issues and cannot enter the mountains. Please convey my apologies to Sister Jin.
Jin Wuqing was momentarily taken aback.
Lin Kor would not be joining them. He had envisioned employing certain tactics in the mountains to win her over, perhaps by staging a heroic rescue and then, while comforting her, discreetly administering a potion. Wouldn't he that seamlessly lead to securing her affection? But now, Lin Kor was not coming. Jin Wuqing's face contorted with concern. Is Lin Daoyu truly experiencing cultivation issues that necessitate rest? If that is the case, it would be best to take a leave of absence. I shall inform my sister to reserve your place.
You may join us next time.
Yet, Lin Kor resolutely shook her head. The benefits of entering the mountains were indeed considerable, yet they paled in comparison to the disparity presented by Yi Chen. Moreover, the mountains posed inherent dangers, while interaction with Yi Chen merely required.
Therefore, Lin Kor was unwavering in her decision not to go. My apologies.
Lin Kor's true nature was rather cold. She only exhibited warmth towards those whom she deemed useful, while she could not be bothered to engage with those she found irrelevant. With her own absence from the mountains, Jin Wuqing no longer served any purpose to her. Thus, after uttering a mere apology, she closed the door. Lin Kor was unwilling to waste time and was also concerned that Yi Chen might see and misunderstand. This was a crucial moment for mending her relationship with Yi Chen, and any influence from Jin Wuqing could lead to significant losses. Meanwhile, Jin Wuqing stood before the closed courtyard gate, his expression shifting from shock to one of anger. Lin Kor was utterly heartless. She would not even invite him inside for a moment. Reflecting on the look of surprise and anticipation that had adorned Lin Kor's face when she had opened the door for him, he speculated that she likely had an appointment today, and it was undoubtedly with a man. Jin Wuqing was determined to uncover who was vying for her affections and had prompted Lin Kor to choose him without hesitation. Forsaking her herbal gathering, silently, Jin Wuqing departed from the court. After more than an hour of growing impatience, Lin Kor finally emerged. Jin Wuqing hastily followed her. Soon, Lin Kor arrived at the entrance of Shan Yuan building. From a distance, Jin Wuqing observed as Lin Kor waited at the door. Shortly thereafter, a tall, unremarkable male cultivator approached. The previously frosty Lin Kor instantly broke into a radiant smile upon seeing him. Observing the two engage in amiable conversation as they entered Shan Yuan building, Jin Wuqing's expression darkened considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to leave, only to return shortly thereafter, now accompanied by a lecherous middle-aged man. After an extended meal lasting over an hour, when Yi Chen and Lin Kor finally exited the tavern, Lin Kor's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes appeared somewhat hazy, emanating a delicate scent of spirit wine. Indeed, under Lin Kor's insistence, the two had indulged in spirit wine, which was quite costly, amounting to half a low-grade spirit stone. It was evident that Lin Kor had truly invested significantly. At the entrance, Lin Kor was half supported by Yi Chen as they walked out. Lin Daoyu appears to be intoxicated, allow me to escort you home. Yi Chen proposed. Although Lin Kor's enchanting visage was flushed with color, he genuinely intended to return her home without ulterior motives. After all, he had yet to encounter the 15-fold multiplier, while he currently only possessed 2 10-fold ones. A momentary impulse to claim Lin Kor would not suffice, especially if any unforeseen events occurred on Lu Jing's side, causing Yi Chen to lose his high return channels. That would indeed be a significant loss. In the grand scheme of fleeting pleasure versus resources, Yi Chen would undoubtedly choose the latter. However, just as Yi Chen was about to take Lin Kor home, she stood rooted to the spot, gazing up at him with a slightly dazed expression. Why do you still call me Lin Daoyu? I want you to call me Lin Xianzi. You are not permitted to refer to Lu Jing as Lu Xianzi. You must solely call me Lin Xianzi. Yi Chen pondered whether Lin Kor was merely drunk or if she was throwing a tantrum fueled by spirits when Lin Kor suddenly rose on her toes. In the next moment, Yi Chen felt a cool, delicate sensation brush against his cheek. This feeling was fleeting. Lin Kor looked up at him. Is that acceptable, Yi Chen? Yi Chen was taken aback by Lin Kor's unexpected gesture. Truthfully, being gazed at in such a manner, with her on her toes to kiss him, paired with her innocent appearance, quickened his heart significantly, despite his knowledge of what Lin Kor truly was. Beauty, after all, is the most formidable weapon. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, a heightened awareness, sharpened by the refinement of his internal organs, detected a murderous gaze directed at him. He furrowed his brow and casually turned his gaze, catching sight of a young man standing with the middle-aged man, his eyes aflame with fury fixed upon him. A rival in pursuit of Lin Kor? Yi Chen was certain that Lin Kuo had no partner, as having one would contradict the system's feedback conditions, and thus, it was likely that this individual was a rival in love. The man was evidently enraged by the earlier kiss between Lin Kuo and himself, to the point of contemplating his demise. Yi Chen had never been one to shy away from confrontation. If he wished to watch, then he would provide a more thrilling spectacle. A smirk graced Yi Chen's lips as he gazed deeply into Lin Kuo's eyes and decisively replied, "Very well." In the instant Lin Kuo's face lit up with surprise, he cupped her cheeks and kissed her deeply. Lin Kuo's expression shifted to one of shock, but Yi Chen was too swift for her to react. In a moment of bewilderment, her first kiss was lost. Moreover, Yi Chen did not merely brush against her lips. Rather, it was a profound and passionate embrace. Once Lin Kuo regained her senses, she instinctively attempted to push Yi Chen away. Even considering biting him, she had certainly not prepared herself for such an encounter. However, just as she was about to shove him away, thoughts of the superior magical artifact from the other day resurfaced in her mind, along with Yi Chen's words about the gifts from his father. Having already been kissed in such a manner, if she were to push him away now, it would only lead to a misunderstanding. Wouldn't that render her earlier experience futile? With this thought, Lin Kuo's hand, which had risen to push him away, fell back down. Since resistance was futile, she chose to close her eyes and savor the moment. This sensation was surprisingly enchanting. Meanwhile, from a distance, Jin Wuqing observed the two locked in their embrace, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury, exuding an aura that suggested he was on the brink of violence. Chapter 40. I simply lingered, but this kiss lasted for a good several breaths. Once we parted, Lin Kuo's crimson lips were slightly swollen, and her eyes bore a dreamy look. Yi Chen felt quite pleasant as well. If he were to offer an assessment, it would be that Lin Kuo's technique was rather inexperienced and required further practice. Turning his head again, he noticed that the furious young man from earlier had vanished without a trace. Was the scene too exhilarating for him to bear? This rival in love was still too young. A flower already claimed by another must simply be left behind. To cling stubbornly to one that does not belong to you is to invite misfortune. Lin Kuo shot Yi Chen a playful glare. He chuckled lightly and said, "Fairy Lin, you are simply too enchanting. I could not help myself. I assure you, I shall never again overstep my bounds." Lin Kuo found herself at a loss for words, finally responding earnestly, "If you do this again, I shall ignore you." Yi Chen nodded in agreement, reverting to his previously submissive demeanor towards Lin Kuo, which greatly pleased her. Although the day's developments had exceeded her expectations, with her gaining much more than she had anticipated, the return of Yi Chen made all her efforts worthwhile. Surely, he would only offer her gifts in the future. As for Lu Jing, she could go away. Lin Kuo even contemplated how to subtly suggest to Yi Chen that he retrieve the gifts meant for Lu Jing. After all, they were high-quality magical artifacts, far too precious to waste on that woman. While Lin Kuo was deep in thought, Yi Chen was smiling as he escorted her home. He paid little heed to the earlier exchange. After all, he had made similar remarks in his past life. Statements like, "I'm just here for a little fun, surely I can make it back to my dorm where we can share a bed, and I promise I won't do anything," who would believe such nonsense? Yi Chen was more focused on his surroundings, sensing eyes watching him. This made him suspicious. Could that young man still be harboring feelings? There are countless flowers in the world, how foolish it is to fight over one that does not belong to you. In his previous life, Yi Chen had encountered many such individuals, those who would recklessly charge into danger for a woman, some even landing themselves in jail, ruining their lives, all the while believing they were heroic for their love. In Yi Chen's view, such individuals were quite misguided. If a woman does not favor you, simply move on to the next. We are all cultivators, can we not exhibit a modicum of maturity? After escorting Lin Kuo home, Yi Chen did not rush to leave but engaged her in conversation about cultivation. Lin Kuo had been anticipating a gift from him all afternoon, perhaps a spell or something his father had sent. Yet, to her disappointment, Yi Chen brought nothing, as the system was still on cooldown. Without the tenfold feedback, he certainly would not part with any gifts. As evening approached, Yi Chen took his leave. However, as he stepped out, he encountered Lu Jing. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Lin Kuo together, her pupils constricted. How had this woman managed to entangle herself with Yi Chen once more? A surge of anxiety flooded Lu Jing's heart. Over the past few days, she had profited immensely from Yi Chen, receiving spells, storage bags, and high-quality magical artifacts, more than she could hope to accumulate in 10 years. Had she not experienced such luxuries, it might have been bearable, but now that she had, returning to her previous life was utterly intolerable. This situation resembled many wealthy individuals pursuing women. Initially, the women may not care about wealth, but once they experience the pleasures of affluence, they quickly become enamored. Why is that? Before experiencing the lavishness of a 5-star hotel, one might find a budget hotel acceptable, but once one has stayed in luxury, a budget hotel seems woefully inadequate. Lu Jing found herself in a similar predicament. Observing Lu Jing's displeased expression, Lin Kuo could not help but feel a sense of triumph. "You thought you could steal my devoted admirer, but look who has him back now. What is mine, you cannot take it away. I will find a way to retrieve all that you have taken from me. Yi Daoist, I just visited you, but your maid informed me you were not at home. How about we share a meal here?" Lu Jing quickly adjusted her demeanor and warmly invited Yi Chen. Yi Chen feigned a mix of interest, hesitation, and caution before ultimately shaking his head. "Fairy Lu, let us postpone for today, perhaps next time." "I shall take my leave then." With that, Yi Chen exited the courtyard, leaving behind two women with less than pleasant expressions. Lu Jing's discontent stemmed from Yi Chen's rejection, and his demeanor suggested he was mindful of Lin Kuo's feelings, indicating he valued her more. This only intensified Lu Jing's sense of urgency. Yet, the fact that Yi Chen hesitated and showed interest meant that she still held a significant place in his heart she had not yet lost. Stealing a glance at Lin Kuo, Lu Jing resolved to intensify her efforts.
Lin Kuo, too, was displeased. Yi Chen had promised not to call Lu Jing fairy again, yet he had just done so. What did this imply? Yi Chen still harbored feelings for Lu Jing. What a cad, how could he think of another woman after kissing her for so long? However, the speed at which Yi Chen shifted his affections suggested he was not the most steadfast of individuals. With this thought, Lin Kuo found her anger dissipating. Today was merely the first day. If she made a concerted effort, she could easily persuade Yi Chen to abandon Lu Jing. At worst, she could allow Yi Chen to kiss her a few more times. After all, a kiss is a kiss, and she wouldn't mind a few more. In summary, the two women exchanged glances, the tension palpable, before huffing disdainfully and returning to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt quite pleased with himself, silently applauding his acting skills. However, as he walked, his eyes narrowed. He sensed someone was watching him. Was it that rival again, or perhaps his generous gifts to female cultivators had drawn the attention of would-be thieves? Yi Chen pondered the various possibilities and potential courses of action. Ultimately, he decided to give the observer an opportunity. He had little patience for the unsettling sensation of being watched by an unknown enemy, which could rob him of sleep. With his formidable physique honed by the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, coupled with top-tier offensive and defensive spells, and clad in the Wind God ensemble, he was well prepared. Should he encounter an insurmountable danger, he could buy himself some time to escape. This was the Silver Moon Market. While the patrols might not be particularly diligent, they were not entirely ineffectual given his status as a family scion. Having paid for his family's shop in the market, he was afforded greater respect than a mere rogue cultivator. Once he discerned the identity of his observer, Yi Chen had no doubt he could handle the situation. With this in mind, he subtly altered his course, heading towards a secluded alleyway, ready to set a trap. Not far away, a middle-aged, unsavory man, who had been intently watching Yi Chen, brightened at the sight of him entering the alley. The night had fallen, the opportunity had arrived. Chapter 41. This obsequious man is suspicious. The lecherous middle-aged man was an elder of the Jin family's medicinal gathering team. Now, he had attained the 5th level of Qi refinement. In his youth, lacking sufficient resources, he found it increasingly difficult to advance with age. Despite his lifelong efforts, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement seemed to be the pinnacle of his aspirations. Realizing that further striving bore little significance, he chose to embrace a life of complacency. Each time he ventured into the mountains to earn spirit stones, he would squander them frivolously upon returning. Indulging in the company of cultivation technique practitioners, his mantra was simple: life is fleeting, why endure hardship? One day, Jin Wuqing sought him out, requesting assistance in investigating the identity of a cultivator. The middle-aged man was initially intrigued. What prompted Jin Wuqing to suddenly inquire about someone? However, upon arriving at the scene, the man quickly grasped the situation. It was that young girl, Lin Kuo, who had found herself a lover. Even engaging in public displays of affection, Lin Kuo was youthful and beautiful, with a slender waist and long legs, her face captivating enough to evoke sympathy. The middle-aged man had long since realized that Jin Wuqing harbored feelings for Lin Kuo. Previously, Lin Kuo had delayed her integration into the team, causing dissatisfaction in the team leader, Jin Zhaodi, who contemplated replacing her. Yet, Jin Wuqing had insisted on waiting for over a month now. The woman he admired had turned her affections to another man, even sharing intimate moments in public. Had he been in the middle-aged man's shoes, he would have simply moved on. Why cling to one tree when there were many in the forest? But Jin Wuqing, impetuous and filled with murderous intent, had made his decision. The middle-aged man swiftly uncovered Yi Chen's identity. After all, Yi Chen was quite renowned, the most notorious sycophant of the Silver Moon Market. Even those who had never met him had heard tales of his exploits. The man who willingly bestowed all his resources upon female cultivators was none other than Yi Chen. Upon discerning Yi Chen's identity, the middle-aged man hesitated. Why Yi Chen was not a rogue cultivator but a scion of a prominent family. Rogue cultivators, lacking support, could perish without attracting the enforcement team's attention. An unfortunate incident could easily be attributed to a random encounter with a bandit. However, killing a member of a family could lead to significant repercussions. Yet, Jin Wuqing's resolve was unwavering. He even produced a mid-grade spirit stone to persuade the man to act. After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged man acquiesced. In the mountains, acts of murder and theft were not uncommon for them, and they felt no psychological burden. Furthermore, he practiced a technique that concealed his presence and excelled in the use of throwing darts, silent and swift, capable of penetrating even protective spells, and laced with poison. If the enemy was unprepared, a single dart could prove fatal. With his 5th level of Qi refinement and extensive experience in combat, he was confident, and Yi Chen, merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, with all his treasures lavished upon women. One swift motion could end his life. Jin Wuqing had also borrowed his sister's storage bag. When the deed was done, they would simply dispose of the body in the mountains, without fear of being traced. It was, in essence, a risk-free endeavor. At that moment, as the middle-aged man observed Yi Chen entering a narrow alley, a cruel smile crept across his face, and he stepped inside without a sound. Standing in the alley, he saw Yi Chen moving forward at a leisurely pace. With no one else in sight, the middle-aged man retrieved a plain, ancient dart from his robes, channeling his energy into it, causing a fleeting glow to shimmer across its surface. In the next instant, he hurled the dart with remarkable speed, so swift that even those at the mid-level of Qi refinement would struggle to perceive it, merely hearing the faint rush of air. A hint of anticipation danced on the middle-aged man's lips. Yi Chen, the sycophant, surely possessed a fair amount of spirit stones, and being a pill refiner, he might even have a stock of valuable elixirs.
That night, he planned to indulge with the enchanting ice spirit in fire dance, immersing himself in pleasures both profound and exhilarating. However, the next moment, astonishment overtook the middle-aged man's expression, for Yi Chen, with his back turned, suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, effortlessly deflecting the dart. Yi Chen had blocked it. He must possess a treasure. These affluent families had seized all resources from rogue cultivators, leaving them with nothing. Even a worthless sycophant like Yi Chen had such a card up his sleeve. Infuriating. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the middle-aged man attempted to retract the dart and make a hasty retreat. Failing to eliminate his target meant he had to leave immediately, otherwise, the commotion would attract the enforcement team. Yet, in the blink of an eye, sheer horror washed over his face as Yi Chen, who had been dozens of meters away, turned and charged towards him with astonishing speed, appearing before him in an instant. In his hand, a green longsword materialized abruptly. How could Yi Chen be so quick? Moreover, he had storage equipment. Just how wealthy were these families? The unfolding scene was entirely unexpected, yet the middle-aged man immediately activated his defensive spell, intending to withstand the blow however, the next moment, blood erupted forth. His defensive spell crumbled before Yi Chen's longsword, as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, failing to impede him in the slightest. Yi Chen's sword struck with incredible swiftness, even the sound of wind was absent, and the middle-aged man's arm, still clutching the dart, was severed in an instant. An upper-grade magical artifact. How could this sycophant possess such a treasure? At that moment, the middle-aged man only wished to escape, but with Yi Chen closing in, the opportunity for flight had vanished. With a flurry of motions, Yi Chen swiftly incapacitated the middle-aged man's arms and legs. The man collapsed to the ground, left with only his head and torso. As he gazed at the bloodied ground, the middle-aged man, reduced to a mere head that could still emit pitiful wails, felt the weight of his predicament. Gripping the wind god's sword, Yi Chen exhaled deeply, though his heart raced furiously. This was his first battle in the world of cultivation, and it was undeniably exhilarating. Although it transpired in an instant, Yi Chen could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, inadvertently causing him to misjudge the angle while severing the man's legs. The sword's sharpness had transformed the middle-aged man into a eunuch. The only reason he had spared the man was that he had not seen the young man who had stood alongside him earlier. The mastermind must surely be that youth. The eye in Yi Chen's eyes, a man who would resort to hiring a killer over a woman was nothing short of simple-minded, an act of sheer folly. Yet, such folly was often impulsive, necessitating the complete eradication of the threat. However, with no knowledge of the man, leaving a survivor was crucial. Retrieving his longsword, Yi Chen coldly inquired, "Who was the young man who instructed you to kill me?" Lying on the ground, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen. Just last night, he had reclined comfortably in Ichuan Tower, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was left without limbs. Even if Yi Chen chose not to kill him, he was doomed to perish. The middle-aged man harbored resentment towards Yi Chen, but even more so towards Jin Wuqing. Had it not been for Jin Wuqing's madness over a woman, he would not have met such a grim fate. With a storage bag, an upper-grade magical artifact, speed-enhancing techniques, and defensive treasures, Yi Chen was undoubtedly comparable to a disciple of a foundational family. The middle-aged man, devoid of family or children, had nothing to lose. Since he was destined to die, he would drag Jin Wuqing down with him. "It was Jin Wuqing who instructed me. He desires Lin Kuo, but she has refused to enter the mountains because of you. Thus, he sought to eliminate you. He is at his sister's residence in the T-shaped alley, number 33. He is at the 5th level of Qi refinement, on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. His sister, Jin Zhaodi, is at the 7th level of Qi refinement." Yi Chen was taken aback by the man's willingness to divulge everything so readily. Jin Wuqing, nearing the 6th level of Qi refinement, and he had a sister. Yi Chen yearned to eradicate the threat entirely but feared he might not be able to overpower him. However, he had never intended to confront the true culprit personally. To be targeted for assassination in the Silver Moon Market and then have to hunt down the real perpetrator himself, wasn't the protection fee for his family's store paid in vain? As a member of the Yi family, he could not afford to lose face. Was there no law or order left? Thus, Yi Chen raised his voice, shouting, "Enforcement team, hurry, someone is trying to kill me." Chapter 42. A family should be united. While shouting, Yi Chen unleashed fireballs one after another, causing the outer walls of the courtyard to collapse in succession. The commotion startled the cultivators within the courtyard. The noise was substantial. The middle-aged man, lying on the ground in excruciating pain, was astonished by Yi Chen's actions. He had anticipated that Yi Chen would call upon the elders of the Yi family to eliminate the Jin siblings. However, to his surprise, Yi Chen directly summoned the enforcement team. As for the collapsing outer walls, the middle-aged man quickly grasped the implications. The Silver Moon Market entirely belonged to the Mo family, and all cultivators residing there were required to pay rent. Any damage to the property would necessitate compensation. With the scene now in disarray, someone had to account for the Mo family's losses. On the brink of death, he possessed only a few low-grade spirit stones. Since Yi Chen was the victim and a member of the family, the Mo family would not dare to trouble him. Thus, the motivation to pursue the Jin siblings grew stronger. Yi Chen indeed knew how to escalate the situation. The rumors circulating outside were far from the reality. The middle-aged man was quite pleased with the turn of events. The considerable uproar soon attracted several cultivators, all of whom were at the late Qi refining stage and bore serious expressions. Upon seeing the middle-aged man reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, their expressions remained unchanged. However, upon observing the chaotic street and the numerous affected courtyards, they frowned. The Mo family, while collecting fees, also bore certain responsibilities. If the property was rented out and damaged for no reason, they had to undertake repairs. Such repairs would undoubtedly incur a significant expense. Considering the current situation of their family, the expressions of the cultivators turned grim. The foremost among them questioned Yi Chen sternly, "What transpired here?" Yi Chen politely clasped his hands together. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Yi Chen, a disciple of the Yi family, and my father is Yi Tianhe. This person suddenly attacked me, and I managed to fend him off by sheer luck. The cultivators scrutinized Yi Chen, who appeared unharmed, then glanced at the middle-aged man. The world of cultivation was not solely about fighting, one's background mattered as well. They were aware of the Yi family and had heard of Yi Tianhe. Nevertheless, someone had to bear the losses incurred by the Mo family. They focused their attention on the middle-aged man and spoke, to kill within the Silver Moon Market, whether the perpetrator or the instigator, is a capital offense. Speak up, and we shall grant you a swift end.
The middle-aged man, already an unbearable.
He even revealed that they had killed numerous people in the mountains, including several from different families. Clearly, he understood his fate and, in a desperate bid, laid everything bare. Ultimately, he turned to Yi Chen and said, but it was he who broke the wall. I was lying on the ground, my limbs severed, while he called for help and bombarded the surroundings with fireballs. It was all his doing. The middle-aged man harbored deep resentment for Jin Wucheng but did not wish to see Yi Chen escape unscathed. Yi Chen's lips twitched as he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Damn it, he had initially aimed to provoke the Mo family into action, hoping to divert their attention from his own predicament.
It was akin to a past experience where his electric bike had been stolen, and when he reported it, no one paid attention. Now, he found himself exposed in front of everyone, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation. Yi Chen awkwardly explained, I was too anxious and lost control. The expressions of the Mo cultivators were complex as they regarded Yi Chen. They had clearly heard of his reputation. Even during meals, they had joked about Yi Chen, ridiculing his tendency to offer resources to female cultivators. Such a sycophant, should he appear within the Mo family, would have long been dealt with severely. Yet, today, they had encountered the real deal, and it was all due to a woman. However, he was not as foolish as the rumors suggested. Nevertheless, the fact that Yi Chen, at the 4th level of qi refining, had defeated someone at the 5th level was not surprising. For loose cultivators, cultivation relied heavily on chance. It was entirely normal to be outmatched by a family disciple. One of the Mo cultivators promptly crushed the middle-aged man underfoot, then began to search his body. He found an empty storage bag, a low-grade magical artifact in the form of a flying dagger, a pair of magical shoes, and a handful of miscellaneous pills. Not a trivial haul. After collecting the items, he handed the storage bag to Yi Chen with a knowing smile. Young friend, according to the customs of my Mo family, since this person attacked you and was subdued by you, his belongings rightfully belong to you. Take them. As for the Jin siblings, we shall proceed to deal with them immediately. Yi Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although they did not mention the collapsed wall, it seemed they accepted his explanation. Nonetheless, he understood the need for propriety. Moreover, Yi Chen had no interest in the trinkets, so he merely took the storage bag, leaving the other magical items untouched. He smiled and said, I am in need of a storage bag. The rest shall be considered compensation for the wall. Although it was unintentional on my part, it was indeed my doing. Seeing that Yi Chen understood the situation, the cultivators nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, they turned and departed, even leaving the corpse unattended. All 4 were at the late qi refining stage, the weakest being at the 7th level. Furthermore, the enforcement team at the Silver Moon Market operated on a rotating schedule, indicating that it was evident that the Mo family was quite formidable. After all, only a foundational family could sustain such a large business and maintain order. Otherwise, the world of cultivation would be chaotic, and the Silver Moon Market would have descended into turmoil long ago. Yi Chen initially considered following them to observe but thought better of it, recalling that Jin Wucheng had a sister who was also at the late qi refining stage. He decided against it, fearing he might be caught in the crossfire, which would be a significant loss for him. Moreover, with 4 late-stage Mo cultivators involved, the outcome was bound to be favorable. Thus, Yi Chen felt reassured, secured the storage bag, and made his way toward the shop. Although he had no use for the storage bag, it could serve as a reward for Lin Kuo. After a 10-fold markup, he could sell it for several mid-grade spirit stones. That evening, Yi Chen increasingly pondered the harsh realities of the cultivation world, all for a woman, and yet someone sought to take his life. It was worth noting that such conflicts, on Earth, would amount to little more than a fistfight. Could they not advocate for peace and collaborative development instead? Lost in thought, Yi Chen found himself considering the Jin siblings. He wondered if they had been taken away yet. Although it was Jin Wucheng who sought to kill him, it was not necessarily related to his sister. However, looking at her name, Jin Zhaodi, it was evident she hailed from a family that favored sons over daughters. With her brother dead, she would undoubtedly be driven by a desire for vengeance. Yi Chen did not wish to become a target for a late qi refining stage cultivator, hence, he hoped they would depart together, sparing them the anguish of separation. Alas, being from Huaxia, he was inherently compassionate. The following day, early visitors arrived, members of the Mo family. After all, Yi Chen was the victim of an attack, and they had to provide an explanation. Otherwise, if the prominent families felt unduly threatened, they might cease their business dealings here, leading to the desolation of the Silver Moon Market and a subsequent decline in the Mo family's income. Taoist friend Yi, Jin Wucheng is dead. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart lightened. However, the speaker quickly continued, but Jin Zhaodi has mastered a nefarious escape technique. Though severely injured, she has fled into the mountains. However, you need not worry, Taoist friend Yi, she is already on our Mo family's wanted list. Should she dare to emerge, she will be swiftly executed upon discovery. She will not evade capture for long. The relief Yi Chen had just felt was instantly replaced by concern. Damn. Is your Mo family's enforcement team truly that incompetent, to have one escape while facing 4? If you can't even manage to apprehend the siblings together, what can you accomplish? Hurry and return my magical artifacts. With an additional enemy at the late qi refining stage, Yi Chen felt a sense of urgency. Yet he even began contemplating whether to inform his father and have him take him away instead.
Chapter 43 The Nature of a Man's Kiss. With an inexplicable increase in his adversaries, Yi Chen found himself burdened by a formidable foe at the late stage of qi refinement, leaving him feeling rather helpless. Yet, having already stirred the pot, what could he do? It was imperative to expedite the enhancement of his strength. Although Jin Zhaodi had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, she was ultimately just a loose cultivator. Loose cultivators often practiced a hodgepodge of techniques. They utilized whatever resources they could find, leaving them with no real options. Consequently, their overall power tended to be rather mediocre. Once Yi Chen ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement, he would possess sufficient confidence to face Jin Zhaodi's vengeance without fear. As for time, he clearly had it in abundance. The area where Yi Chen resided was the safest part of the Silver Moon Market, making it highly unlikely for Jin Zhaodi to seek revenge here. Thus, he felt relatively secure for the moment. Nevertheless, Yi Chen was not fond of the feeling of being watched. What he lacked most at present were resources. The tenfold returns from Lin Ku'er and Lu Jing had been securing the opportunity for a 15-fold return from Sun Ruo Xian would undoubtedly be ideal. Therefore, he resolved to seek out the old man Sun Yi to apprentice under him, even if it meant suffering a wound in the process. Yet, that mattered little, old man. You may have taken my spirit stones, but I shall reclaim every last bit from your daughter. As he gazed at the spoils acquired from the middle-aged man, a satisfied smile graced Yi Chen's face. Whether it was Yi Chen being hired for a hit or Jin Wuqing's demise, and Jin Zhaodi's subsequent flight, none of these events stirred any ripples in the Silver Moon Market. On one hand, the Mo family was intentionally suppressing news, while on the other, such occurrences were all too common in the realm of cultivation. Cultivators perished in large numbers daily for a myriad of reasons, rendering the situation hardly worth discussion. Thus, 4 days passed in this manner. One morning, as Yi Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, a sudden brightness flashed before his eyes. He had finally broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. As he felt the increasingly formidable magical energy within him, a radiant smile spread across his face. In the world of cultivation, everything is secondary, only cultivation and strength hold true significance. With his current breakthrough, how could Yi Chen not feel elated? Moreover, the system's cooldown period for returns had elapsed, allowing him to deliver the storage bag. A storage bag was worth 50 low-grade spirit stones. With a tenfold return, that translated to 5 mid-grade spirit stones. With 5 mid-grade spirit stones in hand, Yi Chen could proceed to Qingyun Workshop to seek an apprenticeship and find an opportunity to present Sun Ruo Xian with an even more valuable gift. In recent days, Lu Jing and Lin Ku'er had been particularly attentive in their efforts to win over their shared admirer. Liu Jing feigned an accidental brush against Yi Chen's back, providing him with ample benefits. Meanwhile, Lin Ku'er had once again practiced kissing techniques with Yi Chen just yesterday. Although he found his hand instinctively reaching up, it was firmly restrained by her, yet it allowed Yi Chen to indulge his cravings. Given Lin Ku'er's considerable investment of effort, it was time for him to show her some affection. He couldn't keep her dangling indefinitely, that would risk losing her altogether. Contemplating this, Yi Chen suddenly felt a sense of amusement. Initially, he had been the one yearning for affection, yet in an instant, he felt as though the tables had turned. Such is the nature of a devoted admirer, it seems. With a knock on the courtyard door, Lin Ku'er, upon seeing Yi Chen's arrival, furrowed her brow slightly. To be honest, she was quite displeased with him. Why Yi Chen had exhibited a wavering disposition over the past week, appearing indecisive and hesitant, as if he could not choose between her and Lu Jing. She loathed this approach of wanting both hands in the pot, feeling as though she was competing with another woman for Yi Chen's affection. Moreover, it had been an entire week without him presenting her with any gifts. Could it be that Yi Chen had run out of spirit stones? Lin Ku'er hesitated internally, contemplating whether she should give up. However, with her first and second kisses taken by Yi Chen, abandoning the pursuit now would entail. Amidst her swirling thoughts, Lin Ku'er nonetheless displayed a surprised smile as she approached the door. What brings you here, Daoist Yi? Surprised as she was, Lin Ku'er still maintained a slight distance, primarily due to the abruptness of Yi Chen's previous visits, which had instilled a sense of caution in her. Yi Chen smiled gently. Today, a family elder gifted me a storage bag. I have no use for it, so I brought it for you, Daoist Lin. As the words left his lips, Yi Chen produced the storage bag. Instantly, Lin Ku'er's eyes sparkled with delight. A storage bag, she had long desired one. With a storage bag, she would no longer need to carry a cumbersome satchel. It would be immensely more convenient. However, upon receiving the storage bag and probing it with her spiritual sense, her brow furrowed in disappointment. The storage bag was not as large as she had envisioned, it was merely half a cubic meter, inferior to the one Lu Jing possessed. Why was that? Yet, Lin Ku'er quickly reminded herself that, despite its smaller size, it was a gift from Yi Chen, and he had chosen to give it to her rather than Lu Jing. What did that signify? It indicated that she had ultimately triumphed over Lu Jing. Her week of effort and investment had evidently borne fruit. With this thought, Lin Ku'er immediately broke into a smile, even feeling compelled to seize the moment. Thus, she closed the gap between them, inching closer to Yi Chen, and gently rose onto her tiptoes. Thank you, Daoist Yi. Having shared their first kiss and the second, the psychological burden had lessened significantly. And as Lin Ku'er stood before him, a picture of innocence with her eyes closed and a pure desire emanating, Yi Chen could hardly refuse. Lowering his head, he savored the delightful moment. After a prolonged period, they finally parted ways. Lin Ku'er's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Yi Chen a playful glare. She too had been somewhat lost in the moment, thus failing to anticipate Yi Chen's advances, which left him with an even greater advantage. Yi Chen did not linger long at Lin Ku'er's side. Having enjoyed the kiss and feeling in high spirits, he bade her farewell and began to check the system notifications. Gift successfully delivered. The gift consists of a storage bag. Processing feedback, 10-fold feedback received, rewarding 10 storage bags. The storage bags cannot be stored in the host's personal storage equipment. Physical rewards will first be held in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Reading the notifications, Yi Chen felt quite pleased. Not triggering a critical reward seemed entirely reasonable to him. After all, he had previously gifted Lu Jing a storage bag, and a larger one at that. Under such circumstances, it was improbable for Lin Kuei to be ecstatic beyond compare. However, the system was indeed considerate. Yi Chen had worried that the tenfold return might reward him with a 10 cubic meter storage bag. While it would certainly hold significant value, such a large space would not be easy to manage in the Silver Moon market. Yet, with 10 storage bags, the situation became much simpler. As Yi Chen walked, he subtly shifted his appearance in an unnoticed corner, his attire transformed seamlessly, and even his aura altered. Thus, he began to enter various shops, one by one, to process the storage bags. Most shops offered a buyback service. However, even in pristine condition, he could only recoup about 80% of the original price. Perhaps selling them at a stall might yield slightly higher returns, but Yi Chen was disinclined to waste time and risk attracting trouble. In this manner, constantly altering his appearance and demeanor, Yi Chen swiftly disposed of all the storage bags rewarded by the system, ultimately acquiring 4 mid-grade spirit stones. With such a substantial sum in hand, a smile creased his lips as he reverted to his original appearance and made his way toward Qingyun Workshop. Sun Ruo Xian, your devoted admirer has arrived. Chapter 44. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Qingyun Pavilion. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the attendants recognized him immediately. It was not merely because of his frequent visits, but also due to his infamous reputation. Even they were aware of it. The foremost sycophant of the Silver Moon market, they had heard that Yi Chen had purchased spells and storage bags from their Qingyun Pavilion, all of which he had gifted to a female cultivator. It was utterly astonishing. At that moment, a rather attractive attendant approached, fluttering her eyelashes and saying, "Friend, may I inquire what you require? I can fulfill all your needs." Her words dripped with seduction. Yi Chen, momentarily bewildered, thought he had perhaps wandered into the wrong establishment. "I am looking for Manager Sun." With the system remaining silent, he had little desire to engage further with the woman. Disappointment flickered across her face, yet she promptly retreated to summon the manager. Soon enough, Sun Yi arrived. Upon seeing Yi Chen, his eyes lit up instantly. Yi Chen, the generous fool, always came bearing gifts. Naturally, Sun Yi was exceptionally warm towards him, ushering him to a private room on the second floor. "My young friend, why didn't you inform me during your last visit that you wished to purchase a I happen to have a second-hand one here, as good as new, for merely 90 low-grade spirit stones. What brings you here today, my young friend? Spells, elixirs, magical artifacts, whatever you seek, Qingyun Pavilion has it all. Even if we lack it at present, we can certainly reserve it for you from Qingyun City, ensuring it is delivered on your next visit." Sun Yi spoke with remarkable enthusiasm. Yi Chen was rather fond of the man's avaricious demeanor. After all, how else could he approach the man's daughter? Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head, producing 100 low-grade spirit stones. "As previously agreed with your esteemed elder, I wish to learn talisman crafting. 4 classes a month, 1 medium-grade spirit stone per class. How about I enroll for a month first?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's expression flickered with surprise. Yi Chen was genuinely committed to learning. A class costing 25 low-grade spirit stones was no small expense, yet, the tuition was but a minor consideration. The materials required for talisman crafting were the real cost. A novice would invariably waste a considerable amount of materials before successfully producing a single talisman. The initial investment was prohibitively high. This was precisely why loose cultivators, despite knowing that crafting talismans and alchemy could be lucrative, refrained from pursuing such studies. They simply could not afford it, nor could they sustain the practice. Sun Yi, aware of Yi Chen's background, understood him to be merely a scion of a small cheer refining family. How many resources could he possibly possess? That Yi Chen could afford to learn alchemy was already remarkable. Sun Yi did not believe that the Yi family would financially support Yi Chen's studies in talisman crafting. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Chen had indeed come forth. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Sun Yi's hands moved with alacrity. The spirit stones on the table were swiftly collected. With a beaming smile, he replied, "You've brought your tuition. Naturally, you may proceed. However, would you consider paying a lump sum? If you pay for half a year up front, I will waive half a medium-grade spirit stone." Hearing Sun Yi's proposition, Yi Chen's lips twitched. At that moment, Sun Yi bore an uncanny resemblance to a gym instructor. Sun Yi was unlikely to be so generous, thus, he was merely betting on Yi Chen's inability to persist for long. Perhaps after a month, he would abandon his studies. The gym operated on the same principle: a 1-year membership for 1,000, a 2-year membership for 1,500, enticing one to commit to the longer term. Nevertheless, Yi Chen shook his head. "Let us see how it goes first. If the results are satisfactory, I will continue. If not, then so be it. After all, the expenses for learning from your esteemed elder are indeed considerable." Upon hearing the refusal, Sun Yi felt no disappointment. He resolved to teach Yi Chen diligently during the first month, showering him with praise to ensure he felt he was gaining something. This way, Yi Chen would be inclined to continue paying. He then cheerfully suggested, "Very well, no rush. I am free today, why not commence the first lesson now?" Yi Chen had no objections and nodded in agreement. Talismans were one of the essential tools for cultivators. Essentially, talismans were crafted through arrays, producing paper that could trigger spells. The advantages of talismans were substantial. They could assist cultivators in unleashing spells they could not otherwise perform. Many loose cultivators, unable to afford spells, would purchase a few talismans for self-defense. However, talismans also had their drawbacks. For instance, the user could not control the spell as they would a regular incantation. Moreover, their power was fixed, and they required the talisman paper to be activated, making them easily anticipated by adversaries. Nonetheless, they certainly held a significant market, although Yi Chen's motivation for learning talisman crafting was primarily to seek opportunities to ingratiate himself with Sun Ruoxin. He did not intend to take the process lightly. Moreover, Sun Yi was indeed a master in talisman crafting. Having invested his resources, Yi Chen was determined to study earnestly. Acquiring more skills would only benefit him. Although he was already proficient in alchemy, learning talisman crafting would not be a detriment.
Just then, however, Sun Yi spoke again. You haven't prepared a talisman brush, talisman ink, or talisman paper, have you?
You may use what remains from my daughter's practice for this lesson.
Yi Chen nodded, considering Sun Yi to possess a semblance of integrity.
Yet shortly afterward, Sun Yi continued, I shall charge you 1 low-grade spirit stone for these supplies.
Yi Chen, I'll endure this, just wait until I win over your daughter.
Yi Chen was eager to learn, and Sun Yi was intent on providing thorough instruction and encouragement. However, within half an hour of the lesson's commencement, Sun Yi's expression darkened considerably.
His furious shouts echoed incessantly. Are you drawing ghostly symbols?
I've told you 100 times, your spiritual energy must flow evenly as you write. Where is your mind?
Focus, focus, what are you distracted by? I've never encountered such a hopeless student.
Pay more, Sun Yi's enraged voice reverberated down to the first floor, eliciting puzzled expressions from the attendants. Meanwhile, in the private room, Yi Chen's lips twitched, and his face turned slightly grim. It was not the tirade from the elderly Sun Yi that troubled him, but rather his realization that his learning aptitude was, in fact, rather lacking. During his previous life, he had been reprimanded daily while learning alchemy. However, given that his second uncle was the instructor, he could not voice his grievances too harshly. Yi Chen had assumed that his second uncle had not taught him adequately, and that his previous self's aptitude was not particularly poor. Furthermore, after achieving a perfect understanding as a first-grade alchemist, Yi Chen had ceased to contemplate the notion of talent. Yet today, as he attempted to learn talisman crafting under Sun Yi's tutelage, he found himself utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the key points. Yi Chen was certain that Sun Yi was explaining earnestly, yet he simply could not comprehend. Even when his mind understood, his hands and spiritual energy could not keep pace. This led Yi Chen to a stark realization. His current body's learning aptitude was indeed appallingly deficient. After the lesson concluded, Sun Yi's expression remained as dark as coal. Were it not for the prospect of earning spirit stones, he would not have wanted to lay eyes on such a waste. No wonder he had shifted his focus from alchemy to talisman crafting. With Yi Chen's level of comprehension, he would struggle to successfully refine even the simplest elixir. How could he not be a hindrance? Yi Chen felt somewhat awkward. Esteemed elder, shall we continue with the remaining lessons, unless you no longer wish to teach, in which case, regarding the tuition for the remaining 3 classes, Sun Yi's expression darkened further. Since I've accepted your payment, I must fulfill my obligation to teach.
Return home and practice diligently.
Sun Yi certainly had no intention of refunding the fees. He feared that Yi Chen might feel disheartened by his own lack of aptitude and wished to withdraw from the classes. With that, he turned and left. Yet internally, he felt a profound sense of regret. With Yi Chen's level of understanding, it appeared unlikely that he would recoup even next month's tuition. Yi Chen was truly the worst class he had ever taught. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt a pang of frustration. Although he had never intended to rely on talisman crafting for anything substantial, the reality of his inadequacy was still hard for him to accept. Chapter 45 of the gifts from Yi Chen are truly abundant. Yi Chen found himself somewhat despondent regarding his innate talent. Without the system, he feared he would remain at the bottom tier of the cultivation world for his entire life, with no opportunity for advancement. Fortunately, he possessed the system, alleviating his concerns. As such, Yi Chen did not dwell excessively on his lack of talent. If he could not learn, it was of little consequence. After all, his primary aim was to seek opportunities to interact with Sun Ruoxin. In the days that followed, Yi Chen did not concentrate on talisman crafting but continued his daily regimen of cultivation and alchemy. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing became increasingly fervent in their attitudes towards Yi Chen. Lin Kuo's enthusiasm stemmed from the storage bag he had given her, while Lu Jing felt a sense of urgency. When Yi Chen failed to bestow gifts upon himself for an entire week but instead gifted Lin Kuo a storage bag, it implied to Lu Jing that Yi Chen's affections may be swaying. She found this notion intolerable. Moreover, both women noticed that Yi Chen had inadvertently made a breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement. Such advancements in a cultivator's minor realms are difficult to discern without specialized detection spells, yet Yi Chen's cultivation had surpassed theirs, prompting them to regard him with heightened esteem. After all, women are inherently drawn to strength. They prefer men who are more powerful than themselves. Thus, the competition between the two women intensified, each vying to win Yi Chen's favor by offering him increasingly generous incentives. For instance, Lin Kuo had begun to allow Yi Chen to touch her while they shared intimate moments. Though he had yet to venture beyond the surface, she felt it was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, whenever Yi Chen dined in Lu Jing's quarters, the atmosphere was akin to a display of indulgence, as she dressed increasingly provocatively, often sitting on Yi Chen's lap while feeding him, which filled him with delight. On his end, Yi Chen ceased providing elixirs and instead began to profit from buying and selling. Gifts of spirit stones were non-refundable, and the items given had to align with the recipient's needs without exceeding them. Consequently, Yi Chen's generosity expanded. For example, he gifted Lu Jing a set of robes valued at 2 mid-grade spirit stones and presented Lin Kuo with a pair of white gloves made from heavenly silkworm silk, worth 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Regrettably, he lacked a black variant, which would have thrilled him even more. In summary, Yi Chen's expenditures grew more extravagant. Although both women regarded his fickleness with disdain, disapproving of his indecision, they found it impossible to refuse his abundant offerings. In their quest for advantage, the incentives given by both women escalated. Lin Kuo, for instance, had permitted Yi Chen to touch her while they kissed, and Lu Jing's hospitality during their meals was nothing short of lavish. Thanks to the tenfold returns from his gifts, Yi Chen amassed considerable wealth. The system was quite astute, distinguishing between his personal desires and those intended for profit, ensuring returns were based on quantity. Additionally, the styles and functions varied, minimizing the risk of scrutiny during transactions. The only drawback was that the Silver Moon market was ultimately too small. Excessive sales could easily draw attention. Furthermore, since he sold to shops, the prices were not overly high, generally around 70% of retail, and nonetheless, Yi Chen's savings rapidly grew to 20 mid-grade spirit stones and continued to increase. Thus, his life proceeded smoothly, save for his frustration over the lack of progress in connecting with Sun Ruoxin. Having abandoned the notion of talisman crafting, he resigned himself to the fact that he was merely spending money for opportunities. Yet, after attending 3 classes, he had not encountered Sun Ruoxin even once, which left him quite dissatisfied. He had not intended to learn talisman crafting in earnest. If he did not get the chance to meet her soon, he would prefer to forego these classes altogether. Spending money without return was not a viable option, and he could seek opportunities later. In the quiet room of Qingyun workshop, observing Yi Chen's continual ineptitude in talisman crafting, Sun Yi struggled to suppress his urge to berate him. This was absurd, simply outrageous. He had never witnessed such incompetence. Despite his earnest efforts in teaching, after 4 entire classes, Yi Chen had shown not the slightest improvement. Such talent was better left buried. Yet, Sun Yi could not help but covet Yi Chen's spirit stones. The lad was indeed wealthy. If he could keep Yi Chen in class, it could yield over 10 low-grade spirit stones after a year. With this thought, Sun Yi donned an approving expression, stating, "Excellent, you've made significant progress. Look at this line you've drawn. It aligns beautifully with the flow of spiritual energy. If you persist in your studies, it won't be long before you become an exceptional talisman master." Yi Chen listened to Sun Yi's words with incredulity. How desperate for money could one be? To earn a few coins from teaching, such insincere flattery was shameless. It reminded him of a certain president of a football powerhouse on Blue Star, who claimed to watch the national team daily merely to secure a profitable collaboration with Huaxia. Yi Chen refrained from commenting on Sun Yi's remarks. However, during the final class of the day, he once again failed to encounter Sun Ruoxin, prompting him to inquire, "I heard from the shop assistants that your daughter, senior son, is also studying.
It would save time."
Sun Yi, oblivious to Yi Chen's intentions towards his daughter, responded with irritation, "My daughter is already a legitimate talisman master, capable of crafting first-tier mid-grade talismans.
And you? You haven't even grasped the basics.
I would consider teaching together, but given your lack of skill, you've just begun and are incapable of keeping up."
Yi Chen chose to overlook Sun Yi's insult.
Upon reflecting on Sun Yi's words, he realized the vast gap in their skill levels made collaboration impractical, akin to a kindergarten student trying to mingle with middle schoolers. If he could swiftly elevate his talisman crafting abilities, he could attend classes alongside Sun Ruoxin. Yet, Yi Chen had to admit the truth, he was indeed lacking. Relying solely on self-study, it would likely take him a year or 2 to even enter the realm of proficiency.
Senior son, do you possess any methods for rapidly enhancing talisman crafting skills? My progress is painfully slow. It has been a month and I have yet to make any headway. If there are no means to expedite my learning, I believe I shall reconsider." In response, Sun Yi scoffed. The more incompetent one was, the more they yearned for instant success. Yet, he genuinely wished to profit from Yi Chen. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "I possess a collection of notes from my master on talisman crafting. It contains insights from when my master was still a first-tier talisman master, detailing his reflections and learning journey. If you study this compilation, your understanding of talisman crafting will surely deepen, and your proficiency may advance dramatically." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. This seemed like a valuable resource, since Lu Jing was also learning talisman crafting. It was perfectly aligned. If he were to present it to her, the tenfold return could yield tremendous benefits for his own skills, potentially allowing him to attend classes alongside Sun Ruoxin. However, Yi Chen refrained from voicing his interest directly, knowing full well that Sun Yi's avaricious nature would preclude any notion of giving it away for free. Chapter 46, Has Yi Chen awakened? Although Yi Chen had anticipated this moment, he was still taken aback when Sun Yi spoke up. 5 medium-grade spirit stones for the transcription. Yi Chen, 5 medium-grades. Has he truly mistaken me for a fool? Instantly, Yi Chen lost interest. Observing the change in Yi Chen's expression, Sun Yi quickly added, "Don't think I'm trying to swindle you. My master is an elder of the Qingyun sect, a peak-level second-tier talisman master, and he could break through to 3rd tier at any moment. You must understand, there is only one 3rd-tier talisman master in the Qingyun sect. The written word is as good as the person." Acquiring the talisman notes from such an esteemed individual for just 5 low-grade spirit stones is akin to having the opportunity to learn talisman crafting at their side, an opportunity that many would covet. You will undoubtedly profit from this purchase. A peak-level second-tier talisman master? At those words, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. There seemed to be some merit to it, yet, 5 medium-grade spirit stones still felt excessively steep. Ultimately, Yi Chen negotiated down to 3 medium-grade spirit stones. However, he did not hand over the payment immediately, instead stating that he needed to request funds from his family and would pay part of it now, returning to finalize the purchase tomorrow.
Yi Chen was reluctant to appear overly affluent given Sun Ye's avarice. He worried that if he flaunted his wealth, Sun Ye might resort to more unscrupulous methods to profit from him. Sun Ye, however, wore a satisfied smile. His master's talisman notes were indeed genuine and could offer significant insights to any talisman master, yet they were not as miraculous as he portrayed. Selling them for 3 medium-grade spirit stones would certainly yield him a profit. Most importantly, with Yi Chen purchasing the talisman notes, he would be compelled to continue attending classes. The higher the sunk cost, the less likely Yi Chen would abandon his studies midway. Thus, this transaction was a significant gain for Sun Yi. Meanwhile, as Yi Chen noticed Sun Yi growing increasingly impatient, concerned that the Yi family might refuse to play the part of the fool, he made his way back to Qingyun Square. He produced 3 medium-grade spirit stones to acquire the transcription. The title of the transcription was rather intriguing: Conversations on Talisman Crafting by the Forest Stream. After a lengthy wait, Sun Yi received the spirit stones with a beaming smile. He even urged Yi Chen to pay the tuition fees together. However, Yi Chen declined, opting to first present the gift to Lu Jing. If the feedback proved beneficial, it could enhance his talisman crafting skills. If not, he would simply seek other opportunities to engage with Sun Ruoxing. Sun Yi, somewhat disappointed by Yi Chen's lack of tuition payment, clicked his tongue, yet, gazing at the pile of low-grade spirit stones in his possession, a smile returned to his face. Yi Daoist, you've arrived. Come, let us dine. This is snow spirit deer meat. The snow spirit deer only appears in winter and moves with incredible speed, making it difficult to capture even for those at the peak of chi refinement, hence its rarity. However, consuming snow spirit deer meat significantly enhances a cultivator's physical prowess. Please, dig in. In the room, Lu Jing enthusiastically prepared chopsticks and bowls for Yi Chen. The aroma of the deer meat ignited his appetite. Nevertheless, Yi Chen was more preoccupied with whether the talisman notes he gifted to Sun Ye's master would provide him with assistance. Thus, he refrained from indulging immediately and instead revealed the recently acquired Conversations on Talisman Crafting by the Forest Stream. This is a talisman master's notes from a peak-level second-tier master of the Qingyun sect. Upon seeing it at Qingyun Square, I was reminded of you, Lu Fairy. As you are currently studying talisman crafting, I believe this will be of great help to you, so I purchased it as a gift. Please accept it, Lu Fairy. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes lit up. Notes from a peak-level second-tier talisman master: such a treasure is invaluable to any talisman practitioner. Yi Chen must have spent a substantial amount of spirit stones to procure this, yet, above all, it was Yi Chen's heartfelt gesture that mattered. To be candid, Lu Jing had developed genuine feelings for Yi Chen. After all, he was no ordinary individual. With a cultivation level of the 5th layer of chi refinement and an aptitude for alchemy, he hailed from a respectable family, supported by a prominent chi refinement clan, and appeared to enjoy considerable favor, granting him access to abundant resources. Most importantly, Yi Chen truly cared about her well-being. He had gifted her numerous items without ever adopting a condescending or overbearing demeanor. All these factors stirred Lu Jing's emotions. Imagining a lifetime spent with such a companion painted a promising future. However, what troubled Lu Jing most was Yi Chen's infatuation. His attentiveness towards her contrasted sharply with his attentions towards Lin Kur. Lu Jing resolved that if one day Yi Chen made a steadfast choice to be with her, this truly means a lot to me. Joy radiated from Lu Jing's eyes. Yi Chen, witnessing her acceptance of the gift, beamed with satisfaction. At that moment, a notification chimed within his mind. Yi Chen eagerly sought to discover the rewards he had obtained, yet, in that instant, he inadvertently brushed against the snow spirit deer meat that Lu Jing had placed on his plate, his hand now smeared with savory juices. He immediately attempted to clean his hand, but Lu Jing seized his wrist. The juice from the snow spirit deer meat is the most precious part, the essence has been extracted. Wiping it off would be such a waste. Let me savor it instead. Taken aback, Yi Chen pondered how, before long, he discerned the method of consumption. The sensation upon his fingers sent him soaring. It was exquisite, too exquisite. After finishing his meal and parting from Lu Jing, Yi Chen continued to revel in the experience. The implications were too profound to ignore. If such sensations could arise from his fingers, what of other areas? He dared not dwell on it. Returning to his chamber, Yi Chen took a moment to calm his thoughts before reviewing the system notification. Gift successful. The gift was Conversations on Talisman Crafting by the Forest Stream. Processing feedback: tenfold feedback received. Reward: entry-level talisman crafting by the Celestial Master. The system has detected that the gift you presented is of immense significance to the recipient and exceeded their expectations, resulting in a substantial emotional response, triggering a critical reward. Reward: a one-day projection of a founding Celestial Master, available to consult on talisman crafting methods. Upon reading the description, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Celestial Master sect, he had heard of this esteemed sect, renowned for its superiority over the Qingyun sect. They were celebrated for their expertise in talisman crafting. To receive the notes from a Celestial Master. Furthermore, to have the opportunity for guidance from a founding figure, this was an extraordinary boon. Yi Chen immediately retrieved the entry-level talisman crafting by the Celestial Master and began to study it. The content was unparalleled, elucidating the intricacies of talisman crafting with remarkable clarity. Many of the confounding aspects he had encountered while learning from Sun Yi became clear as he delved into this book. The author's comprehension of talisman crafting was astoundingly profound. Moreover, should he encounter any challenging concepts, he could directly consult the projection of the founding master. In just one night, Yi Chen's proficiency in talisman crafting experienced a meteoric rise. The following day, brimming with confidence, Yi Chen set out to pay for his classes. Sun Yi, observing Yi Chen's demeanor, was astonished. Why Yi Chen had successfully drawn a cleansing talisman, though merely a basic entry-level talisman, it held significant meaning for Yi Chen. It was as if he had suddenly awakened. What could possibly explain this transformation? Chapter 47. Oh no, he is actually a genius. Sun Yi was truly astonished. He was all too familiar with Yi Chen's lack of comprehension in the realm of talisman crafting. It was not an exaggeration to say he was as unyielding as a decayed log, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the craft. Yet, nearly a week had passed, and Yi Chen appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation while drawing talismans. His strokes flowed like a serene river, and although he still exhibited some clumsiness at certain points, it would not be an overstatement to claim he had undergone a complete metamorphosis.
Yi Chen, how did you suddenly improve so dramatically? Sun Yi inquired, scrutinizing the dust-clearing talisman in his hand, unable to quell his curiosity. You haven't secretly sought another talisman master for clandestine lessons, have you?
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen responded without a moment's hesitation, I've simply been reading.
Reading?
Sun Yi was momentarily taken aback, only to recall the talisman notes he had sold to Yi Chen. Indeed, they were the notes of his master, which he had perused daily in the past. Yet, how could such significant progress be achieved in just a week? Wasn't that a bit far-fetched? When he had studied them, he hadn't experienced such results. Could it be that Yi Chen was a prodigy? Was it his own teaching that had been fundamentally flawed? Perhaps it was not Yi Chen's ineptitude, but rather his own failure to nurture his students effectively. For a moment, Sun Yi found himself questioning his own pedagogical abilities. However, the reality was evidently not as he suspected. Yi Chen was acutely aware of his own lack of innate talent, but who could deny the fortuitous advantages he possessed? In any case, Yi Chen's remarkable performance disrupted Sun Yi's plans. Nonetheless, Yi Chen's ability to grasp the basics was a positive development, signaling that he could continue to collect tuition fees. Thus, Sun Yi regained his enthusiasm. For the ensuing month, Sun Yi was consistently astounded by Yi Chen's progress. Every week during class, Yi Chen exhibited leaps and bounds in his abilities. In just a month, he had completely mastered the fundamentals of talisman crafting. He had already perfected the crafting of low-grade talismans such as the Breeze Talisman and the Dust-Clearing Talisman, officially qualifying as a first-grade talisman master. He was even poised to begin learning how to create mid-grade talismans. Much like spells, low-grade talismans lack significant power. It was only at the mid-grade level that one could attempt to craft the talismans truly needed by cultivators. Sun Yi was utterly flabbergasted by Yi Chen's performance. In merely a month, he had progressed from the basics to mid-grade. This was not the mark of a dullard but of an undeniable genius. The mere thought of it caused Sun Yi great anguish, not from regret over having delayed a genius but from the realization that while Yi Chen had attained enlightenment through his master's talisman notes, he had only sold 3 mid-grade spirit stones. He felt he had suffered a substantial loss.
Senior, am I permitted to learn how to craft mid-grade talismans now?
Yi Chen inquired earnestly after class concluded. Sun Yi felt a pang of headache upon hearing this. Yi Chen was progressing too rapidly, and he had hardly collected much intuition. However, it would be improper to deliberately delay his progress, as it would appear rather unbecoming. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Yi replied, yes, come a day earlier next week, and you can attend class with my daughter. He thought that whether it was one student or two, it made little difference. It would be more convenient to have them both attend together. Furthermore, his daughter had become somewhat arrogant since she could now craft mid-grade talismans, so it would be fitting for her to share a class with Yi Chen, to have her talents measured against his. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at these words. Although I haven't formally apprenticed, your daughter could be considered my senior sister. Since we will be attending class together next time, perhaps I should prepare a token of appreciation for our meeting.
Observing Yi Chen's animated demeanor, Sun Yi furrowed his brow. Why was this young man so excited at the mention of his daughter? Was he not curious why he hadn't prepared a gift for him? This boy couldn't possibly be infatuated with female cultivators, could he? Nevertheless, Sun Yi was well aware that his daughter had lofty aspirations and would likely think little of Yi Chen. So if Yi Chen wished to pursue her, he might as well. After all, nothing ventured, nothing gained. At long last, I've been waiting for you. I'm glad I didn't give up after leaving Qingyun Square. Yi Chen hummed a tune as he returned to his courtyard, feeling elated. He finally had the opportunity to interact with Sun Ruoxin. The potential rewards were indeed substantial. Gifts of spells and similar offerings would surely yield even greater returns, but what should he present on their first meeting? In terms of resource-based gifts, the difference between 10-fold and 15-fold returns was negligible. It merely affected the quantity of his gains. However, when it came to gifts that could enhance his own strength, the disparity between 15-fold and 10-fold was significant. For instance, a spell with 10-fold returns versus one with 15-fold would represent a vast difference in efficacy. The same applied to magical artifacts, yet, Yi Chen was unfamiliar with Sun Ruoxin and had no clear understanding of her needs. If he were to present her with something she did not desire, it would fail to trigger any beneficial returns. That would indeed be a considerable loss. Thus, this was a matter that warranted careful contemplation. In the following days, Yi Chen devoted himself to diligent cultivation, occasionally observing the rivalry between Lu Jing and Lin Ke, and enjoying the benefits they provided. Meanwhile, the Mo family had announced that Jin Zhaodi's blood had been recorded within the formation of the Silver Moon Market. Once she entered, the formation would immediately alert the Mo family. Therefore, Yi Chen had no reason to worry about retaliation, unless the Silver Moon Market were to descend into chaos and the Mo family found themselves unable to cope. However, it was improbable that such a situation would arise in a foundational family. Consequently, Yi Chen felt particularly content during this period, perhaps due to his enhanced strength providing him with a modicum of security.
His interest in the silver moon market had also intensified. For instance, the trading area featured a variety of stalls. Aside from shops, there were spaces for informal vendors. As long as one paid a stall fee, they could set up a booth. The assortment was decidedly diverse, though the quality varied widely. Yi Chen had long harbored a keen interest in the market's trading area. In his previous life, he had often encountered protagonists in online novels discovering hidden treasures in such areas, rapidly ascending to greatness. With his own system, perhaps he too could experience a stroke of fortune. Thus, on a day when Lu Jing was resting, Yi Chen accompanied her to the trading area. Liu Jing often visited to purchase beast meat. Upon arrival, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed. The trading area was not particularly spacious, with practitioners seated cross-legged on either side. Some had set up stalls, while others simply laid out cloth on the ground to sell their wares. The variety of goods was astonishing, with vendors offering meat, elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs among many others. Initially, Yi Chen observed with keen interest, pondering whether he might stumble upon a hidden gem or discover an appropriate gift for Sun Ruoxin. However, it wasn't long before his interest waned. To be candid, the quality of the goods was rather dismal. While he was not well versed in all matters, his discerning eye for elixirs and talismans was sharp. Some elixirs were of such poor quality that they fell short of even low-grade standards, likely containing an excess of impurities. They were inferior to those he had produced in his previous life. The talismans fared no better. Their spiritual energy was uneven, their potency lacking, and their activation delayed. In critical moments, they might even fail to activate at all. Although they were indeed inexpensive, they held no value for Yi Chen. However, while meandering through the stalls, Yi Chen and Lu Jing noticed a particular booth in the center of the trading area, surrounded by a throng of people. This sight piqued Yi Chen's curiosity. What could possibly attract so many onlookers? Had they uncovered some hidden treasure? Chapter 48. I want this bracelet. This bracelet of mine is undoubtedly a masterpiece. One might even say it is a superior magical artifact. I have conducted experiments, and this bracelet can safeguard the soul, resist attacks from consciousness-type spells, and ward off the negative influences brought about by low-level malevolent spirits. Moreover, it can emit a divine light that envelopes the face, filtering out various toxic and sinister pollutants. However, the most crucial aspect is that wearing this bracelet enhances the speed of cultivation. While cultivating with the bracelet, the chain automatically purifies and filters the spiritual energy, saving the practitioner the time needed to convert their magical power. After all, cultivation is the very foundation for any cultivator. With the same amount of cultivation time, one can convert a greater quantity of magical power. I believe everyone understands how vital this is for a cultivator, don't you? I went through great lengths to acquire this item. In the back of the crowd, Yi Chen, who had been listening to the introduction of the bracelet's functions with a casual demeanor, suddenly perked up upon hearing about the enhancement of cultivation speed. Despite already being at the 5th level of Qi refinement, Yi Chen was far from satisfied with his cultivation pace. He yearned for a quicker ascension. However, even with a daily intake of top-quality medicinal pills, he had reached his limit. The prospect of an artifact that could further enhance his abilities ignited his interest, yet, to his astonishment, the other onlookers among the cultivators were also discussing the matter of cultivation speed. Nevertheless, Yi Chen did not observe much excitement on their faces. What was the reason for this? Logically, one would expect everyone to be eagerly anticipating an increase in cultivation speed. Soon enough, Yi Chen unraveled his confusion. Among the crowd, a burly man, with a smirk that was neither fully amused nor serious, inquired, "How much of an enhancement are we talking about?" Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression turned somewhat awkward. It was evident that these cultivators were quite astute. They could not be easily deceived. I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and with this bracelet, I estimate my cultivation speed could improve by about half a level. At this revelation, many cultivators who had initially shown interest, like Yi Chen, revealed expressions of disappointment. Yi Chen also furrowed his brow. Half a level, nearly a 5% increase. This was indeed a bit lacking. After all, even the effects of consuming top-quality pills yielded over a 40% enhancement. Yi Chen finally comprehended why many cultivators displayed such a lack of enthusiasm. After all, the price of magical artifacts was not cheap, while the cost of medicinal pills was relatively modest. If this bracelet were to cost a dozen or 20 medium-grade spirit stones, one could purchase enough pills to last 2 or 3 decades. For the majority of loose cultivators, spirit stones were already a precious resource. Spending a fortune on an artifact that only offered a 5% increase in cultivation speed was hardly justifiable. Moreover, the amount of purified spiritual energy provided by the artifact was fixed. A cultivator at the 6th level could enhance their speed by half a level. A 7th level cultivator would likely experience an even lesser effect. Contemplating this, it was clear that the value was not as promising as initially imagined, and the cost-effectiveness was far too low. With enough wealth to purchase this artifact, one could indeed acquire pricier top-quality pills. Go ahead, what's the price? If it's reasonable, I'll buy it for my daughter. It could still be somewhat useful in the early stages of Qi refinement. A cultivator spoke up, inquiring about the price. Upon hearing this, the vendor sensed that sales would not be easy, but he gritted his teeth and declared a price, 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Instantly, the crowd erupted in an uproar. 20 medium-grade spirit stones? Have you lost your mind? If this were a supreme magical garment, selling it for 20 medium-grade spirit stones might be plausible. For a weapon, perhaps, but for a mere bracelet that merely wards off toxins and offers a slight boost in cultivation speed, who would spend so many spirit stones? Not worth it, not worth it. Let us disperse. I'll offer 3 medium-grade spirit stones. You can decide whether to sell or not. The cultivators in the crowd began to mock the vendor. The vendor grew anxious. I was offered 10 medium-grade spirit stones by Qingyun Square. I simply deemed that too low to accept. Poor folks, don't cause trouble here. Most of the crowd shrugged and began to disperse, as even 10 medium-grade spirit stones was a princely sum for the majority of cultivators. Most late-stage cultivators earned only a few medium-grade spirit stones after a year of hard work.
I offer 11 medium-grade spirit stones. This item has some merit and is worth further investigation. Where did you acquire it?
At that moment, a muscular man stepped forward, his interest piqued.
Upon hearing a new offer, the vendor's eyes brightened, and he quickly responded, I found it in a cave in the mountains.
At this, the surrounding cultivators displayed envious expressions. It was not uncommon for relics from cultivators to be discovered in the mountains. Each year, fortunate individuals stumbled upon valuable items. The vendor had just hit the jackpot with 11 medium-grade spirit stones, indeed a lucrative gain. The muscular man's willingness to pay such a hefty price was not surprising, as he was a renowned Qi refinement late-stage artifact craftsman at the Silver Moon Market. It was not unexpected for someone of his stature to possess such wealth. Everyone speculated that he likely sought to study how this artifact purified spiritual energy. The vendor, not yet ready to give up, turned back to the crowd and asked, 11 medium-grade spirit stones.
Is there anyone else who wishes to buy?
This is undoubtedly the only artifact in the Silver Moon Market capable of enhancing cultivation speed. Miss this opportunity, and you may miss it for a lifetime. Purchasing this bracelet would,
if a family is established in the future, it would be an excellent tool for nurturing the next generation.
Despite being a superior magical artifact, its effects were somewhat underwhelming. Nevertheless, the vendor still felt he was losing out by selling it for merely 11 medium-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Yichen spoke up from the back of the crowd, 12 medium-grade spirit stones. At his words, the crowd instinctively turned to look, curious about who could afford such an extravagant offer. Upon recognizing Yichen's face, many cultivators displayed subtle expressions, while the others were unaware of his identity. Those nearby quickly recognized him as the most notorious lickspittle of the Silver Moon Market. He was known for gifting all valuable items to female cultivators, a source of embarrassment for many men. This had significantly increased the difficulty for male cultivators at the Silver Moon Market in their pursuit of partnership with female cultivators. Thus, upon learning of Yichen's identity, the crowd regarded him with disdain. Would this fellow purchase the bracelet only to bestow it upon a female cultivator? With a dozen medium-grade spirit stones, Yichen's wealth was indicative of his favored status within his family. However, spending such a fortune on a trivial item was perplexing. Were Yichen the head of the Yi family, he would undoubtedly wish to personally reprimand him. Upon hearing Yichen's bid, the vendor's expression brightened, while the artifact craftsman furrowed his brow, hesitating. He tentatively raised his offer by half a medium-grade spirit stone. However, upon witnessing Yichen's unwavering resolve, he ultimately chose to withdraw. In the end, amidst the vendor's radiant smile and the spectators' incredulous gazes at Yichen as a big spender, he accompanied the vendor to the Yi family's shop to collect his payment, thus concluding the transaction.
Chapter 49. Do not get too close, you simp.
Yichen naturally carried spirit stones with him, yet he was reluctant to reveal them openly. Thus, he decided to conduct the transaction in the privacy of his courtyard. He had already tested the bracelet prior to the deal, and the vendor had not exaggerated its merits. Indeed, it could enhance one's cultivation speed, albeit the effect was rather modest. Such an item was certainly not worth 13 mid-grade spirit stones. However, as Yichen examined the delicate, translucent green bracelet, he felt a surge of delight. The marginal increase in efficacy might seem negligible, but what if it were amplified by 15 times? Would that not propel him to new heights? Therefore, despite appearing as a fool to outsiders, Yichen perceived himself as having struck a remarkable bargain. He would not hesitate to part with not just 13, but even 20 or 30 mid-grade spirit stones for it. Beside Yichen, Lu Jing had been following closely. A flush of excitement adorned her mature, charming face. She had always known that Yichen was favored and possessed considerable resources, yet she never anticipated the extent of his wealth. The fact that he could nonchalantly produce 13 mid-grade spirit stones left her utterly captivated. The way he spent money so freely was undeniably attractive, stirring her heart. Watching the bracelet in his hands, she couldn't help but hope, was he perhaps planning to gift it to her? The mere thought quickened her breath. Though Lu Jing, like most cultivators, considered the bracelet somewhat lackluster in effectiveness due to its poor cost-performance ratio, she knew that if it were free, no one would hesitate to claim it.
However, in Lu Jing's hopeful gaze, Yichen simply tucked the bracelet away, sending shockwaves through her heart. Surely, he wasn't planning to give it to Lin Kor. If that were the case, Lu Jing would find it utterly unacceptable. This was worth 13 high-grade spirit stones. She had to intensify her efforts. Yichen must belong to her. Thus, at dinner, Lu Jing accidentally spilled meat broth on herself and leaned towards Yichen, her face slightly flushed. Do not waste it. I cannot enjoy it myself, but if you wouldn't mind, could you help me finish it? Faced with Lu Jing's frugality, Yichen found it impossible to refuse. He bowed his head and diligently cleaned up the broth, yet he still failed to provide Lu Jing with what she longed for. Lu Jing was evidently misguided in her efforts. The bracelet was neither for her nor Lin Kor. It was intended for Sun Ruoxing. The 15-fold advantage that Sun Ruoxing could offer Yichen would undoubtedly yield greater benefits, accelerating his cultivation significantly. Under such circumstances, how could Yichen possibly settle for gifting the bracelet to Lu Jing or Lin Kor? It was out of the question. However, news of Yichen's extravagant purchase of the exquisite bracelet to gift to a female cultivator spread rapidly throughout the Silver Moon Market. Countless cultivators condemned Yichen as a prodigal son, lamenting the waste of such precious spirit stones when so many other uses existed. Why must he play the simp? It was truly foolish. The Yi family had such a descendant. What a disgrace. Even the manager of the Yi Dan shop was taken aback upon hearing the news. How could Yichen possess such spirit stones?
How many had his father, Yi Tianhe, bestowed upon him during his last visit, yet, with all those spirit stones, Yi Chen chose to squander them on something so trivial, truly a wasteful fool. While the outside world buzzed with gossip, Yi Chen remained unfazed, continuing his daily regimen of cultivation in alchemy. Only Lu Jing and Lin Ke were particularly enthusiastic, knowing about the bracelet Yi Chen had acquired. The previous day, Lu Jing had urged Yi Chen not to waste the broth, and today Lin Ke had sweetly kissed him, even encouraging him to reach for her. Regrettably, none had received the bracelet from Yi Chen. As the system cooldown concluded and class time approached, Yi Chen made his way to Qingyun workshop. He had been invited to a lesson in the backyard. Upon entering, he spotted Sun Yan already instructing a young woman. The moment Yi Chen arrived, Sun Yan's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a treasure, while the young woman curiously regarded Yi Chen with her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. This woman was none other than Sun Ruoxin, whom Yi Chen had encountered previously. Truth be told, Yi Chen was quite intrigued by why Sun Ruoxin had a 15-fold potential. As he contemplated this, Sun Yan, with a pained expression, exclaimed, "Did you truly purchase that bracelet?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded, surprised at how swiftly the news had spread, even reaching Sun Yan. Little did Yi Chen know the depths of Sun Yan's regret when the wandering cultivator had come to Qingyun workshop to sell the bracelet. Sun Yan had only offered 8 mid-grade spirit stones, refusing to go as high as 10. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would acquire it for 13? Had he accepted the bracelet and sold it to Yi Chen, he would have made a fortune. Regret gnawed at him. Unperturbed by Sun Yan's expressive emotions, Yi Chen turned to Sun Ruoxin. "You must be the daughter of the esteemed elder. I am Yi Chen, pleased to meet you, junior sister." Upon hearing Yi Chen refer to her as junior, though this was their first meeting, she had already heard of him, how he had gifted the dragon elephant hand prepared by her father to a female cultivator, and how he had promptly given any alchemical creations to female cultivators. Even when a female cultivator was leaving, he had first concerned himself with her safety, purchasing protective spells for her. Moreover, the storage pouch he bought from the shop had never been seen in use, likely given to a female cultivator as well. That bracelet, which she had admired when the seller visited the shop, was now in Yi Chen's possession. Although its efficacy was somewhat trivial, its aesthetic appeal was undeniable, albeit too costly. Now that it had been acquired by Yi Chen, it was likely intended for another female cultivator. While some female cultivators admired Yi Chen's actions as a sign of deep affection, Sun Ruoxin viewed him as lacking ambition. What future could a man have who so shamelessly sought to please women? It was truly a descent into mediocrity. As Sun Ruoxin pondered, she rose and calmly stated, "I am Sun Ruoxin." She refrained from responding to any junior sister or brother remarks, thinking, "What a simp, trying to ingratiate himself with me." Yi Chen, however, paid no mind to Sun Ruoxin's cold demeanor. After a brief appraisal, he was struck by her youthful beauty, radiating a vibrant charm reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Her figure was curvaceous, though not as voluptuous as Lu Jing. She was perfectly proportioned, yet, what captivated Yi Chen the most were her legs, long, slender, and fair, evoking the popular internet phrase from his previous life, legs for days. Nevertheless, Yi Chen refrained from lingering on this thought. Instead, he smiled and produced the bracelet from his pocket. "The esteemed elder mentioned that I would be attending class with junior sister. As it is my first meeting with you, it wouldn't do to arrive empty-handed. I found this bracelet appealing and purchased it with the intention of gifting it to you. Are you satisfied, junior sister?" As Yi Chen's words fell, both Sun Yan and Sun Ruoxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 50. He must surely like me. Yi Chen actually intends to gift the bracelet made of 13 middle-grade spirit stones to me. Sun Ruoxin, who had previously maintained a rather indifferent attitude towards Yi Chen, was utterly astonished at this moment. Similarly, Sun Yi, who was regretting not having accepted the bracelet to resell it to Yi Chen for a profit, was equally taken aback. They had both heard of Yi Chen's generosity towards female cultivators, yet they never imagined he would be this extravagant. A gift comprising several middle-grade spirit stones could not be casually offered even by an inner-sect disciple of the Qingyun sect, yet here was Yi Chen, presenting it so nonchalantly? How prodigal could one be? Sun Ruoxin found herself hesitating for a moment. She certainly adored the bracelet, not only for its beauty but also for its ability to enhance her cultivation speed. Most importantly, it was quite valuable. However, accepting such a lavish gift without cause left her somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, Sun Yi reacted swiftly, promptly taking the bracelet from Yi Chen and adorning it on Sun Ruoxin's delicate wrist, saying, "Yi Chen, you are truly thoughtful. My daughter admired this bracelet the other day, but as her father, I could not bear to purchase it for her." "Who would have thought you would present it directly? On behalf of my daughter, I thank you." Observing her father's demeanor, Sun Ruoxin felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, she could not find the words to decline the gift. After all, she genuinely appreciated the bracelet. After a moment's hesitation, she slightly bent forward and expressed her gratitude. "I truly adore this gift." "Thank you very much, fellow disciple." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Yi Chen's face. Just moments ago, he had been disregarded as a mere fellow disciple, yet now she had directly acknowledged him as such. Money indeed has the power to smooth over all differences. This timeless truth holds equally in the realm of cultivation. However, Yi Chen's thoughts were not focused on this interaction but rather on the system notification echoing in his mind. Gift successfully bestowed. The gift is the Jade Marrow Bracelet. Processing feedback. 15-fold feedback in progress detected that the gift presented by the host is of utmost significance to the recipient, exceeding her expectations, causing a substantial emotional response, triggering a critical reward. Reward: Stone Bell Jade Marrow Bed. Stone Bell Jade Marrow Bed crafted from the jade marrow accompanying the spiritual vein, possessing the ability to absorb, purify, and enhance spiritual energy, significantly augmenting cultivation speed. The reward has been dispatched to the host's storage space.
The Stone Bell Jade Marrow Bed?
Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment upon reading the description. Although the specific effects were not thoroughly detailed, the materials used clearly indicated extraordinary results. This revelation caused him to clench his fists in excitement. A 15-fold reward coupled with a critical hit was indeed impressive. However, he still needed to attend class. Suppressing his eagerness, he exchanged pleasantries with Sun Ruoxin before the lesson commenced. Perhaps buoyed by the fact that his daughter had received such a precious gift, Sun Yi was particularly spirited in his guidance today. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin, amid her talisman crafting, occasionally glanced at Yi Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion.
The lesson concluded swiftly. Yi Chen, disinterested in lingering further, took his leave.
Once he departed, Sun Ruoxin scrutinized the bracelet adorning her wrist, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Father, why do you suppose he would gift me such an expensive magical artifact?" Sun Ruoxin had already experienced the bracelet's effects during class. It indeed possessed the capability to autonomously purify and enhance spiritual energy. Moreover, after wearing it, her mind felt remarkably clearer. It truly qualified as an exceptional auxiliary magical art. Sun Yi, unfazed, replied, "Isn't it merely a meeting gift intended for you? I recall mentioning to him that you would be attending class together, and he expressed his desire to prepare a gift. Perhaps he wishes to curry favor with me, to encourage me to teach him earnestly?" Yet Sun Ruoxin scoffed, "Yi Chen pays nearly 1 middle grade spirit stone for a month's worth of talisman crafting lessons under your tutelage. If there were no other reasons, how could he possibly gift me something worth 13 middle grade spirit stones, that amounts to a year's tuition?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yi sensed something amiss. Yet, the gift had undeniably been given. "But why?" Sun Ruoxin, with a confident smile, asserted, "Yi Chen must have seen me before. He might even have come to study talisman crafting with you purely to have the chance to interact with me. Upon learning that we would be attending class together, he unhesitatingly spent lavishly on a gift to win my favor." Sun Yi's mouth twitched slightly. It was inconceivable for a normal person to act so foolishly over a woman. What on earth was going through his daughter's mind? Yet, recalling the rumors surrounding Yi Chen, Sun Yi suddenly found it plausible. Yi Chen had previously gifted magical artifacts and storage bags to female cultivators. Thus, if he had indeed encountered his daughter before, presenting her with a bracelet seemed rather reasonable. However, upon realizing this, Sun Yi's expression darkened with anger. "This little rascal dares to harbor intentions towards my daughter. I genuinely thought he was merely interested in learning talisman crafting." Sun Yi held his daughter in high regard, cherishing her dearly. Sun Ruoxin gently swayed the bracelet, producing a melodious chime, and upon noticing her father's ire, a mischievous smile danced upon her face. "If you're so angry, why not stop teaching him?" At this, Sun Yi's mouth twitched again. A month's worth of lessons for just 1 middle grade spirit stone was indeed no insignificant sum. He felt reluctant to part with it. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Yi remarked, "Perhaps it would be best to continue the lessons."
The lad seems to have no ill intentions. However, do not let yourself be swayed by these trivial favors. Although he shows some talent in talisman crafting, a man who showers women with gifts has no future. I have also heard rumors about him being entangled with 2 female cultivators, constantly showering them with gifts. And now he dares to set his sights on you. This only confirms his fickleness. Such a person is not a suitable candidate for a lifelong companion." Sun Yi, torn between the desire to earn money and the fear that his daughter might genuinely fall for Yi Chen's charms, offered this caution. In response, Sun Ruoxin let out a tinkling laugh. "Father, you are overthinking this. In just 2 years, I will also be a disciple of the Qingyun sect, poised to achieve foundation establishment in the future. How could I possibly be interested in a small clan scion with no future? If he wishes to gift me something, let him. After all, it is his choice to give, not something I demanded. Receiving a gift does not imply anything significant. I would never act foolishly simply because of a trinket." At her words, Sun Yi could not help but smile in satisfaction. Truly, she was his daughter, bright and astute. As long as she remained unaffected by flattery, Yi Chen's gifts could only benefit her. Sun Yi began to ponder in his heart whether he should give Yi Chen a subtle hint, perhaps by casually mentioning the recent treasures that had arrived at their Qingyun workshop or sharing what his daughter fancied, encouraging Yi Chen to offer more. Yi Chen's first gesture of goodwill was already an extravagant gift of 13 middle grade spirit stones, indicative of his fondness for his daughter. This young man dared to entertain notions about his daughter. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to extract as much as he could from this young man. Chapter 51:15 times the power. Yi Chen paid little heed to the manner in which Sun Yi and his daughter regarded him. Upon returning to his room, he promptly retrieved the system reward. The stone bell jade bed measured 2 meters in width and length, forming a perfect square. The entire bed emanated a greenish glow, accompanied by a shimmering chill. However, as Yi Chen sat cross-legged upon it, he found it neither cold nor hard. Rather, the surface possessed a texture reminiscent of jelly, promising a remarkably comfortable slumber. Settling into a meditative posture, Yi Chen was eager to commence his cultivation, eager to test the bed's efficacy. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. When Yi Chen finally opened his eyes, astonishment filled his gaze. The results of his cultivation during those 2 hours had more than doubled compared to his previous experiences. The stone bell jade bed exhibited an extraordinary capacity for absorbing spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him had multiplied several times over, flowing effortlessly into his meridians as if being poured directly into them.
Moreover, the stone Beljade bed significantly purified the spiritual energy, greatly enhancing the rate of its transformation. These factors collectively elevated Yi Chen's cultivation efficiency to unprecedented heights. Initially, he had estimated that it would take him at least a year to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. However, it now appeared that he might achieve this in no more than 3 to 5 months. To Yi Chen, the stone Beljade bed was nothing short of a cultivation accelerator. With just a handful of mid-grade spirit stones, he had acquired such a remarkable treasure, making it an undeniable windfall. Sun Ruoxin's 15-fold augmentation had indeed proven advantageous. He mused about presenting even more valuable gifts to Sun Ruoxin in the future. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin was contemplating the same. Though their motivations diverged, their thoughts remarkably aligned. In the days that followed, Yi Chen's life returned to a semblance of tranquility. Aside from attending class once a week, he spent the majority of his time at home, engrossed in his cultivation. As for Lin Kor and Lu Jing, they had taken to visiting Yi Chen daily, employing various means to ensure his satisfaction. In his free time, Yi Chen would accompany either Lu Jing or Lin Kor to the market, hoping to unearth treasures akin to the bracelet he had previously acquired. Regrettably, most of the wares in the market were suited for low-level cultivators, offering little of value. As for Sun Ruoxin, their weekly encounters continued. She had grown noticeably warmer towards him. Their interactions in class allowed Yi Chen to further understand this long-legged girl, discovering her playful and quirky nature, qualities that Lu Jing and Lin Kor lacked. Yet, this was understandable. Lu Jing and Lin Kor were solitary cultivators, forced to live cautiously. In contrast, Sun Ruoxin, with her father being a 7th-level qi refiner and a talisman master, had grown up without worry for resources, naturally leading to her cheerful disposition. Despite his growing familiarity with Sun Ruoxin, the system imposed stringent requirements. For instance, if the recipient already possessed a superior-grade robe, gifting another would not fulfill the criteria for need. Even if she desired it, selling it for spirit stones would not suffice. Sun Ruoxin donned a superior-grade robe, wielded superior-grade artifacts, and utilized the finest medicinal pills. This underscored how much Sun Yi cherished his daughter, making it challenging for Yi Chen to find suitable gifts for her. Nevertheless, with Lu Jing and Lin Kor around, he did not feel at a loss. Thanks to the tenfold returns, Yi Chen steadily accumulated spirit stones, preparing for the day he might encounter a treasured item worthy of Sun Ruoxin. Over the past 2 months, Lin Kor and Lu Jing had reaped substantial rewards, donning superior-grade robes and artifacts while frequently receiving various spells. This elevated their regard for Yi Chen to a new level. As Yi Chen indulged in the benefits, their interactions became increasingly playful, albeit tinged with curiosity. They noted that the bracelet Yi Chen had not gifted to them was also absent from his own adornments. What, they wondered, could he possibly be using it for? Before long, 2 months had flown by. With prolonged use, Yi Chen increasingly appreciated the stone Beljade bed's merits. Not only did it enhance his cultivation speed, but continuous meditation upon it also solidified his magical power. A more robust magical force translated into greater potency in his spells, proving advantageous for his future breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Remarkably, even without actively cultivating, resting upon the bed offered extraordinary restorative effects. He awoke each day refreshed, his physical form nourished by spiritual energy, growing ever stronger. In summary, the stone Beljade bed was undoubtedly a divine artifact, and the rewards from the 15-fold female cultivator feedback were indeed formidable. Today marked another day of classes. After completing his cultivation, Yi Chen stored the stone Beljade bed in his storage ring and proceeded to Qingyun Workshop. Upon arrival, the attendants at Qingyun Workshop greeted Yi Chen with familiar warmth, leading him directly to the back courtyard. Just then, Sun Yi descended from the 2nd floor. Upon spotting Yi Chen, he beamed and remarked, "No need to rush to class, we just received a new shipment of goods, featuring numerous fine items. Come take a look." At these words, Yi Chen's interest peaked. Ever since he had gifted Sun Ruoxin the bracelet, Sun Yi had taken to coaxing him into purchasing items during each of his visits, often implying they were what Sun Ruoxin desired. However, Yi Chen saw through this ruse. He knew that none of the items were suitable for her. Nevertheless, the prospect of new merchandise at Qingyun Workshop intrigued him. If something truly fitting for Sun Ruoxin were to be found, he would certainly not hesitate to procure it, especially considering the guaranteed 15-fold return. Thus, Yi Chen followed Sun Yi to the 2nd floor. This is a top-tier spell, Shadow Cloak. It is exceptionally intricate. Once mastered, it allows the user to harness a portion of formless, colorless magical energy, enveloping themselves partially and rendering them nearly invisible to enemies. This grants a considerable advantage in combat. For instance, if one cloaks their hands, foes would be unable to discern the nature of the impending attack, whether they wield a talisman or are poised to unleash a particular spell. Furthermore, upon reaching mastery, Shadow Cloak enables complete invisibility. It conceals all traces of one's presence, shrouding the user in formless magical energy, rendering them invisible to other cultivators, who would only perceive the scenery behind them. Until one reaches the foundation establishment stage, it is utterly undetectable. However, it does have its drawbacks. While invisible, one cannot move. Any motion would reveal subtle clues. Despite this, it remains an exquisite technique. It proves invaluable for survival or surprise attacks. As Yi Chen absorbed these descriptions, his interest was undeniably piqued. The Shadow Cloak possessed remarkable potential. Chapter 52. His father must be greedy. This shadowless garment was specifically requested by Sun Yi from the sect. Logically, such an expensive spell, whose effects are not immediately apparent, would find no market in a small place like Silvermoon Market. However, Sun Ruoxin had shown great interest in this spell previously, yet, the price of 5 mid-grade spirit stones was rather steep. Even with internal discounts, Sun Yi was reluctant to purchase it for his daughter. Now, with Yi Chen, the unwitting benefactor, Sun Yi decided to have the sex end the spell for a trial. If Yi Chen were to buy the spell and gift it to his daughter, that would be ideal. If not, it would be no trouble to have the delivery person take it back next time. There was no significant risk involved. Why Yi Chen was indeed intrigued by the shadowless garment. It was undeniably a life-saving spell. Moreover, this was merely the initial version. Once enhanced by 10-fold or 15-fold, wouldn't it soar to unimaginable heights? Noticing Yi Chen's interest, Sun Yi immediately remarked, "My daughter is also quite fond of this spell. Back when we were in Qingyun City, she was captivated by it. But it is too expensive. Purchasing this spell is certainly a worthwhile investment. You will not suffer any losses.
The cultivation world is fraught with dangers. Even Silvermoon Market is no exception. Do not be deceived by its current tranquility. The future is uncertain. With this spell, you may save your life in critical moments."
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen paid little heed to Sun Ruoxin's desire for the spell. Who wouldn't want a free treasure? He was more curious about Sun Yi's comment regarding the seemingly stable Silvermoon Market, which might soon face troubles. Sun Yi, as a steward of Qingyun Workshop, had access to more information. Was there impending turmoil in Silvermoon Market? If that were the case, he would need to make his escape in advance.
"Senior, does this imply that something is about to happen in Silvermoon Market?"
Sun Yi glanced at Yi Chen, then replied with a knowing smile, "If you purchase the shadowless garment, I shall reveal the information to you. This is crucial news, and you will surely benefit." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen declared, 5 mid-grade spirit stones, then. "I shall buy it." He had already intended to make the purchase, promptly producing a handful of low-grade spirit stones. Sun Yi's mood brightened as he counted the stones, completing the transaction before remarking with a light chuckle, "The patriarch of the Mo family is nearing 150 years of age. Without any fortuitous encounters, he may soon attain a state of eternal rest. I calculated that he has not appeared in Silvermoon Market for 3 years. The situation does not seem promising. Once the patriarch departs, if the Mo family head has not broken through to the foundation establishment stage, they will struggle to maintain such a large territory. At that time, chaos is sure to ensue." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. The patriarch of the Mo family was on the brink of death. It seemed that in this world, those at the foundation establishment stage had a lifespan of only around 150 years. If the Mo patriarch truly passed away and no new foundation establishment cultivators emerged, chaos would undoubtedly follow. Many would seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. When that time came, the Mo family would be too preoccupied to defend themselves. If Jin Jiaodi seized the chance to seek revenge, there would be no one to intervene. Moreover, should order break down in Silvermoon Market, he, known as the infamous sycophant, would certainly attract unwanted attention. With these thoughts, Yi Chen's sense of urgency surged. He needed to hasten his cultivation. His current strength at the 5th level of Qi refinement was woefully insufficient. Besides improving his cultivation, he also needed to prepare various means of defense.
Yi Chen promptly inquired, "Are there any other spells available?"
Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's eyes lit up as he produced another spell, saying, "This is the Zen heart gazing technique. It is far superior to the ordinary gazing technique and exceedingly useful. In the cultivation world, the trend of playing the pig to eat the tiger has become rampant. Many enjoy cultivating spells that conceal their true power. You might think someone is at the 7th level of Qi refinement, but they are actually at the 8th. You might believe a person to be a mere mortal, only to discover they are a cultivator. The Zen heart-gazing technique can pierce through ordinary concealment spells, revealing the true cultivation level of opponents. Understanding your opponent's genuine strength undoubtedly grants a tremendous advantage. Moreover, the ordinary gazing technique cannot discern those with a higher cultivation level than oneself. However, the Zen heart-gazing technique can, as long as they are not 3 minor realms above you, their true strength will be clear as day. The significance of the Zen heart-gazing technique is self-evident." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's interest was piqued. This technique was indeed valuable.
"Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. I will take it,"
Yi Chen decisively stated, producing 2 mid-grade spirit stones for the purchase. Sun Ye's joy intensified. He had secured a significant client, although he occasionally wondered about the source of Yi Chen's wealth. After all, Yi Chen's father was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and it seemed unlikely he would be so affluent. He dismissed the thought. Perhaps he had embezzled family assets. Such behavior was not uncommon in the cultivation world. Yet, Sun Yi only entertained the curiosity momentarily. Regardless of how Yi Chen's father came by his spirit stones, Sun Yi had already received his payment. Even if it were discovered later, would the Yi family dare to demand repayment from Qingyun Workshop? Sun Yi intended to continue promoting other spells, but Yi Chen declined. He understood the wisdom of not biting off more than one could chew. He already possessed a premium set of magical artifacts, and the spells he had acquired were top-notch. Purchasing additional spells would hold little value. After concluding the transaction, class was about to commence. Fearing Yi Chen might gift the Zen heart-gazing technique to his daughter, Sun Yi subtly suggested, "My daughter also cultivates the Zen heart-gazing technique. If you encounter any difficulties during your training, feel free to consult her. You two should also grow closer as."
Yi Chen couldn't help but smirk.
Whether Sun Ruoxin had indeed studied the Zen heart-gazing technique was uncertain, but it was clear that Sun Yi likely found the technique too inexpensive. Nevertheless, Yi Chen had already planned to gift the shadowless garment to Sun Ruoxin. After all, the higher the value, the greater the 15-fold return. As for the Zen heart-gazing technique, he could save it for Lin Kuo next week. Liu Jing was not fond of combat, making the Zen heart-gazing technique more suitable for her. Thus, they arrived at the talisman crafting room in the rear courtyard. Sun Ruoxin was already waiting there, visibly impatient. Father, why are you so slow? She pouted, questioning. Sun Yi shook his head. The sect just sent a new batch of goods, and your junior brother happened to come. Yi Chen was indeed wealthy. Not only had he purchased a spell, but he had bought two at once. While Sun Ruoxing pondered this, Yi Chen approached her, stating, I heard from the senior that you were very fond of the shadowless garment back in the day. Coincidentally, this batch of spells from Qingyun Workshop included it, so I bought it as a gift for you. Please do not refuse, as I have also acquired the Zen heart-gazing technique. I understand you cultivate this spell as well, so I hope you won't mind if I seek your guidance when I encounter difficulties. Consider the shadowless garment as a token of appreciation. Chapter 53. The arrogant Sun Ruoxing, as she beheld the shadowless garment spell presented by Yi Chen, Sun Ruoxing confirmed a singular truth to Yi Chen. Indeed, harbored affections for her. To be candid, Sun Ruoxing held a modicum of disdain for Yi Chen. A disciple from a modest clan, lacking ambition and solely preoccupied with courting women. Most disconcerting was his fickleness, falling for one girl after another. Such a cultivator was destined for elimination, far inferior to the prodigies of Qingyun City. His only redeeming quality seemed to be his lavishness towards female cultivators, yet, one must ponder, how long can such generosity persist without strength? Nonetheless, considering the shadowless garment, Sun Ruoxing managed to smile. Since my junior brother has expressed it so, I shall not be coy. Thank you, junior brother. If time permits, I shall take a moment to offer you some guidance. Yi Chen, beaming with joy as he presented the gift, internally berated her. Sun Ruoxing was rather insufferable. She had shown warmth when gifting a bracelet, yet after a few lessons without further presents, she became indifferent, neglecting even to address him as junior brother. Today, presenting the invaluable shadowless garment spell worth 5 medium-grade spirit stones, he was rewarded with merely a title of junior brother and a hollow promise of guidance. Yet, despite his disdain, Yi Chen felt a smile creep upon his face as he heard the system's notification echo in his mind. Gift successful. Gift. Shadowless garment. Processing feedback. A 15-fold feedback in progress. Reward supreme spell. 5 elements concealment technique. 5 elements concealment technique harnesses the power of the 5 elements to obscure one's presence, evading detection by foes. Movement is permitted during invisibility, but significant fluctuations in spiritual energy may reveal one's position. This spell not only permitted invisibility but also allowed for movement. Undoubtedly, it surpassed the shadowless garment by leaps and bounds. After all, with the shadowless garment, one could only remain stationary. Should the opponent linger, one would be left in dire straits. Conversely, the 5 elements concealment technique allowed one to remain concealed while effortlessly evading peril. The 15-fold feedback proved to be immensely gratifying. Yi Chen's gaze towards Sun Ruoxing grew increasingly fervent, while she, sensing his attention, regarded him with escalating contempt. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, observing from the side, was particularly amused. The item had sold, earning him a commission, and it had been gifted to his daughter, effectively a double gain. This made Sun Yi view Yi Chen with increasing favor. After the class, Sun Ruoxing announced her intention to cultivate and departed without sparing Yi Chen a glance. This prompted a slight furrow in Sun Yi's brow. However, Yi Chen paid no mind, bidding farewell to Sun Yi with a smile as he left calmly. Once Yi Chen had departed, Sun Yi sought out his daughter. Ruoxing, isn't your demeanor a tad too aloof? After all, he did present you with a spell, to which Sun Ruoxing scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Father, you simply do not comprehend. The fact that Yi Chen could bestow such a precious gift indicates that he holds me in high regard. A person like him, regardless of how I treat him, would never be heartbroken. Not if he is to give me gifts, he shall continue to do so, yet, his one-sided yearning is utterly distasteful. What if I were to show him kindness, and he misinterpreted it as mutual affection, becoming utterly entangled with me? Thus, maintaining a cold demeanor towards him yields only benefits with no drawbacks. Sun Yi found it difficult to fathom, yet deemed these concerns trivial. As long as Yi Chen continued to present gifts to his daughter, that sufficed. After all, Yi Chen's generosity was indeed impressive. Yi Chen remained unfazed by Sun Ruoxing's attitude, even coming to understand it. Most women, if one exhibits too much interest, will instinctively adopt a haughty stance. Though their circumstances may be inferior, they can still look down upon you with genuine disdain. Yet, Yi Chen was truly indifferent, for he had no intention of perpetually fawning over Sun Ruoxing. Once he departed from Silvermoon Market and ventured to Qingyun City, he would undoubtedly encounter female cultivators of even greater allure. At that juncture, merely casting a glance at Sun Ruoxing would be a concession. If she chose to remain proud, so be it, let her revel in her arrogance. When he no longer catered to her whims, he would relish her discomfort. Once his cultivation flourished, perhaps she would find herself yearning for his attention, and he envisioned a time when he would demand that Sun Ruoxing dance for him, clad in the shadowless garment, an ephemeral presence. Shaking his head, Yi Chen dismissed thoughts of Sun Ruoxing and immersed himself in the jade slip before him. 5 elements concealment technique. Yi Chen regarded this spell with utmost seriousness. The elder of the Mo family was not long for this world. Should the Mo family fail to produce a new foundation establishment cultivator, chaos would surely ensue. In such circumstances, being in Silvermoon Market would undoubtedly place him in jeopardy, especially with Jin Zhao eyeing him covetously. Possessing the 5 elements concealment technique would significantly enhance his capabilities, whether in evasion or counterattack. Regrettably, he had not triggered a critical hit today and thus missed the opportunity to obtain the guide's phantom. Had he done so, his proficiency in this spell would have accelerated considerably. What a pity! Sun Ruoxing, indeed, had been exposed to a broader world alongside her father. It was challenging to surprise her with commonplace items. As Yi Chen pondered this, he began his earnest cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another week had elapsed. While Yi Chen had just grasped the rudiments of the 5 elements concealment technique, managing to remain hidden in place using the power of the 5 elements. However, the moment he moved, his concealment would falter, revealing his form. Yet, as he delved deeper into his training, Yi Chen increasingly recognized the might of the 5 elements concealment technique. Firstly, the duration of invisibility was remarkable. As long as one remained undetected, 3 days and nights were easily attainable. In contrast, even at its peak mastery, the shadowless garment only afforded 2 hours of invisibility. Moreover, the 5 elements concealment technique, when fully mastered, would allow movement while maintaining the hidden state, something the shadowless garment could not compare to. Concluding today's training, Yi Chen made his way to Lin Kuo. Lin Kuo and Lu Jing had recently relocated, no longer residing at the outskirts but rather in a more central area. Their rent was 3 low-grade spirit stones per month. Whether by design or coincidence, their courtyards remained closely adjacent, offering Yi Chen unparalleled convenience in seeking either of them. Today, he intended to present Lin Kuo with a gift, the Zen heart-gazing technique he had purchased alongside the shadowless garment. Before long, Yi Chen stood before Lin Kuo, whose eyes sparkled with surprise as she beheld his offering. Gift successful. Gift. Zen heart-gazing technique. Processing feedback. Tenfold feedback in progress detected that the gift presented by the host is of utmost significance to the recipient and exceeds her expectations, triggering a surge of emotional response. Critical hit reward activated. Reward. Imperial Insight Technique. Imperial Insight Technique or Royal Technique of the Great Zhou Dynasty, allowing one to perceive cultivation levels, fortune, and vitality, disregarding all obfuscations and even overcoming a full realm disparity without detection. Upon viewing the feedback, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Imperial Insight Technique was incredibly powerful, enabling the user to effortlessly discern an enemy's information. Most importantly, it allowed one to overlook vast disparities in cultivation realms. This meant he could even perceive those at the foundation establishment stage without detection. Remarkable, perhaps overwhelmed with exhilaration, Yi Chen inadvertently tightened his grip, prompting Lin Kuo to cast him a playful glare and push his hand away from beneath her garments. Chapter 54 of the Realm of Cultivation also offers zero-cost purchases. During the ensuing period, Yi Chen's life was remarkably tranquil. His days were predominantly spent in cultivation and the study of spells. As for Sun Ruoxin, Yi Chen continued to learn the art of talisman making. The father-daughter duo, Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin, treated Yi Chen as a veritable cash cow, attempting to persuade him to purchase extravagant items. For instance, Sun Yi specifically brought forth a youth-retaining pill, urging him to acquire it. Cultivators, like all mortals, succumb to the passage of time and gradually age. However, those who consume the youth-retaining pill can retain the visage of their youth even into their hundreds, rendering it immensely popular among female cultivators. Yet, the youth-retaining pill is a high-grade second-tier elixir, one that even Yi Chen could not concoct. Moreover, the materials required were rather peculiar, costing a staggering 20 mid-grade spiritual stones per pill, alongside a myriad of other assorted items, such as high-grade magical adornments and formidable protective talismans. Despite understanding that he was being taken advantage of, Yi Chen remained unfazed. As long as he was assured of Sun Ruoxin's genuine benefit from the purchases, he would readily part with his spiritual stones without a moment's hesitation. This disposition astonished Sun Ruoxin, who had long regarded Yi Chen as someone she could easily exploit. Was Yi Chen truly so affluent? Moreover, did he harbor such an excessive infatuation with her? Yet, upon sensing Yi Chen's devotion, Sun Ruoxin's demeanor towards him grew even more aloof. She couldn't even be bothered to address him as junior brother. Yi Chen, however, paid no heed to this treatment. It was only natural for a devoted admirer to receive such treatment. After all, when one is eager to present gifts regardless of their treatment, it is only to be expected that they would be regarded with even less favor. This did not affect Yi Chen in the slightest, for with each gift he offered, he profited immensely due to the 15-fold return rate. Items that were easy to deal with were discreetly managed, while those difficult to sell in the Silver Moon market were stored in his spatial pouch, awaiting a more opportune moment. Currently, Yi Chen possessed a high-grade spiritual stone, not even accounting for the treasures yet to be processed. This accumulation clearly illustrated the extent of his earnings. Thus, the avaricious father-daughter duo's perception of him as an endless source of wealth inadvertently aligned perfectly with Yi Chen's interests. He merely hoped that Sun Ruoxin would increase her demands. Within his chamber, Yi Chen sat cross-legged upon the stone-clocked jade mica bed, his spiritual energy surging. In the next moment, it felt as if an invisible shackle had been shattered. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and his gaze sparkled with brilliance. Thanks to the formidable enhancement provided by the stone-clocked jade mica bed, he had advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement in a mere 3 months, now just a step away from the later stages of Qi refinement. Beyond his cultivation, Yi Chen had also made rapid strides in his mastery of spells. For instance, with the 5 elements concealment technique, he could now maintain an invisible state even while moving at a slow pace, with remarkable efficacy. When Lin Kuo and Lu Jing sought him out, despite being merely 3 meters apart, they were utterly oblivious to his presence. Yi Chen even tested this at Qingyun workshop, standing still for half an hour while Sun Yi emerged to appraise items without recognizing him. As for the Emperor's luck observation technique, Yi Chen could effortlessly discern the cultivation levels and vitality of other cultivators. However, he still struggled to grasp the intricacies of luck. Nevertheless, this sufficed for the time being. For instance, both Lu Jing and Lin Ke were at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and Yi Chen could see this clearly. He could even differentiate their specific progress, as Lu Jing focused solely on cultivation, eschewing the study of spells, and was thus advancing faster than Lin Ke, potentially reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement sooner. Yi Chen also clearly perceived the cultivation levels of Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin. Sun Ruoxin was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, akin to his current standing. As for Sun Yi, he was indeed a seasoned veteran, as Yi Chen had long thought him to be at the 7th level, only to discover that he was a formidable practitioner at the 9th level. His concealment was astonishing. Yi Chen estimated that even with the so-called Zen heart observation technique, he would be unable to penetrate Sun Ye's cultivation. However, he did notice that Sun Ye's vitality appeared particularly diminished, indicating he had suffered severe injuries in the past. It was said that breaking into the foundation establishment stage demanded a high level of vitality, and given Sun Ye's condition, he evidently had no chance of achieving it. In summary, Yi Chen was thoroughly satisfied with the effectiveness of his spells. He believed that with his current mastery, he could easily surpass even the disciples of Qingyun sect. Dominance over peers within the sect's jurisdiction should pose no challenge. If confronted by rogue cultivators, he could likely engage in combat across 1 or 2 minor realms without significant issue. This realization greatly enhanced Yi Chen's sense of security. After all, Jin Zhaodi was merely a rogue cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Even if she sought vengeance against him, he now possessed the strength to contend with her. Daoist Yi, the manager has announced that today's class is cancelled. The specific date for resuming classes will be communicated later. Having completed his cultivation for the day, Yi Chen intended to visit Qingyun Workshop to discern the latest schemes of Sun Ruoxin and her father when a young attendant from Qingyun Workshop arrived to relay the cancellation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is Manager Sun occupied today?" The attendant shook his head and replied softly, 2 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators from the Mo family were killed last night, and 2 others were severely injured. It is said that someone committed murder at the edge of Silver Moon Market last night, and the Mo family's guards were ambushed while pursuing. It appears to have been those cultivators from the mountains. Upon receiving this news, Yi Chen's brow knitted tightly. He had long been aware of a group of cultivators residing in the mountains. They either had grievances with the Mo family or were otherwise barred from entering the market, and thus, they primarily lingered in the mountains, hunting demonic beasts and foraging for herbs, exchanging their finds for spiritual stones and resources at the market. Those who could dwell in the mountains were considered powerful among rogue cultivators. However, they had always refrained from provoking the Mo family, as the Mo family was a foundational clan. Should they anger the family, the patriarch could easily descend upon the mountains and decimate them. Yet now, they had brazenly attacked the Mo family's guards. Although the precise reasons remained unclear, Yi Chen sensed that it must be connected to the Mo family as patriarch. Could it be that the patriarch had already perished? After all, Sun Yi had mentioned that he hadn't made an appearance in 3 years. If he truly had died, it would be normal for the Mo family to keep it a secret. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chen felt that chaos was brewing in Silver Moon Market. This was not good news for him, as he relied on the gift feedback system to effortlessly accumulate resources and enhance his cultivation. A peaceful environment was decidedly more favorable for Yi Chen. Instability would not align with his interests, yet, whether chaos would ensue was not for him to decide. Who could predict what might transpire in the coming days? Consequently, Yi Chen resolved to remain indoors. The nearby medicinal shop also announced its closure for 2 days, activating the shop as defensive array to prevent zero-cost purchases. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, as martial hero cultivators were inherently restless, and should the Silver Moon Market descend into turmoil, ordinary cultivators would likely seize the opportunity to capitalize on the chaos. Naturally, shops would become prime targets for looting. Furthermore, would Jin Zhaodi take advantage of this situation? Before nightfall, a knock resounded on the courtyard door. Yi Chen opened it to find Lu Jing and Lin Ke. Lu Jing's eyes were filled with panic as she sighed in relief upon seeing Yi Chen. Many cultivators outside are saying that the Mo family as patriarch has died. They say that the mountain cultivators will come to loot the market in the coming days. I am a bit frightened, so I came here. Lin Ke, standing beside her, regarded Lu Jing's demeanor with disdain. Dressed in a fitted outfit, she remarked, if chaos truly erupts, there will undoubtedly be many who take advantage of the situation. My 4th level Qi refinement cultivation is ultimately too low. Being with Daoist Yi will provide me with greater safety. Yi Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. Both women possessed a tenfold multiplier. Should any unforeseen events occur, it would also be a loss for him. Having them stay with him would ensure greater safety. Yi Chen's courtyard was currently occupied solely by himself, with several vacant rooms available to accommodate the two. After a brief chat, the 2 young women quickly retreated to their respective rooms. Yi Chen remained vigilant, observing the external conditions, and noted an unusual quietness. Clearly, under such circumstances, most ordinary cultivators were deterred from wandering about. As midnight approached, Yi Chen settled in for a restful night. Suddenly, a knock echoed at his door. Listening closely, he opened the door to let the visitor in. Lu Daoist, what brings you here? Yi Chen inquired with a smile. The visitor was indeed Lu Jing, clad in a sleeveless silk gown that elegantly enveloped her graceful figure. Not all the buttons were fastened, revealing a flat and fair midriff. Her choice of attire at such a late hour was undeniably provocative. Daoist Yi, I still feel somewhat fearful. Lu Jing presented a pitiful expression. Such a woeful demeanor was difficult to resist. Chapter 55. Lu Jing's intentions to offer herself freely. Gazing at Lu Jing, who stood at the door with a delicate blush adorning her fair face, Yi Chen felt that her demeanor was far from one of fear. It was more akin to a yearning for his presence, regardless of whether Lu Jing's trepidation was genuine. Her late-night visit bore a distinct implication. Liu Jing regarded Yi Chen with a flicker of hesitation mingled with determination. Unlike Lin Kuo, Lu Jing abhorred conflict and sought not an exhilarating life. Her desires were simple: to live a stable and secure existence. Marrying a promising man who could safeguard her and provide a tranquil life was her utmost aspiration. Previously, Yi Chen's low cultivation level rendered him incapable of instilling any sense of security in her, yet, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Yi Chen had since made remarkable advancements in his cultivation, far surpassing her. Moreover, his wealth exceeded her wildest imaginations, showering her with an unceasing stream of gifts, including magical artifacts, robes, and spells. Such generosity was indicative of Yi Chen's esteemed standing within the Yi family. Perhaps within the Silver Moon Market, there were other cultivators with greater potential than Yi Chen. However, would they treat her with the same kindness? Would they be as willing to share their resources? The answer was evidently no. After much contemplation, Yi Chen emerged as the most desirable choice, yet, his reputation for being fickle left Lu Jing feeling somewhat unsettled. Initially, it was merely Lin Kuo to contend with, but now, rumors suggested. This revelation incited disdain for Yi Chen's lack of fidelity while simultaneously amplifying her sense of urgency. Lin Kuo was of a similar background, both being loose cultivators. Liu Jing felt confident in her ability to compete. However, the daughter of the Qingyun workshop's manager posed a different challenge altogether. What if she found herself outmatched? If Yi Chen truly devoted himself to the other woman, disregarding her entirely, where would she turn for solace? Thus, Lu Jing resolved to take the initiative, even if it meant accepting Yi Chen's wayward affections. She longed for him to escort her to Qingyun City, located adjacent to Qingyun sect, which was under the protection of a golden core ancestor. No cultivator would dare to act recklessly there. Liu Jing was genuinely weary of remaining in Silver Moon Market. The Yi family resided in Qingyun City, and if chaos erupted in Silver Moon Market, they would undoubtedly send someone to retrieve Yi Chen. She wished to escape as well, thus, she arrived that night, mentally prepared. She looked at Yi Chen with bashful eyes and said, "Friend Yi, I feel a bit frightened, but is it possible for me to spend the night in your room?" Yi Chen chuckled softly, "That can certainly be arranged, but I only have one bed in my room." Lu Jing's porcelain complexion flushed a deeper shade of red. "If there is only one bed, then there is little that can be done. You have treated me so kindly, and I trust you, friend Yi. Surely, you wouldn't do anything inappropriate, would you?" Though she spoke thus, could it truly be so innocent? Sharing a bed, how could nothing transpire? It was akin to the theory of beasts in her past life. Most men would inevitably choose to act like beasts. However, Yi Chen was different. With the tumult in Silver Moon Market and the potential demise of the Mo family patriarch, Yi Chen began to contemplate leaving. Upon returning to Qingyun City, he may not encounter Sun Ruoxin again. Lin Kuo's decisions were also uncertain. Only Lu Jing's character suggested she might choose to accompany him. If Lu Jing were to become his, there would be no reciprocal benefits for her, a considerable loss. It was unclear how long it would take to find a suitable partner in Qingyun City. Thus, for the time being, he could only embrace his baser instincts. However, sharing a bed warranted some enjoyment. After all, mutual happiness was assured. Consequently, Lu Jing settled into Yi Chen's room. The night passed without incident. Outside, the anticipated chaos failed to materialize. Yi Chen, feeling apathetic toward venturing out, arose to practice his cultivation. As for Lu Jing, she retreated to her own room, her cheeks still flushed, having hardly slept at all. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo had risen early to practice her sword techniques in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Jing emerge from Yi Chen's room, her eyes widened in disbelief. A woman exiting a man's room in the early morning was an obvious indication of having spent the night. Lu Jing had gone to such lengths to vie for Yi Chen's affection. With this new dynamic, would Yi Chen not prioritize Lu Jing when it came to gifts? Lin Kuo's cold visage betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. She desired Yi Chen's gifts. After all, his generosity had been increasingly lavish. Each offering was worth at least a mid-grade spiritual stone, comparable to the annual income of an average mid-stage cultivator. How could Lin Kuo simply relinquish her claim? Yet, Lu Jing had escalated her efforts to this extent. If Lin Kuo did not keep pace, would she not lose her chance? Yet, the thought of conceding was unacceptable. Though Yi Chen was admirable, richer, and more generous than she had imagined, and his cultivation talent seemingly better than expected, Lin Kuo's aspirations transcended mere material wealth. She envisioned herself as a foundational cultivator, seeking a companion who was also a foundational practitioner. Only then could she truly establish herself within the cultivation world rather than be a mere ant, drifting along as she was now. Yi Chen could not provide her with the life she desired. After a moment of hesitation, she chose to ignore the situation and return to her room. After completing his cultivation, Yi Chen surveyed Silver Moon Market. It remained unusually tranquil. The foot traffic was significantly diminished compared to previous days. Most shops were shuttered, with only a few, including Qingyun Workshop, still open. Clearly, concern over the potential death of the Mo family patriarch weighed heavily upon them. In Yi Chen's view, this calm could not endure for long. If the patriarch did not show himself soon, many would be unable to suppress their greed. In the afternoon, Manager Zhang arrived. Spotting Lu Jing and Lin Kuo in the courtyard, he was taken aback, quickly replaced by a disdainful smirk. Yi Chen, it seemed, was indeed infatuated. At the first sign of danger, he hastily brought his beloved women together, and at such a young age, he was already enraptured by feminine allure. What future could he possibly have? Yet, Manager Zhang concealed his disdain and engaged Yi Chen in conversation about the current situation. If the Mo family patriarch had truly died, Silver Moon Market would undoubtedly descend into chaos. He had already dispatched word to his family should turmoil erupt, the shop would be vacated, the family would send people to assist in the evacuation, bringing supplies and personnel, relieving Yi Chen of any worries. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, anticipating that it was likely his father who would come to retrieve him. A sense of calm settled within him. That night, Lu Jing once again knocked on his door under the pretense of fear, allowing Yi Chen to appreciate the notion that might makes right. However, after some time, Lu Jing appeared particularly disheartened. Just as she was about to speak, the sounds from outside intruded upon their moment.
Kill, they're robbing, the Mo family patriarch is dead. The Mo family has only 7 late-stage cultivators, they can't possibly stop us. This is our chance to strike it rich.
My dear, stay safe at home with the children while I investigate. If the opportunity arises, we shall no longer live in hardship.
We'll kill the Mo family members first. Once they perish, we can seize whatever we desire from Silver Moon Market.
The air was thick with cries of violence. Lu Jing's previously rosy complexion drained of color. Yi Chen comforted her, donned his attire, and swiftly ascended to the rooftop. He activated his 5 elements concealment technique, shrouding his presence as he surveyed the surroundings. Not far behind the commercial street lay the Mo family estate, sprawling and occupying a quarter of Silver Moon Market. At that moment, a throng of cultivators had gathered before the Mo family's gates. The number exceeded 100, and those at the forefront exuded a fierce aura. Employing his heavenly observation technique, Yi Chen discerned that at least 10 were late-stage cultivators, including one at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and Enigma in their midst. Accompanying them were others who appeared to have emerged from the mountains, many donning masks, likely opportunistic cultivators from Silver Moon Market, seizing the chance to plunder amidst the chaos.
Given the situation, the Mo family patriarch has yet to emerge.
It is evident that he has met his end.
The Mo family has dominated Silver Moon Market for 30 years, amassing untold wealth.
All of this should rightfully belong to us loose cultivators. Now, we shall reclaim it with our own hands. With a leader's command, the formidable cultivators immediately unleashed their spells upon the Mo family, intent on breaching the defenses. Though the Mo family had protective formations in place, they remained ominously silent within. This emboldened the crowd, and soon, more began hurling spells, threatening to dismantle the Mo family's defenses. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, reflecting on the fragility of order within the cultivation world, yet, at that moment, his eyes narrowed. A tall figure stealthily slipped into his own courtyard, unnoticed by those around. Observing this intruder, who remained blissfully unaware of being detected, a cold smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. Chapter 56 How could Yi Chen be so powerful? Observing the shadow stealth, so, Jin Zhaodi had indeed come, although he had never laid eyes upon her. Her figure, broader than that of any man, served as her most distinct characteristic, yet, regardless of whether it was Jin Zhaodi or not, her presence at such an hour could only signify malevolence. Perched atop the roof, Yi Chen retrieved the Wind God's sword from his storage ring, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the encroaching shadow. Just as the figure drew near, he leapt down, wielding his sword in a swift strike. For the past 6 months, Jin Zhaodi had remained secluded in the mountains, unable to come to terms with the tragic demise of her younger brother. All he desired was the affection of a woman. What was so wrong with that? As a scion of a prominent family, surrounded by countless women, why did she feel the need to compete with him? Moreover, it was one thing to steal her brother's cherished one. It was another to pursue vengeance against him with such ruthless intensity. Having slain those who had harmed him, she still sought to implicate her brother. Relying on her family's status, she conspired with the Mo family to eradicate him, leading to her brother's untimely death. And then there was Lin Kuei, whose disdain for the impoverished was equally culpable. Jin Zhaodi harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Chen, for Lin Kuei, and for the Mo family. Each night, she was plagued by restless sleep, haunted by dreams of her brother's bloodied visage crying out in agony. She could even hear the wrathful reproach of her deceased father, berating her for her failure to protect him. During this tumultuous time, Jin Zhaodi yearned only for the swift demise of Yi Chen. She had thought she would have to wait indefinitely for her opportunity for vengeance, but unexpectedly, the Mo family's patriarch had perished. Now, the chance for retribution had finally arrived. Thus, Jin Zhaodi approached Yi Chen's abode, vowing that she would not allow him an easy death, and as for Lin Kuei, she resolved to bury her alive, so that she might eternally accompany her brother in the depths of the earth. Those who had once harmed her brother were also doomed to die. With vengeance in her heart, Jin Zhaodi stealthily moved towards the door, yet at that moment, a chill coursed through her, compelling her to retreat. But it was too late. A figure descended upon her from above. A glimmering blade sliced through the air. Jin Zhaodi's hastily conjured protective spell proved futile against the onslaught of that icy light. In the next instant, her world flipped upside down, spinning uncontrollably amidst the turmoil. She caught a glimpse of her assailant's face, young and handsome, none other than Yi Chen, the very person she had sought to kill. It was only when her gaze settled upon the ground and her own lifeless body that the grim realization struck her. She was already dead, but Yi Chen was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, was he not? How could she have been so utterly defenseless? In her disbelief and resentment, Jin Zhaodi succumbed to her fate. Yi Chen gazed upon Jin Zhaodi's corpse, suddenly lifting his head. In the adjacent room, Lin Kuei had poked her head out upon sighting Yi Chen and the headless body before him. Her eyes widened in shock, but as she recognized the face of the severed head, her astonishment deepened. Jin Zhaodi, at the 7th level of qi refinement, had met her end at Yi Chen's hands. Lin Kuei could scarcely believe her eyes. How could Yi Chen possess such strength? Feeling Lin Kuei's gaze upon him, Yi Chen sheathed the Wind God sword and gently placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Lin Kuei, her heart racing with disbelief, nodded hurriedly and closed the door. Leaning against it, she felt her heart pounding wildly. She had always perceived Yi Chen as weak, even after his breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement. She believed it was solely the result of medicinal enhancements. Surely, he could never be her match. Yet today, witnessing him slay the formidable Jin Zhaodi, Lin Kuei felt as if she were trapped in a dream. In everyday life, Yi Chen often wore a smile, but at that moment, wielding his sword with a frigid gaze, he had left an indelible impact on her. How could Yi Chen be so powerful? A girl who had always placed her faith and strength found herself in a whirlwind of confusion. After stowing Jin Zhaodi's body within his storage ring, Yi Chen intended to observe the unfolding events. Would the Amo family be breached? Should he flee while the opportunity arose or remain and await his family's arrival? He had yet to reach a conclusion when a cacophony of terrified voices erupted from outside. Yi Chen promptly leapt onto the rooftop, concealing himself as he continued to survey the situation. Before he could steady himself, his expression shifted dramatically from deep within the Amo family estate. A venerable voice resounded, "Is it merely you lot? What a pity." The next moment, a figure ascended from the depths of the Amo family, appearing above the estate, visible to all of the cultivators who had been assaulting the Amo family, on the verge of breaking through their defenses, were now rooted in disbelief, gazing at the elder with white hair and beard hovering above them, their eyes filled with terror. For only a foundational stage cultivator could soar unaided by any artifact. The Amo family's patriarch had not perished. Some cultivators stood frozen in place, while others slowly retreated into the crowd. Those who had initially led the charge, the late-stage cultivators from the mountains, were the first to flee in panic, their faces ashen. A swarm of ants, only now realizing their fate? The elder pointed a finger from afar. Though hundreds of meters apart, the swiftest among them, a 9th-level qi refinement cultivator, was instantly obliterated. The elder advanced step by step, each gesture summoning a spell that claimed yet another life. The might of a foundational stage cultivator was truly terrifying. All those attacking the Amo family were engulfed in utter chaos, fleeing in desperation, yet there was no escape. Anyone caught in the elder's gaze, even from hundreds of meters away, faced inevitable death. The overwhelming pressure of a foundational stage cultivator was unmistakable. Even Yi Chen, a kilometer away, was drenched in sweat. So this is the power of a foundational stage cultivator. It was indeed awe-inspiring. If a foundational stage cultivator was capable of such feats, how formidable must those at the golden core or nascent soul stages be? Witnessing the overwhelming might of a foundational stage cultivator intensified Yi Chen's desire to grow stronger. The carnage did not persist for long. The once bustling streets fell into a heavy silence, stained with blood. The Amo family members emerged to clean up the aftermath, while their enforcement team mobilized to apprehend any remaining threats. In an instant, the Silver Moon Market was filled with cries and lamentations, a clear reckoning for those who had dared to dream of a free hand against the cultivators. Yi Chen shook his head, turning his gaze toward the departing figure of the Amo family patriarch. Activating his celestial observation technique, he discerned the true level of the patriarch's cultivation, indeed, a genuine foundational stage cultivator. However, upon observing the patriarch's vitality, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. If Lin Kuei's vitality resembled that of a grand tree, and Lu Jing's akin to a modest sapling, then the Amo family patriarch's vitality appeared as a withered blade of grass, swaying precariously in the wind, as if it could snap at any moment. The Amo family patriarch was truly on the brink of death, barely clinging to life for another month. The earlier display of unrestrained slaughter was merely a desperate exertion of his final breath. Chapter 57. Lu Jing grew anxious. Run away, I must flee. Upon learning the specific circumstances regarding the patriarch of the Amo family, Yi Chen was consumed by this singular thought. Regardless of whether his family's leader had made a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he could no longer remain in the Silver Moon Market. For once the patriarch of the Amo family perished, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. As for the opportunity to enter Qingyun's sect, it would be splendid if he could secure it. Even if he failed to gain entry, with the aid of his system, he could navigate his path smoothly, thereby avoiding unnecessary peril. Resolute in his decision, Yi Chen returned to his room, embraced Lu Jing, offered her a few words of comfort, and then succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, news spread throughout the Silver Moon Market that the patriarch of the Amo family had stepped forward to suppress all disturbances. Everyone came to realize that the patriarch was not nearing his end. His previous absence had merely been a guise for fishing. Observing the deliberately uncleaned bloodstains on the streets, alongside the scattered cultivators who had attempted to take advantage of the turmoil only to retreat upon sensing danger, only to be hunted down by the Amo family, Yi Chen bore witness to the brutal purges that ensued. The stench of blood permeated the entirety of the Silver Moon Market, yet it gradually returned to its normal order. Shops reopened, and cultivators resumed their activities. As for the many lives lost? In the realm of cultivation, it was hardly deemed a significant matter. No one paid it any mind. Yi Chen made his way directly to Qingyun workshop. What, you wish to purchase a flying vessel? Sun Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise at Yi Chen's intention. The flying vessel, a form of flying magical tool, enabled cultivators to traverse great distances with remarkable speed. However, the price was correspondingly steep, given the extensive materials required and the complexity of the formations involved. Even the most inferior flying vessel would demand a high-grade spirit stone, a luxury reserved for the elite families or prodigies, while only foundation establishment cultivators would consider such an expense. Even Sun Yi, despite his considerable wealth, had yet to indulge in acquiring a flying vessel. Noticing Sun Yi's astonishment, Yi Chen explained that it was for family procurement. Sun Yi nodded but remained skeptical, suspecting that Yi Chen's father had embezzled from the family treasury and was perhaps planning to abscond with a flying vessel. Nevertheless, Sun Yi was unconcerned about the source of the funds. What mattered was that he could profit from the transaction. With this in mind, Sun Yi remarked, Qingyun Workshop in the Silver Moon Market has no flying vessels in stock. If you desire one, I can send a message. A delivery will take place in approximately a month. However, a deposit of 10 mid-grade spirit stones is required up front. Yi Chen nodded and promptly paid the deposit, securing a low-grade flying vessel. This vessel lacked additional features. Its sole function was flight, with a modest capacity for 3 passengers, yet, for Yi Chen, it sufficed, as he intended to gift it to another, hoping to multiply its worth tenfold or even 15-fold before taking flight. Yi Chen refrained from disclosing to his family that he had sensed the impending demise of the patriarch of the Mo family, thus he did not place all his hopes on their support. He prepared the flying vessel, ensuring he could make a quick escape when the time arose. As a day passed, the Silver Moon Market returned to its previous tranquility. The earlier slaughter seemed but a fleeting nightmare, occasionally recalled by a few. This further underscored for Yi Chen the harsh reality that lives in the cultivation world were as inconsequential as weeds. Growing up in a peaceful environment in Huaxia, he found this notion particularly unsettling. He longed for the arrival of the flying vessel so he could make his way to Qingyun City at the earliest opportunity. While Yi Chen diligently practiced, his vitality surging and his cultivation steadily advancing. Thanks to the formidable effects of the Shizhong Jade Bed, he believed he could achieve a breakthrough to the 7th layer of qi refinement within half a year. After Lu Jing and Lin Kuo moved in, Lu Jing had no intention of leaving. Each night, she slipped into Yi Chen's room. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that once Yi Chen possessed her, he might lose interest and cast her aside. In the cultivation world, men were plentiful, and many would cherish a woman before discarding. However, as time passed, her anxiety transformed into impatience, for Yi Chen continued to refrain from taking the final step. Everything had been done, yet that pivotal act remained elusive. Liu Jing was perplexed. What was Yi Chen's situation? She was acutely aware that there was nothing physically amiss with him, yet, if he faced no issues, why the delay? In recent days, Lu Jing even took the initiative, yet still, there was no success. What reassured Lu Jing was that Yi Chen had asked her whether she would accompany him to Qingyun City when the time came. That was precisely her aim, and she could hardly refuse. Moreover, during this period, Yi Chen would gift her presents weekly, seemingly neglecting Lin Kuo entirely. This made Lu Jing feel cherished, alleviating her concerns in other aspects. The only frustration she experienced was the lingering, exasperating uncertainty. Meanwhile, on Lin Kuo's side, initially intending to return to her former residence now that the situation had calmed, she changed her mind upon realizing Lu Jing had decided to stay. After all, with Lu Jing living so close, who could say whether she might completely win Yi Chen's affections? If Lin Kuo moved away, it would merely offer Lu Jing an opportunity. Thus, Lin Kuo silently remained, refraining from mentioning her departure. However, staying behind only deepened her discomfort. While Lu Jing cooked for Yi Chen, she would often include Lin Kuo, yet when it came to feeding Yi Chen, it was evident that they were. Sometimes, Lu Jing would sit on Yi Chen's lap. By nightfall, Lu Jing no longer sneaked into his room but openly resided with him. Most of Yi Chen's leisure time was spent with Lu Jing, and he had ceased to present her with gifts, having evidently reserved all his offerings for Lu Jing. Though 3 individuals shared the same space, Lin Kuo felt increasingly ostracized. This sensation was profoundly unsettling for her, but what could she do? Should she shamelessly dedicate herself like Lu Jing? Lin Kuo remained reluctant. Even after witnessing Yi Chen slay the Qi Refinement 7th layer Jin Zhao Di that fateful night, she still hesitated. Yet to leave, Lin Kuo found herself unwilling. With Yi Chen's immense wealth, even the smallest gifts started from mid-grade spirit stones. How could she, hailing from a lineage of scattered cultivators, afford to relinquish such prospects? Moreover, the allure of Qingyun City was undeniable. It signified greater opportunities. Thus, Lin Kuo found herself in a daily struggle. Should she refrain from submitting herself, risking a growing distance from Yi Chen, who had ceased to gift her? Yet, to submit meant confronting her own reservations. In the cultivation realm, most cultivators held a preference for virginity. A female cultivator who was not a maiden could never hope to become a true partner. Thus, Lin Kuo grappled with profound frustration. Chapter 58. Deceiving friends is acceptable, but do not deceive yourself. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Following last month's tumultuous events, the Silver Moon Market had regained its tranquility, with no one daring to provoke the Mo family any longer. Meanwhile, Yi Chen diligently amassed spiritual stones. On the last day of the month, Steward Zhang excitedly rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, "We have received news from the clan. The clan leader has successfully broken." Had the clan leader truly advanced to the foundation establishment stage, this was indeed splendid news. With the clan leader's breakthrough, he could leave with justification and even gain entry into the Qingyun sect. Absolutely a stroke of good fortune. Moreover, having a foundation establishment elder overseeing the Yi family was advantageous for him as well. After all, he was still a member of the Yi family. Was this not tantamount to having a solid backing? Seeing Yi Chen's elation, Steward Zhang smiled broadly and remarked, "Yi Xianshi, congratulations on acquiring a spot in the Qingyun sect. However, I have heard that your performance alongside your Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Chen's smile only grew wider. "Oh, in that case, this quota shall surely belong to me." Yi Chen's confident demeanor was undoubtedly unexpected for Steward Zhang, leaving him momentarily speechless. Was he jesting? Did he not recognize his own level? Were it not for the fact that he had arranged for someone to sell Yi Chen the Peiyuan Dan, he probably would not have completed his tasks at all. Moreover, Yi Chen's alchemical skills were hardly commendable. Was it not shameless for him to approach others to learn talisman crafting? Surely, Yi Chen had deceived others for so long that he had begun to believe his own fabrications. But what did it matter? He would inevitably be exposed in due course. Steward Zhang chose not to elaborate further and merely congratulated Yi Chen with a smile, reminding him not to forget his roots once he entered the Qingyun sect. Upon learning of the Yi family patriarch's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, both Lu Jing and Lin Ke were taken aback. Liu Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a foundation establishment ancestor backing her, the sense of security was truly overwhelming. That very evening, Lu Jing almost took the initiative to consummate her relationship with Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, who had been wavering, found herself in a state of turmoil. The Yi Chen she once deemed as lacking prospects had now elevated his cultivation, and the Qi refinement family had transformed into a foundation establishment family. There was even a significant chance he would enter the Qingyun sect as a disciple. The current Yi Chen appeared to have become someone beyond her reach, igniting feelings of regret within her. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would never have resigned from the medicinal herb shop. Had she stayed, she could have truly enjoyed Yi Chen's company, and now, it was evident that Yi Chen and Lu Jing had already formed a bond, and if she were to insert herself into the equation, would it not mean sharing him with another? Lin Ke felt a sense of displeasure, yet as Yi Chen continued to excel, the opportunity to seize him slipped further away. Thus, she found herself unable to sleep that night. The following morning, Yi Chen made his way to Qingyun Square. Having received word that the items he ordered had arrived. Upon arriving, the attendant led him directly to the second floor, where Sun Yi awaited him. In Sun Yi's hands was a small boat-like object, and upon seeing Yi Chen, he smiled and said, "Your flying boat has arrived. It can travel 1,000 miles a day. With this, you will reach Qingyun City in just 2 days. It can ascend to a height of 600 meters, but if you fly too high, you must maintain a protective shield, or the winds will be too fierce. Flying at around 1 to 200 meters is sufficient. If you ascend too high and encounter a monster, you may find yourself in dire straits. This basic flying boat, aside from its flight and size adjustment capabilities, possesses no additional functions, so use it with utmost caution. However, it does consume a considerable amount of magical energy. Given your current cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, you might manage to keep it aloft for half a day." As he spoke, Sun Yi handed the small boat to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took it, raising an eyebrow as he examined it. The boat was engraved with various patterns, and upon infusing it with magical energy, it immediately radiated light. And the next moment, it began to levitate and slowly rotate, expanding until it reached a length of 2 meters and a width of 1 meter. The boat, with only 3 seats, was indeed quite small. If one were to compare it, it resembled a Wuling Mini in his past life, functional, but nothing more. After all, its features were quite limited. It was merely capable of flight. It offered no protection from wind or rain and provided no defense. Should one soar too high and encounter danger, death would be the only outcome, relying solely on magical energy to operate. One could say it was barely usable. However, Yi Chen was not in a hurry. Tomorrow, the system's feedback would activate. At that time, he could attend the class and present this flying boat to Sun Ruoxin. After a 15-fold enhancement, the Wuling would undoubtedly transform into a vehicle to be envied. Yi Chen promptly settled the payment for the spiritual stones. A substantial collection of low-grade spiritual stones caused Sun Yi's eyes to gleam with excitement. Was Yi Chen not exceedingly wealthy? If only Yi Chen could bestow this flying boat upon his daughter. However, Sun Yi understood that such a notion was far-fetched. 50 medium-grade spiritual stones represented a considerable sum. There was no way Yi Chen would gift them to anyone else. "Yi Chen, for this delivery, I have also acquired a new batch of spells, some of which are quite powerful. Would you like to take a look? My daughter is quite fond of them as well." Had Yi Chen been in a different frame of mind, he might have purchased them, especially considering the 15-fold feedback he could expect. Yet, who could predict when the Mo family's elder would meet his demise, or how long they could conceal their secrets? The Silver Moon Market could descend into chaos at any moment, and he might find himself fleeing to Qingyun City. Surely, superior items awaited him there. There was no need to squander spiritual stones here. Thus, under Sun Yi's disappointed gaze, Yi Chen smiled and shook his head in refusal before taking his leave. Sun Yi watched Yi Chen depart with determination, feeling somewhat disheartened. Many of the items were well suited for his daughter. What had caused Yi Chen's attitude to shift? Was it possible that his daughter had become too aloof, leading even someone as devoted as Yi Chen to contemplate giving up? Reflecting on this, Sun Yi felt compelled to say a few words to his daughter. Her recent behavior had indeed been excessive. When Yi Chen presented gifts, she would refer to him as junior brother, yet when he did not, she would hardly spare him a glance. Sometimes, during class, she would abruptly declare her need to craft talismans and leave without a second thought. Sun Yi, upon introspection, realized that if he were in Yi Chen's position, he would find it unbearable to endure such a lack of respect, regardless of his feelings. If Yi Chen ceased his affections, it was entirely understandable. Although it was a pity to lose such a lucrative opportunity, he would not force his daughter into anything. Thus, it was best to let things be. After all, they had profited significantly from Yi Chen already. As Sun Yi contemplated this, he returned to the courtyard to begin crafting talismans. The Mo family elder's continued existence suggested that the Silver Moon Market would remain stable for several more years. If he could accumulate a few more spiritual stones in that time, he would have a greater assurance of sending his daughter to study under a master. However, the following morning, upon receiving a message from the Sex Communication Talisman, Sun Yi's expression suddenly changed. Something grave had occurred. Chapter 59. The Sun family must flee. Gazing at the characters displayed on the communication talisman in his hand, Sun Ye's countenance was particularly grim. In the realm of cultivation, methods for long-distance communication are scarce, and the communication talisman is one of the few means available. It is not only exceedingly expensive but can also be used only once to convey a limited number of characters. Under ordinary circumstances, one would seldom resort to a communication talisman. However, when it is employed, it signifies a grave matter. At this moment, Sun Ruoxin also entered the room. Upon noticing her father's troubled expression, she swiftly approached him. As soon as Sun Ruoxin discerned the words on the communication talisman, her delicate face turned ashen. Monsters in the mountains are stirring.
A family has summoned second-tier monsters to target the Silver Moon Marketplace.
The patriarch of the Mo family is deceased. Mo Wudo has perished during a failed breakthrough. The Silver Moon Marketplace is in peril.
Return swiftly. Sun Ruoxin hastily looked at her father. Father, is this true? Sun Yi nodded. It was indeed true. The Qingyun sect exerts formidable control over its territory. Even moderately powerful families in slightly perilous regions are surveilled covertly. The Qingyun sect would not permit any threats to emerge within its domain. For instance, there once existed a family whose prodigy surged through the ranks, silently achieving the Golden Core stage, only to then attempt to usurp the Qingyun sect and seize territory. Although they were ultimately annihilated, the Qingyun sect sustained significant damage. Subsequently, the Qingyun sect learned from this experience and intensified its surveillance, even allocating some spots for families to enter the Qingyun sect. These actions were all measures for maintaining stability. It was evident that some family had set their sights on the interests of the Silver Moon Marketplace and sought to occupy it, thereby provoking the monsters. As for why the Qingyun sect did not intervene, they too did not wish for the family powers within their ranks to become overly strong, and may even deliberately sow discord, all to weaken these families. Gather your belongings. We must prepare to leave. Sun Yi declared resolutely. Second-tier monsters were beyond their capacity to combat. Now that the patriarch of the Mo family was dead, the Silver Moon Marketplace would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a threat. Monsters would not be deterred by the Qingyun workshop, thus, they had no choice but to flee. Where shall we go? Back to Qingyun City? Sun Ruoxin queried, a hint of anticipation in her voice.
Sun Yi nodded. You have been at the 6th layer of Qi refinement for quite some time. It is time to return and request your teacher to accept you as a disciple into the Qingyun sect. Sun Ruoxin's face immediately brightened with a smile, but then she recalled something of father. It is said that the roads have been blocked during this period. How shall we return? At the mention of this issue, Sun Ye's expression turned even more grim. The Hangnuan Canyon was the only route. How could they traverse it with monsters present? He could manage, but his daughter was merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The danger was too great. If only they had a flying vessel. With a flying vessel, he could take his daughter back directly.
Did Yi Chen not order a flying vessel? Has it arrived?
Sun Ruoxin inquired. If it had indeed been delivered, it would not be sold to Yi Chen. However, Sun Yi could only manage a wry smile. I informed Yi Chen yesterday to come and purchase the flying vessel. Sun Yi was evidently distressed. Just the day before, he had been elated at having earned some spirit stones, only to find himself regretting it a mere day later. Sun Ruoxin gritted her teeth. I will go and buy it back from him. If he is unaware of the situation, he may well sell it to me. Sun Yi nodded. I shall accompany. If he refuses to sell, we shall reclaim it by force. Sun Yi harbored no ill will towards Yi Chen, yet, in a life-and-death crisis, he could not afford to concern himself with much else. The safety of his daughter was paramount. As for whether Yi Chen would perish without the flying vessel, that was of no concern to him. Sun Yi promptly closed the shop, directing the attendants to return home. He retained only one alchemist, instructing him to gather all the items in the shop using a storage bag, preparing for an immediate departure. The alchemist, being a disciple of the Qingyun sect, would naturally be taken back as well. Once everything was arranged, Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin headed to the back courtyard of the Yi Danpu to find Yi Chen. Standing before the door, Sun Ruoxin gently bit her lip. The matter of the flying vessel was a matter of life and death. She had to obtain it. Yi Chen had showered her with precious gifts. Surely he would not refuse her request and would transfer the flying vessel to her. As for Yi Chen losing his flying vessel, though a pang of guilt lingered, Sun Ruoxin cast such thoughts aside. The door was knocked upon, and soon a mortal maid appeared to open it. Upon learning the purpose of their visit, she promptly went to inform Yi Chen. Before long, they were welcomed into the small courtyard. Yi Chen was seated in a pavilion within the courtyard, enjoying tea with Lu Jing, while Lin Kuo practiced her spells nearby. Upon seeing Sun Ruoxin and Sun Yi, Yi Chen immediately rose with a beaming smile. Why do the esteemed elder and junior sister grace me with their presence? I was just contemplating attending class this afternoon. Sun Yi chuckled, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin observed Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, who were also gazing back at her, and shook her head slightly. It was evident that the two women had been living with Yi Chen. While he had been giving her gifts and pursuing her, he was cohabiting with other female cultivators. This Yi Chen was truly fickle. In such circumstances, he still pursued her. Did he truly believe that she, Sun Ruoxin, would share a single partner like those loose cultivators? Truly, a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Any lingering guilt she had vanished completely in that moment. Sun Ruoxin regarded Yi Chen and clasped her hands in greeting. Junior brother, I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow.
This Sun Ruoxin, usually dismissive of him, had now approached with a request. Some women are like that. When they do not need you, they ignore you, but when they do, they suddenly show a semblance of kindness. Yet, one should not assume that rendering assistance will earn them any goodwill. On the contrary, once they have used you, they will forget you without a second thought. Despite understanding this, Yi Chen still smiled and replied, Junior sister is too courteous.
Please, do not hesitate to speak.
Sun Ruoxin immediately continued, yesterday, you purchased a flying vessel at Qingyun workshop.
However, a matter has arisen in Qingyun City concerning me.
I must urgently return to Qingyun City, and I require the use of the flying vessel. Thus, I wish to request that you part with it and sell it to me. Here are 50 mid-grade spirit stones. As she spoke, Sun Ruoxin produced the spirit stones she had prepared in advance. The sight of the 50 vibrant mid-grade spirit stones astonished both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo. They were aware of Yi Chen's affluence, but they had not anticipated him to be this wealthy. Yi Chen had spent such a sizable sum on a flying vessel. This was truly extravagant. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Sun Ruoxin wished to buy the flying vessel. She needed to return to Qingyun City immediately? Had he been unaware of the situation with the Emo family's patriarch, he might not have thought much of it. However, he was well aware. At such a critical juncture, Sun Ruoxin suddenly sought to purchase a flying vessel to depart. To claim that there was no connection would be implausible. Moreover, with the Sun family backed by the Qingyun sect, they would undoubtedly have access to more detailed information, just like the beautiful country in the previous world, which could swiftly obtain news of unrest from various regions and notify its citizens to return home. Thus, it was not merely Sun Ruoxin who intended to flee. The entire Sun family was preparing to escape, and if Sun Yi was fleeing, it signified that the Qingyun workshop was also in flight. Yet, if even the Qingyun workshop was abandoning ship, it clearly indicated that the Silver Moon marketplace was no longer tenable. Chapter 60 From Mini to Majestic. Upon finishing her words, Sun Ruoxin anxiously awaited Yi Chen's response.
Yi Chen turned to Sun Yi and inquired, Elder Sun, do you wish to accompany us?
Sun Yi narrowed his eyes slightly at the question but eventually nodded in assent. This confirmed it. Even Sun Yi, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was preparing to flee. This indicated that the Silver Moon market was indeed no longer a safe haven. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Yi Chen pondered aloud, when do you and senior sister intend to depart? At this, Sun Ruoxin's expression shifted noticeably. His inquiry was too detailed. She began to suspect that Yi Chen might have discerned something amiss. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to speak the truth. We shall leave shortly. Such urgency. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing that the situation was even more dire than he had initially imagined. As Sun Ruoxin anxiously awaited, fearing that Yi Chen might discover something and refuse to sell her the flying vessel. After all, it was a matter of life and death. No matter how fond Yi Chen was of her, he could not possibly sacrifice his own chance at survival for her sake. Meanwhile, Sun Yi had already steeled himself for action. In the face of life and death, there was no right or wrong. If Yi Chen was unwilling, then seizing the opportunity was the only recourse. Such behavior was entirely commonplace among cultivators. Amid Sun Ruoxin's anxious wait, Yi Chen suddenly smiled and remarked, Senior sister, you are being too formal. It is not every day that you ask for my assistance. I am more than pleased to help, so how could I possibly accept your spirit stones? Since you require it, I shall gift you this flying vessel without hesitation. As he spoke, Yi Chen reached into his robes, pretending to retrieve something from his storage pouch. In the next moment, he produced the small flying vessel. Sun Ruoxin was taken aback by Yi Chen's words and the vessel presented before her. She had merely hoped to purchase it, yet Yi Chen had chosen to gift it to her outright. This was worth 50 mid-grade spirit stones. More importantly, at this moment, the vessel symbolized not just wealth, but the hope of survival. With second-tier demonic beasts approaching, no one could predict how many would arrive. Staying here would undoubtedly lead to death, yet the Huqing Canyon was also rife with second-tier demonic beasts, rendering escape impossible. Gazing into Yi Chen's earnest eyes, Sun Ruoxin bit her lip, guilt rising within her heart for the first time. Yi Chen cared for her so deeply, yet she was prepared to seize the only opportunity he had for survival. This turmoil stirred tumultuous emotions within her. After a brief hesitation, she finally spoke, Thank you, junior brother Yi. However, this vessel is of great value.
It would not be right for you to forego an explanation to your family.
Please, accept these spirit stones. 50 mid-grade spirit stones were no trifling sum. Under normal circumstances, Sun Ruoxin would have gladly accepted them. Yet now, perhaps in an effort to alleviate her guilt, she extended the spirit stones toward him. Sun Yi, observing the exchange, hesitated to intervene but ultimately chose silence. Yi Chen, however, firmly rejected her offer.
What nonsense! Accepting spirit stones would imply a transaction, and I cannot abide that.
Consequently, Yi Chen turned away, his voice resolute. Senior sister, you are being too formal. If you insist on offering spirit stones, then I shall not sell it. This stance made Sun Ruoxin clench her teeth in frustration. At this juncture, Sun Yi interjected, Ruoxin, this is a heartfelt gesture from your junior brother. To refuse further would seem ungrateful. Although Sun Yi was taken aback by Yi Chen's affection for his daughter, even to the point of gifting a flying vessel, he believed that staying in the Silver Moon market would lead to certain death for Yi Chen. Accepting spirit stones would merely waste them. Since Yi Chen had resolutely declined, it was only logical to go along with his wishes. Given the unforeseen circumstances, he would need to return to Qingyun City sooner than planned. Afterward, securing his daughter's entry into the Qingyun sect would require considerable spirit stones. In this context, any savings were welcome. With Sun Ye's words, Sun Ruoxin reluctantly retracted the spirit stones. She wished to say more but was interrupted by Yi Chen. Senior sister, since you are in such haste to depart, you should leave promptly. Yi Chen's consideration for her made Sun Ruoxin feel increasingly uneasy. However, Sun Yi was anxious, who could tell when the demonic beasts would strike. He exchanged pleasantries with his daughter and led her towards the courtyard exit. At the entrance, Sun Ruoxin paused, turned to Yi Chen, and sincerely bowed, saying, "Thank you, junior brother, I shall never forget your kindness." Hearing this, once Sun Ruoxin had left, the courtyard fell back into silence. Liu Jing and Lin Kuo wore differing expressions. Yi Chen paid little heed to their thoughts, instructing Lu Jing to gather her belongings. He then turned to Lin Kuo, informing her of his intention to return to Qingyun City and suggesting she prepare to accompany him. After saying this, he disregarded her reaction and returned to his room to begin packing. Yi Chen scoffed at Sun Ruoxin's emotional display, feeling a twinge of revulsion. Her behavior confirmed that remaining in the Silver Moon Market was tantamount to death. In such a dire situation, she had unhesitatingly come to him to deceive him into relinquishing the flying vessel. Moreover, with 3 seats available, she had not even suggested taking him along, nor had she offered any words of caution or information. She had shown a complete disregard for his life. It was truly infuriating that this selfish woman would ultimately attempt to evoke sentimentality, referring to him as her deeply caring junior brother and vowing to remember him for a lifetime. The whole affair was utterly nauseating. Nonetheless, despite feeling somewhat repulsed by the actions of the Sun family, Yi Chen's spirits remained high. The flying vessel he had purchased was originally intended as a gift. In his mind, the system's notification had just concluded. Gift successful. The gift is a low-grade flying vessel. Processing feedback. 15-fold feedback in progress detected that this gift is of immense significance to the recipient. Premium flying vessel Yuan Yu Luchuan. Yuan Yu Luchuan, crafted from exquisite materials, inscribed with a myriad of formations, capable of rapid flight, reaching speeds of up to 300 km per hour, and remarkably stable. In the absence of unforeseen events, it will not experience turbulence during flight. Equipped with dual-mode propulsion, it can be powered by magical energy or directly embedded with spirit stones. Features a concealment formation, rendering it undetectable in the sky. Though Sun Ruoxin had been insufferable, the 15-fold feedback and critical amplification had left him exceedingly satisfied. What had begun as an ordinary low-grade flying vessel had been transformed into something extraordinary. To say it had gone from mini to majestic was no exaggeration. Thus, while Sun Ruoxin's actions had been distasteful, they had proven quite beneficial upon arriving in Qingyun City. If he found no higher multiplier for feedback, Chapter 61 My utmost hatred for sycophants. Contemplating, Yi Chen meticulously stowed all his belongings into his storage ring. Upon exiting his chamber, distant cries of anguish and wailing suddenly pierced the air. A second-tier demonic beast. It's a second-tier demonic beast. Run for your lives. Quickly summon the ancestor of the Mo family, only he can withstand this. Why is the Mo family still silent? Amidst the shouts of the cultivators, a deep rumbling sound reverberated continuously. It was evident that a colossal entity had entered the marketplace. At that moment, Yi Chen comprehended why Sun Ruoxin and her father were so eager to flee soon. The voices of the cultivators outside morphed into a chorus of despair, for neither the Mo family. When a brave cultivator ventured into the Mo family's premises, he found the once bustling estate eerily deserted, as if it had been abandoned long ago. The Mo family had forsaken the Silver Moon marketplace and vanished without a trace. As this news spread, chaos erupted throughout the Silver Moon marketplace. Some cultivators immediately fled with their families, while others, perceiving an opportunity, began to plunder. After all, the second-tier demonic beast would not arrive imminently. In an instant, the marketplace was engulfed in flames. Yi Chen returned to his courtyard, where Lu Jing trembled uncontrollably, her eyes alight with relief upon seeing him, as if he were her anchor. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo wielded her magical artifact, her expression one of vigilance. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, a commotion erupted from the front courtyard. A corpulent figure crashed through the back door of a shop, tumbling into the courtyard, bloodied and groaning in pain. The sight startled the two women, with Lu Jing instinctively retreating behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at the fallen figure. It was none other than the usually jovial manager Zhang, now lying on the ground like a defeated beast. Upon seeing Yi Chen, manager Zhang struggled to rise and utter a word. In an instant, a blade of wind struck, and his head rolled away. Yi Chen sighed at the demise of manager Zhang, who had always sought to outsmart him. Little did he expect that before he could take action, Zhang would meet such a fate. The next moment, Yi Chen lifted his gaze, only to see a man and a woman emerge from the back door of the shop. The man was tall and robust, a scar marring his face, radiating an aura of malevolence. It was evident he was a bandit. The male cultivator cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chen and the others before swaggering over to manager Zhang's corpse to see several storage. This hall is indeed substantial. Let us leave, it'll be troublesome once the demonic beasts arrive. As the male cultivator collected the bags and turned to depart, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, the female cultivator grasped the male cultivator's arm, saying, Jingu, that young pretty boy is Yi Chen, the foremost sycophant of the Silver Moon marketplace. He lavishes female cultivators with magical artifacts and even gifted exquisite rings. He is a member of the Yi family and is highly favored, his worth is considerable. Upon hearing this, the male cultivator's eyes gleamed with interest as he scrutinized Yi Chen. I've heard tales of him even in the mountains. I've long wanted to eliminate such a scoundrel. Since fate has brought us together, let us dispose of him effortlessly. With these words, now, I shall ensure your demise. This display caught Yi Chen's attention, and after a moment's reflection, he realized this female cultivator was the one who had replaced Lin Kuo. She had attempted to seduce him but had been dismissed without a second thought. Who would have guessed she was a traitor, seeking vengeance now? The tenacity of a woman's desire for retribution is truly formidable. Yet, what was the point? Manager Zhang was dead, and he couldn't be bothered. The items from the Yi pill shop were of no interest to him. Would it not be better for them to part ways in peace? Why invite danger upon oneself? The male cultivator cracked his neck, a cruel smile gracing his lips. I detest sycophants more than anything. They harm both others and themselves. Kid, don't resist, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall break your limbs and leave you on the street for the demonic beasts to devour. I wager you wouldn't withstand such a fate. Are these two female cultivators your type? Then they shall belong to me. Too bad time is short, otherwise, I would relish the chance to toy with you. The male cultivator was filled with confidence, believing killing Yi Chen would be as simple as slaughtering a dog. However, he was cut off mid-sentence by a thunderous explosion. Golden light flashed from his body as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Terror filled his features as he scrambled to his feet, staring at Yi Chen in shock. Had it not been for a mid-grade protective talisman that activated automatically, he feared he would have perished in that moment. Though he could not fathom how Yi Chen had unleashed such a formidable attack, the male cultivator felt a seed of retreat sprouting within him. The hall had already been substantial, and there was no need to encounter unforeseen complications over the sycophant. Yet, upon seeing the male cultivator attempt to flee, Yi Chen raised his hand and pointed. The male cultivator's expression shifted, golden light flashed around him as he barely managed to defend himself, yet, his eyes burned with murderous intent. You're overstepping, you're merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Let us see how long you can endure. Yi Chen bore a serene smile as he calmly pointed again and again. Waves of invisible, ethereal sword fingers surged forth. The male cultivator dodged and countered with wind blades, yet they were effortlessly deflected by the barrier. Finally, as Yi Chen pointed once more, the male cultivator's defensive talisman reached its limit and shattered. However, the male cultivator felt no sorrow, for he had closed the distance to Yi Chen within 5 meters. Suddenly, he unleashed a burst of speed, aiming a punch at Yi Chen's head. He believed his physical prowess to be unparalleled at the 8th level of Qi refinement, especially against the 6th level Yi Chen. Seizing this opportunity for close combat, he was convinced Yi Chen was doomed, but he was fast. Yi Chen was faster. A torrent of terrifying vitality erupted from Yi Chen, echoing like the roar of a dragon. The next moment, Yi Chen unleashed a punch. Of the male cultivator's expression changed, but Yi Chen's speed was too swift. He had no time to react before Yi Chen's fist connected with his skull. In the next instant, the male cultivator's cranium exploded, blood and bone scattering in all directions. Yi Chen raised his hand, disdainfully conjuring a barrier to shield himself from the mess. As Yi Chen completed this act, the male cultivator's headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground, plunging the courtyard into an eerie silence. The female cultivator, who had previously fanned the flames of resentment, stood frozen in shock. Lu Jing gazed at Yi Chen with nothing but admiration. As for Lin Kuo, her expression was one of disbelief. Having witnessed Yi Chen slay Jin Zhaodi that night was already astonishing, but this scene was even more impactful. Yi Chen had effortlessly dispatched a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. How could this be possible? Chapter 62. Yi Chen, I no longer owe you anything. Yi Chen paid no heed to the two astonished women behind him. After confirming that he was not tainted by any unsightly substances, he turned his gaze towards the female cultivator who had just instigated the chaos. Upon sensing Yi Chen's scrutiny, the woman trembled. She could hardly fathom that Qin, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, had met his demise at Yi Chen's hands. Was it not said that Yi Chen was a useless waste, pitifully weak and reliant solely on his family's support? It was all nonsense. A cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement vanquishing one at the 8th level. If this was a waste, who would dare to claim themselves a genius? Please, I beg you, do not kill. A burst of blood erupted from her forehead, and she collapsed to the ground in despair. Yi Chen stared at her lifeless body, his expression devoid of emotion. She even dared to think she could qualify as my maid? Such fanciful delusions. Approaching the corpse of the male cultivator, Yi Chen retrieved several storage bags. He did not intend to keep them for himself but meant to return them to his family. This would surely count as a contribution, helping him secure a position in the Qingyun sect. Yi Chen lifted his head. At this moment, the terrifying sounds of beasts from the outside world were unmistakably drawing nearer, encroaching upon the heart of the Silver Moon Market.
He glanced at the still somewhat dazed Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, and calmly inquired, "Would you like to accompany me to Qingyun City?" Only then did the two women regain their senses.
Lu Jing nodded without the slightest hesitation, and Lin Kuo followed suit. Yi Chen's recent display had profoundly impacted her. She had previously believed she would always surpass him, yet the gap was now ever widening. Yi Chen was undeniably a genius. In light of this, Lin Kuo's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Another beastly roar echoed, chilling to the bone, accompanied by the anguished cries of numerous cultivators. From the sound, it was clear that they were less than 500 meters away. Both Lin Kuo and Lu Jing felt a twinge of regret amidst their fear. If only Yi Chen had not given the flying vessel to Sun Ruoxin, they could have fled directly aboard it. That Sun Ruoxin had surely anticipated the impending chaos, or else her request for the vessel would have been far too coincidental. What a wretched woman! Friend Yi, that Sun Ruoxin's insist, such a woman is truly wicked. She is intent on bringing about your demise, friend Yi.
I have never encountered such a venomous woman.
At this moment, the two women did not shy away from disparaging Sun Ruoxin. After all, they had competed for Yi Chen's favor for so long, with no clear victor, but Sun Ruoxin was different. She had a powerful background, presenting an even greater threat to them. Thus, they found no qualms in uniting against a common foe. Hearing their words, Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not respond to their comments but instead summoned the flying vessel awarded by the system. The instant the vessel materialized, the two women's dialogue abruptly ceased, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yi Chen had produced yet another flying vessel, and it appeared even more opulent, measuring a full 10 meters in length. And this was no mere flying vessel, it could only be described as a luxurious ship. How could Yi Chen possess such extravagance? Was this truly the standard for a disciple from a Qi refinement family? Could it be that his father had discovered a vein of spirit stones? At that moment, the two women were utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless, yet amidst their shock, Lu Jing felt a surge of elation. Having already committed to Yi Chen, the stronger his abilities and the greater his wealth, the better it would be for her. Conversely, Lin Kuo's already fragile defenses crumbled further. As the beastly roars drew ever closer, Yi Chen stepped aboard the vessel, declaring, "Let us depart." The two women hurriedly followed suit. Although the Yuanyu ship could withstand attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators, it was prudent to flee before Yi Chen had to endure any blows. Under Yi Chen's command, the vessel soared into the sky. From his elevated vantage point, Yi Chen beheld a gargantuan ape, towering over 10 meters, wreaking havoc in the Silver Moon Market. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage appeared as frail as ants before the creature. In other areas, numerous cultivators were engaged in plunder and destruction. The entire Silver Moon Market was engulfed in flames. There was no hope for its salvation. Gazing down at this, the first stop of his journey, Yi Chen felt. However, that sentiment quickly dissipated, replaced by anticipation. Qingyun City promised greater prosperity, and within the Qingyun sect, there would undoubtedly be more high-caliber female cultivators. His system could only yield optimal results in such environments. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen felt no lingering attachment. He maneuvered the ship, swiftly departing the Silver Moon Market. Meanwhile, above in the sky, a modest flying vessel sped forward. Aboard were three individuals, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. Sun Ruoxin bowed her head, her eyes slightly red. Despite never having harbored any affection for Yi Chen, the fact that he had unhesitatingly gifted her a flying vessel weighed heavily on her conscience, especially since she had effectively severed his path to survival. This realization left her feeling deeply remorseful, convinced that she had wronged him. Fingering the bracelet Yi Chen had given her, Sun Ruoxin murmured, "Yi Chen, I am truly sorry for what I've done. When I break through to the Foundation establishment stage in the future, I shall assist the Yi family several times to repay your kindness." Sun Yi, who was piloting the vessel, overheard his daughter's words and gently advised, "Do not be too hard on yourself. Even if Yi Chen possesses a flying vessel, with his level of cultivation, he cannot fly for long. Should he encounter bandits in the wilderness, he would still meet a grim fate. It's merely a matter of time. If he is able to assist you, that is his own honor. Do not dwell on this matter. It could hinder your cultivation." Upon hearing these words, Sun Ruoxin nodded resolutely. Regardless of Yi Chen's feelings for her, he was merely a transient presence in her life. Having already promised to aid the Yi family in the future, she felt that there was no longer any debt between herself and Yi Chen. Very well. After Sun Ruoxin uttered those words, she completely cast Yi Chen from her mind, beginning to look forward to her new life upon returning to the Qingyun sect. 2 days later, Sun Yi's family returned to Qingyun City. After verifying their identities, they entered the city. Once Sun Yi had settled his daughter, he made his way directly to Qingyun Workshop, the main establishment of the Qingyun sect. Given that Sun Yi had returned, he was obliged to deliver goods and, at the same time, meet his master. However, after a full day had passed, Sun Yi returned to the inn with a notably grim expression. Sun Ruoxin, waiting for her father's good news, immediately sensed something was amiss. Upon seeing his countenance. She hastily inquired, "Father, did my master refuse to accept me as a disciple?" Sun Ruoxin believed that her only path to entering the Qingyun sect lay through this means. Given her moderate talent in cultivation, she was only of average quality, with countless cultivators under the Qingyun sect, lacking superior spiritual roots would prevent her from even qualifying as an external disciple. Thus, she needed to rely on backdoor connections. If an elder from the Qingyun sect were to take her on as an apprentice, she could be directly promoted to a disciple of the sect. This had been Sun Ye's plan all along, yet, what had once seemed a certain outcome now faced unexpected complications. Chapter 63 My father is gone. Oh father, what on earth is happening? Sun Ruoxin inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. After toiling for many years to accumulate spirit stones, she had always believed that entering the Qingyun sect was a certainty. How could it all have unraveled so suddenly? Sun Ye's expression was one of bitter resignation as he began to his master, Kong Zhili, was the elder of talismans at the Qingyun sect, and like Sun Yi, was exceedingly avaricious. In fact, Sun Yi's current disposition mirrored that of his master, having learned from him. Initially, Sun Yi had hoped to secure a place for his daughter in the Qingyun sect and had sought out Kong Zhili to request a favor. The elder had demanded 5 high-grade spirit stones, an exorbitant sum for a qi refinement cultivator. Even for Sun Yi, who was at the 9th level of qi refinement, this was no trifling amount, yet, for the sake of his daughter's future, he persevered for over a decade to save up the required amount. However, upon visiting his master today, after the spirit stones were accepted, a new condition was imposed. Kong Zhili expressed a desire for Sun Ruoxin to marry his grandson, Kong Shangbei, suggesting that through such familial ties, she would assuredly be welcomed into the sect. Naturally, the spirit stones were non-refundable and would serve as her dowry. Upon hearing her father's account, Sun Ruoxin's countenance shifted dramatically at the technique she practiced. The Mingyu Jingti Ju was a painstakingly acquired treasure, purchased by her father at great effort. While it was not particularly adept at combat, the mana cultivated through it was remarkably pure and purportedly beneficial for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, there was a critical restriction. One must remain chaste prior to establishing their foundation, otherwise, not only would the efficiency of cultivation diminish significantly due to leakage, but a third of the mana previously cultivated would be irretrievably lost upon breaking chastity. Once one had lost that purity, aspiring to establish a foundation would be akin to chasing a dream. These limitations would cease to exist once the foundation establishment stage was reached. Thus, as long as Sun Ruoxin aspired to advance, it was imperative she not entwine herself with another as a partner at this juncture. Why would this occur? Surely, a distinguished descendant of foundation establishment would not lack for female cultivators. Why would he be interested in me? Sun Ruoxin questioned, her confusion evident. Sun Yi offered a wry smile. I recently inquired with an old acquaintance, your master's grandson, Kong Shangbei, is indeed the most promising of his generation, yet he has been stuck at the 8th level of qi refinement for 3 years now. It is likely he has taken an interest in the unique attributes of the Mingyu Jingti Ju, hoping to leverage your mana to break through. I acquired this technique through your master's channels and paid a substantial bribe, which is likely why he has set his sights on you. Sun Ye's words were veiled, but the implication was clear. Kong Shangbei intended to use Sun Ruoxin as a vessel for his own advancement. At this juncture, resentment flared in Sun Ye's expression. He had already parted with 5 high-grade spirit stones, and now, not only had to regard his daughter merely as a tool for ascendance was an unforgivable slight, and the elder, his own master, seemed devoid of any sense of loyalty or integrity. Do not worry, daughter. I shall plead with your master once more. After all these years of our master-disciple relationship, and with the tributes I offer annually, your master cannot possibly disregard all decency and affection. Alas, if only Yi Chen had not perished, had I known, I should have brought him along instead of a mere alchemist. I have just learned that the patriarch of the Yi family has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and the Qingyun sect has granted them 2 tokens for joining the sect. If only Yi Chen were alive, you could have sought his assistance, he would have surely obliged. After all, he even gifted you a flying vessel. Alas, what a pity, Sun Yi lamented, bringing Yi Chen into the conversation. At the mention of his name, Sun Ruoxin's expression grew somber. In the past, she had not fully appreciated his worth, yet, compared to the self-serving Kong Shangbei, who sought to use her as a mere vessel, the unwavering dedication. Had Yi Chen still been alive, perhaps she could have secured her position, but alas, he was gone. Even if he had survived, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her for having concealed vital information regarding their escape on the vessel, a betrayal that would be an irrevocable grievance in the eyes of any cultivator. Perhaps upon arriving in Qingyun City, nothing would unfold as expected. Sun Ruoxin's heart was a tumult of emotions, steeped in regret. Entering Qingyun City required the payment of an entry fee. However, as a descendant of the Yi family, Yi Chen was regarded as a local. After verifying his identity, he was allowed to enter the city along with the 2 women. Upon stepping into the bustling metropolis, Ruijing and Lin Ku'er could not help but gaze around in awe. Qingyun City was resplendent and thriving, teeming with far more cultivators than the Silver Moon Market. Most cultivators possessed magical artifacts, and many donned robes of cultivation, a testament to the city's affluence. Yet, Yi Chen had no inclination to indulge in leisurely exploration with the 2 women. Instead, he relied on the memories of his former life to guide them directly to the Yi family estate. Along the way, snippets of conversation from surrounding cultivators reached his ears, many of which pertained to the recent happenings at the Silver Moon Market. Clearly, the events that had transpired there had made their way to the city. Yi Chen listened attentively, seeking to uncover the truth of what had occurred. Firstly, the Silver Moon Market had been devastated by second-tier. The vast majority of cultivators there had perished. Subsequently, the Ming family, boasting 2 Foundation establishment members, intervened and eradicated the demonic beasts, declaring their intention to rebuild the Silver Moon Market within a year. Families that had previously owned shops would be entitled to a decade of free usage upon its reconstruction. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully, observing who stood to gain the most. It was evident that the Ming family were the true architects behind this calamity. Though the Silver Moon Market lay in ruins, the death toll of cultivators was staggering, and many shops had been obliterated. The wealth of resources from the market had likely been seized by the Ming family. Moreover, once the market was restored, merchants would flock back, and opportunistic cultivators would undoubtedly follow, leading to a swift resurgence of prosperity. Yet, these matters held no bearing on him. After musing for a moment, Yi Chen continued on his path towards the Yi family estate. The Yi family resided in the western part of the city, in a location of moderate standing. However, with the patriarch having broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, it remained uncertain whether they would relocate in the future. Lost in thought, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the Yi family estate, where he observed a white banner hanging prominently. This sight caused him to furrow his brow. What could this mean? In the world of cultivation, such banners were only displayed when a clan member had passed away, who had died. Surely, if the patriarch had indeed passed, it was of little consequence to him, as he was not particularly familiar with the man. However, this could jeopardize his own entry into the Qingyun sect. Furrowing his brow, Yi Chen approached the gates. As the door swung open, a servant of the Yi family caught sight of him, eyes widening in astonishment. "Seventh young master, you have returned from the Silver Moon Market?" The servant, evidently aware of the recent turmoil at the market, was taken aback by Yi Chen's unexpected return, likely believing him to be among the deceased. Yi Chen, lacking the patience for pleasantries, coldly inquired, "Where is my father?" To Yi Chen, the only member of the Yi family who truly mattered was this father, the one individual who had genuinely cared for him. He planned to bring this beloved figure along with him once his own cultivation had advanced. The servant lowered his head, stammering for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. "Third master encountered an ambush by rogue cultivators while transporting goods and has since gone missing. The patriarch personally searched for him but found no trace. He is likely gone." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the white banner at the entrance. Could it truly be? Chapter 64. Is Yi Chen not dead? Surely, this cannot be true? Yi Chen, a time traveler, harbored no sentiments towards the Yi family. The petty squabbles and underhanded tactics employed by this small clan, including sabotaging their own members in alchemy, left him with little affection. However, he did hold a measure of respect for his predecessor's father, Yi Tianhe, who genuinely loved his son. Having traversed into this world, Yi Chen had also benefited from his kindness. He had even contemplated assisting his biological father once he achieved success, but now, was he truly gone? Yi Chen found it hard to believe. With the memories of his former self flooding back, he could not help but frown. "Young Master 7, please accept my condolences. I will inform the elders and your uncle of your return. I am certain they will be overjoyed." The servant exclaimed before darting off. Behind Yi Chen, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo exchanged glances, equally taken aback by the grim news that had befallen them upon their arrival at the Yi family. Lu Jing was the first to embrace Yi Chen, offering her solace, while Lin Kuo hesitated. From her perspective, Yi Chen's current status was closely tied to his father, with Yi Tianhe's demise. Thus, during their journey to Qingyun City, Lin Kuo had resolved to vie for Yi Chen's affections against Lu Jing. Yet now, her thoughts had shifted, prompting her to observe the situation further. At that moment, a distressed Sun Yi approached from the roadside. In his search for acquaintances to discuss his daughter's predicament, he had met with considerable misfortune. However, upon spotting Yi Chen standing at the Yi family entrance, his eyes widened. Yi Chen was alive. He was well aware of the devastation wrought upon Silver Moon Market, where tens of thousands of cultivators had perished either at the hands of demonic beasts or during robberies. How could Yi Chen have survived such chaos? It was simply unfathomable. Yet, after the initial shock, Sun Yi's expression brightened. If Yi Chen had returned, perhaps there was hope for his daughter to enter Qingyun sect after all. Sun Yi was about to call out to Yi Chen when he hesitated, recalling the matter of the airship and fearing Yi Chen's resentment. He decided it would be best for his daughter to find a solution. Given Yi Chen's steadfast affection, even if his daughter had wronged him in the past, a sincere apology should suffice for forgiveness. Thus, Sun Yi turned and hurried back to his residence in Qingyun City to share this good news with his daughter. As a junior member of the family, Yi Chen was clearly not deserving of a personal welcome from the elders. However, given his father's long absence, most likely due to death, and the calamity that had befallen Silver Moon Market, it was only fitting that they extend their greetings upon his return. Even the family head, who had recently attained the Foundation establishment stage, sought to summon Yi Chen for a meeting. Before long, Yi Chen was ushered into the main hall, where nearly all members of the Yi family had gathered. Lu Jing and Lin Kuo had already been escorted to Yi Chen's quarters by the servants. Through the explanations provided by the clan members, Yi Chen learned the reason behind his father's disappearance. A month prior, a Yi family shop at a market had acquired a treasure at a bargain price. After promptly notifying the family, they dispatched his father to lead a team to retrieve it. Unfortunately, on their return journey, they were ambushed, all other clan members perished, and their goods were stolen. Although his father's body was never found, it was presumed that he had met a grim fate. The realm of cultivation was rife with demonic cultivators, and it was not uncommon for them to capture and use souls and blood for their dark purposes. The Yi family soon realized that the cultivators who had sold the treasure were likely one of the robbers, having lured them into a trap. Such occurrences were not rare in the cultivation world. Even with the family head as foundation establishment status, there was little they could do if the perpetrators remained elusive. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Was his father truly dead? In his previous life, having read countless web novels, he had discerned a pattern. Unless a body was discovered at the scene, there was a chance of survival, or perhaps a hidden opportunity awaited, leading to a dramatic reappearance. Yet, Yi Chen kept these speculations to himself. After all, how many coincidences could there truly be? Moreover, if they had some background, how could both father and son possess such mediocre talent? In the future, once he attained greater heights in cultivation, he might devise a method for divination to uncover the truth.
Yi Chen's musings were soon interrupted. Yi Chen, we are aware of the events at Silver Moon Market. How did you manage to return? Where is Manager Zhang? Why did he not accompany you? Yi Chen's second uncle, filled with confusion since Yi Chen's return, could no longer contain his inquiries. Yi Chen had anticipated such questions. The skyship had traveled at an impressive speed, reaching Qingyun City in a single day, yet, he had deliberately taken 5 days to return. Suddenly, demonic beasts appeared at Silver Moon Market. One of the shop attendants conspired with the robbers, ambushing Manager Zhang as he secured the goods for departure. Manager Zhang displayed remarkable valor, engaging in a fierce battle with the assailants, allowing me the chance to escape. I seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil and fled towards Qingyun City. Yi Chen recounted the events succinctly, leaving the clan members in awe of his sheer luck in surviving such perilous circumstances. The family head, seated at the head of the table, nodded in approval. However, Yi Chen's second uncle, upon witnessing the head's acknowledgement, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had hoped Yi Chen would remain deceased. The Yi family had been granted 2 slots for Qingyun sect. Just 2 days prior, the slots had been delivered. Naturally, his elder brother's family would claim one, as his nephew possessed exceptional talent with a 7th-grade spiritual root. Due to unforeseen circumstances, they had previously missed the recruitment period for Qingyun sect. Now that they had slots available, it was only logical to allocate one to him. After all, the higher the spiritual root, the greater the likelihood of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The remaining slot would be contested among the family's children, with Yi Chen as the last contender. If Yi Chen had perished, there would be no competition. However, the predicament now was that Yi Chen had returned. Yi Chen's second uncle, Yi Tianhai, scrutinized him. It seems the pill shop was indeed raided by the bandits. Yet, nephew, your rapid ascension from the 3rd layer to the 6th layer of qi refinement within 2 years suggests considerable fortune. Upon hearing this, the Yi family members everyone was aware that Yi Chen's talent was mediocre. With only a 3rd-grade spiritual root, such an unexpected leap in cultivation within a short period sparked speculation among the clan members. Some even doubted whether Yi Chen had secreted away resources meant for the family. In a family, public matters are public, and private matters are private. Coveting the family's assets was a grave taboo. Yi Chen could not abide by such insinuations. The slot for Qingyun sect was something he intended to secure. Thus, Yi Chen feigned a look of grievance and turned to his second uncle. Are you implying that I have embezzled the family's resources? His second uncle was momentarily taken aback.
The formerly timid Yi Chen seemed to have transformed, exuding an unexpected boldness. He hastily sought to clarify his stance, only to see Yi Chen lift his robe, revealing numerous tightly bound storage pouches strapped to his body. As he removed them, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he had been wronged to the utmost degree. Manager Zhang held off the enemy to provide me with an escape opportunity, specifically so I could bring. Within are the shop's ledgers. Verify if everything aligns. If even a single item is missing, I shall take my own life in atonement for my father.
My father devoted himself to the family. How could I, Yi Chen, bring shame upon his name?
Yi Chen's reaction was exceedingly intense, invoking the memory of his father. Most importantly, he had indeed returned with the shop's asset. The clan members were filled with admiration, even sympathizing with Yi Chen's plight. Only his second uncle appeared particularly awkward, yet, Yi Chen maintained his sorrowful demeanor, resolute in his claim. What was rightfully his must indeed belong to him. That slot for Qingyun sect was one he was determined to obtain. Chapter 65. I shall go first. To save time, Uncle Air found himself in an exceedingly awkward position due to Yi Chen's actions. Yi Chen, however, remained silent and proceeded to bow respectfully to the head of the family seated at the top.
Grandfather, I wish to enter the Qingyun sect. Yi Chen's approach was characteristically straightforward and unembellished.
Years of experience in state-owned enterprises had taught him that one must be direct about their desires and strive earnestly to attain them. If one does not strive, no one will yield to them. Now that he had returned with great merit, it was an opportune moment to claim his due benefits, and he could not afford to let this chance slip away. Uncle Air's expression changed instantly as he turned to look at the family head. Meanwhile, Yi Hong, the head of the Yi family, regarded Yi Chen with a hint of affection. Little Chen, you have suffered, however, the rules were established beforehand, and quotas are to be allocated according to contributions. It would not be appropriate for me to show favoritism, otherwise, the family would lose its principles.
Steward, what is the ranking of contributions among the younger generation?
Upon hearing this, Uncle Heir's face broke into a smile. If contributions were the basis for allocation, his third son was assured of success. After all, he had personally assisted his son in refining numerous elixirs. As expected, the steward responded, the third son of the second house, Yifeng, ranks first. He is now capable of refining mid-grade Peiyuan pills.
He has brought considerable benefits to our Yi clan.
Hearing this, the family head nodded in satisfaction as he turned to Yi Chen. Little Chen, it is evident that Feng's talent for alchemy is superior. If he can enter the Qingyun sect for training, he may well become a top-tier first-grade alchemist or even break through to the second grade.
This is all for the sake of the family.
At this, Yi Chen could not help but smirk inwardly. He remembered that this family head had always favored Uncle Heir, sending him to study alchemy while his own father, who possessed the greatest talent for cultivation, had been prematurely thrust into family affairs. Uncle Heir's children thrived in prosperous locales, while he himself was relegated to the desolate Silvermoon market. Instances of favoritism were all too common. Lowering his head, Yi Chen replied, what grandfather says is true. However, my father's greatest wish while he was alive was for me to enter the Qingyun sect.
Now that my father has passed away, if I were to lose this opportunity to enter the Qingyun sect, would it not leave my father unable to rest in peace? Therefore, this quota is one I must contest.
When I was at Silvermoon Market, in order to enhance my alchemical skills to better contribute to the family, I sold the magical artifact my father bequeathed to me and sought instruction from the alchemists at Qingyun Workshop. Now, my alchemical skills have progressed by leaps and bounds.
I implore you, grandfather, grant me this chance. How dare Yi Chen defy him?
This stirred discontent within the head of the Yi family, and nevertheless, given that Yi Chen's father had recently passed and that Yi Chen had returned with significant merit after much hardship, it would seem excessively callous to deny him this modest request. The family head cast a glance at his second son. Noticing that he harbored no objections, he nodded decisively. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity.
Have the alchemical furnace brought forth? Yi Feng, you shall compete with Yi Chen. Let us refine the Peiyuan pill.
Upon hearing this, Yi Feng promptly bowed and stepped forward. He gazed at Yi Chen, his face radiating confidence. He was all too aware of Yi Chen's alchemical talent and skills. What could Yi Chen possibly compare with? It was merely a recipe for self-humiliation. The servants of the Yi family soon brought forth an alchemical furnace, though there was but one.
Seventh brother, allow me to go first. You may observe closely, Yifeng said with a smile. However, Yi Chen shook his head. I believe I should go first, as it would save time. Both Yifeng and his father, Yi Tianai, found this amusing. Faster explosions, indeed, that would certainly be a time-saver. Why Yi Chen seemed to possess a degree of self-awareness. Regardless, they were well aware of Yi Chen's abilities. Even refining a gathering chi pill was a struggle for him. They did not mind his willingness to make a fool of himself. Why Yi Chen promptly settled into a meditative posture, casting a low-grade spirit stone into the furnace, igniting the flames, and commencing the alchemical process. Initially, the family members held little faith in Yi Chen. After all, Yi Feng was the son of Yi Tianhai, the only alchemist in the family capable of refining first-grade upper-tier pills. He must have received numerous advantages. What could Yi Chen possibly use to compete? Yet, as Yi Chen began his alchemical work, the expressions of the family members underwent a subtle transformation. It was simply that Yi Chen's movements were extraordinarily adept, flowing with grace. Each action was executed seamlessly, as though he had refined countless Peiyuan pills before, with every detail etched into his memory. The expressions of Yi Tianhai and his son shifted from indifference to gravity. Those knowledgeable discerned the nuances, while those less informed merely spectated. Yi Tianhai could easily perceive that Yi Chen had mastered the timing of the flames, the input of medicinal materials, and the fusion of the medicinal liquids with exquisite precision. There were no discernible flaws to be found, but how could this be? Yi Chen had previously struggled to identify medicinal materials. He had only spent less than 2 years at Silvermoon Market. How could he have achieved such remarkable progress? At that moment, Yi Tianhai regretted his earlier consent to Yi Chen's request. It was too late to retract now. As an hour passed, amid the gazes of all the family members, Yi Chen rose confidently and opened the furnace. At the instant of opening, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma of pills that dazzled every onlooker. Most had consumed Peiyuan pills before, but they had never encountered one with such a rich fragrance. 10 perfectly round pills soared from the furnace into Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen cradled them in his palms. Grandfather, I have completed the refinement. 10 top-tier Peiyuan pills. Top-tier Peiyuan pills?
As Yi Chen's words echoed, the previously hushed hall erupted into a cacophony. While upper-tier pills were expensive, they could ultimately be purchased with enough money. However, top-tier pills were exceedingly rare. They contained no residual impurities and would not induce any pill toxicity upon consumption. The number of alchemists capable of producing top-tier pills was exceedingly limited. It was said that only the foremost noble family, and Yi Chen had actually refined a top-tier pill. This was simply unfathomable. After all, even Yi Tianhai could not produce such a pill. Could it be that Yi Chen's alchemical skills now surpassed those of Yi Tianhai? In any case, the hall was in an uproar. The head of the Yi family gazed at the pills in Yi Chen's hands, unable to suppress his astonishment. Yi Tianhai and his son were left utterly shocked. Yi Chen had even managed to refine top-tier Peiyuan pills. How could they possibly compete? Realizing that the coveted quota for the Qingyun sect was slipping away, Yifeng could no longer contain himself and loudly protested, how could you possibly achieve such a feat?
There must be something amiss.
In response to Yi Feng's accusations, Yi Chen smiled. Indeed, when I was learning alchemy with Uncle Air, there were many concepts I struggled to grasp, leaving me in a state of confusion. However, for reasons unknown, ever since I attended a few lessons with the alchemists from Qingyun Workshop at Silvermoon Market, it felt as though I had an epiphany. Everything I previously found incomprehensible suddenly became clear. What I could not learn before, I have now mastered, allowing my progress to accelerate exponentially.
But it is certainly not that Uncle Air lacked diligence in teaching me.
It is merely that the teaching methods of the alchemists at Qingyun Workshop are more suited to my learning style. I suppose I am fortunate to have discovered my own talent.
Yi Chen's explanation elicited subtle shifts in the expressions of the family.
Although Yi Chen claimed otherwise, it was an implicit critique of Yi Tianhai's inability to teach effectively. Yi Tianhai himself was on the brink of explosive rage, his hands trembling uncontrollably beneath his sleeves.
Chapter 66 Acquired. Who shall I gift it to? The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Uncle Yi Tianhai's countenance turned ashen at Yi Chen's ambiguous expression, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Yi Chen had not explicitly declared his intentions. Moreover, it was true that he had not adequately guided Yi Chen. However, these concerns paled in comparison to the pressing matter of the Qingyun sect quota. The authority to decide on the allocation lay firmly in the hands of the family head. Yi Hong. To his astonishment, Yi Hong had not anticipated that Yi Chen's alchemical prowess had reached such remarkable heights. The competition had become redundant. Yi Chen's exceptional Peiyuan pill had effectively ended the contest. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Hong slowly spoke. Xiao Chen, your alchemical skills indeed surpass Feng'er's by a wide margin. I have now broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and our family is poised for expansion. The Yi family, having risen from the art of alchemy, is in dire need of distinguished alchemists. With your extraordinary talent, remaining within the family could expedite our growth. Feng'er, possessing a 5th grade spirit root, would benefit more from cultivating at the Qingyun sect. Thus, our family would be fortified by Yi Tian and Yi Feng, while you, Yi Chen, could bolster our resources and propel our development. You two shall support each other in the future. Perhaps one day, the Yi family could ascend to become a formidable clan. Yi Hong continued. Xiao Chun, by staying within the family, you could gradually assume your uncle's role. I have already transcended the foundation establishment. Your uncle's generation will not have the opportunity to take over the family. However, you can die in the future, as the family head, with Yi Tian and Yi Feng safeguarding you as disciples of the Qingyun sect. How could the Yi family not flourish? Xiao Chun, you must consider the greater good.
Yi Hong spoke earnestly, igniting a flicker of hope in Yi Tianhai and Yi Feng's eyes. Yet, within Yi Chen's heart, a cold wave surged. This old man had displayed an extreme bias. Previously, he had praised Feng'er's alchemical talent, advocating for his advancement at the Qingyun sect. Now, he deemed Yi Chen's talent suitable only for familial contributions, relegating him to support Feng'er's cultivation at the Qingyun sect. It was laughably absurd to think of himself as a future family head. Moreover, the old man still had at least 70 or 80 years left to live. It was unlikely that he would outlast Yi Tianhai's generation. If Yi Chen remained stagnant in his own cultivation, he too would eventually be left behind. What is more, when the time came, the inheritance would undoubtedly be passed to Yi Feng and Yi Tian, who had trained at the Qingyun sect, leaving Yi Chen with nothing. Had he been the original Yi Chen, perhaps he might have believed the old man's words. Yet, the current Yi Chen, having toiled in state enterprises for many years and endured countless disappointments, found it impossible to trust such empty promises. Consequently, Yi Chen resolved to take matters into his own hands. He would either secure a quota to the Qingyun sect, or if that proved impossible, he would sever ties with the Yi family and forge his own path. With the system's assistance, surpassing the Yi family was merely a matter of time. Thus, Yi Chen bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, grandfather, for your generous affection. However, I am wholly focused on fulfilling my father's dying." No one had anticipated Yi Chen's audacity. Even after the family head had spoken twice, he remained unwilling to relinquish his claim to the Qingyun sect quota. Witnessing Yi Chen's refusal, Yi Hong's expression turned frigid. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Chen. Though he did not confront him directly, the weight of his formidable foundation establishment presence was enough to instill dread in any Qi refinement stage cultivator. Yet, Yi Chen stood resolutely, silent and unmoving. Yi Hong let out a cold snort, intending to impart a lesson to this unfilial descendant. However, considering the recent death of Yi Tianhai and Yi Chen's perilous return, coupled with his significant contributions, he recognized that being overly harsh would only dishearten the clan. Ultimately, Yi Hong regarded Yi Chen with indifference, his voice cold as he declared, "Since you refuse to contribute to the family and insist on vying for the Qingyun sect quota, then go ahead." With those words, he coldly tossed a token aside and turned to leave. It was clear to all that Yi Chen had incited the family head's wrath. In truth, many within the clan struggled to understand Yi Chen's rationale. The family head was a foundation establishment cultivator, yet even if Yi Chen were to join the Qingyun sect, the likelihood of him breaking through to that stage remained slim. After all, even at the Qingyun sect, foundation establishment practitioners were not produced en masse. Most disciples departed in obscurity after turning 30. While Yi Chen had secured a quota, having angered the family head, his future support would be tenuous, making it reasonable to deem his actions as counterproductive. Why would he choose such a path? As for Yi Chen himself, he remained unconcerned by the family head's displeasure. So what if he had provoked the family head? Yi Chen was confident in his future. Once he harnessed the system and strengthened his cultivation, it would matter little if the family head disliked him. Eventually, he would be compelled to seek his favor, much like Lin Kuo and the other women. What mattered most was his own strength, rendering the opinions of others insignificant. Thus, Yi Chen paid little heed to the matter. Moreover, he felt entirely justified in claiming the Qingyun sect quota. His late father had toiled tirelessly for the family, sacrificing his life in the process. While Yi Chen had endured countless hardships to protect the family's assets, one could hardly overstate the loyalty and valor he displayed. Consequently, after retrieving the Qingyun sect entry token, Yi Chen bowed to the clan members and promptly turned to leave. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, it seemed that news of the events in the clan hall had spread, as even the servants were hesitant to approach him. Yi Chen, having just returned to the family, found that even those who had shared a close bond with his previous self were now too intimidated to approach him, rendering his courtyard unusually desolate. However, Yi Chen paid this no mind. In fact, he relished the solitude. With keen interest, he examined the entry token in his hand. It was a peculiar metallic plaque inscribed with the characters Qingyun Ling. Within it lay a formation. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qingyun sect, activating it would summon someone to welcome him. Remarkably, this entry token bore no name, regardless of who presented it. As long as they were not on the Qingyun sect's wanted list and met the age requirement, they could gain entry. This was perfectly suited for Yi Chen. Curiosity piqued, Yi Chen wondered what sort of rewards might be yielded should he present this Qingyun Ling to the female cultivators. Would it result in an entry token to a more prestigious sect? Or perhaps multiple entry tokens? He doubted the latter, as it would be quite the admission of fraud if the Qingyun sect had not issued such a quantity. Surely, the system would not be so deceitful. Now that he had acquired the Qingyun Ling, whom should he bestow it upon? His son Ruoxin. She was likely back by now, but during their previous conversation, it appeared she had her own connections. By now, she may have already become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, rendering the gift mood. What about Lu Jing? Was tenfold too little? After his experience with Sun Ruoxin, Yi Chen found himself somewhat dismissive of the tenfold offer. As for Lin Kuo, though she too was offered tenfold, her hesitance upon hearing of his father's death was glaringly evident. She was, indeed, a white-eyed wolf, unlikely to ever be truly nurtured. After much contemplation, Yi Chen decided to wait a little longer and visit Qingyun City tomorrow. Perhaps he would encounter female cultivators with even higher multipliers. He would try his luck for a couple of days, and if he truly found no suitable candidate, he would simply gift it to Lu Jing. Chapter 67. Did Sun Ruoxin catch a whiff of the fragrance? Yi Chen unexpectedly received the opportunity to enter the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this news, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were taken aback. Lu Jing was naturally elated. Although she was quite mature, she harbored no grand ambitions, preferring to lead a tranquil and unremarkable life. However, in the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Lacking personal prowess necessitates reliance on one's partner. She had already set her sights on Yi Chen. Now that he had secured a chance to join the Qingyun sect, it undoubtedly increased his likelihood of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Even if he could not achieve that, becoming a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement was highly probable, ensuring he possessed the ability to protect himself. Thus, Lu Jing was filled with joy. Conversely, Lin Kuo felt quite differently observing the Qingyun token in Yi Chen's hand. Her heart brimmed with regret. She had initially believed that with the death of Yi Chen's father, the resources available to him would be significantly diminished, and he would not even have a chance to enter the Qingyun sect. Hence, she had hesitated. However, to her astonishment, Yi Chen had indeed acquired a spot in the Qingyun sect. From this moment onward, he would be a disciple of the Qingyun sect, with limitless prospects and extensive connections. Not to mention, Yi Chen's generous demeanor was precisely what she had yearned for in a partner. Consequently, Lin Kuo was genuinely remorseful. Upon learning of Yi Chen's father's demise, she should have comforted him immediately, just as Lu Jing had done. Nevertheless, despite her erroneous decision, there remained an opportunity for redemption. That night, Lin Kuo resolutely donned a flowing white gauze gown and quietly pushed open the door to Yi Chen's room. However, upon reaching his door, she overheard sounds emanating from within. Yi Chen, you were so naughty, stop teasing. Lin Kuo's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Lu Jing. A sense of retreat surged within her. The scene was too stimulating for her to bear. Yet, considering Yi Chen's future and his evident warmth towards Lu Jing upon returning earlier, she realized that if she did not seize this opportunity, it might slip away entirely. Lin Kuo had always been a decisive woman. Coming to this conclusion, she raised her delicate hand and gently knocked on the door. Yi Daoyu, are you there? The previously peculiar sounds within the room abruptly ceased. In the ensuing silence, Lin Kuo could faintly hear the sound of water. How strange. But at that moment, Yi Chen's voice, tinged with mild dissatisfaction, emerged. Is there something you need? If not, please come back tomorrow.
Anyone disturbed during their quiet moments would naturally feel irked. Lin Kor softly replied, Yi Dao Yu, this is my first time in Qingyun City, and I feel a bit frightened. As soon as her words fell, there was a palpable silence in the room. However, not long after, Yi Chen's cheerful voice rang out, in that case, you may come in. The door swung open, and through the sheer curtains of the bed, Lin Kor could vaguely discern something. Yet, feigning ignorance, she let her long, silky hair cascade down and stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. The following morning, Yi Chen emerged from his room, feeling refreshed and stretched lazily. Lin Kor approached, but Yi Chen refrained from any intimate actions, as their relationship was merely that of companions. Liu Jing and Lin Kor exchanged awkward glances as they stepped outside together. Yi Chen had a knack for playful antics. While it seemed trivial at the time, reflecting on it now was somewhat unbearable. The two women hurriedly bid farewell and returned to their own rooms to freshen up. Yi Chen instructed a servant to prepare breakfast, intending to eat before engaging in cultivation. He planned to stroll through the streets at noon, searching for suitable prospects. However, just as the servant arrived, Lin Kor and Lu Jing stood up somewhat apprehensively, stealing glances at one another. Ye Tianhai recognized them as the female cultivators Yi Chen had pursued at the Silver Moon Market. Upon hearing about Yi Chen's endeavors from manager Zhang, he had found it amusing. Yi Chen was the biggest obstacle to his son securing a spot in the sect. He had always regarded Yi Chen as a formidable rival but had not anticipated that Yi Chen would be so infatuated, lavishing resources on these female cultivators. With his mind consumed by them, how could Yi Chen focus on cultivation or honing his alchemical skills? He had assumed the matter was settled and that Yi Chen was inconsequential. Yet, to his surprise, Yi Chen, despite his infatuation, had not neglected his own cultivation and had made remarkable progress, breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Moreover, Yi Chen's alchemical prowess had even surpassed his own. Truly astonishing. Despite this unexpected turn of events, he remained unwilling to concede. Today, he had come to find Yi Chen, fearing that he might have already registered with the Qingyun sect. Yi Chen's nonchalance in his presence ignited a flicker of anger within him. However, recalling his purpose, he managed to muster a cordial smile. Yi Chen, my dear nephew, I have always held a deep affection for you, akin to that of a father for a son. Upon hearing this opening line, Yi Chen was taken aback. How could this man utter such shameless words? Setting aside the previous day's grievances, he had failed to teach him alchemy properly, filled with inaccuracies and omissions, while instructing manager Zhang to set traps for him. Under such circumstances, how could he claim to treat him like a son? To be his son would certainly be a stroke of misfortune. Yi Chen had no interest in engaging in petty family politics or feigning cordiality. He replied directly, Uncle, you have indeed treated me well, allowing me to learn alchemy without regard for the state of the herbs. While your fire control techniques are utterly chaotic, I truly appreciate it. Yet, considering his son's admission to the Qingyun sect, he forced a smile and said, there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps I was inebriated that day and misspoke. I have come today to discuss the matter of the Qingyun sect's quota with you. Nephew, your talent, there is no need for you to join as a disciple. If you focus and dedicate yourself to mastering alchemy, once you break through to the second-tier alchemist level, you can easily become a guest elder. This status is far superior to that of an ordinary disciple, is it not? As for your brother, his talents in both cultivation and alchemy are mediocre. If he fails to enter the Qingyun sect, he is destined to lead an unremarkable life. Thus, I have come to propose that you relinquish your quota to Yifeng. In exchange, I will provide you with 3 high-quality spirit stones to support your continued pursuit of alchemical mastery. Everyone has a bright future, does he? This man clearly regarded him as a fool. Becoming a disciple would mean being nurtured as part of the family, with the potential to receive precious foundation-building elixirs and enjoy various benefits exclusive to disciples. In contrast, being a guest elder was akin to working for pay, a mere job. What future could one expect from that? Having nearly finished his meal, Yi Chen was disinclined to waste any more time on Yi Tianhai. Thus, he replied coolly, that does sound appealing. Elder brother Yi Tian, with his faster cultivation speed, you should persuade him to relinquish the quota. Once he establishes his foundation, he can become a guest elder. Such a favorable opportunity, I am certain elder brother would not refuse. Yi Chen's response immediately incensed Yi Tianhai, causing his lips to twitch in irritation. This young man was utterly impervious to reason. It seemed that obtaining the Qingyun sect's quota from him would be a formidable challenge. However, just as Yi Chen stood to leave, a servant hurriedly approached, announcing, 7th young master, 2 cultivators claiming to be Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin have arrived, stating they are your friends. Would you like to let them in? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen halted in his tracks, astonished. How did they know he had returned? Yet, after engaging in such unscrupulous acts, they dared to approach him. Intriguing. Yi Chen smiled lightly and replied, let them in. Chapter 68. Do not believe her. She is deceiving you. Uncle Air remained undeterred. Instead of departing, he hiked the price to 5 high-grade spirit stones, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Yi Chen.
All the medicinal pills of the Yi family were primarily under the management of Yi Tianhai. It was evident that Yi Tianhai was indulging in greed. However, a mere 5 high-grade spirit stones could not sway Yi. To say nothing of it, the value of Yi Chen's boat alone far exceeded that amount. Moreover, possessing a system, if Yi Chen were solely focused on amassing wealth, given a little time, he would dare to compare his fortunes with the sect leader of Qingyun sect. Thus, he resolutely shook his head in refusal, leaving Yi Tianhai greatly disappointed. He had initially contemplated that if Yi Chen acquiesced, he would secure the spirit stones for a quota and promptly report to the ancestor. Yi Chen had already angered the family head, selling the quota would undoubtedly lead to severe punishment, and Yi Chen would not be able to protect his spirit stones. Yet, even at 5 high-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen remained unyielding. At that moment, Sun Ruoxin and Sun Yi also arrived. Sun Ruoxin was clad in a ceremonial robe, the hem hovering just above her knees, perfectly showcasing her long, slender legs. As she walked, the skirt billowed like ripples in water, harmonizing beautifully with her exquisite visage, leaving onlookers in awe. Upon spotting Yi Chen, Sun Ruoxin's eyes reddened. Upon sensing his indifferent gaze, her eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Junior brother, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but I truly did not anticipate such events to unfold. It was only upon returning to Qi. Lu Jing and Lin Kur observed Sun Ruoxin with caution. The two had exerted considerable effort to win Yi Chen's favor. Who would have thought that this wicked woman would return? They had no faith in Sun Ruoxin's words. What a coincidence that would beat you. Furthermore, the moment she departed, the second-tier demon beasts arrived. They found it hard to believe that Sun Ruoxin was oblivious to these events, yet, despite their skepticism, a sense of unease lingered within them. Could it be that Yi Chen had fallen for her charm and chosen to forgive her? A typical cultivator would not be swayed, but Yi Chen was not necessarily bound by such norms. Thus, the two women remained vigilant, fearing that Yi Chen might be deceived. This wicked woman's sudden appearance undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Uncle Heir Yi Tianhai, who was still pondering how to swindle the Qingyun order, was equally astonished by the scene before. Just how many female cultivators had Yi Chen courted at Silver Moon Market? Had he even gifted one of them a flying boat? How could Yi Chen possess such wealth? As Sun Ruoxin held Yi Chen tightly, he maintained a stoic expression, inwardly amused. He had long seen through her. In times of need, she called him junior brother, but in times of ease, she referred to him as fellow Daoistji. Her ability to turn on a dime was swifter than flipping a page. How could it be that she lost sleep over his demise? She must have cast him aside the moment she left, and now, returning with such theatrics, it was clear she sought something from him. However, had she not already gone to Qingyun sect, why was she still wandering around Qingyun city? As Yi Chen pondered, he was acutely aware of Sun Ruoxin's figure. Just the right size, quite pleasant. Seeing Yi Chen's silence, Sun Ruoxin forced a smile and released him, wiping away her tears. I know you doubt my words, junior brother, given the sheer improbability, but it matters not. As long as you are well, that is sufficient. I am leaving Qingyun city, uncertain if we shall meet again. Yet, as long as you are safe, that is a sunny day for me. Sun Ruoxin intended to not going to Qingyun sect anymore. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. He recognized that her demeanor was designed to evoke his sympathy, prompting him to inquire further. Then she would reveal her troubles. However, if there were indeed issues concerning her entry into Qingyun sect, would not the Qingyun order token in Yi Chen's possession be the perfect solution? Thus, Yi Chen feigned surprise, unable to restrain himself from asking, Sister, why must you depart Qingyun city? Were you not supposed to enter Qingyun sect? In response, Sun Ruoxin smiled bitterly. There were unforeseen circumstances regarding my admission into the sect. At that time, Elder Kong summoned my father and me back, believing it was to finalize my entry. To our shock, they intended to coerce me into marrying their son. The cultivation method I practice prohibits dual cultivation before the foundation establishment stage. If I were to engage in it prematurely, a significant amount of spiritual energy would be absorbed by the male cultivator. They sought to use me as a cauldron to break through. I could never agree. If I remain in Qingyun city, I would be utterly defenseless. Thus, I resolved to flee with my father to a distant land. Knowing that you are still alive before I leave brings me peace. The original path to enter Qingyun sect had been blocked, so she had come to seek a quota from him. Such information was quite well circulated. However, this aligned perfectly with his own desires, and he naturally intended to cooperate fully. So, sister, your hasty departure that day was indeed due to this matter. Sun Ruoxin nodded with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, observing Yi Chen taking the bait, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes. With the misunderstanding resolved, Yi Chen's expression softened, no longer as cold, and with a hint of concern, he asked, The other party is an elder of Qingyun sect, wielding considerable influence in Qingyun city. Unless I become a disciple of Qingyun sect and receive the protection of sect rules, they would have no reason to. My father and I will depart shortly, and it won't be so easy for them to capture me. Even if I cannot escape, I will never submit to being a cauldron. I will ensure they gain nothing. I truly hope that in my next life, I will encounter you again. As Sun Ruoxin uttered these words, she endeavored to smile, yet the content was undoubtedly heart-wrenching, evoking tears from listeners. Regrettably, none of those present were moved. Instead, they all widened their eyes in realization. Whether it was Lu Jing, Lin Kuo, or Uncle Er Yi Tianhai, all comprehended Sun Ruoxin's true intentions in that moment. She was after the quota in Yi Chen's hands for entry into the sect. This simply would not do. Yi Chen, do not believe her. She is a wicked woman. She is deceiving you. The three were filled with immense anxiety. Chapter 69. Rest assured, I am not a sycophant. You wretched woman, you were fully aware of the dangers the last time you chose to take the flying boat, leaving us to face peril. Lu Jing had already set her sights on Yi Chen. The brighter Yi Chen's future appeared, the more benefits she would naturally reap by following him. If Yi Chen were to join the Qingyun sect, the advantages would be boundless. How could she permit that wicked woman, Sun Ruoxin, to usurp that opportunity? Lin Kuo quickly followed suit. When you needed a flying boat to escape, you rushed to find Yi Chen, obtained the boat, and then fled, leaving us behind. Now that you can't enter the Qingyun sect, you hurriedly return, sensing the situation? I have never encountered such a shameless female cultivator. She, too, could not tolerate it. Otherwise, Sun Ruoxin, upon receiving the scathing remarks from the two women, lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing pitiful as she murmured, I didn't mean it. I never thought of it that way. Junior brother, you know my intentions. I merely wished to see you before I left, to clarify things. I did not intend to ask for your help. Moreover, the other party is a foundation-building elder, asking for your assistance. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, watching Yi Chen, sighed, Yi Chen, what happened last time was truly an accident. My master commanded me, and I had no choice but to comply. We never anticipated such events would transpire. But explanation, consider it tuition for the last lesson you attended, and henceforth, there shall be no more classes for you. Here, take it back. As for Ruoxin, alas, she has always held your kindness in her heart, but due to her cultivation techniques and other reasons, she has been unable to express it openly. Fate has played its hand. Sun Yi sighed once more, placing a mid-grade spirit stone into Yi Chen's palm before shaking his head and hastily pursuing his daughter. Observing this scene, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo exchanged knowing smirks. Sun Ruoxin should have departed long ago. As for Yi Chen, he found great amusement in the spectacle. He did not believe a single word of Sun Ruoxin's lamentations, with Sun Yi seemingly colluding and hinting that Sun Ruoxin harbored feelings for him. If he were truly a sycophant, he might have been fooled. Undoubtedly, he would have recklessly pursued her. However, the truth was, Yi Chen was no sycophant. Thus, he still needed to pursue her. Why Yi Chen disliked wasting time, and the 15-fold urgency of Sun Ruoxin suited. Furthermore, her words were half-truths. She might genuinely be in trouble. In such circumstances, offering the Qingyun token would likely trigger a critical reward. Yi Chen, no longer willing to wait, decided it was time to act regarding Sun Ruoxin. His curiosity about the feedback reward for the Qingyun token was piqued. With that, Yi Chen took a decisive step forward, heading towards the courtyard exit. As he moved, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were taken aback. They quickly reached out to grasp Yi Chen's arm, exclaiming, Friend Yi, don't, that woman is deceiving you. Indeed, she is merely feigning distress, attempting to swindle the Qingyun token. Meanwhile, Sun Yi stood to the side, astonished. Could it be that Yi Chen was truly ensnared by her mere words? What sort of mind was this? How could someone with such intellect possess such exceptional alchemical talent and rapidly advancing skills? Sun Yi found it incomprehensible, yet he still harbored covetous thoughts regarding the Qingyun token in Yi Chen's possession. Thus, he spoke up coldly, Yi Chen, the entry quota for the Qingyun sect belongs to our Yi family. It may circulate among family members, but if you dare to give it to outsiders, the family head will not let you off easily. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen laughed. Why would I be so foolish as to believe her words so readily? That is an entry quota for the Qingyun sect. She fled too quickly and forgot to return the flying boat she took from me last time. I must go reclaim it. You don't truly think I am a sycophant, do you? With Yi Chen's words, Sun Yi finally relaxed. Indeed, Yi Chen was not that naive. As long as the Qingyun token remained in Yi Chen's possession, he still had a chance. Lu Jing and Lin Kuo also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They feared that Yi Chen might be swayed by Sun Ruoxin's pitiful act. Knowing he was merely going to retrieve the flying boat, they felt reassured, even experiencing a sense of satisfaction. Yi Chen ought to reclaim everything he had previously given to Sun Ruoxin. With grace, Yi Chen departed, pursuing the exit of the courtyard. He was now prepared to deliver the Qingyun token. The reason he had refrained from doing so earlier was primarily due to Sun Yi's presence. If the latter were to witness the exchange, acceptance would be impossible, and he might even summon the family head. Such a scenario would surely result in the quota being rescinded, a lose-lose situation. Thus, it was imperative to wait for a time when no one was around to make the offer. What rewards awaited him this time, Yi Chen contemplated with great anticipation. Meanwhile, after departing the Yi family, Sun Ruoxin paused in a narrow alley. Sun Yi caught up to her, expressing his disappointment. Ruoxin, did you perhaps run too fast? Moreover, it appears to have had no effect. Yi Chen showed no reaction whatsoever. Sun Ruoxin's delicate features were now devoid of tears. She glanced back to ensure no one was pursuing them, feeling quite troubled. The incident with the flying boat must have deeply hurt Yi Chen. Gaining his forgiveness will not be an easy task. Had I known, I should have brought Yi Chen along last time. Sun Yi, upon hearing this, could only shake his head helplessly. In this world, there was no such thing as a pill for regret. That he could not fathom why his master was so inconsiderate. Little did he expect that Yi Chen not only survived but also obtained a quota for entry. In such circumstances, what could he do? The two of them stared at the quiet gates of the Yi family, feeling that this time, it was truly difficult. They could only return and think of another plan. However, just as the two were about to leave in dejection, footsteps echoed behind them. Sun Ruoxin hurriedly turned around, only to see Yi Chen, clad in a blue robe, racing towards her. Yi Chen had arrived. A surge of joy flooded Sun Ruoxin's heart, though she displayed no outward sign, instead adopting a sorrowful tone. Junior brother, are you here to see me off from the city? I appreciate your kindness, but you should return. If the eldest son of the Kong family learns of this, he will trouble you. Yi Chen spoke with a hint of reluctance and concern. Has it truly reached such a point that you must depart? Sun Ruoxin bitterly nodded. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Then what if you were to enter the Qingyun sect? Would that not resolve everything? Sun Ruoxin sighed deeply. Not necessarily. After all, the other party is also an elder of the Qingyun sect, and it would not be difficult for them to target you. However, possessing the status of a disciple of the Qingyun sect would compel them to exercise caution and refrain from acting recklessly. Regrettably, entering the Qingyun sect is not so simple. Yi Chen retrieved a token from his possession. I possess. Had they not exerted tremendous effort to seek him out, shedding tears and acting, precisely for this moment, finally, it had arrived. Chapter 70. Feeding the young master with pancakes, observing the Qingyun order in Yi Chen's hand. She desired it immensely, her longing was palpable, yet, she reminded herself to remain patient and composed. Forcing a calm demeanor, she feigned surprise, exclaiming, Yi Chen, you possess a Qingyun order. However, after the initial I cannot accept it. Moreover, regarding the incident with the flying vessel, I already feel indebted to you. How could I possibly take your Qingyun order as well? Yi Chen, uninterested in the lengthy discourse, simply grasped Sun Ruoxin's delicate hand. Her hand was exceptionally fair, with soft skin that felt pleasantly cool to the touch, even more beautiful than the hands of renowned pianists from his previous life. The sensation was exquisite. He placed the Qingyun order into her palm, declaring, it is evident that you require it more than I do. Accept it. As Sun Ruoxin held the Qingyun order, her palm became damp with excitement. The coveted opportunity to enter the sect had unexpectedly fallen into her hands. In that moment, she felt on the verge of tears. She had arrived with little expectation, knowing that the Qingyun order was a rare treasure, not to mention the previous incident with the flying vessel. That Yi Chen would so willingly offer her the Qingyun order moved her deeply. How can I explain this to my family if you give it to me? And what will happen to you once I join the Qingyun sect? Isn't this rather inappropriate? Unable to contain herself, Sun Ruoxin asked. Yi Chen merely scoffed, thinking to himself that her feigned concern was amusing, as her smile was barely containable. He nodded, feigning worry in response to her words. Indeed, how will I explain this to my family? This Yi Chen's gaze returned to the Qingyun order in Sun Ruoxin's grasp. Sensing the tension in her heart, she mentally chided herself for speaking too freely and hurriedly attempted to remedy the situation. You need not worry. Since the spot is granted to you, you possess the autonomy to decide what to do with it. Your family will likely not interfere. Yi Chen observed how tightly Sun Ruoxin clutched the Qingyun order, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Within the family, the distribution of resources was flexible, but giving something to an outsider would undoubtedly lead to punishment, yet, he knew that she would not care about the consequences. Fortunately, he himself was indifferent. He nodded, that is true, it is mine now, and I can give it to whomever I choose. Please, accept it, senior sister. Still playing the role of the devoted admirer, promising to repay me after reaching Foundation establishment, I fear that once you achieve that, you might simply ask me to feed you pancakes. However, a notification from the system echoed in Yi Chen's mind. He was too apathetic to say more, urging her to leave. Hurry, before my family sees you, that would not end well. Sun Ruoxin shared his concern. If the Yi family intercepted them, it would be all for naught. Thus, she expressed her gratitude once more before hastily departing with Sun Yi, distancing themselves from the Yi family estate. Sun Yi, brimming with excitement, declared, Daughter, with the Qingyun order, we need not worry about our master anymore. After all, our master values his reputation. It would be the future holds the promise of Foundation establishment. Where shall we go next? Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin tightened her grip on the Qingyun order, resolutely stating, We must go to the Qingyun sect immediately. If the Yi family discovers this, they will surely attempt to reclaim the Qingyun order. With the Yi family head having reached Foundation establishment, if they react, we will have no chance of entering the sect. We must depart now to avoid complications later. Sun Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, they needed to enter the sect at once. The potential consequences for Yi Chen offering a family spot to an outsider were left unspoken, as both understood that even if Yi Chen faced dire repercussions, she could never return the Qingyun order. The opportunity to join the Qingyun sect was something she must seize. At most, once she became a disciple, she would seek out Yi Chen to offer her recompense. The Qingyun sect was situated at the edge of Qingyun City, which existed primarily because of the sect. Upon exiting the city, Sun Ruoxin summoned a flying vessel, taking Sun Yi with her as they soared towards the gates of the Qingyun sect. The distance to the sect dwindled rapidly. Sun Yi, while celebrating his daughter's fortune, could not help but inquire, "Daughter, what you said to Yi Chen earlier, are you considering offering your body to him as gratitude after reaching foundation establishment?" In response, Sun Ruoxin shook her head without hesitation. "I understand Yi Chen's intentions. However, the disparity in our statuses will only grow larger. I am about to become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, while he remains merely a member of a minor family. If I were to achieve foundation establishment, Yi Chen might not even advance beyond the Qi refinement stage. The gap is too vast. Allowing him to be my partner would only cause him harm. Once I attain foundation establishment and become an elder, I will naturally find a way to have him accepted as a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Then we shall owe each other nothing." Sun Yi paused, taken aback by her words. This something felt amiss. Even if she were to break through to foundation establishment, how old would Yi Chen be by then? What use would entering the Qingyun sect hold then? Owing nothing was hardly as simple as that, yet, as her father, Sun Yi wished for his daughter to find a worthy partner now that she was to become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. It was clear that Yi Chen was not a suitable match. Once you enter, dear daughter, focus on your cultivation and make an excellent impression. If you can gain the favor of an elder, your chances of breaking through to foundation establishment will increase significantly. Among my peers, 3 were accepted as disciples by elders, 2 of whom eventually broke through to foundation establishment. Sun Yi advised her earnestly. Intrigued, Sun Ruoxin asked, "Wouldn't it be even more promising to be accepted as a disciple by the Peak Master?" In response, Sun Yi immediately shook his head. The Peak Masters are all formidable cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage. They do not concern themselves with ordinary disciples. Should they take on a disciple, it would be a true genius, at least with a 9th grade spiritual root, or even an extraordinary one. Do not hold such hopes. Sun Ruoxin felt a tinge of disappointment. How wonderful it would be if she could be accepted as a disciple by the Peak Master. She wondered what the Peak Master's disciples were like. They must surely be the finest talents of the sect. Yi Chen strolled leisurely along the path back to the Yi residence, a broad smile gracing his face. The system's feedback had exceeded his expectations. Gift successfully bestowed. The gift is the Qingyun order. Processing feedback. 15-fold feedback in progress detected that this gift is of immense significance to the recipient, surpassing their expectations and causing a substantial emotional response, triggering a critical reward. Reward. Token of the Sword Peak Master. The Sword Peak Master, Gu Yunyan, once faced life-threatening peril during her growth and was saved by a swordsman. In gratitude, she bestowed a token upon him. Shattering the token in Qingyun City will summon her to repay the favor. Upon concluding the message, Yi Chen was elated. This was not merely a handful of Qingyun orders, nor was it a daunting sect entry token that he could never attain. Instead, it was the token of the Sword Peak Master, Gu Yunyan. Though he was not yet a disciple of the Qingyun sect, the elders within the sect were categorized into 3 types. Ordinary elders, Peak Masters, and the sect leader. It was said that Peak Masters were all formidable cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage. Becoming a disciple of such a prominent figure would grant access to resources and mentorship far beyond that available to ordinary disciples. Moreover, it would provide an additional ally at the late foundation establishment stage. The Qingyun order was an incredibly valuable gift. Without hesitation, Yi Chen retrieved the token. It was a wooden sword, approximately 10 centimeters in length. He crushed it without a second thought, unleashing a peculiar wave of energy. Within the gates of the Qingyun sect, a woman clad in red, with a captivating figure and dreamy eyes, sensed the energy surge. She raised an eyebrow and slowly stood to her feet. Chapter 71. Surely you didn't really give it away. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Yi Chen was in exceptionally high spirits. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. If the feedback had been an admission quota to a more prestigious sect, it would have been an arduous ordeal to secure. Moreover, disciples from such illustrious sects likely enjoyed considerable wealth, rendering the ordinary offerings trivial. In Yi Chen's current situation, he would find it challenging to even make a modest request. Conversely, the Qingyun sect, being a mid-tier golden core sect, was perfectly suited for his needs. Of becoming a direct disciple of the Peak Master conferred immense advantages. Setting aside the personal benefits of being a direct disciple, the status alone held immeasurable value. Not to mention the various privileges, simply elevating his social standing would grant Yi Chen access to a more refined circle, thus increasing his chances of encountering high-caliber female cultivators. It was akin to the disparity between a wealthy heir and an average individual. The former would invariably have access to a greater number and quality of beautiful women. Therefore, becoming a direct disciple promised significant benefits for Yi Chen's future endeavors. As he observed the voluptuous and mature Lu Jing alongside his confidant, Lin Kuo, he realized it was finally time to recoup his investments. After all, once they entered the Qingyun sect, the prospect of a tenfold return on the 2 women would become inconsequential. Having received so much from him, it was time for them to repay him, both principal and interest. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Chen addressed the 2 women calmly. Upon my entry into the Qingyun sect, I may bring along 2 maidservants, he continued. If you both are willing, you may accompany me into the Qingyun sect. Should you choose otherwise, you are free to decide your own path. The expressions of the 2 women varied upon hearing his words. Serving as maidservants for Yi Chen was undoubtedly a far cry from their expectations. Lu Jing felt a pang of regret in her heart. Had she known it would come to this, she would have unreservedly devoted herself to Yi Chen when Lin Kuo first ascended the mountain, having no other competitors. If she had not kept Yi Chen at arm's length, but rather surrendered herself completely, she might have secured a position as a concubine instead of merely settling for being a maidservant. However, it was too late for regrets now. Liu Jing was acutely aware of her limitations. Without a foundation, living independently in Qingyun City would likely leave her unable to afford even the rent. Ultimately, she would find herself reduced to someone else's plaything. In light of this, it would be wiser to serve as Yi Chen's maidservant. At least Yi Chen was notably generous. Although his methods were shockingly diverse and his imagination boundless, he did not exploit her. Furthermore, he exhibited a remarkable sense of decorum in his dealings with others. Thus, Lu Jing quickly adjusted her attitude and gracefully bowed to Yi Chen, exclaiming, "This humble servant greets you, young master."
On the other side, Lin Kuo was engulfed in inner turmoil.
Regret, reluctance, and hesitation swirled within her. If she chose to be a maidservant, would that not render her previous friendship with Lu Jing meaningless? Had she swallowed so much for nothing? It felt like a tremendous loss. If only she had not ventured into the mountains and had instead accepted Yi Chen's advances outright, might the outcome be different today. Unlike Lu Jing, Lin Kuo possessed confidence in her ability to survive in Qingyun City on her own. Yet, having spent time with Yi Chen, she found it difficult to part with him. A single gift from him could equate to an entire year's income. The thought of becoming a maidservant was unappealing to her. Yi Chen, however, was indifferent to Lin Kuo's hesitation. Even if she declined now, she would inevitably seek him out later. Those accustomed to an easy life find it challenging to accept the psychological disparity of working hard only to earn a meager amount of spirit stones. It was akin to the mindset of a gambler. A single win or loss at the table could represent a month's or even a year's salary, leaving little motivation to engage in honest labor. At that moment, a servant approached, announcing, "Seventh young master, the family head has summoned you. You are to go at once." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, although he felt no affinity for the. Following the servant, Yi Chen soon arrived at the family hall, where the family members had gathered. The family head sat high above, his face adorned with a smile, while a young man stood in the center, receiving the adoration of those around him. "Yi Tian, go to the Qingyun sect and train diligently. Once you reach foundation establishment, our Yi family will have 2 foundation establishment cultivators, elevating us to the status of a great clan. Brother Tian, remember not to forget your roots once you achieve wealth. As a leader of our generation, you must set an example. I wish you boundless success. May you obtain a foundation establishment pill and reach your goal within 10 years. The family members showered praises upon the young man. Upon noticing Yi Chen's arrival, Yi Tian flashed a confident smile and adopted a big brother demeanor. "Little 7, you've arrived.
Grandfather will personally escort us to the Qingyun sect soon.
Though your talent may be lacking, as long as I am here, I will
don't worry about being bullied.
Since you possess commendable alchemy skills and can refine top-tier pills, do not let that talent go to waste. Once we reach the sect, focus on studying alchemy and create various. Once I break through to foundation establishment, your status within the sect will undoubtedly rise."
The other family members chimed in. Indeed, Yi Tian is currently at the 7th layer of qi refinement.
Stick close to him and heed his guidance once we're at the sect. The family will provide resources for Yi Tian. Do not squander your alchemy skills. Once Yi Tian breaks through, you will undoubtedly benefit as well.
He is the pillar of our generation.
However, once you reach the sect, do not constantly disturb Yi Tian or hinder his training. That would be a grave matter. Listening to the family members, wasn't it merely a 7th-grade spiritual root? What audacity, to expect him to serve as a personal alchemist. The Yi family truly was a shallow pond teeming with turtles. Yi Chen remained silent, which caused Yi Tian to feel a twinge of.
Just as he was about to speak, the family head interjected, "Since everyone is here, let us depart. I happen to be visiting an internal affairs elder to deliver the Qingyun order." In light of my reputation, they will surely allocate you better positions. Yi Tian promptly presented the Qingyun order, expressing his gratitude. The family head smiled with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Yi Chen, frowning, "Why do you not present the Qingyun order?" Without hesitation, Yi Chen replied, "Thank you, grandfather, but I have yet to finish packing and still need to prepare my 2 maidservants. I require a bit more time. Grandfather, please take brother Tian ahead."
Yi Hong, who held a particular disdain for Yi Chen, found his defiance irksome. Yi Chen always harbored his own thoughts, undermining his authority. The family head narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "I said we leave today, hand over the Qingyun order now." With a sigh, Yi Chen lowered his head in silence. His demeanor caused the family members to widen their eyes in astonishment. Was Yi Chen truly so rebellious? The family head was clearly angered, yet he still refused to comply. Had he lost all sense of caution? Moreover, the family head's personal escort would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's second uncle, observing Yi Chen's reluctance to produce the Qingyun order, recalled the female cultivator who had clearly sought the order earlier that morning. Why Yi Chen had chased? Could it be that Yi Chen's Qingyun order had genuinely been taken from him? What if he was unable to produce it, not by choice but by circumstance? This possibility sent a surge of frustration through the second uncle. I paid spirit stones for that order, yet you refuse to hand it over.
You would rather give it away to someone else? As the second uncle's voice rang out, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Why Yi Chen had given away the Qingyun order? Was it true?
It seemed implausible. The quota for the Qingyun sect was incredibly precious. Everyone understood its rarity. Who would be foolish enough to simply give it away? Chapter 72. You truly believe it, despite his dissent. However, the majority of the family members were incredulous. The two female cultivators Yi Chen brought back were both stunningly beautiful. How could a sycophant possibly capture the hearts of such exquisite women? Furthermore, Yi Chen had boldly contested for a quota at the Qingyun sect, unafraid of the family head's authority. Although many believed Yi Chen had angered the family head, deep down, they acknowledged his actions. After all, with Yi Chen's father deceased, he would inevitably be marginalized within the clan. For Yi Chen, obtaining the Qingyun order was his only opportunity. Thus, it was clear he was an astute individual. Such a clever person could hardly be a mere sycophant, nor would he easily relinquish a hard-earned quota that risked offending the family head to another. They might believe he had sold it, but no one took Yi Chen's uncle seriously. Even the family head remained skeptical. He regarded Yi Chen with indifference, commanding, "Produce the Qingyun order and leave at once." As the family head, his word was law, otherwise, how could he lead the family in the future? Under the watchful eyes of the clan, Yi Chen sighed in resignation. He had not anticipated that the family head intended to take him to the Qingyun sect, although it was likely just to establish connections and bring him along. The truth was, he genuinely could not present the order. Yi Chen gazed towards the direction of the Qingyun sect, pondering when Elder Gu Yunyan from the Sword Peak would arrive. If she were to come tomorrow, he feared he might be struck dead on the spot by the family head. Yet, this situation could not be concealed any longer. "Grandfather, I indeed gave away my Qingyun order." As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared at him with bewilderment. Why Yi Chen had truly given away the Qingyun order? Had he lost his mind? That was a quota for entering the Qingyun sect. Could it be that Yi Chen was indeed a sycophant? Yet, what kind of sycophant would forfeit their own future? It seemed implausible. There must be some underlying circumstances. "Did you give it to that female cultivator from this morning?" his uncle could not help but inquire. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. This was something that could easily be verified, so he chose not to hide it. His uncle, infuriated, exclaimed, "I offered you spirit stones to buy it, yet you refused to sell. But a mere outsider speaks a few words, and you hand it over? Do you even regard the Yi family? Do you still consider yourself a member of the Yi clan?" His uncle was genuinely livid. That quota should have belonged to his own son, Yi Feng. Hearing this, Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle, you misunderstand. How could I not regard myself as a member of the Yi family? However, I truly cannot withhold it. You also heard this morning, if Ruo Xian does not become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, her fate will undoubtedly be dire. And Ruo Xian has already pledged her heart to me, stating that she would become my partner once she reaches the foundation establishment stage. Her talent surpasses mine. She is far more likely to succeed in foundation establishment. If we become partners, she would be considered part of the Yi family as well. This, for the Yi family, is a benefit that outweighs the detriment." The surrounding clansmen were left utterly bewildered by Yi Chen's reasoning. His thought process seemed absurd. Someone simply lamented, and he took at face value the notion of a partnership at the foundation establishment stage. In all of Qingyun City, which female cultivator would choose a male cultivator weaker than herself as a partner? If Ruo Xian truly succeeded in foundation establishment, she would be even less inclined to regard him. It was likely that merely broaching the topic would earn him a slap. Looking into Yi Chen's eyes, one could discern a naive foolishness. The clan members now fully believed the rumors circulating within the family. If he could be so easily deceived out of the Qingyun order, what else could he be but a sycophant? Enough of the family head's furious voice reverberated through the hall, the pressure of foundation establishment instantly making the clan members tremble in fear. The might of foundation establishment was indeed terrifying. The family head locked eyes with Yi Chen. Where is she? The quota for the Qingyun sect was of paramount importance. The Yi family had only two such opportunities in many years. How could they allow an outsider to obtain it so easily? The deceiver must be dealt with ruthlessly. However, Yi Chen shook his head. If Ruo Xian received the quota, she would have rushed to the Qingyun sect at the first opportunity. She possesses a flying vessel and I estimate she has already arrived. Yi Chen understood Ruo Xian all too well. She would not care a whit for his well-being. Once she obtained the quota, she would fear the passage of time and would hasten to the Qingyun sect to finalize her status with utmost urgency. Upon hearing this, the family head's fury intensified, mingled with traces of murderous intent. After glancing at Yi Chen a few times, he withdrew his gaze. "We shall discuss this matter further upon my return. Yi Tian, let us depart." The family members discerned the coldness in the family head's tone. It was evident that Yi Chen's fate would be grim, yet, given Yi Chen's profound alchemical skills, it was unlikely he would be stripped of his cultivation. Nonetheless, he would likely be confined by the family, doomed to be a mere alchemical machine for life. Many clan members secretly cautioned their children, "See that, when you grow up, never become a sycophant, for a sycophant meets a miserable end." Yi Chen anticipated how the family would deal with him. After all, with his alchemical expertise, the family would not squander his talents, hence, he remained composed in his acknowledgement. However, he was uncertain when Elder Gu from the Sword Peak would arrive. Could she come soon? He was anxiously waiting. In an instant, no one cast another glance at Yi Chen. Having thoroughly angered the family head, he had lost all chances. Yi Tian stood behind the family head as he cast off a flying vessel, preparing to depart with Yi Tian. As they approached the vessel, Yi Tian looked at Yi Chen, a condescending smile gracing his lips. Little 7, don't slack off at home, be sure to refine some top-tier elixirs for me. Top-tier Yuan cult. If you can procure some, it may aid me in establishing connections within the sect. The family head shot Yi Chen a glance devoid of any emotion. He will manage, you need not worry about him. The family head's attitude spoke volumes. Yi Chen's fate was sealed. As the flying vessel ascended, Yi Tian was filled with exuberance. Yi Chen, on the other hand, felt little anxiety, merely wishing to shout, I have shed blood for the family. The family head froze, his expression shifting dramatically. May I inquire which esteemed friend has come to visit? The clan members were equally taken aback by the family head's demeanor. How could one of Foundation establishment appear somewhat flustered? In the next moment, a red figure strode into the hall. Gu Yunyun of the Qingyun sect. A voice, somewhat languid and slightly hoarse, yet undeniably alluring, filled the air. Upon hearing this name, the clan members collectively gasped in even the family head immediately descended from the flying vessel to pay his respects. I pay my respects to Elder Gu. We have failed to offer a proper welcome, please, take a seat. Within as he beheld her stunning figure clad in a red robe and her captivatingly beautiful face, joy surged within Yi Chen's eyes. It was not mere lust, rather, it was because Yi Chen's system had issued a prompt. Chapter 73. Master, my filial piety has not deteriorated. The system has detected a compatible target. Gu Yunyun, 100-fold gift feedback. Listening to the system's prompt, it is worth noting that the highest multiplier he had encountered among female cultivators thus far was nearly 15 times with Sun Ruoxing. Now, with the help of the system, he had gained a master. What he initially thought was merely an opportunity to enter the Qingyun sect turned out to be an unexpected delight. Yi Chen's eyes brimmed with exhilaration. A master with a 100-fold return. In the face of such a multiplier, Yi Chen could confidently guarantee his unwavering loyalty to his master for a lifetime, filling her with his filial piety. The Qingyun sect is a formidable force within the Golden Core stage, presided over by an esteemed ancestor. It boasts 6 peak masters, each a formidable cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage. Although the peak masters and ordinary elders are both at the Foundation establishment stage, their combat prowess is worlds apart. Yi Hong, the head of the Yi family, could hardly fathom that Gu Yunyun, the master of the Sword Peak, would personally visit the Yi family. Gu Yunyun is truly a prodigy, having cultivated for merely 27 years. Moreover, her combat strength is astonishing. During a fierce battle with the neighboring Xianxia sect, Gu Yunyun single-handedly defeated 2 late Foundation establishment elders, earning widespread acclaim. She is undoubtedly among the elite of the Foundation establishment. Why would such a distinguished figure come to the Yi family? What could be of such significance that the esteemed Sword Peak elder would take the time to visit, unless she was here to offer congratulations? It must be that Gu Yunyun holds some prior connection with the family, prompting her visit to commend his breakthrough. With this thought, Yi Hong felt a surge of pride. The presence of a peak master offering congratulations is an honor beyond measure. He smiled broadly and clasped his hands, saying, Fairy Gu, your personal visit to extend congratulations truly brings glory to my Yi family. Fairy Gu, please take a seat. Yi Tian, quickly serve tea to the elder. Yi Tian gazed at Gu Yunyun's enchanting visage, his heart racing with excitement. If he could establish a connection with her, it would be akin to soaring to great heights. He hurriedly prepared the spiritual tea and presented it with both hands. Meanwhile, Yi Hong proudly introduced, this young man is named Yi Tian, and he has recently. If Gu Yunyun indeed shared a bond with the Yi family, could they implore her to accept Yi Tian as her personal disciple? It is well known that the Qingyun sect has a clear hierarchy. While an ordinary disciple receives resources equivalent to 1 unit per month, an elder's disciple receives 5, and a peak master's personal disciple receives 10. They also enjoy various special privileges. Ordinary disciples might have to struggle fiercely to earn their qualifications, while a peak master's personal disciple has immediate access. The disparity is immense. If Yi Tian could truly become her personal disciple, it would be a meteoric rise. Yi Tian himself was unaware of the potential opportunity that lay before him, trembling with excitement. As for Yi Chen, he had been completely overlooked by everyone in the hall. Gu Yunyun, however, paid no heed to Yi Hong's words. Even as Yi Hong spoke incessantly, she appeared oblivious. After surveying the Yi family members, she approached Yi Chen, standing before him amidst their puzzled and astonished gazes. Her slightly hoarse yet mature voice resonated once more. How did you obtain the token? Upon hearing Gu Yunyun's inquiry, the members of the Yi family were once again taken aback. Gu Yunyun was here to seek out Yi Chen. Yi Hong's face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed that Gu Yunyun did not recognize him at all. He had been overly presumptuous. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, who had been daydreaming of what could the Sword Peak master want with Yi Chen? Surely, she wouldn't be considering taking him as a disciple. Impossible. That could never be. What merit did Yi Chen possess for such an honor? Yi Chen took this moment to scrutinize his future master closely for the first time. Her brows were like distant mountains, her beauty dignified, and particularly captivating were her phoenix-like eyes, a beauty beyond imagination. The red gown she wore, though somewhat oversized, was nearly tailored to her form, of the ample fabric failed to conceal her figure, which was stunningly voluptuous and difficult to fathom. Shouldn't sword cultivators typically embody a more delicate appearance? How could one so endowed excel as a sword cultivator? It was simply inconceivable, yet, the imposing presence of his master made Yi Chen feel as though his own filial piety was on the verge of faltering. Yi Chen hastily replied, "Esteemed elder, it was a gift from a senior who instructed me to use it in Qingyun City to gain entry into the sect as a personal disciple." Gu Yunyun received the token, her expression serene as she assessed it. The Yi family member's eyes widened in astonishment once more. Why Yi Chen had such an opportunity? Yi Tian's expression twisted in disbelief. It was one thing to be a brother in hardship, but quite another to see a brother cruising in a luxury vehicle. Why should Yi Chen, of all people, become the Peak Master's personal disciple? If anyone deserved it, it should be him. Gu Yunyun carefully stowed the token and turned her gaze to Yi Chen. "What grade is your spirit root?" "3rd grade. Yi Chen's spirit root was exceptionally poor. Gu Yunyun's brows furrowed for the first time as she candidly remarked, "Your talent is woefully inadequate. Even if you become a personal disciple, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I advise you not to waste your time on cultivation. Ultimately, it will be a fruitless endeavor. Rather, consider an alternative. For instance, you could live as a wealthy gentleman in Qingyun City, and I could serve as your protector, ensuring your life is free from worries." Yi Chen felt as though his heart had been pierced 100 times, his expression twitching in disbelief. Though this master did not resemble a typical sword cultivator, her words certainly bore the sharpness of one. How could she be so cruel? What did she mean by not wasting time on cultivation? "I shall persist. Thank you for your advice, elder, but I wish to give it a try." Gu Yunyun's demeanor appeared somewhat indifferent. Sensing Yi Chen's determination, she merely nodded calmly. "Very well, I shall take you as my disciple. Let us depart at once." Yi Chen quickly interjected, "Master, I have 2 maidservants I wish to bring with me into the sect." Gu Yunyun nodded and beckoned Yi Chen to lead the way, not sparing a glance at the Yi family members as she gracefully departed. Within the Yi family hall, the members were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging incredulous glances. Just moments ago, Yi Chen had been threatened with confinement and a lifetime of alchemy, yet in the blink of an eye, he had become the personal disciple of the most formidable Peak Master. Was this not a bit too outrageous? What kind of luck had Yi Chen stumbled upon? What was truly happening? Yi Tian, who had once been filled with enthusiasm, now wore a twisted expression of disbelief. Why should this be? He had initially felt exhilarated at the prospect of entering the Qingyun sect, but now, with Yi Chen's elevation to personal disciple, everything had lost its luster. As for Yi Hong, the head of the Yi family, his expression was equally grim. Although Gu Yunyun was a paragon among Peak Masters, her indifference to him was palpable, as she did not even glance in his. It was utterly disrespectful. While Yi Chen had indeed become a personal disciple, he had also been threatened with confinement and exploitation by the family. The bond between them had been irrevocably severed, especially with the death of Yi Chen's father. Their paths would only diverge further. Moreover, with Yi Chen possessing merely a 3rd-grade spirit root, the family's hopes lay solely with Yi Tian. Yi Chen has evidently gained the favor of the Sword Peak Master due to sheer happenstance, but this holds little significance. His starting point may be slightly higher, yet with a 3rd-grade spirit root, it will be nearly impossible for him to reach the foundation establishment stage, as the Peak Master has just stated. If he cannot break through to the foundation establishment stage, what value does it hold to be a personal disciple? Furthermore, while personal disciples may receive abundant resources, who knows what Yi Chen might offer up next? Thus, your future will undoubtedly surpass Yi Chen's. You remain the hope of our Yi family. Upon hearing the head of the family's words of reassurance, Yi Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, Yi Chen was merely a sycophant. Even if he had stumbled upon luck and became a personal disciple, if he squandered his resources, what significance would that hold? In the end, victory would belong to him. The sycophant was destined for nothingness. Chapter 74, Can these benefits be transferred? On board the flying vessel en route to Qingyun sect, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo blushed as they gazed at Yi Chen, their eyes shimmering with unexpected delight. While they awaited in the courtyard, they had overheard a servant mention that Yi Chen had bestowed the Qingyun order upon an outsider, inciting the ire of the clan leader. The consequences were unimaginable. The 2 women were taken aback at the time, with Lin Kuo even contemplating an immediate escape to sever ties with Yi Chen. However, to their astonishment, mere moments later, Yi Chen was recognized as the direct disciple of the Peak Master. Although the 2 did not fully grasp the significance of being a direct disciple of the Peak Master, they were acutely aware of the rarity of a late-stage foundation establishment mentor. Thus, the previously hesitant Lin Kuo resolutely boarded the vessel, willingly accepting the role of Yi Chen's maid. The flying vessel swiftly arrived at Qingyun sect, briefly landing at the mountain gate. Upon seeing the indifferently clad Gu Yunyun in her crimson robes, the elder at the gate hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, Elder Gu." Gu Yunyun nodded slightly, instructing, "Have someone from the Internal Affairs Hall come to the Sword Peak shortly to handle the registration. I am taking on a disciple." The elder at the mountain gate was taken aback by this revelation. Elder Gu was known for her aloofness towards all matters outside the sword, having never taken on a disciple until now. Even prodigies with extraordinary spirit roots had not piqued her interest. To accept a disciple now, what kind of talent must this individual possess? The elder did not dare to delay and promptly acknowledged her command.
Gu Yunyan offered no further words, and once the formation was activated, she guided the vessel directly through the mountain gate. This left Yi Chen, who was seated with a dignified demeanor, feeling quite contemplative. Previously, he had heard that one must personally complete the entry procedures upon arrival at the sect, yet now, as a direct disciple, he was afforded the convenience of having the Internal Affairs Hall come directly to assist him. The status of a direct disciple was far more elevated than he had anticipated. Within Qingyun sect, the ethereal aura enveloped the surroundings, mountains piercing the sky like swords, and various ethereal cranes and spiritual The density of spiritual energy was even greater than that of the outside world, leaving Yi Chen, Lu Jing, and Lin Kuo, who hailed from the outside, utterly awestruck. Before long, the vessel settled upon a mountain. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may seek guidance there. You possess mediocre talent, however, since you are determined to pursue immortality, I will still grant you the status of a direct disciple. Whether you can preserve it or break through to foundation establishment depends entirely on your own efforts. Upon retracting the vessel, Gu Yunyun regarded Yi Chen with indifferent eyes. In truth, she was not particularly pleased with this unexpected direct disciple. First and foremost, her passion lay solely in the sword and she held little regard for anything else, having never contemplated accepting a disciple. Secondly, Yi Chen's talent was disappointingly poor. With a third-grade spirit root, one could easily find 5 out of 10 casual practitioners on the street who surpassed him. Lastly, the presence of the female cultivator beside Yi Chen indicated that he was not one to endure hardship in his cultivation. With his lackluster talent and apparent indulgence in pleasures, his future seemed bleak. Thus, Gu Yunyun harbored no expectations for Yi Chen, intending merely to grant him the title of direct disciple, letting him fend for himself, likely to see him depart before long. Yi Chen, however, sensed the coldness of his master's demeanor but remained unfazed. With the existence of the licking dog system, he could warm even an ice-cold beauty. How much? Thus, he felt no anxiety. Gu Yunyun nodded. The Internal Affairs Hall will arrive shortly to register your identity and introduce you to everything within the sect. I shall take my leave now. Yi Chen promptly bowed to bid farewell to his aloof master. As he observed her retreating figure, he made a new discovery. Her waist was exceedingly slender, allowing him to discern her form from behind. While Lu Jing also possessed an impressive figure, she could not quite compare. It was no wonder his master garnered such overwhelming admiration. Her physique alone likely accounted for a significant portion of it. Nevertheless, Gu Yunyun seemed rather indifferent towards him, dismissing him with minimal conversation. Fortunately, the personnel from the Internal Affairs Hall arrived promptly. A flying vessel descended before Yi Chen and the 2 women, disembarking dozens of staff. Yi Chen respectfully replied, "Greetings, Elder. My master has returned to rest and instructed me to wait here for the Internal Affairs Hall to process the formalities." This indeed aligned with Gu Yunyun. The elder showed no surprise, rather, he scrutinized Yi Chen with keen interest. Elder Gu was known for her pride and singular focus on the sword. The sect leader had recommended a few times, even suggesting a disciple with extraordinary spirit roots. Now, she had unexpectedly brought back a disciple. What kind of talent could this individual possess? "I am Elder Chen from the Internal Affairs Hall, here to register you," he stated. "What is your name?" "Yi Chen." "And your spirit root?" The ordinary expectations for spirit roots typically ranged from attributeless 1st grade to 9th grade. However, there were also various extraordinary spirit roots, such as fire or water attributes. Yet, to think that Yi Chen, brought back personally by Elder Gu, possessed merely a 3rd grade spirit root, how could this be? Elder Chen, unable to fathom this, immediately instructed his assistants to retrieve the spirit root testing array. Yi Chen placed his hand upon it, and 3 beams of light appeared. Both Elder Chen and the other staff members fell silent, genuinely astonished. Was he truly a 3rd grade spirit root? To be frank, in Qingyun sect, a 7th grade spirit root was considered the baseline. To standout, one needed at least an 8th grade, while only those with 9th grade roots could be deemed as minor geniuses. As for a 3rd grade spirit root, many staff members in the sect had never even encountered one. Given that Qingyun sect did not accept mediocre talents, Elder Chen regarded Yi Chen with a complex expression. "Are you a relative of Elder Gu?" It was indeed a case of nepotism. Such occurrences were not uncommon in Qingyun sect. After all, elders were human too, and sometimes they could not refuse a favor. However, a peak master could. The rest would merely be ordinary disciples under the elders, receiving slightly more resources but no additional privileges. It seemed that Elder Gu had some considerable debt of gratitude to repay. Elder Chen promptly lost interest, instructing his subordinates to record Yi Chen's information, uttering not a single additional word. Once the registration was complete, Yi Chen received his token, and only then did Elder Chen speak. The benefits of being a If you participate in the sect's grand competition and emerge victorious, the low-grade pill can be upgraded to a mid-grade. There are numerous facilities in the sect that ordinary disciples have restricted access to, but direct transfer, the 5 elements cave could purify and compress one's entire mana, significantly enhancing both mana and physicality. A single visit would yield immense benefits. The opportunities within the secret realms were even more abundant.
Who would give them away? Elder Chen scrutinized Yi Chen, guessing the reason behind his inquiry. As a mere 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator with a 3rd-grade spirit root, it was likely he feared being overshadowed. Despite his connections, Elder Chen still spoke earnestly. The quotas belong to you, so you may certainly give them to whomever you wish. However, it must be a voluntary transfer. While we encourage competition among disciples, we uphold integrity. Any form of underhanded theft will not be tolerated, even if committed by other direct disciples. Such individuals will face consequences, potentially having their cultivation abolished and being expelled from the sect. Rest assured. Immediately, Elder Chen noted the relieved smile on Yi Chen's face, prompting him to shake his head. A direct disciple, yet fearful of having resources snatched away. It seemed the weakest direct disciple in Qingyun sect had just been born. Chapter 75 of the Day of Harvest. Is it permissible to bestow the... That is settled then. Yi Chen felt an extraordinary sense of joy, a smile gracing his visage. This expression prompted Elder Chen to shake his head in disbelief, merely because he would not be robbed of it. He was so elated. This weakest direct disciple truly seems beyond redemption. However, Yi Chen's status as a direct disciple certainly cannot be sustained for long. Elder Chen could not restrain himself from elaborating further. While should your performance be unsatisfactory, it may even lead to disqualification. For instance, in the sect's grand competition, direct disciples are required to participate. Yi Chen comprehended the message. Indeed, the status of a direct disciple is prestigious, accompanied by substantial benefits. However, proportionally, the dangers are considerable. For a genius, this is manageable, as they can swiftly convert resources into strength. Yet, for an ordinary individual, attaining the status of a direct disciple might not be advantageous, and one could even perish due to perilous sect missions. Nevertheless, while he may not be a genius, he possesses a system. By distributing the benefits of a direct disciple, he could directly receive exponential feedback. The efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of a genius. Maintaining the identity of a direct disciple would certainly not be a daunting task for Yi Chen. Therefore, he remained entirely unperturbed. Thank you, Elder Chen, for your reminder. I shall not disappoint my master, Yi Chen expressed with gratitude. Sensing the elder's goodwill, Elder Chen shook his head, gracefully departing, leaving the attendants to manage various internal affairs for Yi Chen. They prepared his accommodations, informed him of numerous precautions, and even brought forth the elixirs and spirit stones for the month. Each direct disciple receives a fixed quota of 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 30 high-grade elixirs monthly. This alone reflects the generosity of the Qingyun sect. Once the attendants took their leave, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo entered to organize their belongings. Yi Chen stood before his cave dwelling, gazing at the sky filled with dancing celestial birds, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. He had finally entered the Qingyun sect. Tomorrow, he would see what delightful surprises the senior sisters of the sect might bring him. While his master's hundredfold return is undeniably substantial, as a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, Yi Chen was unable to present the items his master required. Moreover, even if he managed to scrape together spirit stones to purchase something, the hundredfold return would likely not be of much use to him at present. Thus, while he wished to please his master, the timing was not right. He would wait until he had established his foundation. Currently, what he most needed were senior sisters of the same Qi refining stage with high multiplier returns. Even if he couldn't find them immediately, Sun Ruoxin had also entered Qingyun sect. At the very least, she could provide a guaranteed 15-fold return. Therefore, Yi Chen was not in a hurry. Before tomorrow arrived, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Turning back, Yi Chen saw Lu Jing and Lin Kuo diligently tidying up the cave. After enduring for so long, he had finally arrived at Qingyun sect. Delicacies could finally be enjoyed. Liu Jing, clad in a flowing gown, was bent over, arranging the bedding, making Yi Chen envision a full moon. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo was using a cleaning spell to sweep the walls, the breeze tousling her long hair, revealing her exquisitely pure first love visage, simply breathtaking, which should he choose, a typical man would undoubtedly hesitate at this moment. However, Yi Chen did not waver. Children make choices, adults take all with determination. Yi Chen strode into the cave and promptly shut the door behind him. In the next instant, startled exclamations from Lu Jing and Lin Kuo echoed from within, but soon the sounds transformed into something more intimate. For Yi Chen had been holding back for so long, and today, the two women who had been caught in a liminal state of indecision finally experienced what it meant to possess the strength of a dragon and elephant. Meanwhile, atop the sword peak, within a bamboo pavilion, Gu Yunyun reclined beside a green flying sword. Her perfect and voluptuous form lay languidly upon the bamboo bed, gazing up at the starlit sky through the window. An invisible stellar force was drawn down from the heavens, illuminating Gu Yunyun's already striking figure, accentuated further by her disheveled attire. This was a secret technique she had acquired, capable of harnessing starlight to nurture both sword and spirit. While drawing upon the starlight, Gu Yunyun's thoughts wandered to her disciple, Yi Chen. Naturally, she was not particularly satisfied with him. However, the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him was repaid with mere status. Regrettably, Yi Chen's aptitude was genuinely lacking. The sect had a rule: a peak master could only have one direct disciple throughout their lifetime. Any subsequent disciples would merely be ordinary disciples, without the benefits accorded to direct disciples. Thus, Gu Yunyun's feelings towards Yi Chen were indeed complex. On one hand, she held little hope and was disinclined to intervene. On the other, she felt that Yi Chen was connected to her benefactor, and it would be inappropriate to disregard him entirely. Unable to resist, she extended her spiritual sense, seeking to ascertain whether Yi Chen was diligently cultivating. If he were to exert sufficient effort, perhaps with her support, he might still have a chance to break through to foundation establishment. However, upon unleashing her spiritual sense and arriving at Yi Chen's cave, the peculiar sounds she heard caused her spirit to retract instantly, her beautiful face flushing crimson. Gu Yunyun could not help but, moreover, the sounds were not solely the product of two individuals. Her direct disciple was irretrievably lost. Gu Yunyun ceased to entertain thoughts of aiding Yi Chen. Since beginning her cultivation journey, she had remained solitary. Although she had heard of such matters, this was the first time she had ever encountered them. For a moment, her thoughts became chaotic, prompting her to rummage through her storage ring for a flask of wine, which she downed in a single gulp. Perhaps due to her haste, some of the liquid dribbled down her chin, cascading along her elegant neck into the depths of her snowy bosom, silently disappearing. Time passed, and Gu Yunyun found herself unable to resist extending her spiritual sense once more. Her delicate face flushed anew, resembling the blooming blush of rouge diffusing in water, utterly enchanting. An hour has passed, 2 hours have elapsed. Why hasn't he yet stopped?
Dawn is nearly upon us. Are they not going to sleep? This Yi Chen, though his aptitude is lacking, seems to possess a commendable physique.
Gu Yunyun became increasingly intrigued. It was only when the first light of dawn broke the horizon that the commotion from Yi Chen's cave finally ceased. A mix of embarrassment and satisfaction washed over Gu Yunyun as she retracted her spiritual sense.
Chapter 76 The Dual Cultivation Technique. After a brief moment of resting with his eyes closed, Yi Chen opened them amidst a delicate sensation. Once he had donned his attire, he noticed that the two women remained asleep, their long eyelashes fluttering slightly, yet their eyelids did not lift, as they drifted back into slumber. Although such attendants could be deemed somewhat remiss in their duties, Yi Chen understood their exhaustion and bore no ill will. He departed the cave abode directly, contemplating whether to pay his respects to his master, Gu Yunyu, in her bamboo pavilion, hoping to enhance his rapport. However, recalling her aloof demeanor from the previous day, he decided against it, opting to wait until he had established his foundation before courting her favor. For now, he would head to the Grand Plaza of the Qingyun sect. Having gained some understanding of the sect through the steward's introduction yesterday, Yi Chen was aware that the disciples primarily congregated in the Grand Plaza, which served as their central hub for activities. Spanning an area comparable to a small town, this plaza included living quarters, a commercial district, instructional zones, and administrative areas. Yi Chen quickly arrived at the Grand Plaza, where the central location housed the task hall of the Qingyun sect. A considerable number of disciples were already present, seeking assignments. Outside the hall, shouts echoed intermittently seeking to slay a 6-layer Qi refinement beast. One spot available, spoils and contributions shared. Requirement: 6-layer Qi refinement, adept in ice spells. I am at the 4-layer Qi refinement stage, proficient in the minor cloud rain technique, and have also grasped the fireball technique to a beginner level. Is there a senior brother or sister willing to take me along? If I don't undertake a task soon, I risk being expelled from the sect. The Pill Peak is in need of a trial alchemist, requiring above 6-layer Qi refinement, possessing a strong physique, 30 low-grade spirit stones per day, paid daily. If you can endure for 5 days, total remuneration increases to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Hunting task for the ancient Sung Eagle, seeking a teammate skilled in tracking, high contributions, come quickly. The bustling scene before him evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to that of an online game from his previous life. Teams were seeking members, and as Yi Chen approached, he caught their attention. However, upon noticing the 3 puffs of white clouds on his attire, they were taken aback. In the Qingyun sect, ordinary disciples bore a single cloud on their garments, while elder disciples displayed 2. Only the personally taught disciples of the Peak Masters adorned themselves with 3 clouds. Given that there were only 4 Peak Masters in the sect, the sudden appearance of another raised eyebrows. Consequently, many turned their curious gazes towards him, with several disciples approaching to pay their respects. Being a personal disciple indicated exceptional talent, and they were eager to forge connections. The realm of cultivation was not solely about conflict. Human relationships played a vital role. A robust network could prove invaluable in times of need. Yi Chen smiled at the ordinary disciples, scanning the area. The system had only chimed a few times, with the responses being 5-fold or 10-fold. Such multipliers were beneath his notice now, as his aspirations had grown beyond them. After circling the task hall, he made his way towards the instructional area. This space consisted of various open platforms, each typically hosting an elder imparting knowledge. Some taught foundational techniques, while others introduced various introductory spells, and even advanced skills were covered. As a personally taught disciple, Yi Chen had access to all areas without hindrance. It was evident that the elders were earnest in their teachings, reminiscent of a university atmosphere. After exploring the area, Yi Chen grasped why the Qingyun sect held such allure for ordinary cultivators. In the outside world, finding someone to guide one in acquiring knowledge was a formidable challenge. Yet within the Qingyun sect, these benefits were available to all disciples. Even if resources were lacking, they could undertake tasks to earn merit and exchange it for various resources to enhance themselves. This was far superior to living as a rogue cultivator outside. Although the sect provided minimal resources to ordinary disciples, the advantages gained from being part of the Qingyun sect far exceeded expectations. Regrettably, in the instructional area, Yi Chen did not encounter a suitable gifting candidate. However, he did spot a potential gift-worthy item from a disciple who appeared to be 20 times more generous. She was a stunning sister at the 7-layer Qi refinement stage, her beauty striking, yet, she was accompanied by a male cultivator, and their interactions were notably intimate. Although the system's notification indicated she was still a maiden, the mutual affection between them was unmistakable. Yi Chen, who had always disdained encroaching upon others' relationships, chose to disregard the situation. There were countless blossoms in the world, why see someone else's partner? Having perused the instructional area, Yi Chen proceeded towards the commercial district.
This area featured sex shops and numerous stalls set up by disciples, selling items acquired during their tasks in the outside world. As he strolled through the streets, he hoped to stumble upon a suitable gift while also seeking something of interest. Freshly acquired Eagle-Eye Tiger Blood, perfect for beginners learning talismans, 1 low-grade spirit stone per small bucket. Well-prepared first-grade Demon Beast pelts, 30% cheaper than shop prices, come quickly. Just produced mid-grade vitality-enhancing pills, optimal efficacy. As Yi Chen wandered through the crowds, he found little to catch his eye. After all, if the disciples had truly obtained any treasures, they would likely keep them for themselves. Anything available for sale was likely of little value. He continued his aimless perambulation until he passed by a stall selling cultivation techniques. His steps halted, and a look of keen interest crossed his face. The stall displayed a dual cultivation technique. Dual cultivation, as the name suggested, involved 2 cultivators practicing together. Since his arrival in this world, Yi Chen had been intrigued by such. However, in the current cultivation realm, there was a tendency towards expediency, and authentic dual cultivation techniques were scarce. Instead, secret arts like the seductive art had become the norm. Thus, Yi Chen had yet to encounter a genuine one until now, which naturally piqued his enthusiasm. Authentic dual cultivation techniques could enhance both parties' cultivation while indulging in pleasure. Although the gains might be modest, having something was preferable to nothing. If the effects of the dual cultivation technique were to double after gifting it, wouldn't that lead to an exponential increase in benefits? Yi Chen, whose talents were lackluster, was eager to accelerate his cultivation pace. Even if the enhancement was minor, it was better than having none at all. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "How much for this technique?" The stall attendant replied calmly, "1 high-grade spirit stone." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at the response. 1 high-grade spirit stone for a dual cultivation technique. Had the vendor lost his senses? The most expensive flying boat Yi Chen had purchased previously cost only 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Did the Qingyun sect produce avaricious individuals akin to Sun Yi? Why is it so costly? Yi Chen asked, frowning. The vendor exhibited signs of impatience, ready to dismiss him with a comment about how a poor fool could not afford it. However, upon noticing the 3 clouds on Yi Chen's attire, he was taken aback. A personally taught disciple of a peak master, although he had never seen Yi Chen before, it was uncommon for anyone in the Qingyun sect to impersonate a personal disciple. The vendor immediately became enthusiastic, rising to introduce. It requires no distraction, nor does it necessitate special conversion of gains. Both parties receive a return of spiritual energy throughout the process. One could say that it enhances cultivation without interfering with the main event. Brother, for such, will this lead to trouble? After listening to the dual cultivation technique, Yi Chen found himself increasingly intrigued. It was not for any ulterior motives, he was simply not that kind of person. Primarily, Yi Chen recognized his own inadequate talent and sought to enhance his breakthrough speed. He understood that he must seize every opportunity available. Unlike conventional cultivation, dual cultivation does not even if the cultivation gained through dual practice amounts to merely 1/10 of that achieved through standard methods. Over the years, this could save a considerable amount of time. Moreover, Yi Chen discovered that the system only acknowledged those who were pure. For instance, after having spent the night with Lu Jing and Lin Kuer, he found them absent from the system's feedback list the following day. In a certain sense, they had become of little utility to him. Keeping them around would merely allow them to serve as attendants. However, with the dual cultivation technique, the situation would be different. Even if they were unrecognized by the system, they could still contribute their residual energy. It was, in essence, a perfect arrangement. With this in mind, Yi Chen picked up the jade slip and, having received consent from the other party, probed his consciousness to scan the technique's overview. Zhao Gong. Life is fleeting, indulge in dual cultivation, for what joy knows no bounds. Once cultivated, the technique will automatically activate during discussion. Exceeding this duration will significantly diminish conversion efficiency. When paired with a female cultivator of the same level, the efficiency equates to 1/10 of normal training. Indeed, it was precisely 1/10. Calculating this, it amounted to an additional 3 days of cultivation over the course of a month. Yet this did not account for the enhancements from using medicinal pills during standard training. Thus, these 3 days equated to merely 1 day. Diligently toiling every day for a month would yield only a single extra day of cultivation. This efficiency was hardly remarkable. One might as well say it was nearly inconsequential. Furthermore, with a mere 2-hour effective period each day, such scant time was hardly worthy of consideration. Yi Chen concluded that this technique was inadequate. The results are rather mediocre. One might say it is barely better than nothing. I shall offer 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen declared, initiating the haggling. The stall owner twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. Senior brother, you understand how arduous it is to elevate one's cultivation. Any opportunity to enhance one's abilities, even by the slightest measure, must be seized. After all, a slow step leads to a slow journey. 10 mid-grade spirit stones are truly insufficient. How could I possibly seek a partner? If a partner claims a task is too difficult or expresses fear, you would have to accompany them, wouldn't you? If your partner runs out of resources for cultivation, and if the child possesses spiritual roots, you would still need to provide resources. Seeking a partner wastes both time and resources. Only a fool would pursue such a path. Yesterday, I overheard a newly admitted disciple mention that his cousin is a simper. This fellow was surprisingly perceptive, yet that cousin he mentioned felt strangely familiar. Wasn't he that the rogue Yi Tian, who had entered the Qingyun sect only to focus on spreading rumors instead of cultivating? The next time they met, he must teach him a lesson. The dual cultivation technique indeed possessed its unique merits, yet its actual enhancement to cultivation was minimal. It was something low-tier cultivators could not afford, while high-tier cultivators would dismiss it. The stall owner must have possessed it for quite some time, and Yi Chen's status as an inheritor likely compelled him to forge a connection. Ultimately, they reached a successful transaction at the price of 50 mid-grade spirit stones. After concluding the deal, Yi Chen walked back in high spirits. Although the Jiao Gong was indeed somewhat lacking in efficiency, what would the system feedback yield? Would it not lead to soaring heights? 100-fold feedback would be ideal. However, if he dared to present this to his master, she might very well expel him the very next day. Perhaps gifting this dual cultivation technique to the 20-fold female cultivator he had encountered earlier could prove promising. She had a vested interest in her own partner. Presenting her with the dual cultivation technique would be quite fitting. However, bestowing such a technique upon a female cultivator felt akin to harassment. What if she deemed it in advance, especially if she had a boyfriend? Would he not find himself in trouble? Moreover, it might tarnish his reputation. Yi Chen was caught in this dilemma. A familiar voice called out from behind, "Senior, it seems you are on the verge of breaking through to a second-tier alchemist. Truly impressive." It was Sun Ruoxin's voice. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen instinctively turned to look. Indeed, Sun Ruoxin appeared, clad in the disciple garb of the Qingyun sect, her long, shapely legs capturing the. However, when the system notification sounded, Yi Chen was taken aback. This was not due to Sun Ruoxin, but rather the female cultivator standing beside her. System has detected a compatible feedback subject. Yao Shi. 30-fold feedback rate. What? Yi Chen immediately scrutinized the scene. Next to Sun Ruoxin stood a tall female cultivator, her legs nearly matching Sun Ruoxin's in length, yet her height surpassed them both, standing at least 175 centimeters. Her figure was equally remarkable, with a slender waist and long legs, culminating in a captivating silhouette. Yet, what drew the eye most was her back. With a slight turn of his face, Yi Chen could discern her exaggerated curves, reminiscent of those striking Brazilian beauties from his past life, as if a glass of exquisite wine had been perfectly balanced upon her. Her physique was extraordinary, deserving of that 30-fold feedback rate. The female cultivator, named Yaoshi, walked alongside Sun Ruoxin, her stunning face adorned with a serene smile. Quite intriguing. Your talisman-making skills are commendable. With diligent practice, you might not be unable to become a disciple of the talisman elder, Yaoshi remarked with a light chuckle, her words seemingly sincere yet casually indifferent. Her father had a past connection with Sun Yi, thus out of respect for her father, she offered slight assistance to Sun Ruoxin within the sect. Although she was a senior sister, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, she was burdened with numerous concerns. How could she spare more time to engage with Sun Ruoxin? She intended to leave after exchanging a few pleasantries.
Ruoxin?
Noticing Sun Ruoxin in a daze, Yaoshi frowned and prompted her. Sun Ruoxin snapped back to reality, astonishment and disbelief filling her eyes. She quickly apologized to senior sister Yaoshi. "I'm sorry, I was surprised to see a familiar face.
I happen to have some matters to attend to."
With that, she prepared to depart. However, when she casually glanced over to see who Sun Ruoxin's acquaintance was, she caught sight of the 3 swirling white clouds adorning Yi Chen. The acquaintance of Sun Ruoxin was, in fact, the direct disciple of the Peak Master. Yaoshi's departing footfalls immediately halted. Chapter 78 of The Repugnant Man Beneath. Upon encountering Yi Chen at Qingyun sect, Sun Ruoxin was undoubtedly taken aback, especially seeing him adorned in the disciple's garb of the sect. Had the Yi family granted another entry slot to Yi Chen, was he truly held in such high regard? Sun Ruoxin found herself utterly perplexed, yet, as she had just arrived at Qingyun sect, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through. To meet a man who selflessly dedicated himself to her, regardless of her feelings toward him, brought a certain joy and reassurance to her heart. Moreover, with Yi Chen now part of Qingyun sect, would he not be This was indeed splendid news. "Junior brother, you have also entered Qingyun sect. How wonderful! Just yesterday, I was quite concerned that your family might punish you. But how did you manage to get in?" Sun Ruoxin inquired with delight. "What a foolish concern. If you were genuinely worried, why did you flee so hastily after receiving the Qingyun order, as if afraid I might return?" Yi Chen scoffed inwardly. However, he couldn't be bothered to pay much attention to Sun Ruoxin at that moment, for behind her stood an enchanting beauty, the senior sister. Leisurely, Yi Chen responded, "It was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Why not introduce the senior sister behind you?" Sun Ruoxin was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Yi Chen's gaze. Turning around, she realized that the senior sister had not departed. Yet, Yi Chen's demeanor remained indifferent, his focus evidently on the senior sister, which stirred a twinge of discomfort within Sun Ruoxin. Nevertheless, she introduced, "This is senior sister Yaoshi of Qingyun sect, who has reached the 9th level of qi refinement and is a disciple of an elder from the Dan Peak.
This is Yi Chen, my junior brother, who once studied talisman."
Yi Chen shook his head. "It is merely the basics, far beneath senior sister Yao's prowess. If given the opportunity, I would be grateful for your guidance." Yaoshi responded graciously, "There is a weekly class on high-grade elixirs that I always attend.
If junior brother requires assistance, do not hesitate to approach me after class.
I have matters to attend to shortly, so I shall take my leave for now."
Yi Chen nodded in thanks, watching as Yaoshi gracefully turned and walked away.
One could not deny that her front was stunning, yet her back was nothing short of breathtaking. Such an exquisite curvature was a sight Yi Chen had never encountered before. Coupled with her willow-like waist, it was hard to fathom the beauty she would embody in a bending motion.
I must begin my training. I shall take my leave. Sun Ruoxin's expression grew cold. Yi Chen had nearly completely disregarded her, his eyes seemingly only for the senior sister. Most distressing was that even after the senior sister had departed, Yi Chen lingered, gazing longingly for quite some time. Though she had long known Yi Chen was not the type to be a devoted admirer, being so blatantly overlooked in front of her was infuriating. Was she truly inferior to the senior sister? Thus, Sun Ruoxin, filled with ire, uttered a terse remark before turning to leave. At her words, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow after taking so much from him, deceiving him into fleeing on a flying vessel, and entering Qingyun's sect solely by his own merit. How dare she express anger? Absurd, yet, Sun Ruoxin still held some value. The dual cultivation technique was unsuitable as a gift for his master or for the newly acquainted Yaoshi. Presenting such a thing upon first meeting might seem excessively peculiar and detrimental to future prospects. Furthermore, Yaoshi might not even require it. If the system did not recognize it, it would be tantamount to giving it away for nothing. However, Sun Ruoxin was different. She had once promised that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, she would repay him with her body. Regardless of the sincerity behind her words, Yi Chen took them to heart. Hence, it was entirely reasonable to gift her the dual cultivation technique, ensuring system recognition and a reward. With a smile, Yi Chen remarked, having just entered Qingyun sect, it is only proper to be courteous to strangers. Moreover, as she is your friend, I cannot appear too disrespectful. I came specifically to the sect square today to find you. I even spent a high-grade spirit stone to procure a suitable gift for you. Yi Chen's explanation was quite reasonable. Upon hearing that he had prepared a gift worth a high-grade spirit stone, Sun Ruoxin's anger dissipated instantly. Following the trickery of her father's master, Elder Kong, the spirit stones accumulated by her and her father had been completely depleted, leaving her in a state of poverty. Yi Chen's thoughtful gesture was undeniably uplifting. I shall forgive you this time, but you must not repeat such behavior in the future. With that, Sun Ruoxin extended her hand, signaling Yi Chen to present the gift. Yi Chen, inwardly amused, placed the recently acquired dual cultivation technique, the Elysium technique, into her palm. As Sun Ruoxin gazed at the jade slip, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this a spell? A spell worth a high-grade spirit stone must be extraordinary. Her delight grew as she delved into the description with her consciousness. However, once she comprehended the details, she froze, her face aflame, eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yi Chen. She never anticipated that Yi Chen's gift would be a dual cultivation technique. Was he truly suggesting a dual cultivation relationship with her? Sensing Sun Ruoxin's gaze, Yi Chen feigned confusion. Did not senior sister say that once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you would offer your body to me? Is it inappropriate for me to prepare the dual cultivation technique in advance? Could it be that senior sister had no intention of dual cultivating with me and was merely deceiving me? Yi Chen's words caused Sun Ruoxin, who had intended to express her indignation, to falter. When she had sought to obtain the Qingyun order from Yi Chen, she had indeed made similar comments, but they were uttered in jest. In truth, had she reached the foundation establishment stage, how could she possibly regard Yi Chen with any interest? The notion of using her body to repay him was utterly preposterous, yet, Yi Chen had fixated on this matter, even going so far as to acquire the dual cultivation technique. What did this imply? Yi Chen was not genuinely fond of her, rather, he was lusting after her body. Everything he had done was merely a means to possess her. How naive she had been to think Yi Chen was different from other men. Disgusting, repugnant, yet, despite her internal ranting, Sun Ruoxin recognized that while Qingyun's sect was indeed splendid, one still required resources to rise above the rest. At present, she found herself destitute. Now was the time she needed Yi Chen's support the most. She could not afford to create a rift. Suppressing her fury, she spoke with forced calmness. How could I deceive my junior brother? It is merely that such matters are somewhat awkward for me. Thank you for your gift. I assure you, I will diligently study and practice this technique. Having spoken, she even bestowed upon Yi Chen a flirtatious glance, laced with unspoken intentions. However, she had already resolved to hand this troublesome technique to her father for sale. At that moment, a smile spread across Yi Chen's face, not due to Sun Ruoxin's somewhat juvenile expression but because the system's feedback notification chimed in his mind. Chapter 79. Those favored fear no one. Gifts. Great Joy Zen Method. Great Joy Zen Method, the path to bliss, a dual cultivation technique that allows all practitioners involved to revel in extreme joy while significantly enhancing their cultivation. Moreover, practitioners can rely on this skill to solidify their foundations and cultivate their essence, growing ever bolder in battle. With no time restrictions, the reward has been credited to the host's storage space. Upon hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Great Joy Zen Method, the name certainly carries an air of prestige. Judging by the description, it appears to be far superior to the Supreme Bliss technique. At the very least, it lacks the time constraints. Furthermore, it promises to foster a spirit of continuous improvement in combat. As for the claim of significant enhancement, the specifics must be tested personally. In any case, the sound of the system's reward filled Yi Chen with delight. On the very next day after joining the Qingyun sect, he encountered the suitable 30-fold female cultivator, Yaoshi, who also provided a commendable dual cultivation technique. It could be deemed perfect. Indeed, joining the Qingyun sect was a fortuitous choice. Junior brother, please refrain from sending such gifts in the future. I am currently planning to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, so I might be in seclusion for a while. If you need anything, you may come to my residence. Sun Ruoxin stated earnestly, subtly hinting that Yi Chen should offer something more useful in the future. She also intended to show him around. Yi Chen couldn't help but smirk. With a 30-fold senior sister, who would still need to send gifts daily, it was nothing short of a dream.
Yi Chen was already planning to attend the alchemy class, hoping for a chance encounter with senior sister Yao Shi, and conveniently present her with a gift. The significance of Sun Ruoxin had rapidly diminished in Yi Chen's eyes. However, a tour was still warranted. In case senior sister needed to find him, Sun Ruoxin could manage as a backup. The two departed the Grand Plaza and arrived at the disciples' living quarters. The disciples' area appeared quite decent, comprising small courtyards, each spanning roughly 100 square meters. The conditions could only be described as mediocre. Standing there, Yi Chen could distinctly sense the concentration of spiritual energy was far inferior to that of the Sword Peak. Residing atop the main peak and enjoying a denser spiritual aura was one of the perks of being a direct disciple. They soon reached the entrance of Sun Ruoxin's courtyard, concerned that Yi Chen might follow her inside. Fearing he would take advantage of their solitude, she was still hoping to receive gifts from him. It would be awkward to refuse too firmly, as it might lead to her being taken advantage of. Thus, Sun Ruoxin bashfully remarked, "I just moved in yesterday, and the place is still a mess, so I can only invite you for tea next time." Yi Chen chuckled at her words. So, she intends to discard me after use. However, this suited Yi Chen just fine. He was eager to return and experiment with the dual cultivation technique. Thus, without uttering a single word, he resolutely turned and left, showing no signs of reluctance. This demeanor left Sun Ruoxin somewhat taken aback. A flicker of doubt arose within her. Had she been too distant, causing Yi Chen to feel slighted? It was indeed a possibility. Simply being a disciple of the Qingyun sect was invaluable, not to mention Yi Chen had gifted her numerous treasures. Yet here she was, appearing dissatisfied, even failing to invite him inside for a brief respite. Anyone would feel irked in his position. Nevertheless, even acknowledging her somewhat excessive behavior, Sun Ruoxin remained. After all, Yi Chen had been rather forward. She had merely uttered her thoughts in gratitude, yet he had taken them to heart. He had even procured the dual cultivation technique. Why Yi Chen's intentions in gifting the Qingyun token were not purely altruistic. He was undoubtedly after her physical affections. If she were to treat him kindly, Yi Chen would surely take advantage of that, potentially leading to demands for further intimacy. Thus, she resolved to maintain a cold demeanor towards him. As for whether Yi Chen might become upset or distance himself from her, Sun Ruoxin felt no concern. After all, Yi Chen had willingly given her the Qingyun token. He had even believed the absurd fib surrounding the flying vessel incident. This indicated a profound affection for her. How could someone so devoted truly harbor anger? No matter how coldly she treated him, Yi Chen would undoubtedly continue to cling to her, offering unwavering support. There was no need for worry. In summary, when it came to Yi Chen, Sun Ruoxin felt utterly unassailable. Why Yi Chen returned to the Sword Peak in high spirits, entering his courtyard. Aside from his master, he was one of only a few individuals on the entire peak, ensuring an atmosphere of tranquility. Upon entering, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo had already awakened. Upon seeing Yi Chen, their faces flushed. "Greetings, young master." After offering everything to him the previous night, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo had relinquished their reservations, fully accepting their current situation and contentedly serving as his attendants. Serving Yi Chen came with excellent benefits. He promised to provide them with the necessary elixirs for cultivation and a monthly remuneration of a mid-grade spiritual stone. Such terms, in any other circumstance, would be irresistible, even to female cultivators in the later stages of qi refinement, who would willingly become his kept women. By merely remaining in Yi Chen's presence and attending to him, they would receive all the resources and necessities for cultivation. This was undoubtedly a dream job for most cultivators. Thus, both women were genuinely content in their roles as attendants. Soon, Lu Jing went to prepare a meal, while Lin Kuo tidied the room. Yi Chen, in turn, retrieved the Great Joy Zen method gifted by the system from his storage ring. Pressing the jade slip against his forehead, a torrent of information surged into his mind. To his delight, the jade slip contained not only the cultivation methods for the Great Joy Zen method but also the dual cultivation poses of the Joy Zen sect, totaling 365 variations. After perusing through them, Yi Chen felt his horizons broaden. As cultivators wielded various spells, the diversity of techniques was boundless. After reviewing the material, Yi Chen was left with a singular thought. The directors from his previous life Island Nation were indeed too conservative. The initiation into the dual cultivation method was not difficult. Within an afternoon, Yi Chen had grasped the basics. When individuals learn something new, their first impulse is often to try it out. After dinner, Yi Chen gazed at the starry sky in his courtyard before calling the two women inside. Upon hearing his voice, their stunning faces flushed with crimson. In truth, they had completely let go of their reservations regarding Yi Chen. After all, everything belonged to him now. However, having the three of them together undeniably created an awkward atmosphere. Despite their embarrassment, the two women obediently entered the room. When they saw Yi Chen produce the stone clock jade bed, their eyes widened in astonishment. The bed was entirely translucent, surrounded by spiritual energy, resembling a miniature gathering array. Practicing on it would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Most importantly, the surface felt as soft as jelly, eliminating the need for a mattress. They had never anticipated that Yi Chen possessed such a treasure. After Yi Chen briefly explained the bed's properties, their astonishment deepened. This bed could accelerate cultivation. How many spiritual stones must it be worth? Moreover, given its size, a regular storage bag could hardly contain it. Thus, Yi Chen's storage bag was undoubtedly far more capacious than those he had gifted to them. However, this revelation did not incite jealousy in the two women. On the contrary, it only solidified their perception of Yi Chen's profound capabilities. To follow a man of such stature was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for them. Yet soon, the two women had little time to ponder these thoughts. Chapter 80, The Disciple is a Sycophant. Although Gu Yunyun possessed a figure that was undeniably alluring, her temperament was notably cool and forthright, creating a striking contrast. She spent her days immersed in cultivation and at night, she would recline beside her bamboo loft, gazing up at the starry sky, gradually succumbing to slumber. However, in recent days, Gu Yunyun found herself unable to sleep with the commotion emanating from Yi Chen's vicinity, though not loud enough to reach the bamboo loft, inexplicably compelled her to extend her spiritual awareness to eavesdrop. As she listened, her curiosity about how long Yi Chen could endure grew, and before she realized it, the night had slipped away. Her routine was utterly disrupted. Tonight, as Gu Yunyun lay on her side, her curvaceous silhouette was a sight to behold, with undulating peaks that were simply breathtaking.
It's been a week already. Is Yi Chen's physical constitution truly so formidable? Is he not concerned about depleting his essence? Even if it does not harm his foundation, has he no intention of earnest cultivation? Why then has he come to Qingyun's sect to be my direct disciple? He could easily request more valuable items using the token. Gu Yunyun was filled with curiosity regarding her disciple.
The reason for her eavesdropping was tied to the cultivation method she practiced. Gu Yunyun had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and was preparing for a breakthrough to the golden core stage. Yet, due to the smoothness of her progress, her mental state was not entirely complete. The sounds from Yi Chen's side provided her with significant emotional turbulence. She sensed that the day she could remain utterly unperturbed by the sounds emanating from Yi Chen would be the. Though her mind was still plagued with various distractions while listening, Gu Yunyun remained confident in her willpower. Believing she would inevitably succeed, however, she understood that she must not recklessly attempt a breakthrough. The process of advancing to the golden core stage would invariably involve facing a trial of the heart. Any weakness would lead to failure. Thus, this was not mere eavesdropping, it was a form of cultivation. Gu Yunyun continued to listen intently, though the blush on her cheeks and the sheen of perspiration on her forehead, paired with occasional sips of spirit wine, revealed that she was not as aloof as she appeared.
This Great Joy Zen method is indeed remarkably effective.
In the early morning, Yi Chen merely closed his eyes for a moment before rising to commence his cultivation. Beside him, Lin Kur and Lu Jing lay beneath a silk quilt, each in varied postures, indulging in sweet slumber. Throughout the past week, Yi Chen had been experimenting with the Great Joy Zen method, and after 2 days of adjustment, the results were astonishingly potent, especially with the enhancement of the Shizhong Jade Mulling bed. The efficiency of his cultivation had nearly doubled, akin to the effect of an elixir. Moreover, the Great Joy Zen was a legitimate dual cultivation technique, benefiting not only Yi Chen but also the two women, who were reaping the rewards of their improved cultivation and demonstrating increasingly impressive results. In summary, with the assistance of the Great Joy Zen method, Yi Chen's cultivation speed had multiplied. With his mediocre aptitude, even with premium elixirs and the support of the Jade Bed, he would have required at least 6 months to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Yet now, he might achieve it in as little as 3 months. With diligent effort, it was even possible to reach the 7th layer within that time frame. Upon concluding his cultivation, the two women had quietly risen. One prepared breakfast while the other awaited to assist Yi Chen with his morning routine. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, Lin Kur, with a face reminiscent of first love, meticulously attended to him. Relishing the delicate touch of her slender hands, Yi Chen felt an immense sense of joy. However, as Lin Kur's hands began to wander lower, he halted her. Lin Kur was highly ambitious, always eager to learn in secret while Lu Jing was absent. Yet today, Yi Chen had matters to attend to, so he disregarded Lin Kur's pouting gaze, had his breakfast, and urged the two women to cultivate diligently before heading to the sect's Grand Plaza. The enhancement in cultivation through the Great Joy Zen method was directly related to the level of the practitioners. Both women were at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, but with the provision of various resources and the chance to use the Jade Bed, their progress had been swift. They were on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer. The method of fire control lies in the spirit. You must elevate your fire control technique to a consummate stage to master spirit fire is rare, but if obtained, your alchemical skills will surely experience a meteoric rise, benefiting not just alchemy but cultivation as well. Alright, today's lesson concludes here. Should you have further inquiries, you may visit the Tianxian Alchemy Shop, where I have documented my alchemical insights. I believe that after studying it, you will undoubtedly gain valuable knowledge. What amused him most was that the elder had even taken to advertising after the class. Quite absurd, however. Yi Chen paid little heed to such matters. His alchemical proficiency had already reached the pinnacle of the first. He had no need for the elder's teachings. The reason for his presence was undoubtedly for the 30-fold enhancement offered by his senior sister, Yashi. Since his master was not yet available for flattery, Yashi had become the most cherished female cultivator in Yi Chen's heart, without exception. During the lecture, Yashi had occupied the front row. The classroom was quite rudimentary, merely mats laid upon the ground, with many disciples seated cross-legged. However, due to Yashi's extraordinary figure, she chose to kneel instead. The breathtaking view created by her form was stunning beyond words. At this moment, as the class concluded, Yashi seemed to linger in contemplation, yet remained seated. Meanwhile, Yi Chen rose and approached her. The disciples dispersing around them cast curious glances at Yi Chen, their expressions tinged with peculiarity. After a week had passed, the news of a new direct disciple within the sect had circulated widely. Naturally, the fact that the sect's acknowledged strongest peak master, Gu Yunyun, had taken on a disciple piqued everyone's curiosity regarding the caliber of this talent. Soon, however, new rumors emerged, claiming that Yi Chen was merely a benefactor's child, having secured his status as a direct disciple through connections. With a mere third-grade spiritual root, inferior even to ordinary disciples, it was predicted that he would lose this title within 3 years. Additionally, there were whispers that this connection was nothing more than that of a sycophant, lacking ambition and merely bestowing resources upon the female cultivators. Such rumors undeniably left the disciples of Qingyun sect in awe. While everyone toiled for their cultivation, many did not even seek partners. The existence of someone willingly playing the sycophant was truly bizarre. Most astonishingly, this sycophant had somehow become a direct disciple. It was utterly preposterous. Thus, when the disciples beheld Yi Chen approaching the senior sister Yao Shi, their astonishment morphed into a belief that the rumors surrounding this direct disciple were. Chapter 81. The senior sister's schemes are quite profound. Yi Chen paid little heed to the peculiar gazes of those around him. The reputation of a licking dog is indeed unflattering, yet for him, it serves as the perfect guide. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength speaks volumes. One day, when he ascends to the status of an immortal emperor, who would dare to recall his past as a licking dog? With a smile, Yi Chen navigated through the crowd and approached his senior sister, Yao Xi. At that moment, Yao Shi was kneeling with her eyes closed, in a state of tranquility. The full moon, burdened by her weight, appeared to overflow on either side, evoking curiosity about the waves it might create when disturbed. Yi Chen admired the scene quietly, unhurried. Upon sensing someone observing her, Yao Shi opened her eyes to find Yi Chen gazing at her with fervor. Rather than displaying any displeasure, she felt a secret joy within her. As if oblivious to his gaze, she chuckled softly. Junior brother Yi has come to attend the lecture as well? I was so engrossed in the elder's teachings that I failed to notice your presence. I sincerely apologize. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. Senior sister is too kind. Gradually rising, Yao Shi restored the If so, I would be delighted to offer my assistance. Hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. The senior sister was surprisingly approachable, her demeanor far more amiable than he had anticipated. Was it due to his status as her direct disciple? However, he did not dwell on it, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Thus, he seized the opportunity. Indeed, I have a few uncertainties, and I am still unfamiliar. If senior sister has the time, might you take me around to familiarize myself with the sect? Cultivators are generally quite busy. Disciples of the Qingyun sect are often busier than wandering practitioners. They must cultivate, study, practice spells, and complete sect tasks, seldom wasting time, especially someone like Yao Shi, a leading figure among the disciples. Yet, to everyone's surprise, she readily agreed. The two then set off together, with Yao Shi introducing various aspects of the sect. As Yi Chen posed questions, she explained the intricacies of alchemy in a manner both profound and accessible. Yi Chen occasionally offered compliments, and they appeared to be thoroughly enjoying their conversation. This scene did not escape the notice of many disciples, who could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Yao Shi, as the outer sect's senior sister, was renowned for her beauty and figure, adored by countless admirers. Yet, most lacked the courage to pursue her, and now, this direct disciple, who had seemingly leveraged connections, was engaging so jovially with her, provoking discontent among a group of male disciples. What a sycophant! Instead of focusing on cultivation, he only seeks to ingratiate himself with female cultivators. As if someone like him could ever win the senior sister's attention, just wait until his status as a direct disciple is. Let us see if he can still flaunt himself then. This is the Qingyun workshop within the sect. If you wish to purchase various spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, or talismans, you may do so here. Essentially, everything a disciple needs can be found within. Standing before the entrance of the Qingyun workshop, Yao Shi smiled as she introduced Yi Chen nodded, contemplating whether to browse and find something suitable to gift Yao Shi. Just then, a female attendant emerged from the workshop, her face lighting up upon seeing Yao Shi. Senior sister, you've arrived. You mentioned last time that you sought a spell for remote capture and attack. We happen to have one in stock now. This spell is called Dragon Grasp. It can swiftly conjure a palm-sized ethereal hand within a 50-meter radius to seize items or strike at foes with minimal sound, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi's eyes sparkled with eagerness. She turned to Yi Chen and explained, during the Qi refinement stage, one can only manipulate objects within a range of about 5 meters with pure spiritual energy, and the precision is lacking. With delayed I will be out shortly after purchasing it. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at the thought of Yao Shi acquiring a spell. Was this not a perfect opportunity? While he lacked for spells, who would ever complain about having more? He had long wished to experience the immense surprises that Yao Shi's 30-fold feedback could yield. Not at all. I have never visited the Qingyun workshop, so Yao Shi smiled in agreement, gracefully ascending the steps into the shop. 10 mid-grade spirit stones? That seems excessively dear. Yao Shi exclaimed, her eyes widening at the price. The attendant quickly interjected, this dragon grasp is quite extraordinary. A spell that allows free manipulation within a 50-meter range, and accessible to those in the Qi refinement stage. There may not be another like it throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Yet, as she glanced at her storage bag, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. I have recently been trying to concoct new medicinal pills, and I spent a considerable amount of spirit stones on materials, leaving me short on funds at present. Is there I could return once I have gathered enough spirit stones.
However, the attendant shook her head.
Senior sister, you know this is against the rules. The steward's offer to ask you first before displaying it is already a considerable exception.
Should you let this spell slip away, you may regret it later. Perhaps you could ask a friend for a loan, like your direct disciple brother here?
The attendant suggested. Yao Shi's delicate features expressed her dilemma before she let out a wry smile. Never mind, what is meant for me will come. What is not, I shall let go. She directed her beautiful gaze toward Yi Chen. I apologize for the embarrassment, junior brother. I come from a wandering background, and it is only due to my decent talent that I entered the sect.
Yet, despite my alchemical skills, resources have always been scarce.
Furthermore, my singular focus on cultivating and refining pills has left me with few friends.
Let us depart, junior brother. As she spoke, Yao Shi cast a lingering glance at the jade slip in the attendant's hand before turning away.
Yi Chen observed the scene, raising an eyebrow. At first, he found the situation somewhat ordinary, yet upon reflection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the behavior of certain women from his previous life, who would take their companions shopping only to find something they desired but lacked the funds for. The suitor, keen to win the affection of the goddess, would never mention borrowing money. Instead, he would simply purchase the item, basking in the grateful gaze of the goddess. What transpired before him was strikingly similar. The schemes of the senior sister, it seemed, ran quite deep. Chapter 82. Has my obsessive admirer been stolen away? In that moment, Yi Chen comprehended everything with clarity. This senior sister, though seemingly warm-hearted, harbored deep ulterior motives. It was quite possible that this maidservant was in league with her, intentionally lying in wait. The senior sister's actions were likely influenced by the rumors surrounding her devoted admirer, pondering whether she could benefit from the situation. However, her maneuvers were surprisingly restrained, her intentions not overtly displayed. Her skill level far surpassed that of the women who sought to exploit others in his past life. Upon realizing this, Yi Chen's smile widened. For him, it was not the predatory women he feared, seeking to take advantage of him. Rather, he dreaded encountering a high-caliber female cultivator who was utterly devoid of desire. Such an encounter would be tormenting, visible. Moreover, the dragon seizing technique sounded impressive, boasting wide applicability. Yet he wondered what it would transform into after a 30-fold return. Thus, Yi Chen swiftly flicked his wrist, retrieving 10 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring. Otherwise, Yi Chen felt that uttering a Sawastika would have added a touch of grandeur upon seeing the spirit stones. The maidservant appeared momentarily stunned. Yao Shi immediately turned around, her face lighting up with a smile. That is truly splendid. It is far better for it to be acquired by you than by my other competitors. Yi Chen clicked his tongue in approval. Observing her performance, he mused that it rivaled that of Sun Ruoxin.
Indeed, the senior sister of Qingyun sect possessed considerable talent. Yi Chen shook his head, accepting the jade slip from the maidservant's hands.
What are you saying, senior sister? It is not the way of—
I have only just met you, junior brother. How can I accept such a precious gift? That is absolutely out of the question.
Yi Chen stepped forward, gently grasping Yao Shi's delicate hand, placing—
From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an instant connection.
You have patiently guided me and familiarized me with the sect. In my heart, I have already regarded you as someone very— In that case, I shall refrain from troubling you in the future, and we shall act as if we are strangers. While speaking, Yi Chen did not release Yao Shi's hand. Her hand was soft and supple, akin to jelly. No wonder she walked with such grace. Yao Shi, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze.
No.
When I first met you, junior brother, I also felt something special, a sense of closeness among the male cultivators in the sect. You are the only one with whom I share such feelings.
Therefore, then I shall shamelessly accept it.
In a few months, she could only respond with a hint of shyness. If that is the case, then thank you, junior brother. At that moment, a voice of anticipation echoed in Yi Chen's mind, heralding the system's prompt.
Dragon seizing technique. Processing feedback.
30-fold feedback in progress. Reward Heavenly Annihilation Hand. It has been detected that the gift provided by the host is of utmost significance to the recipient. The Heavenly Annihilation Hand is an ancestral technique of the ancient Shen family, and the host may learn about it from the projection. TSK. Listening to the system's rewards, a satisfied expression spread across Yi Chen's face. The named dragon seizing technique was already imposing, but the emergence of the Heavenly Annihilation Hand was even more astonishing. An ancestral technique of the ancient Shen family, although he had never heard of it, anything associated with the term ancient undoubtedly surpassed the Qingyun sect by countless magnitudes in terms of— Such a family's ancestral techniques must possess formidable power that would not disappoint. Was this the 30-fold feedback from a female cultivator? Even an ancient technique had been bestowed upon him. How delightful. Moreover, it had triggered a critical reward. Such a treasure was absolutely not to be missed. It must be cherished. Meanwhile, across from him, Yao Shi felt the fervent gaze of Yi Chen, akin to that of someone beholding a rare treasure, causing her cheeks to redden. Although she sensed his interest from their first meeting, she had never anticipated that his feelings would be so intense. It left her astonished. After a lengthy pause, Yao Shi shyly murmured, "Junior brother, I have accepted your gift, perhaps you could release my hand now?" Since presenting the Upon hearing her words, he snapped back to reality, feigning embarrassment as he reluctantly released her delicate grip. His embarrassment was feigned, however, his reluctance was genuine. Yao Shi's hand truly felt exquisite. Such a hand, if only it were used solely for alchemy, would be a regrettable waste. "Junior brother, shall we take our leave?" Yi Chen nodded, following Yao Shi as they made their way. After a leisurely stroll, Yao Shi shyly glanced at Yi Chen. "It is time for my alchemy session. I fear I cannot accompany you any longer, perhaps next time." Yi Chen nodded in understanding. When a predatory woman encounters a suitor, especially one she deems unworthy, she typically finds an excuse to depart after purchasing items or finishing a meal. Surely, he wouldn't be foolish enough to think that she was still considering the prospect of a romantic rendezvous. Yi Chen wished to return to his training and delve into the technique just rewarded by the system, thus, their intentions aligned perfectly, and the two soon bid farewell. As Yao Shi made her way back, she contemplated the jade slip within her storage pouch, her heart filled with myriad emotions. Ever since she had learned from the gossip that Yi Chen was an obsessive admirer, she had begun to entertain other thoughts. Today, she decided to test the validity of the rumors. To her astonishment, the reality far exceeded her expectations. Yi Chen's generosity towards female cultivators surpassed anything she could have imagined. He offered her a technique valued at 10 mid-grade spirit stones without a flicker of hesitation. Just how affluent was he? At this moment, Yao Shi found herself genuinely captivated. Most disciples of the Qingyun sect, renowned for their formidable strength, typically had familial backing. The more gifted it is. Yet, Yao Shi was different. She had no family to rely upon and had to navigate the arduous journey alone. It had been a challenging path, and due to insufficient resources, she often found herself lagging behind, missing out on significant opportunities for advancement. The prospect of foundation establishment seemed distant. However, the emergence of Yi Chen, this elite admirer, offered Yao Shi a glimmer of hope. Lost in thought, Yao Shi soon spotted Sun Ruoxin. Upon seeing her, Sun Ruoxin immediately beamed, approaching with cheerful greetings. Yet, Yao Shi felt a twinge of awkwardness in her heart. After all, in a certain sense, she was vying for the affection of the latter's admirer. As an elder greeted her, Yao Shi felt compelled to extend a hand of friendship to Sun Ruoxin. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she found herself attempting to steal away the very admirer she had been encouraged to cherish. Although cultivators typically disregarded appearances, many close brothers and sisters would not hesitate to turn against each other in pursuit of opportunity. Nevertheless, Yao Shi felt a slight sense of discomfort and merely nodded coldly before gracefully departing. Once Yao Shi was out of sight, Sun Ruoxin displayed an expression of displeasure. What is so special about her? Just an outer sect senior sister, merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. Why the arrogance? Humph, Yi Chen adores me, he is a direct disciple, far superior to her. Yet, upon our last meeting, he failed to mention this matter to me. Clearly, he had the chance to become a direct disciple, yet he only provided me with a standard. He kept the good fortune for himself. What kind of love is that? The next time we meet, if he does not present me with an adequate gift, I shall not forgive him. Sun Ruoxin. However, when she arrived at the task hall, hoping to find suitable missions, she overheard whispers among the surrounding disciples regarding the latest rumors about the newly appointed direct disciple. This fresh direct disciple had fallen head over heels for senior sister Yao Shi, immediately whisking her away to Qingyun Square, where he presented her with a technique valued at 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a token of their first meeting. To offer such an extravagant gift upon their initial encounter confirmed his identity as an obsessive admirer. Upon hearing all of this, Sun Ruoxin's expression darkened immediately. My admirer? How is that possible? Chapter 83. How dare you profess your love for me? No wonder Yao Shi wore that expression upon seeing me today. It turns out it was not indifference, but rather a sense of guilt. Sun Ruoxin's anger grew with each passing thought. She regarded Yao Shi as her senior sister, yet Yao Shi audaciously stole her devoted admirer. Such behavior is utterly despicable, especially considering that several attendants were present at Qingyun Square, vividly recounting the scene. A spell worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones, a sum that the senior sister could scarcely afford. Yet, the newly appointed direct disciple, with a mere wave of his hand, purchased it outright to present to the senior sister. Initially, she was reluctant to accept, but that new direct disciple, Yi Chen, insisted she take it. This spectacle evoked a wave of admiration among the other disciples. How astonishing it is that such devoted admirers exist in this world. 10 mid-grade spirit stones, an invaluable treasure, yet he had to plead for her to accept it. Such a display of devotion is truly shameful. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin's expression twisted further with each recounting. That was indeed a spell worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Given her current lack of resources, it felt utterly outrageous that Yi Chen would bestow such a precious gift upon another. All of this should rightfully belong to her. Why, when he clearly harbored feelings for her, would he act in this manner? Was it possible that he was deliberately seeking revenge for the last incident when she failed to invite him inside? How could Yi Chen be so petty? Her refusal to let him in was merely a precaution befitting a female cultivator. If Yi Chen truly loved her, he ought to support her. But instead of understanding, he chose to provoke her. Did he no longer care for her? How could he claim to love her under such pretenses? She was willing to accept dual cultivation techniques for him, making such a significant sacrifice. Yet, Yi Chen treated her in this way. Enraged, Sun Ruoxin resolved to confront Yi Chen on Sword Peak to settle accounts. However, standing at the foot of Sword Peak, she gazed at the array blocking her path. Without a token, she realized she could not ascend, gritting her silver teeth, her brows furrowed like meteors, her lips turned pale with anger. This matter would not end here. The next time she encountered Yi Chen, she would definitely confront him, demanding to know why he treated her so. If he could not provide a reasonable explanation, she would never forgive him. Not long after returning to her residence in a huff, a fellow female cultivator from next door sought her out. Junior sister Sun, we are heading out on a mission and are short one talisman master capable of handling beast materials. Would you care to join us? It should take about 2 weeks. By the end of this trip, you might earn around 40 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin felt a wave of disdain. A mere 40 low-grade spirit stones? Yi Chen would easily gift her something far more valuable than this task's reward, yet, she found herself with hardly any spirit stones remaining. Her father was unable to support her financially for the time being. Previously, he had expended considerable resources to persuade Elder Kong and had borrowed extensively from former disciples, and now, having entered the Qingyun sect through Yi Chen's assistance, Elder Kong had shown no outward dissatisfaction, but her father could no longer hold a position within Qingyun Square. He could only rely on his identity as a talisman master to create and sell talismans to repay his debts. Without resources in the Qingyun sect, Sun Ruoxin found herself at a standstill. Ultimately, under the pressure of reality, she reluctantly agreed to the mission, promising to join them at the Internal Affairs Hall the next day. In her mind, leaving for 2 weeks was not a bad idea. She believed Yi Chen's intention behind gifting her was to provoke her. It wouldn't be long before he sought her out. When he came looking for her, only to find her absent, he would surely be frantic. This 2-week period would serve perfectly for her to teach him a lesson, allowing him to reflect on his mistakes. Upon her return, she would skillfully handle Yi Chen, demanding an apology. With this thought, a satisfied smile graced Sun Ruoxin's face. Meanwhile, on Yi Chen's side, he reveled in the attentive service of Lu Jing and Lin Kuo. Comfortably immersed in his understanding of the Annihilation Palm, he found it to be an exceptionally formidable technique. Even when the specter of the Yi family ancestor manifested during a critical strike, Yi Chen's comprehension remained challenging. This struck him as peculiar. In the past, while grasping the Grand Joy Zen method without any guiding specter, he had made rapid progress, leading him to mistakenly believe he possessed Yet now he realized that his understanding was only effective for dual cultivation techniques. How absurd, however, despite his limited insight, with the diligent guidance of the Yi family ancestor's specter. 3 days later, standing halfway up Sword Peak before a pile of rubble, Yi Chen's body emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a purple gold hand, half a meter long, materialized in midair about 100 meters away. The appearance of the purple gold hand was astonishingly swift, coalescing in the blink of an eye, and the next moment, it descended with a thunderous crash, sending the rubble exploding as if struck by a missile. The sheer power displayed at this initial stage of mastery left Yi Chen immensely satisfied. Even more exhilarating was the Annihilation Palm's stealth. Now, Yi Chen could summon the palm from virtually. In the heat of battle, he could catch his adversary off guard with a sudden strike from behind. Its versatility was equally impressive. It could easily grasp a boulder, proving itself quite handy for various applications, including subduing enemies. The only drawback was its considerable energy consumption. As a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, he could unleash at most 6 Annihilation Palms before exhausting his energy, yet, this was not a negative aspect. As his cultivation improved, his endurance would undoubtedly increase. After reflecting on his gains and losses, Yi Chen returned to his courtyard, feeling somewhat fatigued. The treatment afforded to direct disciples was exceptional. Daily, they received the freshest beast meats, along with the finest spirit rice and vegetables, allowing Lu Jing ample opportunity to showcase her culinary skills. Young master, you're back, please, dine with us. Today's offering is fresh spirit deer meat from the late first stage, paired with spirit orchids and spirit vines, truly delectable. Please, take a seat. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Lu Jing eagerly invited him to the table. Lin Kuo, not wanting to be outdone, hastily prepared comfortable robes for him and set the table. As the enticing aromas wafted through the air, a smile spread across Yi Chen's face. To have 2 beautiful maidservants and indulge in exquisite cuisine daily was indeed a life of luxury. After taking a bite of the spirit beast meat, he looked at Lu Jing with satisfaction. This is excellent. Your skills have improved tremendously, Lu Jing. Come to me tonight. Hearing this, Lu Jing's face lit up with joy. Yi Chen's robust physique made training alongside him a delight, not to mention it also enhanced her own cultivation efficiency. Being prioritized for training represented an increased opportunity for advancement. How could Lu Jing not be elated? Meanwhile, Lin Kuo, standing to the side, wore an expression of displeasure. However, she quickly devised a plan. While Lu Jing was cultivating, if she were to take the initiative, she could surely shorten Lu Jing's turn, allowing her to step up sooner. Compared to Lu Jing, Lin Kuo was more proactive. She had become adept at maneuvering her way into the training sessions and shortening Lu Jing's time, and soon a smile returned to her face. Noticing Lin Kuo's expression, Lu Jing furrowed her brow slightly. You can't keep pushing me, saying things like hurry up or it's my turn, otherwise, I'll have to ask young master to mediate. Lin Kuo quickly protested. No, I just want to progress a little faster. I'm not urging you at all. As Yi Chen enjoyed the spirit meal, he watched his 2 maidservants bicker over their rivalry. Thoughts of his 30-fold senior sister Yao Shi, whom he had already charmed, and the prospect of a 100-fold master awaiting him in the foundation establishment stage filled him with contentment. Such a life felt nothing short of divine. As for Sun Ruoxin, she had long been cast from his mind, a distant memory. Chapter 84 of the Master's Expectations. I have met with Senior Brother Yi. I have come to the Sword Peak to inform you that the Five Elements Cave will officially open next month. Yi Chen's days at the Sword Peak were exceptionally pleasant. His master remained aloof, having not appeared since the day he brought him in. Clearly indifferent to his disciple, she showed no concern whatsoever, completely ignoring him. However, the absence of oversight brought a sense of ease. The essentials for sustenance and the resources necessary for cultivation were delivered directly by the inner hall. During idle times, he devoted himself to training at the Sword Peak. He practiced diligently both day and night. When there were obligations, it entailed visiting the Grand Plaza of the sect, where he would meet with his senior sister, attend lectures, and stroll through the marketplace. On occasion, he would come across something his senior sister needed and would take the initiative to present it to her, subsequently receiving a 30-fold return. Last week, his senior sister, with a subtle yet perceptible gaze, revealed her fondness for a particular high-quality hairpin that could withstand a surge of magical flames, effectively countering wood-based spells. Priced at 10 medium-grade spirit stones, she cast a reluctant glance at it before continuing on her way as if nothing had occurred. Yet, as the foremost admirer of Yaoxi and Qingyun sect, how could Yi Chen overlook such details? Thus, he generously purchased the spirit stone and gifted it to his senior sister. This time, while he did not trigger a critical hit, the 30-fold multiplier still yielded 30 exquisite hairpins. Once Yi Chen found the time to venture outside and sell this batch, he would at least have 3 high-grade spirit stones credited to his account. 10 medium-grade spirit stones transformed into 3 high-grade spirit stones. Such were the advantages of a high multiplier. In comparison, Sun Ruoxin's 15-fold return paled in significance. This illustrated the immense value of Yao Xi. In any case, Yi Chen had resolved to wholeheartedly devote himself to Yaoxi until he established his foundation. His loyalty would remain unwavering, unless he encountered a female cultivator in the qi refining stage with an even higher multiplier. However, Yi Chen had recently inquired and discovered that among the female disciples of Qingyun sect, Yaoxi possessed the highest aptitude in cultivation. The remaining few direct disciples were all male, hence, aside from Yaoxi, whom else could he possibly admire? Today, unexpectedly, a steward from the inner hall arrived, respectfully delivering news to Yi Chen. The Five Elements Cave was set to open next month. During this period, Yi Chen had grown increasingly familiar with the sect, thus gaining a thorough understanding of the significance of the Five Elements Cave. For cultivators aiming to break through to the foundation establishment stage, an enormous accumulation of magical energy was essential. The more formidable the energy, the greater the likelihood of a successful breakthrough. In ancient times, there existed the Five Elements Pill, which could expand a cultivator's reservoir of energy, making it one of the most vital elixirs for those in the qi refining stage, second only to the foundation establishment pill. However, after the conclusion of the ancient era, the world underwent vast changes, and the materials required to produce Five Elements pills nearly vanished. Only a few ancient Five Elements pills remained, but without the ingredients, after so many years, the Five Elements pill had become a relic of the past, entirely extinct. The Five Elements Cave was conceived as a countermeasure by later generations, employing formations to it absorbs the energy of heaven and earth, converting it into 5 elements spiritual energy to assist cultivators in opening their dantians. However, the materials for the formations were exceedingly costly, only affordable by sects like Qingyun that were at the golden core level. Furthermore, the conversion efficiency was alarmingly low. The annual yield of 5 elements spiritual energy might only suffice for 3 to 5 cultivators in the qi refining stage. For Qingyun sect, the 5 elements cave produced barely enough spiritual energy for 5 cultivators each year. Additionally, it could not be entirely allocated to direct disciples, as this would demoralize the ordinary disciples. Thus, restrictions were imposed on direct disciples, allowing them entry only once every 3 years. The remaining slots would be contested by the ordinary disciples. Thus, inquiries were made first to the qualified direct disciples, followed by the confirmation of the remaining slots. At this moment, faced with the stewardess inquiry, Yi Chen felt a twinge of hesitation. He had heard that the 5 elements spiritual energy within the cave was fiercely contested. Once inside, one would claim a spot and begin cultivating until completely sated. The quicker one absorbed it, the greater the gain. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could absorb, and the greater the advantage gained. Yi Chen contemplated whether he should wait 2 more years to claim this slot, thereby allowing Yaoxi to benefit from it, potentially yielding greater returns for himself. Given his current relentless pace of cultivation, he was confident of breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining in 2 years. However, just then, a figure clad in red descended upon him, alighting gracefully before Yi Chen. Such a figure was rare to find in the entire realm of cultivation. Without needing to see her face, Yi Chen knew instantly that it was his beloved master. The steward dared not meet Gu Yunyun's gaze, lowering his head immediately. "I pay my respects to the peak master Gu." Gu Yunyun ignored the steward, directly pivoting to Yi Chen, her expression inscrutable as she spoke. "You shall enter the 5 elements cave this year." Yi Chen. He had thought his master was entirely indifferent to his well-being. Now, her sudden appearance warmed his heart, and he vowed to double his filial piety towards her once he established his foundation, attending to her every need. Yet, Yi Chen was also curious as to why his master insisted he enter so soon. Wouldn't it be better to wait until his cultivation was higher? Perhaps sensing Yi Chen's confusion, Gu Yunyan calmly explained, this year, an unusual disturbance occurred. The steward appeared sheepish, knowing he had no recourse. Elder Chen believed that granting Yi Chen access to the Five Elements cave was a waste, especially this year with its extraordinary efficacy. Allowing more talented disciples to take his place would benefit Qingyun's sect, hence his instruction to keep silent about it. Faced with Gu Peak Master's revelation and Yi Chen's resentment, he could only lower his head and say, very well. I will send the entry token to you in a few days. He then hastily departed. Gu Yunyun did not wait for Yi Chen to speak, rising once more, cultivate diligently. After all, he had not rested even a single night in all these days, disrupting her biological clock cultivated over the years. Upon seeing Yi Chen, she was pleasantly surprised to find him devoid of any signs of fatigue. His aura had even risen a few notches since his entry. This sparked a flicker of anticipation within Gu Yunyan. It seemed her disciple was not as utterly lacking as she had presumed. After emerging from the Five Elements cave, he should show some improvement, at the very least ensuring he would not be overwhelmingly outmatched by ordinary disciples during the upcoming sect competition.
Otherwise, even Gu Yunyun would feel a twinge of embarrassment.
As Yi Chen watched his master depart like the wind, he promptly bowed deeply, vowing, I shall not disappoint you, master. This year, with the Five Elements cave brimming with spiritual energy, the value of the entry slot would undoubtedly surpass that of previous years. Surely, the rewards he would receive would not leave him disheartened, would they? Might the system even bestow upon him a private Five Elements cave, a place for his exclusive enjoyment? Chapter 85 The necessary sacrifices for a spot.
What, there is only one?
The steward, equally resigned, replied, this year, the sect has one more direct disciple, making the total 4. Furthermore, all 4 have chosen to enter the Five Elements cave this year. Thus, there remains only this single quota for disciples beneath the direct disciples.
Yao Shi's expression stiffened at this revelation.
Having broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement last year, she had been unable to secure a spot due to the fierce competition for the Five Elements cave. This year, however, the few senior brothers at the 9th level either faced failed breakthroughs or had departed the sect to attend to mundane affairs. Among the ordinary disciples, only she and Li Xiaoyao had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yao Shi thought to herself that this year, she would surely obtain the quota for the Five Elements cave. Moreover, this year the cave was overflowing with elemental spiritual energy, as if the heavens themselves were favoring her. To her dismay, there was only a single spot remaining. Li Xiaoyao had achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement 3 years ago, reaching a state of consummate mastery in the technique of the Azure Cloud swordplay. His strength was nearly on par with that of the direct disciples. Competing with Li Xiaoyao for this last quota seemed a formidable challenge for Yao Shi. She found herself genuinely troubled. In a sect where resources were limited, competition was inevitable. If she failed to enter the Five Elements cave this time, her cultivation would stagnate. She would have little hope of claiming first place among the ordinary disciples in the upcoming sect competition and obtaining a foundation establishment pill. The saying a single misstep leads to a cascade of failures was not mere hyperbole, but rather a reflection of the harsh realities in the realm of cultivation. Thus, after completing her registration, Yao Shi returned to her small courtyard, her phoenix-like eyes filled with worry, losing interest in her planned alchemical endeavors. Within her courtyard, another female cultivator was practicing. Upon seeing Yao Shi, she smiled and spoke, Senior sister, you're back. Your courtyard is brimming with spiritual energy, far superior to mine. Thank you for allowing me to use it. If Yi Chen were present, he would recognize this female cultivator as the attendant from Azure Cloud Square.
Yao Shi shook her head, signaling that there was no need for thanks. Noticing Yao Shi's melancholy demeanor, the female cultivator curiously inquired, Senior sister, you seem troubled. Is something amiss? With a sigh, Yao Shi lamented, this year, there is only one quota for the Five Elements cave. I am likely no match for Brotherly, and it seems I may once again miss out on the cave. It appears I must wait another year to attempt my breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. The female cultivator, perplexed, responded, how can there be only one quota? Even if all the direct disciples enter, there should still be a that new direct disciple intends to enter the Five Elements cave this year too? That seems rather wasteful. Isn't he only at the 6th level of Qi refinement? His ability to refine spiritual energy must be significantly slower. How can he compete with the other direct disciples? Regardless, he won't be able to absorb much, so it would be better to relinquish it to you, senior sister. Since he is so fond of you, perhaps you could persuade him to give up his spot, thus allowing 2 ordinary disciples to enter. Aside from Li Xiaoyao, the other disciples surely cannot match your prowess, making it a certainty. The female cultivator, realizing the crux of the issue, promptly offered Yao Shi a suggestion. However, Yao Shi, with a bitter smile, shook her head, though Yi Chen admires me, he is not foolish. This year, the spiritual energy in the Five Elements cave is exceptional, the benefits will surpass those of previous years. Any cultivator aspiring to establish their foundation would not miss such an opportunity. The female cultivator, somewhat unconvinced, countered, who says he isn't foolish, I've heard that he even gave away his chance to enter Azure Cloud sect. Yi Chen is now a direct disciple, do you understand what that signifies? He must have known he could enter Azure Cloud sect and has a brighter future ahead, which is why he gave Sun Ruoshin the Azure Cloud token. If Yi Chen had not had the chance to become a direct disciple, do you think he would have given away the Azure Cloud token? Upon hearing this, the female cultivator seemed to grasp the reasoning.
It appeared that this so-called loyal admirer among the disciples, who seemed willing to give up everything for Yaxi, was not as reckless as it seemed, and perhaps he did care about his future. Nevertheless, even so, it was still rather generous of him. The female cultivator's eyes sparkled with a thought, and she leaned closer to Yaxi, whispering, "Senior sister, why not consider giving yourself to Yi Chen? I saw the way he looked at you last time, especially when he observed your figure, with such attentiveness. If you were to offer yourself to Yi Chen, he would undoubtedly find it hard to refuse." Ouch! Yao, she lightly tapped the female cultivator's forehead with her delicate hand, casting her a playful glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Go practice. If you won't practice, hurry back." Yao Shi would never entertain such an idea. Although Yi Chen was now a direct disciple, his talent was lacking, and his cultivation level was low. In just a couple of years, it was uncertain if he could retain his status as a direct disciple. As for her, she stood at the 9th level of Qi refinement, nearly a step away from the foundation establishment stage. The apparent gap between them was not as significant as it seemed. However, once she broke through to the foundation establishment stage, their statuses would be worlds apart. In such a scenario, it was simply not worth it. Thus, Yao Shi dismissed the female cultivator's suggestion without a second thought. Yet, there was some merit in what she said. Perhaps she could subtly hint to Yi Chen about the importance of this year's quota for her. Who knows, if she could persuade him, it might yield unexpected fortune. However, Yao Shi did not hold out much hope and prepared herself to compete with Li Xiaoyao for the spot. Previously, whether it was the dragon-capturing hand or the exquisite hairpin that Yi Chen had gifted her, Yao Shi had been preparing for the upcoming sect competition against Li Xiaoyao. After all, if she could secure first place among the ordinary disciples, she would be awarded a low-grade foundation establishment pill. With the foundation establishment pill, the chances of a successful breakthrough would greatly increase. Furthermore, even in the event of failure, the foundation establishment pill would protect her meridians and provide her with another opportunity for advancement. Thus, Yao Shi had begun her preparations well in advance. Consequently, she was not entirely despondent. Even if she faced Li Xiaoyao, she might not necessarily lose. However, Li Xiaoyao's sword energy was sharp, and ordinary defensive artifacts would struggle to withstand it. Perhaps she should devise a plan to have Yi Chen gift her another exquisite defensive artifact. In that case, her chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Tomorrow marked the day when she would attend the elder's lecture. Yi Chen would be present as well, but he was not there to listen. He would sit at the back, quietly watching her. His gaze made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, even as she practiced fasting. In truth, Yao Shi did not particularly enjoy being scrutinized by Yi Chen and found it slightly distasteful, yet for the sake of her foundation establishment, such a minor sacrifice was worthwhile. Yao Shi resolved to don an outfit that would accentuate her figure's advantages tomorrow, allowing Yi Chen to feast his eyes. Thus, when he presented her with a defensive artifact, he would likely be more generous. Perhaps he would even earnestly consider relinquishing his spot in the Five Elements cave for her. In any case, the path of immortality is fraught with challenges. To bravely scale the heights, Yao Shi was prepared to go all out. Chapter 86. Oh, how swiftly a woman's demeanor can change. Gently pushing aside the jade-like legs draped over him, Yi Chen rose and leisurely stretched his limbs. He then retrieved the entry token for the Five-Element cave from his storage ring, inspecting it closely, and his spirits soared with delight. The day had finally arrived for Yao Shi to contend for her coveted spot. He had made considerable sacrifices for this moment. During their meeting last week, Yao Shi's dress was noticeably tighter than her usual casual. Yi Chen found it rather refreshing to behold. Following the conclusion of their class, the two engaged in their customary idle chatter as they strolled. Yao Shi's demeanor towards him felt unusually warm, her proximity allowing Yi Chen to catch a whiff of her unique fragrance. Throughout their walk, Yao Shi expressed her discontent, lamenting the hardships of cultivation and her doubts about her capabilities compared to Li Xiaoyao. She emphasized the significance of the Five-Element cave for those at the 9th level of Qi training, subtly suggesting that Yi Chen could wait until his own cultivation was higher before entering, promising greater benefits. Additionally, as they passed by Qingyun Square, Yao Shi expressed a desire to peruse defensive artifacts to prepare against Li Xiaoyao. Ultimately, she found one that caught her eye, yet her spirit stones were evidently insufficient. Just like before, she gazed longingly at it, hinting for Yi Chen to purchase it for her. However, this time, Yi Chen remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to her hints, and simply followed her out without uttering a word about the Five-Element cave's quota. As he bid farewell to Yao Shi, he noticed the hint of disappointment lurking in her eyes. Naturally, Yi Chen could not afford to grant her the quota just yet. The Five-Element cave held the potential to significantly enhance a cultivator's dantian and was immensely beneficial during the Qi training phase. Yi Chen understood the importance of ensuring that when he eventually presented this gift, it would elicit genuine surprise and joy, maximizing the rewards he would receive. He had observed that the greater the surprise, the higher the critical rewards. Thus, he resolved to wait until Yao Shi suffered defeat at the hands of Li Xiaoyao before bestowing the quota upon her. At that moment, when Yao Shi discovered her lost opportunity had been restored, her emotions would surely fluctuate like a roller coaster, thereby maximizing the rewards he sought. This was precisely why he chose to feign ignorance of Yao Shi's hints and refrained from purchasing the exquisite defensive artifact. After all, if Yao Shi were to acquire such an artifact and unexpectedly triumph over Li Xiaoyao, winning the quota, it would leave Yi Chen in a perplexing predicament. If Yao Shi secured the spot, to whom could he possibly give his own? It would be far too wasteful to keep it for himself. Therefore, Yi Chen preferred to forego gifting for an entire week, sacrificing potential rewards and fewer high-grade spirit stones, rather than allowing Yao Shi to win. It was in Yi Chen's best interest that Yao Shi face defeat, and the more crushing her loss, the more joy it would bring him to eye in the competition for the 5-element cave quota. It was natural that strength would determine the outcome. The contest was set to commence at 9 o'clock within the sect. Such competitions were straightforward, involving random draws and pairings for each round. After each match, the victors would advance. 8 disciples would compete in total, with the first round yielding 4 winners, the second round narrowing it down to 2, leading to the finals. Thus, if all went efficiently, the allocation of quotas could be decided before noon. Upon Yi Chen's arrival at the Grand Plaza, he noted a considerable gathering of spectators. The moment they spotted him, whispers and smiles erupted, as they recognized Yi Chen, the devoted disciple. However, it was widely believed that she stood little chance against senior brother Li. No one could predict whether Yi Chen, upon witnessing Yao Shi's defeat, would offer gifts to lift her spirits. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, Yi Chen was not present to cheer for Yao Shi at all. Rather, he was there to rally for her opponent. As the competition was about to begin, all participating disciples arrived. Senior brother Li has arrived. With a 9th grade spirit root and exceptional swordsmanship talent, he is poised to enter the 5-element cave this year and is highly likely to secure a foundation establishment pill during the sex competition, ensuring his breakthrough into the foundation establishment. She is absolutely stunning. Look, our personal disciple has indeed approached her. To be such a devoted disciple, so enamored with a female cultivator, is a disgrace for us men. Among the disciples who had registered, only Li Xiaoyao and Yao Shi were at the 9th level of Qi training, the others were merely at the 8th level, seen by many as mere fillers. Thus, the disciples were particularly focused on the two of them. Why Yi Chen approached Yao Shi and smiled. I wish senior sister Yao the best of luck in overcoming her formidable opponent on stage. Yao Shi returned his smile. Thank you, junior brother Yi. The competition is about to begin. I need a moment to calm my mind, so I won't chat for too long. Yao Shi's aloofness prompted Yi Chen to smirk inwardly. This girl could be quite fickle. When he had been gifting her previously, she had been warm and engaging, but now, after failing to present her with a gift last week, she was suddenly all about maintaining her composure and not wanting to chat. TSK, about how quickly the mask slips. I wonder what expression you'll wear when I finally present the quota. All eyes were on Yi Chen and Yao Shi, and in that moment, they could see her distant demeanor. The surrounding disciples could not help but stifle their laughter, watching as Yi Chen, the devoted disciple, had given so much yet received nothing in return. A devoted disciple was destined to end up with nothing. In the distance, Li Xiaoyao, with his sword resting on his back, appeared to be in deep thought, yet he too was discreetly observing Yao Shi. Upon seeing Yi Chen approach her, he furrowed his brow slightly. However, when Yao Shi's demeanor turned cold, a smirk crept onto Li Xiaoyao's lips. Soon after, the atmosphere fell silent as the elders and stewards from the Internal Affairs Hall arrived. The elder in charge was none other than Elder Chen, the same one who had welcomed Yi Chen into the mountain. He raised his hand and cast down an array plate, instantly conjuring a platform 30 meters long and wide in the center of the plaza. Subsequently, 8 tokens flew from his sleeve, shimmering with spiritual light, obscuring the inscriptions upon them. Firstly, for the first round, the two of you shall each select a token. When the first participant picked a token, the spiritual light faded, eliciting gasps from the crowd. It bore the name Li Xiaoyao. This revelation caused a ripple of anxiety among the other contestants, who feared they might. The second participant nervously chose the next token, and when the name appeared, the commotion grew louder, for it was none other than Yao Shi. Everyone believed that Yao Shi and Li Xiaoyao were the most likely candidates to secure the quota. While Li Xiaoyao was undoubtedly stronger, anything could happen in battle. It was possible that he might exhaust himself in the earlier rounds or sustain an injury that would affect his performance. Yao Shi had a chance to win, but no one anticipated that they would face each other in the very first round. The other disciples were elated. With 2 9th-level Qi practitioners clashing in the opening bout, they sensed an opportunity for themselves. However, Yao Shi's expression had turned somewhat rigid, clearly taken aback by the unexpected matchup with Li Xiaoyao. The situation was perilous. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who was publicly acknowledged as the foremost devotee of the senior sister, couldn't help but smirk at her. Encountering Li Xiaoyao in the first round was advantageous, minimizing the risk of unforeseen complications and saving him time. It was simply splendid. Nevertheless, Yi Chen quickly stifled his amusement, donning a somewhat peculiar. To the other disciples, however, it appeared as though he was genuinely concerned for Yao Shi, prompting them to remark on Yi Chen's undeniable affection for her. Chapter 87I. Fear my senior sister might misunderstand. Upon the division of groups, the disciples were delighted to see that the formidable duo of Yao Shi and Li Xiaoyao, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, were placed in the same team. Who wouldn't relish the thrill of witnessing an exhilarating contest from the very beginning? Moreover, when two strong contenders clash, one is destined to fall for the other participants. This arrangement undoubtedly tipped the scales in their favor. Yet, the only one who sighed at the sight was Elder Chen from the Internal Affairs Hall. Both Li Xiaoyao and Yao Shi possessed commendable talents, with the potential to establish their foundation. Should both enter the Five Elements Cave, it would undeniably be the best outcome for the sect. However, who could have anticipated that this year, Gu Yunyun would suddenly take on a true disciple? In Elder Chen's eyes, Yi Chen securing a spot in the Five Elements Cave was a sheer waste of the sect's resources. Furthermore, he had heard whispers that this young man was a mere sycophant, spending his days. It was utterly disgraceful. Elder Chen had made up his mind when he encountered the ancestor during this year's sect competition. He would propose the necessity of curbing the trend of accepting personal disciples out of favoritism, disregarding the sect's interests. As for Yi Chen, he must be expelled from the sect, even if it meant offending Gu Yunyun. Elder Chen was resolute in his decision. Otherwise, if other sects were to witness such a disgraceful individual, one could say that Yi Chen, through his own actions, had dragged down the average caliber of personal disciples within Qingyun sect. As Elder Chen, dedicated to the sect's advancement, pondered further, he found Yi Chen increasingly irksome. Were it not for his inability to contend with Gu Yunyun, he would have likely felt inclined to give Yi Chen a good kick. At this moment, the groupings had been finalized. Naturally, the first group comprised Li Xiaoyao and Yao Xi. As they entered the arena, Li Xiaoyao wore a confident smile, his sword of law soaring into his grasp. Apologies, Junior Sid. With Elder Chen declaring the start of the match, the two immediately engaged in combat. In an instant, spells danced and sword energies surged, creating an intense standoff.
Li Senior Brother's Qingyun sword technique is truly formidable. Even from a distance, I can sense its overwhelming aura.
Yao's senior sister seems to have improved significantly since last year. Her spells are executed with remarkable precision, and her light-footedness allows her to evade nearly all attacks. Especially that one sword strike from last year's competition, which, as the elders say, possessed an essence capable of shattering myriad techniques. Yao's senior sister cannot possibly be his match. The disciples buzzed with conversation, their surprise evident at Yao Shi's performance, though many still held reservation.
A few glanced towards Yi Chen, noticing the grave expression adorning his face, his eyes flickering with concern. It was evident Yi Chen was indeed worried about Yao's senior sister, yet, his anxiety did not stem from a fear of her losing. Rather, he was apprehensive about her potential victory. Li Xiaoyao exuded a carefree demeanor and had his own hidden cards. The issue, however, was that Yao Shi also possessed her trump cards. The dragon capture hand and the exquisite magical hairpin he had gifted her remained unutilized. Ultimately, the outcome remained uncertain. Why Yi Chen's heart sank? Could it be that he had inadvertently enabled Yao Shi to emerge victorious? That would be a significant loss for him. He would then have no choice but to bestow the opportunity upon that 20-fold senior sister. Although it appeared she had already captured someone's heart, presenting such a grand gesture might not be advisable. Yet, upon reflection, it didn't seem so detrimental. It would only slightly tarnish his reputation. Regardless, Yi Chen could assure himself that he had no intention of undermining anyone. As for transferring the opportunity to Sun Ruo Xin, that was out of the question. The 15-fold Sun Ruo Xin was, in his eyes, merely a backup option. The precious quota for the Five Elements Cave was absolutely not to be squandered on a low multiplicative female cultivator like her. However, just as he contemplated this, a furious voice pierced through the air behind him. Yi Chen, why haven't you come to find me? I forbade you from entering my room merely to test you. But not only did you fail this test, you also sought out other female cultivators to provoke me. You have utterly disappointed me. You clearly do not love me. If you truly cared, how could you bear to see me in tears? Do you have any idea how I have spent these past 2 weeks? Have you been fair to me? The explosive nature of her outburst drew the attention of disciples who had been in an abandoned relationship, a third party, and it was all tied to their very own sycophantic true disciple. The interest of the disciples was instantly piqued, while the spectacle of a fierce battle was captivating. The drama unfolding between the two was even more enticing. Yi Chen turned to face the source of the commotion and found Sun Ruo Xian's face flushed with anger. Her fury was genuine. She was undoubtedly upset at having been away on a mission for a full 2 weeks. She had initially hoped to make Yi Chen anxious, regretting his lack of pursuit. However, upon returning today and glancing at the visitor's talisman on her door, she discovered that not once had Yi Chen come to see her. It was as if she had been entirely forgotten. After inquiring with her neighbors, she confirmed that no one had sought her out during these 2 weeks. Meanwhile, that newly appointed true disciple only appeared when accompanying the senior sister on shopping excursions. The realization that Yi Chen had completely overlooked her was infuriating. The revelation that Yi Chen had been by Yao Shi's side daily only intensified Sun Ruo Xian's mix of shame and anger. Upon learning that Yi Chen was in the sect S square, watching that wretched woman Yao Shi battle, she rushed over immediately. After venting her frustrations, a significant portion of her ire had dissipated. Yet, she understood that to deal with men, one must be both firm and gentle. A balance of softness and strength was essential to maintain control. Thus, with tear-filled eyes, Sun Ruo Xian gazed at Yi Chen. Junior brother, I know your feelings for me, and I understand that your interactions with other female cult. I truly cannot commit to you before establishing my foundation.
But I assure you that once I establish my foundation, I will never disappoint you. Junior brother, look at this ring, it can unleash 3 lightning-based spells.
I used all the spirit stones I earned from this mission to purchase it. Do you like it? May I put it on for you? As she spoke, Sun Ruo Xin produced a ring, extending her hand to adorn Yi Chen's finger.
The sight left the onlookers astounded. Sun Ruo Xin was undoubtedly beautiful, particularly with her long legs that resembled exquisite jade. One could scarcely find another pair like them within Qingyun sect. Additionally, everyone had heard that Yi Chen's affections had once been directed towards Sun Ruo Xin. The opportunity for her to join the sect had been granted by Yi Chen himself.
Now, hearing Sun Ruo Xin speak in such a manner, could it be that Yi Chen had never truly loved senior sister Yaoshi? Was Yaoshi merely a pawn in his game to provoke Sun Ruo Xin? But was this true? Doubt lingered in the minds of the spectators. After all, the gifts Yi Chen had presented to senior sister Yaoshi were far from inexpensive. Who would bestow such lavish gifts just to irritate someone else? Thus, the consensus among the crowd was that Yi Chen had indeed shifted his affections. As anticipated, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen evaded Sun Ruo Xin's outstretched hand, not even casting a glance at the ring. With a cold expression, he replied, "I implore you to maintain your dignity, Sun Daoyu. I fear my senior sister might misunderstand." At that moment, the entire area fell silent. Sun Ruo Xin, who had been so intent on gaining the upper hand over Yi Chen, stood frozen in place. Chapter 88. Just watch how I deal with you. The words spoken by Yi Chen left Sun Ruoxin, who was solely focused on manipulating him for more gold coins, utterly stunned. She genuinely did not anticipate that Yi Chen would utter such a statement. Previously, when he showered her with gifts, he referred to her as senior sister, but just a few days later, he had already begun to address her as Taoist friend Sun, as if the new had replaced the old. Most importantly, he even mentioned fearing that the senior sister might misunderstand him. Had Yaoshi become that significant in Yi Chen's heart? Sun Ruoxin gazed at Yi Chen's cold demeanor, unable to accept the reality. Yi Chen had once loved her so dearly, gifting her a flying vessel without a single complaint afterward, and he had even set aside past grievances to present her with the Qingyun token. How could he suddenly cease to love her, transforming so abruptly, unless, of course, she had truly wounded his heart and disappointed him beyond measure? Her repeated selfishness, her capriciousness, and her utter disregard had gradually... The final straw had been when she refused to let him enter her abode, which ultimately led to his departure. Sun Ruoxin had always believed that no matter how she treated Yi Chen, he would love her for eternity, unwavering and steadfast. However, now that she realized he could indeed leave her, she was utterly panicked. At this moment, she needed Yi Chen more than ever. She was now merely an ordinary disciple, devoid of wealth, while Yi Chen was a favored direct disciple, generous with his resources, capable of... Simultaneously, her father was being targeted by the Yi family due to the Qingyun token incident, and they were on the verge of being unable to remain in Qingyun City. She needed Yi Chen's assistance to mediate the situation. Given these circumstances, how could she afford to lose him? Thus, Sun Ruoxin, overwhelmed with desperation, implored, "Junior brother, please don't be this way." Senior sister acknowledges her mistakes. Will you accept this gift? I promise I will not act like that again.
Sun Ruoxin hoped to elicit Yi Chen's forgiveness. In the midst of Sun Ruoxin's bewildered gaze, he spoke coldly. "In truth, I was aware long ago that before the arrival of the Silvermoon beasts at the market, the Qingyun sect had already informed you in advance.
Had it not been for the timely arrival of our master, I would have been imprisoned for life. Do you care? I once had feelings for you, but that is now in the past. Leave now. I do not wish for the senior sister to overthink things." Yi Chen's words rendered Sun Ruoxin's heart icy with despair. It turned out he knew everything. Even with this knowledge, aware of her deceit, Yi Chen still made an effort to treat her well, his first act upon arriving at the sect being to prepare a surprise for her with a... His love for her seemed to encompass all, yet now, she had lost someone who loved her so deeply. Why? Yi Chen turned away, redirecting his gaze to the stage. Sun Ruoxin stood frozen, her red lips trembling, unable to voice anything. She could only silently lower her head and retrieve the ring that Yi Chen had knocked to the ground, silently watching his retreating figure, her heart brimming with regret. The onlookers, having witnessed this dramatic scene, were equally astonished. They had previously regarded Yi Chen as a mere sycophant, someone who would pursue any woman he fancied. Many female disciples had looked down upon him for this. However, upon hearing how Sun Ruoxin treated Yi Chen, their disdain evaporated instantly. To be treated so poorly by the woman he cherished, yet still selflessly giving of himself despite knowing the truth, was profoundly moving. Many female disciples' eyes sparkled with admiration, wishing to encounter such a devoted man themselves. Meanwhile, the male disciples grew increasingly contemptuous of Yi Chen. They had not expected him to be even more servile than they had imagined, continuing to give of himself while disregarding his own worth.
It was preposterous, such sycophancy deserved scorn. Yi Chen remained unfazed by the opinions of the surrounding disciples. His previous remarks were primarily aimed at reinforcing his persona, ensuring everyone under. In contrast, his various gifts and opportunities would appear even more justified, thereby deflecting any scrutiny from the outside world. Nevertheless, Sun Ruoxin had become inconsequential to him. Even if Yao Shi were to leave the sect one day, he would still have other female disciples to provide him with benefits. Therefore, there was no longer any need to indulge Sun Ruoxin. After accepting so many gifts and taking advantage of him, how dare she confront him so aggressively? One might think she was entitled to gifts. The final artifact ring was the most laughable. She thought she could manipulate him with a trivial offering. Did she believe she possessed a sycophant system as well? Thus, Sun Ruoxin was cast aside in Yi Chen's mind. He quietly observed the stage. On the stage, Li Xiaoyao and Yao Shi continued their fierce battle. However, unlike the earlier stalemate, Yao Shi now clearly found herself at a disadvantage. She had already resorted to using her dragon capture technique and the exquisite hairpin artifact, yet neither had proven effective. Li Xiaoyao remained effortlessly in control, while Yao Shi's chances of victory dwindled. At last, faced with an unavoidable sword aura, Yao Shi's body was sent flying, prompting gasps of astonishment from the spectators who had returned their focus. The victor was clear. A faint smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. Now it was secure. Li Xiaoyao wins and advances to the next round. Elder Chen cast a regretful glance at Yao Shi. He had been keenly aware of the earlier commotion caused by Yi Chen. To be honest, Elder Chen now held Yi Chen in even lower regard. A man of stature, willing to forsake his own future for a woman? He cared so little for his own life, who could possibly admire such a sycophant? Elder Chen thought it would be far better if Li Xiaoyao were to have Yi Chen's spot in the Five Elements cave. Placing it in the hands of such a sycophant was a gross waste. Elder Chen resolved that during the upcoming sect competition, Yi Chen would undoubtedly perform poorly, and he would petition the ancestor to rectify the sect's reputation by expelling Yi Chen. Back on stage, Li Xiaoyao gracefully sheathed his sword and approached the somewhat pale Yao Shi, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Apologies, junior sister, but the path of cultivation is akin to navigating a river. One must strive against the current, for stagnation leads to regression. I hope you will understand. Li Xiaoyao's words elicited a nod of approval from Elder Chen, who smiled. This was the demeanor. How could one yield their opportunities simply because a woman was beautiful? After battling Li Xiaoyao, Yao Shi comprehended the disparity between them. He had even retained some energy, and she was no match for him. Although disappointed, she felt no resentment. I must thank you for your mercy, senior brother. Li Xiaoyao lightly lifted his chin and smiled. Junior sister, you were merely distracted by irrelevant matters. External possessions hold little. You need not waste time on those who do not matter. I hope you can focus on your path. In the future, when we both achieve foundation establishment, you will realize that those external matters are of little consequence. In the realm of cultivation, fleeting status is nothing but a passing cloud. Li Xiaoyao's voice resonated throughout the arena. The disciples exchanged curious glances, turning towards Yi Chen. It seemed that senior brother Li had a particular interest in the senior sister, and the irrelevant individuals he referred to were clear. Yi Chen was no fool, and he understood the implications. So, he intended to vie for a woman and mock him. Was he? Just wait for this year's sect competition, and see how I will deal with you. Chapter 89 The Struggles of Yao Shi. Li Xiaoyao did not conceal his discontent. He harbored resentment towards Yi Chen. Possessing exceptional talent in swordsmanship, he had once been the pride of his family, who envisioned him as the future master of the sword peak. Yet, Gu Yunyan had not even spared him a glance, turning instead to accept such a sycophantic waste as her direct disciple. How could Li Xiaoyao reconcile this in his heart? Moreover, among this generation of female disciples, Yao Shi shone the brightest. Li Xiaoyao had contemplated discussing the possibility of becoming Dao partners with Yao Shi after he achieved foundation establishment. Yet now, Yi Chen had snatched away his position as a direct disciple, and to add insult to injury, he was seen laughing and chatting with the very woman Li Xiaoyao coveted. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined to mock Yi Chen and, in the process, admonish Yao Shi. You are the Dao partner I have chosen. How can you, for the sake of trivial gains, frolic with other men daily? If your reputation is tarnished, what right do you have to be my Dao partner? Yao Shi had already turned to leave the stage, but upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's words, she furrowed her brow. You, Li Xiaoyao, have the backing of the Li family, a foundation establishment clan, lacking for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. Now you come to me, whose parents can offer no such support, and tell me not to concern myself with external matters. How utterly hypocritical. If you had severed ties with the Li family, I might have believed your words. Furthermore, although they had been engaged in battle, Yao Shi had witnessed the events unfolding below the stage. Previously, she had thought Yi Chen to be someone who easily fell for any pretty face, wholly unworthy of consideration. However, what had transpired moments ago had illuminated for her the depth of Yi Chen's affections. It was not that Yi Chen was fickle, rather, he had simply endured too much disappointment and had ceased to love. Yao Shi even felt a pang of guilt for her earlier coldness towards Yi Chen, stemming from his failure to present her with a defensive artifact. Yi Chen had selflessly given her so much, yet how could she be as unreasonable as Sun Ruoxin, harshly criticizing someone who cared for her? Even though she did not harbor feelings for Yi Chen, Yao Shi had no intention of inflicting further pain upon him. Thus, she halted her steps and turned back, declaring, "Junior brother Yi is my friend, not the inconsequential person you claim him to be." With those words, she gracefully descended from the stage. Yao Shi's statement undoubtedly astonished the disciples. The senior sister had actually defended Yi Chen, the so-called sycophant. Her previous demeanor had been so frigid that everyone had presumed Yi Chen's affections were one-sided. Meanwhile, on the stage, Li Xiaoyao's handsome features turned a shade of ashen fury. Yao Shi had dared to speak up for Yi Chen. What had he done to deserve such a gesture? Was it merely a few gifts? What significance did those hold? They were nothing more than trifling offerings. Would he ever part with something truly valuable, like a spot in the Five Elements cave? As Yao Shi approached the stage's edge, she stood before Yi Chen, saying, "Junior brother Yi, I have been defeated, but if you are free, would you accompany me for a stroll?" Yao Shi's mood was indeed dismal. This year, failing to secure a spot in the Five Elements cave meant that next year would be equally challenging. Several disciples at the 8th level of Qi could very well break through to the 9th this year, many of whom had familial backing. Thus, the competition would remain fierce. Even if she were to acquire a spot next year, it would be a year too late. Whether she could secure first place in the upcoming sect competition and obtain a foundation establishment pill was uncertain. One misstep could lead to a cascade of failures, causing many promising cultivators to squander their potential. Consequently, she intended to walk with Yi Chen to alleviate her spirits and to apologize for her earlier coldness. If Yi Chen were a scoundrel, Yao Shi could easily dismiss him without remorse. However, having recognized Yi Chen's heartfelt devotion, she resolved to clarify their relationship, ensuring that she would not continue to hold him back. As for the gifts Yi Chen had presented, while they were indeed tempting, her own combat talent was mediocre at best. No matter how much she fortified herself, she could never rival Li Xiaoyao. Without securing first place in the competition and obtaining the foundation establishment pill, no amount of spell learning or possession of superior artifacts would be of any use. Before Yao Shi, Yi Chen appeared slightly taken aback. Yao Shi had actually spoken in his defense, although Yi Chen had only feigned affection for the sake of system rewards, not caring for the object of his affections. Yao Shi's actions undeniably lifted his spirits. At least Yao Shi showed more conscience than Sun Ruoxin. Thus, Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "Sister, why be so disheartened over a momentary setback? Is it merely the absence of a spot in the Five Elements cave?" He then declared, "I shall." Yet, before she could respond, the words lodged in her throat. She stared in disbelief at the Five Elements cave token Yi Chen held. Could it be? Yi Chen was willing to give her his own spot in the Five Elements cave? How could this be? Yao Shi stood in a daze. Around them, the other disciples were similarly astonished. Even Li Xiaoyao on the stage was rendered speechless. Even Elder Chen from the inner hall widened his eyes in shock. The Five Elements cave could enhance a cultivator's dantian, significantly amplifying their spiritual power and increasing the chances of breaking through to foundation establishment. Its importance was self-evident. For over 1,000 years, the Qingyun sect had treated any disciple fortunate enough to receive a spot as a treasure, and the act of gifting such a spot had never occurred. Yet, at this moment, it was indeed happening. The disciples regarded Yi Chen with a multitude of complex emotions. Some had previously doubted his sincerity, questioning whether he truly possessed the depth of feeling he claimed. But now, witnessing Yi Chen's willingness to part with his coveted spot in the Five Elements cave, their doubts evaporated entirely. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao, who had previously smirked in derision, was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had scoffed at Yi Chen's supposed affections, convinced that the young man would hoard anything of true value for himself. Yet, Yi Chen's current actions had dealt a resounding blow to Li Xiaoyao's pride. His face shifted between shades of green and white, as he could only reflect inwardly that sycophants truly possessed remarkable audacity. Elder Chen on the stage was equally astounded. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Yi Chen was actually gifting away his own spot in the Five Elements cave. Absurd. It was truly absurd. However, this act brought Elder Chen some solace, as Yao Shi receiving the spot would undoubtedly benefit the sect, potentially yielding another foundation establishment cultivator. As a result, Elder Chen's opinion of Yi Chen improved significantly, and nonetheless, come the sect competition, he would still insist on stripping Yi Chen of his direct disciple status and expelling him from the sect. After all, a direct disciple of the Qingyun sect, who disregarded his own cultivation, willingly bestowing his opportunities upon a female cultivator, would bring nothing but shame to the sect. At the center of this event, Yao Shi stared blankly at the Five Elements cave token, rooted in place. This was the very thing she had longed for, yet she had just resolved in her heart not to harm someone as devoted as Yi Chen, and to clarify their situation. Now, Yi Chen had presented her with such a grand surprise. Naturally, she yearned to accept it. After all, this year, the Five Elements cave was teeming with spiritual energy, promising better results than in previous years. Her chances of breaking through to foundation establishment would be significantly enhanced. However, considering Yi Chen's heartfelt devotion, and the fact that he was willing to give her the Five Elements cave spot, she pondered how he would feel should she choose another as her Dao partner in the future. Caught in a tumult of emotions, Yao Shi's gaze remained fixated on the Five Elements cave token. After several moments of biting her silver teeth in hesitation, she finally spoke. Chapter 90 Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. At last, Yaoshi lightly bit her silver teeth and solemnly stated, Junior brother, we are not suited for one another.
I have given it considerable thought. There will be no outcome between us. Therefore, please take back this token.
Your cultivation is merely at the 6th level of chi refinement. You are in greater need of this than I am.
This year, the spiritual energy.
If you can seize this opportunity, there is certainly a chance for you to break through to the 9th level of chi refinement, or even foundation establishment. However, even so, if you encounter any confusion regarding alchemy afterward, feel free to consult me at any time.
With that, Yaoshi gently pushed Yi Chen's hand back.
A profound silence enveloped the venue at that moment. Countless disciples yearned to take the 5 Elements cave token on behalf of Yaoshi. After all, it was a coveted opportunity for all those in the chi refinement stage. It could pave the way for the expansion of their Dantian, yet, Yaoshi had chosen to refuse it outright. Such an act seemed almost wasteful. However, the implication in Yaoshi's words was clear to all. She did not wish to keep Yi Chen hanging nor deceive him, thus, she made a point to clarify her refusal of his gift. Clearly, she could have easily obtained a place in the 5 Elements cave by feigning interest. This mindset was a stark contrast to the previous self-serving Sun Ruoshin, making Yaoshi appear noble and dignified in comparison. The disciples looked upon Yaoshi with newfound respect. If they were to place themselves in her position, they would undoubtedly find it impossible to utter a single word of rejection. As for Yi Chen, upon being declined, he gazed at Yaoshi with a hint of surprise. Was it possible that Yaoshi had experienced a moment of conscience and could no longer bear to deceive a devoted admirer? Or had she perhaps evolved to a higher understanding? In his past life, Yi Chen had remained single, occasionally indulging in footbaths, yet, despite numerous visits, he had only been persuaded to purchase a membership once. Typically, technicians would say, Big brother, look at how dedicated I am and how excellent my services, please support my performance by getting a membership. This way, you can enjoy an 80% discount on future services. Such attempts at persuasion were easily dismissed by Yi Chen. The only time he faltered was when he encountered a highly skilled technician who said, Big brother, don't come here again, it is so difficult to marry these days, one must buy a car and a house, and your salary is limited.
Save your money for your future wife.
Should you truly miss me, just come by occasionally for the cheapest package, and I'll provide the full service for you.
Who could resist such sincerity?
Ultimately, Yi Chen ended up purchasing his very first membership card due to that heartfelt honesty. Could it be that Yaoshi had undergone a similar epiphany? Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that the gift must be presented. After hearing Yaoshi's words, one would expect a typical infatuated admirer to display a dramatic change in expression, sadness, disappointment, or even confrontation, but Yi Chen exhibited none of that. With a smile, he looked at Yaoshi and said, Sister, why must you refuse the token over such a trivial matter? I am well aware that you do not harbor any feelings for me and that a future together is impossible. However, what does that matter? Yaoshi was taken aback. The onlooking disciples shared her astonishment. Why Yi Chen continued, I like you, what does that have to do with you? As long as I see you happy, I am content. This opportunity in the 5 Elements cave, I intended to seize it for myself, but it was also to prepare for you. If you defeat your opponent and secure a place, then I can accompany you inside, allowing you to absorb more spiritual energy since I require less. It is far better than allowing others to compete with you for it. And should you fail to secure a spot, then my opportunity can be yours. Thus, there is no need for you to feel burdened or hesitant. In the minds of all disciples, including Yaoshi, Yi Chen's words reverberated, I like you, what does that have to do with you? I take a spot to accompany you so you can absorb more. If you lose your place, then mine is yours. It dawned on them that Yi Chen's pursuit of the spot was entirely for Yaoshi's sake. This truly brought tears to their eyes. How could such a deep-hearted individual exist in this world? Many female disciples felt their eyes welling up with emotion. If only they could have such a dedicated male cultivator considering their well-being, they would undoubtedly throw caution to the wind. Yaoshi stood frozen, her star-like eyes filled with a whirlwind of complex emotions. She had indeed harbored some resentment toward Yi Chen, believing he was unworthy of competing for the spot due to his lower cultivation and lack of talent. If he had not taken the opportunity, there would have been 2 spots available, and her chances would have been nearly guaranteed, yet, she had not anticipated encountering Li Xiaoyao in the first round. Even with 2 spots, she would have had no opportunity. Yi Chen's preemptive action in claiming the spot now seemed remarkably astute. Yi Chen's affection for her was indeed overwhelming. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for should she accept it. Yi Chen's profound feelings left her somewhat disoriented. Yi Chen offered a gentle smile, took Yaoshi's hand, and placed the 5 Elements token upon her delicate palm. Sister Yaoshi gazed at the token in her hand, yet, Yi Chen turned to leave without hesitation, saying, I no longer wish for the token. If you do not want it, then feel free to discard it. As his words fell, Yi Chen's figure had. The disciples looked at Yaoshi, eagerly anticipating that she would discard the 5 Elements token. Some even preemptively summoned their magical artifacts, hoping to secure the token at the first opportunity. However, Yaoshi was not foolish. How could she possibly discard it? Instead, she tucked it into her embrace and hurried after Yi Chen. In her heart, she felt an overwhelming sense of, if only Yi Chen possessed greater talent and the potential for foundation establishment, it would be perfect. Yet, with his 3rd grade spirit root, the path to foundation establishment would be exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, Yao Shi had made a firm resolution that if she had not broken through to foundation establishment by the age of 30, she would agree to become Yi Chen's Dao partner. This decision was not motivated by the Five Elements token, but rather by Yi Chen's profound affection. Living with such a man would surely bring happiness. However, if she were to break through to foundation establishment, it would be evident that they were ill-suited for one another. Not to mention the disparity in lifespan between the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, it would not be appropriate to grow old together. One would perish while the other endured for another 50 years. How tragic that would be. At that time, she would assist Yi Chen in finding a suitable partner, safeguarding him and his future offspring for a lifetime, as a way to repay his deep-seated affection. With her determination set, Yao Shi quickened her pace to catch up with Yi Chen and sincerely declared, "Thank you, junior brother Yi. I, Yao Shi, will never forget this." In that instant, a radiant smile illuminated Yi Chen's face. Yao Shi, too, blossomed with joy, believing that Yi Chen's happiness stemmed from her acceptance of the Five Elements token. However, she was not entirely mistaken.
Meanwhile, in the Grand Plaza, the main characters had departed, yet As for Li Xiaoyao, who remained on the stage, he had become an afterthought. Watching Yao Shi chase after Yi Chen, he ground his teeth in frustration. "You better pray that we don't cross paths during the sect competition. The second group is about to take the stage." Li Xiaoyao's lips twitched as he hurried off the stage. The competition for spots, interrupted by Yi Chen, was finally resuming. Outside the crowd, Sun Ruoxing gazed in the direction Yi Chen and Yao Shi had departed, tears streaming down her face. She truly regretted her choices. Chapter 91. Do you still desire my child? Enhanced version of the 5 Elements Pill Formula. The enhanced version of the 5 Elements Pill Formula, utilizing readily available herbs, can produce a 5 Elements pill that is identical in effect to the original, with no side effect. Initially, he had pondered whether the system might reward him with a personal 5 Elements cave or perhaps several exquisite 5 Elements pills. However, he never anticipated that it would directly unveil a new formula. The value of this was undeniably immeasurable. After all, the 5 Elements cave accumulates and transforms the spiritual energy of the 5 elements over the course of a year, which supposedly offers effects akin to just 2 low-grade 5. While it can be deemed effective, the benefits are limited. Yi Chen had encountered ancient texts that indicated ancient cultivators needed to consume hundreds of 5 Elements pills to expand their dantian to its utmost limit. In comparison, a sect's 5 Elements cave would yield enough spiritual energy for a single person over 50 years, yet now, he had directly acquired the formula. With just a few days spent refining 10 batches of pills, it would equate to the accumulation of 50 years' worth of energy from the sect's 5 Elements cave. He could effortlessly push his dantian to its limits. Most importantly, the 5 Elements pill is essential for cultivators should Yi Chen ever desire to establish a sect, nurturing a cadre of alchemists to produce 5 Elements pills. The potential benefits are immense. In summary, at this moment, Yi Chen's gaze toward Yao Shi was filled with fervor 30-fold. Combined with a critical hit, the rewards were astonishing. Yao Shi was indeed a tremendous treasure. Yao Shi, sensing Yi Chen's intense gaze, felt no remnants of her earlier awkwardness or discomfort. Instead, she chuckled softly, saying, "Junior brother, if I have not broken through to the foundation establishment stage prior to 30, the chance of breaking through is 1 in 1,000, while after 30, it plummets to 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the resources required for a breakthrough increase drastically. Squandering resources is one concern, but further advancement becomes nearly impossible, leaving one with minimal combat effectiveness. Such foundation establishment practitioners hold little value for larger sects like Qingyun sect, and thus resources are not. Hence, in the world of cultivation, the saying no foundation establishment by 30 prevails, indicating the slim chances thereafter." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's smile broadened. Apart from his master, no one in the entire sect exceeds Yao Shi's potential. Now, she had brought him such a delightful surprise. As for his master, there seemed to be an air of selflessness. Once he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, it remains uncertain if he can still curry favor with his master. Therefore, Yao Shi must certainly succeed in her breakthrough. Otherwise, if he achieves foundation establishment while Yao Shi remains at the Qi refinement stage, the gifts meant for foundation establishment, the system would undoubtedly not recognize them. This could hinder his cultivation significantly. Therefore, even if it requires substantial effort, he must ensure Yao Shi reaches the foundation establishment stage. Besides, his aspirations are the vast cosmos, far beyond mere 30-fold reward. That would impede my progress. So, without hesitation, Yi Chen declared, "I will undoubtedly do my utmost to assist my senior sister in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." Yao Shi immediately smiled upon hearing this. If it were an ordinary man, after hearing her words, he would likely wish to reclaim the 5 Elements token to completely eliminate her chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, thereby securing her as his Dao partner. Yet Yi Chen, he was resolute in his intention to propel her towards the foundation establishment stage. Yao Shi understood that Yi Chen's determination did not stem from a lack of affection or desire to be with her.
Rather, it was a profound love that wished for her to soar to greater heights. To truly love someone is to grant them the freedom to fly, not to confine them within a cage. I love you, and it has nothing to do with you, encapsulates the essence of true love. However, regarding Yi Chen's ability to assist her in reaching the foundation establishment stage, Yashi remains somewhat skeptical. After all, opening her dantian with the 5 elements cave would merely increase her chances of success. In her view, it would only enhance her probability by a mere half. To achieve a higher success rate, she would still require foundation establishment pills and various other spiritual materials. The path to foundation establishment is arduous, demanding an abundance of preparations. Even though Yi Chen is a direct disciple, there are many resources he has yet to access. Nonetheless, Yashi refrained from voicing her doubts. Instead, she beamed a radiant smile. Thank you, junior brother. If I successfully break through, I will help you select a suitable Dao partner, one surely not inferior to me. After all, every woman who encounters a man as deeply affectionate as Yi Chen would find it nearly impossible to be stirred by another. I am the lengthy journey of foundation establishment, nurturing a little Yi Chen.
Yi Chen thought to himself, what a fanciful notion.
Previously, requesting gifts was one thing, but now she desires my child. Would you like 1,000,000 of them instead? Yet, Yi Chen could. If so, what kind of reward would he receive? 30 sons. At this thought, Yi Chen shuddered. It would be better for him to take matters into his own hands when it comes to having children, sparing the system any trouble. After chatting with Yaoshi for a while longer, Yi Chen took his leave. Yaoshi stood there, watching until Yi Chen's figure vanished from her sight before turning away with a smile. Now, she possessed the coveted 5 elements token, yet for some reason, her urgency to reach foundation establishment seemed to have diminished. However, after taking just a few steps, Yaoshi's brow furrowed slightly, as someone blocked her path. It was Sun Ruoxin. Sun Ruoxin's eyes were red and swollen, her delicate features evoking a sense of pity. Yaoshi recalled the things Sun Ruoxin had done to Yi Chen and felt a wave of disdain. Although most cultivators tend to be selfish, Yaoshi did not consider herself a virtuous person either. Yet, individuals like Sun Ruoxin were rarer. Therefore, she had no desire to engage with Sun Ruoxin and attempted to bypass her. However, as they brushed past one another, Sun Ruoxin reached out and grasped Yaoshi's sleeve. Senior sister, could you please return Yi Chen to me? Yaoshi halted, forcefully yanking her sleeve away. Sun Ruoxin stood frozen in place, her tears, which had finally ceased, filled her eyes once more. Indeed, Yi Chen had once loved her so deeply, giving her everything. Who could possibly take Yi Chen from her? Everything was her fault. Time and again, she had disappointed Yi Chen, ultimately causing him to slip away from her grasp. Chapter 92. The brilliant Yi Tian. The refinement of the 5 elements pill is not particularly challenging, considering it is merely a pill for the Qi refinement stage. Yi Chen possesses the experience of a first-grade alchemist, making the process quite effortless for him. After bidding farewell to Yaoshi, Yi Chen promptly set out to procure the necessary medicinal materials. Unlike his previous covert endeavors at the Silver Moon Market, Yi Chen now enjoys a reputable status. However, while purchasing materials at the Qingyun workshop, although this required the expenditure of a considerable number of spirit stones, the improved formula for the 5 elements pill is exceedingly valuable, making it well worth the investment. Yi Chen has gained with the utterance of the phrase, I love you, it has nothing to do with you. Public perception of him has been further transformed, his reputation has begun to spread towards Qingyun City, and no one finds it peculiar. After all, it is common knowledge that Yi Chen pursued Master Sister Yaoshi with fervor, attending alchemy classes for 3 consecutive days. Hence, his ability to practice alchemy is hardly surprising. While Yi Chen awaited the steward at Qingyun workshop to prepare the materials, he was suddenly greeted with an enthusiastic voice from behind. 7th brother, we finally meet.
Yi Chen turned around, raising an eyebrow.
The one calling him was none other than Yi Tian, the most talented individual of the Yi family in this generation. However, upon seeing him, Yi Chen felt a pang of irritation. From the very first day of joining the sect, Yi Tian had been spouting nonsense. Even when Yi Chen merely stepped out to inquire about dual cultivation techniques, the vendor had already spread the word about a devoted admirer entering the sect. Half of Yi Chen's reputation as a devoted admirer was due to this fellow's chatter. It was one thing for Yi Tian to approach him without fleeing, but to attempt to ingratiate himself was another matter altogether. Oblivious to Yi Chen's disdain, Yi Tian gleefully approached. 7th brother, I have missed you dearly. He continued, the family no longer holds a grudge against you, they encourage you to visit more often. However, 7th brother, while Qingyun sect is indeed splendid, progressing here is far too costly in terms of spirit stones.
7th brother, considering you are now a direct disciple, how about lending me some spirit stones for a while? I promise to return them to you shortly. Yi Chen found Yi Tian's manner of speaking reminiscent of the gamblers from his past life. Nonchalantly, he raised his head and whistled, as if this elicited a grimace from Yi Tian, who secretly harbored a low opinion of Yi Chen. He deemed him talentless and low in cultivation, and to make matters worse, a devoted admirer. Yet, Yi Tian could not deny Yi Chen's extraordinary luck. Even when exiled to the Silver Moon Market, he managed to obtain the token of the Peak Master. Moreover, Yi Tian was genuinely in need of funds.
His family had provided him with a considerable number of spirit stones, but recently, while scavenging in the market, he had made a fortuitous find. He had purchased an item worth 10 low-grade spirit stones for the price of. This led Yi Tian to believe that his luck was not entirely lacking and that he might be able to establish a foundation through such finds. However, his enthusiasm led to numerous misjudgments, resulting in a complete loss of capital. Currently, he not only lacked a single pill but also owed over 20 low-grade spirit stones to the senior brother who had taken him to the market. Thus, Yi Tian could only suppress his displeasure and whispered, "Seventh brother, I know a secret.
This secret concerns you and your father."
Truth be told, he had long severed ties with the Yi family and cared little for their affairs. However, the mention of a connection to his biological father piqued his curiosity.
"Speak, and if this secret proves useful, I shall grant you 50 low-grade spirit stones," Yi Chen stated calmly.
Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback that he had offered a price of 1 upper-grade spirit stone, yet Yi Chen countered with 50 low-grade spirit stones, who taught him such bargaining skills. He was exceedingly generous towards female cultivators. Yi Tian wished to negotiate further, but Yi Chen did not even glance his way. With no other option, Yi Tian whispered, "Your father is not truly your grandfather's biological son. My father mentioned that when he was 6, your father was suddenly brought home one night by the then family head, your great-grandfather."
"Absolutely not, it was merely an accident.
Your father was ambushed by bandits, and they destroyed the body to conceal the evidence. It was only after your grandfather established his foundation that he personally went to locate the ambush site." Leaning against the counter, Yi Chen lightly tapped the crystal surface with his fingers, revealing a contemplative expression. If his father was not a biological son, then he himself could not be considered a member of the Yi family. This could explain why the family head was reluctant to bestow any valuable resources upon him, preferring instead to have him contribute to the family. After all, there is a distinction between insiders and outsiders. At this moment, Yi Chen began to wonder if perhaps his father had not actually died. Drawing from the narratives he had encountered in novels from his past life, was it possible that his father had been taken back by a powerful clan? However, Yi Chen quickly dismissed the thought. If his father had truly been taken back,
how could he have not been brought along?
Such coincidences seemed implausible. It would be more prudent to wait until he had achieved a higher level of cultivation and used the connections of Qingyun's sect to seek out those bandits, personally avenging his father. Yi Chen readily produced 50 low-grade spirit stones and tossed them to Yi Tian, who eagerly caught them, beaming with delight. In times of need, one must rely on their own brothers.
"Seventh brother, since you have no use for the opportunity in the Five Elements cave, could you perhaps pass it on to me 3 years from now?"
Yi Chen smiled back. "If you were my biological brother, then certainly, I would be willing to grant it, for as you say, my entering would indeed serve little purpose.
However, the issue lies in the fact that I am not a member of the Yi family."
Yi Tian's smile froze on his face. Damn. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt a sense of amusement. Since entering the Qingyun sect, the family head had frequently sent him letters, proclaiming that past grievances were bygones and encouraging him. They had also generously provided him with resources, which he understood quite well. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Peak Master, and establishing a connection with him was undoubtedly a lucrative investment for the Yi family. Yet, Yi Tian had jeopardized this opportunity over 50 low-grade spirit stones. Why Yi Chen planned to inquire about his father's true lineage once he had established his foundation, and in turn, he would inform the family head of what he had learned.
He was confident that Yi Tian would receive the family's affection as a result.
After sending away the visibly distressed Yi Tian, who felt he had made a grave error, Yi Chen found that the spiritual herbs he needed were ready. He returned directly to Sword Peak, preparing to refine the 5 elements pill. 2 pills could rival the accumulation of an entire year in the 5 elements cave. Why Yi Chen decided to consume one for 50 years, eager to see how much he could expand his Dantian. Expanding the Dantian would enhance a cultivator's mana, allowing for prolonged combat. Moreover, the foundational stage of cultivation is also derived from the transformation of the Dantian naturally. A larger Dantian. Given Yi Chen's third-grade spiritual root, the difficulty of breaking through to the foundational stage is comparable to that faced by most cultivators after the age of 30. The significance of the 5 elements pill for Yi Chen is thus immeasurable. Upon returning to Sword Peak, Yi Chen was unsparing in his rejection of Lin Kuo, who was eager to advance. He focused intently on the alchemical furnace, preparing to refine the 5 elements pill. Meanwhile, below Sword Peak, Sun Ruoxing stood outside the formation, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she awaited Yi Chen. She had countless words she longed to share with him. Chapter 93. Gu Yunyun's fist hardens. When Yi Chen fled from the Silver Moon Market, he took the alchemy furnace with him, prioritizing spaciousness and convenience. Upon successfully refining the first batch of 5 elements pills, the furnace lid was lifted, and the fragrant aroma of the pills instantly filled the entire room. At Yi Chen's current level, even when concocting new pills he had never attempted before, failure was nearly out of the question. 7 pills soared from the furnace, and as Yi Chen held them in his hand, he glanced over them. The 5 elements pills were round and smooth, with 5 colors intertwined, exuding a natural aura. However, the colors of this batch were somewhat dull and lacked vibrancy, with an uneven distribution of hues. 4 mid-grade, 3 low-grade, but not a single high-grade. Yi Chen shook his head, storing the 5 elements pills away, ready to continue refining. The efficacy of the 2 mid-grade 5 elements pills was equivalent to a year's worth of accumulation in the sect's 5 elements cave, yet for Yi Chen, mid-grade pills held little value. If they were to be used, they must be of the highest quality. High-grade pills not only raised the upper limit of his Dantian's expansion but also enhanced the tolerance of his meridians, thus indirectly accelerating his cultivation speed. Although the increase in meridian tolerance might be subtle, for Yi Chen, every little improvement was invaluable, therefore, he resolved to keep refining until he produced high-grade 5 elements pills. By evening, Yi Chen finally succeeded in creating a high-grade 5 elements pill. He felt that it would not be long before he could refine a supreme grade 1. His spirits were high, and his enthusiasm for evening cultivation surged. In truth, the 5 elements pills he no longer needed could be gifted to Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, aiding their future breakthroughs in the foundation establishment stage. With their enhanced strength, the effect of their joint cultivation would also improve. However, to be frank, Yi Chen harbored reservations about the two women. Those who understood the value of 5 elements pills knew how precious they were. If word got out, even his master might not be able to protect him. Thus, he decided against it for now and would wait to see if there were any contracts or treasures in the future that could provide him with peace of mind. If that were the case, he could then bestow some of his surplus items, which he was reluctant to part with, upon his maidservants. He resolved to inquire at Qingyun workshop soon. While Yi Chen diligently practiced, atop the sword peak, Gu Yunyan's lovely face was overshadowed by frost. For a peak master, accepting a direct disciple came at a cost. The performance of her disciple would reflect on her own standing. Gu Yunyun, who had enjoyed a smooth sailing life and effortlessly surpassed her peers, might not have cared much for such status, yet, the thought of her direct disciple being thoroughly humiliated in the upcoming sect competition was truly embarrassing. That was why she had specifically urged Yi Chen to secure a spot in this year's 5 Elements Cave. Even a slight enhancement would lessen her humiliation during the sect competition. But who could have anticipated that Yi Chen would turn around and gift the spot to someone else? Having rarely concerned herself with sect affairs, Gu Yunyun was only now made aware that her direct disciple, already lacking in talent, this revelation infuriated the usually composed Gu Yunyun. Here she was, the illustrious Gu Yunyun, with the potential to break through to the golden core stage, and yet she had taken on such a disgraceful disciple. With poor aptitude and a willingness to squander resources on others, he willingly played the role of a sycophant. Why Yi Chen was indeed devoted in his servitude, but it was Gu Yunyun who would bear the embarrassment. Especially with the Peak Master of Law Peak, with whom she had a strained relationship, always waiting for an opportunity to publicly humiliate Yi Chen, surely relishing the chance to gloat at her expense. Contemplating the impending humiliation, Gu Yunyun's fists clenched in anger. At that moment, she truly felt the urge to sever ties with her disciple. In her garden, there was a pond with a spring that continuously bubbled forth crystal clear water. Gu Yunyun sat within it, feeling her mind gradually settling. As she lay in the pool, the water rippled and refracted the light, resembling the reflection of a snowy mountain. Star power shone down from the heavens, causing the pond to radiate a soft, luminous glow. Gu Yunyun instinctively extended her consciousness toward Yi Chen's small courtyard, beginning her daily practice as a celestial being. However, she soon sensed something amiss. While her mind had previously experienced fluctuations during meditation, the intensity had never been this pronounced. This time, for reasons unknown, her mental state was profoundly disturbed, with her thoughts spiraling into chaos. What was happening? Could it be that she was agitated by her rebellious disciple's sycophantic behavior? Sensing something was off, Gu Yunyun promptly decided to halt her practice for the day. Yet, as she withdrew her consciousness halfway, she found herself unable to resist probing further. Her delicate jade hand, which had been resting at the edge of the pool, had unknowingly submerged into the water, sending ripples across the tranquil surface. Within the sound of the water, faint, barely audible sighs could be discerned. Unaware that his sycophantic antics had so thoroughly disturbed his master's mental state, leading to unforeseen complications in her practice, in the days that followed, aside from cultivating, Yi Chen focused on refining pills. Finally, on the 6th day, he succeeded in creating his first supreme grade 5 elements pill, which greatly elevated his spirits. Without hesitation, he consumed and refined it. The supreme grade 5 elements pill dissolved upon entry, transforming into the purest essence of 5 elements energy, which flowed through his organs according to their attributes, ultimately converging in his dantian. As his dantian trembled slightly, it began to expand at an imperceptible pace. The sensation was remarkably profound. Simultaneously, Yi Chen's expression shifted once more. The surge of 5 elements energy within his dantian instilled in him an overwhelming sense of impending breakthrough. Boom! After what felt like an eternity, Yi Chen opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The effects of the supreme grade 5 elements pill were astounding. 1 pill had expanded his dantian by nearly 1/10. With continued daily consumption, doubling or even tripling that capacity was certainly within reach. Such results were unattainable in the 5 Elements Cave. Moreover, on this very day, Yi Chen officially broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Considering his current rate of advancement, it was all but certain he would reach the 8th layer before the sect competition at year's end. Yi Chen was determined to participate in this year's sect competition. After all, while foundation establishment pills were no longer as rare as 5 elements pills, the limited supply of certain key ingredients controlled by top-tier powers rendered them exceedingly precious. In Qingyun sect, aside from direct disciples who broke through to the 9th layer of Qi refining and received a reward of 1 pill, the only other opportunity to obtain foundation establishment pills lay in the sect competition. The first-place winner of the competition would be awarded a low-grade foundation establishment pill. Although Yi Chen might not break through to the foundation establishment stage this year, it was merely a matter of 1 or 2 years. With his innate talent of third-grade spiritual roots, the difficulty of his breakthrough was undoubtedly epic. The Foundation Establishment Pill not only increased the chances of breaking through but also served to protect one's meridians and foundation. Without such a pill, a failed breakthrough could severely injure a cultivator's vitality, eliminating any future opportunities for advancement. However, with a Foundation Establishment Pill, even if one's attempt were unsuccessful, a brief rest would allow for another attempt. Each Foundation Establishment Pill represented a chance for breakthrough, a divine elixir in the eyes of any chi-refining cultivator. For Yi Chen, their significance was beyond imagination. Why Yi Chen's desire for Foundation Establishment Pills was straightforward. The more, the better. Ideally, he could obtain several hundred or even 1,000. With such a quantity, surely one attempt would succeed. However, the system could not endlessly replicate. Gifts received from the system could not be redistributed for further rewards. Thus, Yi Chen needed to secure as many Foundation Establishment Pills as possible. He was not only determined to excel in this year's sect competition but also in the next. As long as he had not broken through, no disciple of Qing Yun's sect could hope to claim first place. Chapter 94. What cannot be obtained is forever in restlessness. Another week has passed. After successfully refining 3 exquisite 5 elements pills, Yi Chen descended the mountain in high spirits. Tomorrow, the 5 elements cave will be opened. However, the spiritual energy within the cave is quickly depleted by the disciples, often consumed within a day or two. Even this year, despite the anticipated crowd, it will conclude in 3 to 4 days. Thus, Yaoxi's entry into the 5 elements cave does not hinder her weekly gift-giving ritual. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly as he spotted a strikingly slender woman standing there, her long legs accentuating her figure. Who else could it be but Sun Ruoxin? Yi Chen had long anticipated her presence waiting for him at the mountain's base, though he had not expected her to wait until now. Sun Ruoxin appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly having shed many tears recently. Yet, Yi Chen's mood remained entirely unaffected, devoid of any pangs of sympathy. In fact, he found it rather amusing. Previously, he had no choice but to indulge Sun Ruoxin, who, emboldened by the benefits she had reaped from him, maintained an air of arrogance, even being choosy about the gifts he offered. Such a woman could hardly be genuinely remorseful. She was merely envious of the precious gifts she had received. With a cold smirk, Yi Chen walked past Sun Ruoxin, deliberately ignoring her. Sun Ruoxin had waited at the mountain's base for an entire week, and upon seeing Yi Chen descend, her heart fluttered with excitement, believing he had finally been moved by her. However, upon sensing his indifferent demeanor, she quickly realized her misjudgment. Grasping Yi Chen's sleeve, she pleaded, "Junior brother, I truly understand my mistakes. Please, grant me an opportunity to apologize." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, his impatience. He had pressing matters to attend to, such as attending alchemy classes, conversing with Yaoxi, and shopping for gifts. He had no time to linger with a superficial acquaintance like her. Yet, Sun Ruoxin clung tightly, and for a moment, Yi Chen found himself unable to shake her off. "Sun Daoyu, please conduct yourself with dignity." Yi Chen's exasperated expression and frigid tone, coupled with the jarring address of Daoyu, left Sun Ruoxin on the verge of tears. In the past, Yi Chen's face would light up with joy upon seeing her. She had chosen to ignore him, responding to only a fraction of his words, yet he never grew angry. But now, he seemed utterly disinterested in her presence. "Junior brother, I truly regret my actions. Will you forgive me? I have been practicing the dual cultivation technique while waiting for you, and I have already made some progress." Yi Chen's expression remained unyielding. "What you desire is not my forgiveness at all. You merely wish for me to bestow gifts upon you and provide you with cultivation resources. Do you also covet a spot in the 5 elements cave? Moreover, I should inform the Yi family to cease their targeting of your father, shouldn't I?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. "No, junior brother, I never thought that way, I truly," but Yi Chen was already disinclined to listen further. He had numerous things to attend to, such as acquiring a superior alchemy furnace. The one brought from Silver Moon Market was utterly inadequate. A better furnace would significantly increase the chances of producing exquisite pills, and he also hoped to find a contract or something similar. With so many tasks at hand, he had no time to entertain Sun Ruoxin's pretense. With a swift motion, he extricated his sleeve from her grasp and departed, leaving her sobbing on the ground. Indeed, in Yi Chen's eyes, she was nothing more than that. He had been deeply hurt by her actions. How could he ever trust her again? Yet, she truly regretted her actions. Her jealousy was not directed towards the gifts she received but rather towards the unconditional love she enjoyed. "I love you, and it has nothing to do with you." This phrase was meant for her to hear, but she had ruined everything. The thought of this made Sun Ruoxin's cries grow even more heart-wrenching. "Junior brother, tomorrow marks the day we enter the 5 elements cave. If I enter, my chances of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage will significantly increase. Should we take back the 5 elements token? Otherwise, I may not achieve the Foundation Establishment stage and will only be your Dao companion." After the lesson concluded, Yaoxi, with her eyes twinkling and a beaming smile, spoke. Yi Chen admired Yaoxi's graceful figure, reminiscent of a full moon, marveling at her beauty. At that moment, he couldn't help but smile. To be her Dao companion, how delightful that notion seemed. "I only hope that your chances of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage increase as much as possible." Yi Chen spoke sincerely. Were it not for the fact that the 5 elements pills could not be given away, he would have wished to present Yaoxi with the exquisite 5 elements pills he had just refined, potentially yielding 60 of them to save himself the effort of alchemy. However, although he could not gift the 5 Elements pills, he was determined to offer Yaxi the Foundation Establishment pills from this year's sect competition. Should there be any other resources beneficial for her Foundation establishment, he would not hesitate to provide. Yaxi smiled gently at his words, sensing Yi Chen's appreciative gaze. She gracefully twirled, allowing him a closer look. Today, Yaxi wore a dress reminiscent of a professional outfit from his past life, cut just above the knee. The hem swayed with her movements, resembling ripples on water. Suddenly spinning around, the dress fluttered like a blooming lotus, revealing a round, radiant full moon above it. This scene was truly a feast for the eyes. In his past life, Yi Chen recalled a female celebrity from a certain cold nation who had trended for her graceful movements. He had watched the video and found it impressive, but compared to Yaxi at this moment, it was as if heaven and earth were worlds apart. Noticing the awe on Yi Chen's face, Yaxi beamed even more brightly. Women are often like this. When they harbor no feelings for someone, no matter how well one treats them, they remain indifferent, readily finding faults. Yet, when they are fond of someone, even the most ungraceful behavior is met with understanding. Previously, Yaxi had been somewhat put off by Yi Chen's gaze, but now she actively turned to show him more.
Junior brother, let's just stroll and chat. Yaxi said, rejecting Yi Chen's suggestion to visit Qingyun Square.
Once disdainful of him, she no longer held such sentiments. Yi Chen, smiling, shook his head, explaining that he needed to purchase medicinal materials for his own cultivation and replace his elixirs. Generally, cultivators do not probe into each other's cultivation levels upon first meeting. However, upon hearing that Yi Chen had advanced, Yaxi's eyes lit up, genuinely pleased for him. After all, for cultivators, one's cultivation level is paramount. Moreover, using the nurturing pills at the late Qi refinement stage yields mediocre results. It is best to switch to vitality pills. Thus, Yaxi immediately followed Yi Chen into Qingyun Square. After procuring a batch of medicinal materials needed for vitality pills, Yi Chen casually selected a top-tier alchemy furnace as a gift for Yaxi. The superior feedback from spiritual energy, enhanced control, and reduced medicinal loss during refinement made it an excellent choice. Additionally, it came with a ground fire array, allowing the use of spirit stones to ignite the fire for alchemy, enhancing the results even further. Yaxi truly wished to decline any more gifts from Yi Chen. However, she could not resist his enthusiasm and reluctantly accepted the offering, feeling both helpless and delighted. Helplessness stemmed from Yi Chen's persistence, yet joy arose from the fact that in the realm of, after all, what is unattainable is forever restless. Once obtained, the effort seems less necessary. Yet, Yi Chen's feelings for her remained as steadfast as ever, unchanged from their first meeting. How could such a remarkable man exist in the cultivation world? Observing Yi Chen's delighted expression upon her acceptance of the furnace, Yaxi felt herself uplifted, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 95. Defeating you, then giving you a gift. With the presence of Yaxi, a reliable source of 30-fold feedback, Yi Chen's days in the Qingyun sect can be described as both stable and fulfilling. Each morning, upon awakening, he would first gently move Lu Jing and Lin Kor aside before commencing his cultivation practice. In the afternoons, he would engage in alchemy. Although the exquisite alchemical furnace gifted to Yaxi did not yield any critical hits, producing a total of 30 superb alchemical furnaces allowed Yi Chen to reap considerable profits. Selling them later would undoubtedly result in a financial windfall. However, he needed to establish a stable sales channel, otherwise, he would have to waste time liquidating them himself, which was rather troublesome. With the possession of these extraordinary alchemical furnaces, Yi Chen's alchemical efficiency soared, and his success rate became increasingly astounding. Nowadays, in a single batch of 5 elements pills, he could produce as many as 8 exquisite pills from 10. Practically, one batch per week sufficed. This newfound efficiency granted Yi Chen more time to practice spells and consume medicinal pills. As night fell, he would continue his cultivation, progressing side by side with his peers. During this period, Yi Chen discovered a stream flowing down from the peak of the Sword Peak. The water was remarkably clear and infused with abundant spiritual energy. Consequently, he dedicated an entire afternoon to employing his magic. He could either immerse himself in the water or place his Shizhong Jade bed atop the surface for an almost perfect experience. It must be said that the water in the realm of cultivation was distinctly different, rich in spiritual energy. It would undoubtedly outperform any expensive skincare products used by women on Earth. At times, Yi Chen even detected a subtle fragrance emanating from the water. However, being merely 200 meters away from the mountain's summit, where only his master resided, he felt reassured that, thus, he had no concerns about whether the water had been previously used. Meanwhile, after entering the 5 Elements cave, Yaxi emerged after 4 days. She did not conceal the fact that the abundance of 5 Elements spiritual energy was nearly overwhelming. In the past, disciples entering the cave would be fortunate if their dantian expanded by even a tenth. Oftentimes, they could barely achieve that. Yet this year, Yaxi's dantian had expanded by nearly 1/5. Speaking of this, Yaxi appeared particularly elated. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. His own dantian had expanded by almost half during these few days. According to the efficacy description on the alchemical formula, with consistent consumption, it could potentially expand up to 3-fold. Indeed, compared to the 5 Elements cave, the effects of the 5 Elements pills were far more formidable. However, Yaxi remained oblivious to this fact, content with her current situation. After exiting the 5 Elements cave, she immediately began to prepare earnestly for this year's sect competition. Although, given Yaxi's current level, the probability of defeating Li Xiaoyao and a host of other direct disciples to obtain the Foundation Establishment pill was not particularly high, she felt it necessary to give it a try. To this end, Yi Chen naturally offered his unwavering support, even though Yaxi repeatedly declined his help and even secluded herself in her small courtyard, avoiding the lectures from the alchemy elder. When the day arrived, Yi Chen would still show up at her door. He generously provided various spells, magical tools, and treasures, offering anything that could assist her without hesitation. On one occasion, when Yi Chen sought an item that was unavailable within the sect and had to travel to Qingyun City to procure it, he could hardly wait the 2 days required for delivery.
Instead, he went to Qingyun City himself, returning late at night with the item and promptly delivering it to Yashi. This left her both touched and somewhat bewildered. She couldn't help but feel that Yi Chen seemed even more invested in her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage than she was. To Yashi, this behavior was undoubtedly a manifestation of Yi Chen's love for her, as he spared no effort in helping her reach greater heights. Thanks to Yi Chen's unwavering support, Yashi's strength advanced rapidly. She felt that when she next faced Li Xiaoyao, she would not easily succumb as she had before. All of this filled Yashi with immense gratitude. Initially, she had been concerned about the lifespan associated with the foundation establishment stage, yet Yi Chen's selfless dedication had subtly altered her mindset. Being with a man who loves her so deeply, like Yi Chen, would undoubtedly bring her great happiness, although enduring solitude after experiencing the companionship of a Dao partner would be exceedingly difficult. Yi Chen was so exceptional that the thought, moreover, the prospect of having children with Yi Chen, who could accompany her through her future solitary years, brought a radiant smile to Yashi's face. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, buoyed by the gifts he had bestowed, felt particularly elated. Yashi was delighted, and he was even more so. The items that proved beneficial to him were for his own use, while those that were not would be stored away for gradual sale. As for giving Yashi so many gifts and inadvertently making her too strong, he pondered what would happen when she obtained the foundation establishment pill. What a jest it would be. He too would participate in this competition. If Yashi truly advanced to the finals and faced him, he would certainly hold nothing back. Although Yashi possessed remarkable treasures, those in it. Therefore, it was certain that Yashi would not secure the foundation establishment pill. Once it fell into his hands, he would present it to her. Yashi would undoubtedly be overjoyed, triggering a critical reward. This outcome would be nothing short of perfect. During this time, Sun Ruoxin had not given up. She attended the weekly alchemy class, hoping to earn Yi Chen's forgiveness. However, his demeanor remained exceedingly aloof, rendering her invisible to him. This left Sun Ruoxin with no choice but to silently observe him. Yet, Yi Chen only descended from the Sword Peak once a week, so the only day she could see him was on that day. She could only watch as Yi Chen chatted amicably with Yashi, their intimacy palpable, and observed him bestowing various gifts upon her. For Sun Ruoxin, this was nothing short of torment, a heart-wrenching. As she grappled with her sorrow, Sun Ruoxin's regret only deepened. She recalled that, in the past, Yi Chen had also only appeared before her once a week. During the other days, she could not catch a glimpse of him. At the time, she had not given it much thought, but now it dawned on her that Yi Chen did not refrain from spending time with her. Rather, he was unwilling to waste the time of the one he cherished. After all, as a cultivator, one had to practice, learn, and research. Time was exceedingly precious. Thus, Yi Chen was so restrained, appearing only once a week. Yet, precisely because he had limited opportunities, he would meticulously prepare gifts to surprise the one he loved. The more she contemplated, the more Sun Ruoxin could appreciate how deeply Yi Chen had loved her. Everything Yashi now enjoyed had once belonged to her. However, she had personally destroyed it all. During this time, Sun Ruoxin had been reminiscing about Yi Chen's kindness. Whenever she encountered something she liked, she would recall how Yi Chen had once given her all the things she adored. When there were no medicinal pills available, she would think of the high-quality pills he had prepared for her in the past. Yet, the very person who had loved her so fiercely, she had pushed into the arms of another woman. The pain was unbearable. Truly, it was excruciating. Sun Ruoxin felt as though she would spend her entire life engulfed in regret. Chapter 96, The Grand Competition of the Sect. Nearly 4 months have swiftly elapsed, and winter has arrived, blanketing the Sword Peak in a pristine layer of snow after days of relentless snowfall. My lord, have you truly achieved a breakthrough? Sometimes I find myself doubting whether my lord has indeed attained the third-grade spirit root. Your cultivation speed rivals that of the prodigies. As Yi Chen prepared to step outside, his diligent maidservants, Lu Jing and Lin Ke, meticulously arranged his attire. Observing their industriousness, a smile graced Yi Chen's lips. His advancement was solely due to his own efforts, with the system only providing minimal assistance. Your contributions to my breakthrough are not insignificant, you too. Upon hearing this, the maids did not blush but instead gazed at Yi Chen with alluring eyes, tinged with a hint of longing. In that case, we shall assist you in your cultivation tonight. I shall take the lead tonight, for Lin Ke was rather unscrupulous yesterday. Seizing my turn, the two maidservants, no longer the shy girls they once were upon arriving at Qingyun Sect, had fully embraced their roles with fervor. After all, they had reaped considerable rewards since becoming Yi Chen's attendants, with access to an abundance of pills and the benefits of the Shizhong Yushui bed for enhanced cultivation. Their evenings were often filled with supplementary training. This treatment, truth be told, surpassed that of the majority of disciples at Qingyun Sect. Their cultivation had also seen remarkable progress, as both had ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement. As Yi Chen watched the two maidens bicker playfully over who would take the first seat, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, choosing not to intervene as he sauntered towards the door.
The reason for his early departure from training this morning was that today marked the third day of the sect's Grand Competition. The Grand Competition is regarded as the most significant event in Qingyun sect. Every disciple who has reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement must participate. Those who perform exceptionally well might even be taken in as disciples by the elders. Even if one does not catch the eye of an elder, securing a place within the top 100 almost guarantees a reward. This naturally ignited the enthusiasm of the disciples at Qingyun sect. Yi Chen, with his sights set on the Foundation Establishment Pill as this year's prize, was determined not to miss out. Why was he so confident? It was because of his strength. Yi Chen had recently achieved another breakthrough, now standing at the 8th level of Qi refinement. As for the 5 elements pill, he had long since reached its limits. His dantian had expanded to 3 times its original size, and his spiritual power was now far beyond that of a typical 9th level Qi refinement practitioner. With such robust spiritual energy, his endurance had significantly improved, allowing for greater instantaneous output and, consequently, more powerful spells. When looking across the entire Qingyun sect, he was undoubtedly unmatched in his Qi refinement stage. Even in more formidable sects or sacred lands, finding anyone capable of contending with Yi Chen at this stage would prove challenging. Thus, Yi Chen was brimming with confidence. Upon arriving at the sect square, Yi Chen was greeted by a throng of disciples, including those who had been eliminated in the previous days, all gathered to witness the spectacle. The reason Yi Chen had only come to compete on the 3rd day was due to sect regulations. Direct disciples and those at the 9th level of Qi refinement were exempt from the preliminary rounds and could directly contend for a spot in the top 100. This was to prevent the undue oppression of ordinary disciples. Junior brother, you've arrived. As Yi Chen examined the notice board in the internal affairs hall to see who his opponent would be, he hoped it would be that fellow Li Xiaoyao. Despite nearly half a year passing since their last encounter, Yi Chen had not forgotten the scorn he endured back then. However, before he could find his name, a light laugh echoed from behind him. Turning around, he found it was none other than his senior sister, Yao Shi. The aura she emanated was visibly stronger than during the competition for the 5 elements cave, indicating that Yi Chen's recent gifts had greatly benefited her. Do you feel confident, senior sister? Yi Chen inquired with a playful smile, as they had grown quite familiar. Yao Shi nodded eagerly. Should I encounter Li Xiaoyao again, I believe I possess the strength to fight him off. However, those other direct disciples may prove to be a different challenge. Sometimes, securing first place relies on luck. It's not always the strongest who triumphs, yet, one must strive for it nonetheless. And you, junior brother? Yao Shi turned the question back to him. With a slight grin, Yi Chen replied, since I have entered, I certainly aim to contend for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Yao Shi chuckled softly, taking his words as jest. In that case, should we cross paths, I shall not hold back, and you mustn't go easy on me either. Yi Chen nodded. Should he face Yao Shi, he would indeed not show mercy. For him, failing to secure first place was an acceptable outcome, as he still had a year before he could break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Waiting another year bore no consequence. However, first place could be claimed by anyone but Yao Shi. If fortune were to smile upon her and she secured the first position, obtaining the Foundation Establishment Pill and subsequently breaking through, thus, Yao Shi must lose. Unaware of Yi Chen's thoughts, Yao Shi's name was called for her match, and she bid him farewell with a smile. Yi Chen, meanwhile, continued to search for his name on the list. Soon enough, he found it. However, upon seeing his opponent's name, a smile spread across his face. His first match was against Yi Tian. To his surprise, this fellow had proven to be quite formidable, managing to break into the top 100, impressive indeed. Nevertheless, it was for the best. Yi Tian had made life difficult for him since entering the sect, and Yi Chen had long wished to give him a proper lesson. As Yi Chen pondered this, he heard Yi Tian's voice call out from behind. Seventh brother, I see it, we are opponents. Yi Tian's expression was one of great excitement indeed. What a coincidence, Yi Chen responded cheerfully, exuding warmth. Seventh brother, let me tell you, I have now broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. I've fought my way into the top 100, nearly sweeping through everyone. Logically, I should be aiming for an even higher rank, perhaps even the top 10. However, we are brothers, and I cannot disregard our kinship. As you are a direct disciple, losing in the first match would be quite embarrassing. Thus, if you could provide me with a high-grade spirit stone and relinquish your spot in the 5 elements cave for the next 2 years, I'll intentionally go easy on you during our match. Performing well in the grand competition can lead to the opportunity of being taken in as an elder-s disciple. Your brother has gone through so much, isn't that fair enough? Yi Tian leaned in closer to Yi Chen, whispering. Yi Chen felt his lips twitch at the proposal. This so-called cousin of his never failed to bring up spirit stones whenever they met. He had long suspected Yi Tian was involved in some dubious schemes, and it seemed he was right. Although they were not blood relatives, Yi Chen could not simply stand by and watch Yi Tian continue down this misguided path. Thus, Yi Chen smiled and patted Yi Tian on the shoulder. Considering you called me seventh brother, I shall hold back during our match. With those words, Yi Chen leisurely made his way towards the arena, pausing to observe Yao Shi's battle. Yi Tian stood dumbfounded. You, with a third-grade spirit root, though a direct disciple, have bestowed all the good fortune upon women. What do you think you can compete with me? However, since Yi Chen refused to recognize, defeating a direct disciple in the arena would undoubtedly garner him significant fame. Perhaps he might even catch the eye of an elder and be taken in as a disciple. Once he became an elder-s disciple, he could easily renege on his debts. Would those creditors dare to demand spirit stones from him then? Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, Yi Tian's mind was teeming with such peculiar thoughts. As Yi Chen moved about, he noticed many gazes upon him, Li Xiaoyao among them, alongside several unfamiliar faces, including a particular 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner who appeared displeased. A few 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners, adorned with 3 cloud patterns on their chests, regarded him with bemusement. Yi Chen sensed their malice but remained unfazed, disinterested in uncovering their identities. After all, to be envied is the plight of the capable, whoever they were, he would deal with them accordingly once they met in the arena. Chapter 97, Your words ignite my enthusiasm.
Yao Shi wins. Li Xiaoyao wins.
The disparity in skill levels among the disciples is substantial, leading to swift resolutions of victories. Before long, it was Yi Chen's turn to take the stage. As soon as Yi Chen ascended, he instantly captivated the attention of all present. The number of elders in attendance was not particularly large today, with prominent figures such as the Peak Master and Sect Leader absent. Their time is precious, and they would only observe on the final day. However, Yi Chen's reputation looms large. Being labeled as the most incompetent direct disciple and a hopeless romantic has piqued the curiosity of many regarding his true prowess. If he fails to even secure a place among the top 50, it would indeed be a tremendous embarrassment. On the platform, Elder Chen shook his head. Prior to the sect competition, he had already broached the subject of expelling Yi Chen with the sect leader, who suggested that they would assess Yi Chen's performance before making a decision. However, given Yi Chen's current display, it seemed unlikely he would even qualify to last until the final day. Thus, expulsion from the sect appeared to be a foregone conclusion, unless Yi Chen could. Meanwhile, those like Li Xiaoyao, who harbored ill intentions toward Yi Chen, watched with cold detachment, eagerly anticipating the moment when this so-called most incompetent disciple would be eliminated in his very first match by an obscure outer sect disciple. Such an outcome would undoubtedly render Yi Chen the greatest laughingstock of the sect, and so, amidst the scrutiny of countless eyes, the match officially commenced. Yi Tian, without holding back, immediately raised his hand, summoning dozens of ice blades that materialized behind him, hurtling toward Yi Chen with a resounding force. The initial speed was impressive, the ice blades thin and razor-sharp, or most significantly, the sheer number of 10 ice blades, propelled at great velocity, demonstrated Yi Tian's admirable command of the ice blade tech.
Some disciples maliciously mused, could Yi Chen possibly fail to defend against this?
Yet, in the glaring gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen casually extended a finger. A semicircular barrier. In the next moment, the audience erupted in astonishment. Yi Tian, taken aback by the sudden uproar, wondered why the spectators were so astonished simply because his ice blades were blocked. How inept must his cousin be to evoke such low expectations? However, before Yi Tian could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a gust of wind surge beside him. As he turned, he was horrified to see a colossal hand that had appeared beside him without a sound. What kind of sorcery is this? When did it manifest, and how did it make no noise? Yi Tian had no time to evade, only managing to conjure a defensive spell, hoping to withstand the blow. Yet, the moment the barrier made contact with the enormous hand, it shattered instantaneously. The hand struck Yi Tian with unwavering force, sending him flying like a mere insect, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena's barrier. Racked with pain, he found himself unable to rise. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All those who had anticipated a spectacle of Yi Chen's folly now bore expressions of incredulity. Did Yi Chen truly win? What was this sorcery? How had they never witnessed such a technique before? Most crucially, as Yi Chen had just cast his spell, many were astonished to discover that he too was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. When had Yi Chen achieved such a breakthrough? Was he not a third-grade spirit root? How many elixirs must he have consumed to achieve 2 consecutive breakthroughs within a year? The crowd was perplexed and utterly astonished. Some even began to speculate whether this was a fixed match. After Yi Chen exited the stage, the news that the Lickspittle direct disciple had triumphed over his opponent and advanced to the next round spread rapidly. However, along with this news came rumors of match fixing. Some disciples adamantly confirmed that Yi Tian and Yi Chen were cousins and both disciples of the Yi family from Qingyun City. Others claimed to have witnessed the two whispering to one another before the match commenced. Even a friend of Yi Tian recounted that he had personally asked Yi Tian, who confessed that he had intentionally lost to Yi Chen for the sake of their family, urging his friend to keep it under wraps. With the involved parties acknowledging the narrative, it became an undeniable truth. Many could even understand why Yi Chen would resort to such tactics. After all, as a direct disciple, losing in the first match would be a humiliation. Conversely, Yi Tian, a mere ordinary disciple, sacrificing his chances for the long-term benefit of the family was considered entirely reasonable. Numerous eliminated disciples were drawn to the spectacle, eager to witness how thoroughly this direct disciple would be defeated in the upcoming match from 50 to... Yi Chen was certainly aware of the rumors circulating in the outside world, yet, as far as empty fame went, which bore no tangible benefits, he remained indifferent. However, while he dismissed the notion of reputation, he would not feign ignorance when it came to genuine interests. When the occasion called for it, he would certainly rise to the challenge. Yet, the fact that Yi Tian had the audacity to fabricate rumors to elevate himself left Yi Chen feeling somewhat irked. Had he known earlier, he would not have held back. Just wait, you rascal. Engaged in casual conversation with Yao Shi, the afternoon arrived swiftly. The time had come for the match from 50 to 25. Upon seeing the name of his opponent, Yi Chen's eyebrows arched in surprise. Kong Shangbei. That name seemed somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Nonetheless, Yi Chen paid it little mind. After all, to him, it made no difference who the opponent was. Soon enough, it was Yi Chen's turn to take the stage. His match attracted noticeably more attention than those of other disciples, with at least 1,000 spectators gathered. He had truly become a top-tier figure within Qingyun sect. However, upon glimpsing his opponent's appearance, Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The opponent bore a rather rotund visage. Most importantly, the individual had sent him a message. Yi Chen's expression reflected his confusion. It wasn't that he wished to deny his actions, but rather that he had no clue who the female cultivator in question was. Could it possibly be a pursuer of Yao Shi? His bewildered expression only served to infuriate Kong Shangbei further. Yi Chen appeared so perplexed, as if he had no regard for him, indicated that he was entirely unrecognized by his rival. It was truly excessive. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 8th level of chi refinement for far too long. He had set his sights on Sun Ruoxin, intending to mold her into a cauldron to facilitate his breakthrough. Initially, with the allure of a spot among the Qingyun sect disciples and the pressure from his father's status as an elder, he believed he could easily manipulate Sun Ruoxin and her father. However, this had all been thwarted by Yi Chen, the insufferable lickspittle, who had gifted the Qingyun token to Sun Ruoxin, causing his prized opportunity to slip away. Stagnated in his cultivation, he found himself without a breakthrough in sight. In the realm of cultivation, competing for a woman may not necessarily be regarded as a deep-seated enmity, but obstructing one's path is undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Most infuriatingly, Yi Chen remained blissfully unaware of the malice he had wrought. The lickspittle truly deserved to be punished. Yi Chen, today I shall leave you half dead. And as for Sun, upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally understood, this person was indeed the son of Elder Kong. To be honest, Yi Chen had little interest in Sun Ruoxin. Her allure was hardly compelling, perhaps it was her long legs that intrigued him. Nonetheless, Kong Shangbei's fervent desire for her ignited something within Yi Chen. Chapter 98 I could report you for this, even though Yi Chen was the direct disciple of the sword. Offending Yi Chen brought him no apprehension. After all, given Yi Chen's innate talent, it was already commendable that he could maintain his position as a direct disciple. As for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage? That was nothing more than a pipe dream for one with a third-grade spiritual root to aspire to such a breakthrough. To say the difficulty was insurmountable would not be an exaggeration. A standard foundation establishment pill would merely allow for a few attempts at the breakthrough. In reality, each attempt would still deplete one's essence. After 2 or 3 tries, all chances would be irrevocably lost. Only an exceptional foundation establishment pill could truly permit repeated attempts without consuming one's essence, allowing cultivators to persist in their endeavors. However, within the entirety of the Qingyun sect, not a single exceptional foundation establishment pill could be found. Thus, it was evident that Yi Chen was destined to remain unable to establish his foundation. On the other hand, with my 9th-grade spiritual root, my chances of success in establishing a foundation were exceedingly high. The future was undoubtedly in my favor. Once I successfully establish my foundation, I will have ample means to deal with Yi Chen, and for now, I shall take great pleasure in teaching him a lesson, ensuring that this sycophant understands the consequences of vying for women with me. Kong Shangbei's malicious gaze fixated on Yi Chen as he contemplated the ways to punish him. Killing Yi Chen was out of the question. After all, there were elders watching from the arena. It would be impossible to take a life there. However, while defeating him was unnecessary, inflicting injury and tormenting him gradually was certainly feasible. As this thought crossed his mind, a cruel smile crept upon Kong Shangbei's face. Yet, at that moment, a voice thundered in his mind. Fool, dodge quickly. It was his grandfather communicating telepathically. Kong Shangbei sensed an unusual force above his, but it was already too late. An enormous spiritual energy hand, which had seemingly appeared from nowhere, descended from above with great force, accompanied by gasps and a furious shout of stop. It came crashing down without hesitation. The stones beneath the arena erupted instantaneously, sending tremors felt by disciples within a radius of several hundred meters. As the spiritual hand slowly dissipated, all eyes were fixed on the stage. There, a distinct palm imprint lay half a meter deep, with Kong Shangbei sprawled within it, his eyes bulging, blood spilling from his mouth, and his limbs twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. This tragic scene left the onlookers in shock. Kong Shangbei held a modest reputation within the sect as the grandson of an elder and possessed considerable strength. Though he had not advanced beyond the 8th level of chi refining for 2 full years, his power was only slightly weaker than that of the first tier. He consistently ranked within the top 10 during major competitions, earning his place among the strong disciples of the Qingyun sect. Yet, here was a figure of such standing, utterly unable to withstand even a single move from the seemingly inconsequential sycophantic disciple. Moreover, given Kong Shangbei's dire state, it was clear this was not a case of accepting bribes. After all, he was the elder's beloved grandson. How much could one possibly accept to endure such humiliation? Thus, it appeared that this sycophantic disciple, often derided behind his back, was not merely a worthless individual. The ordinary disciples were undoubtedly astounded by the unfolding reality. Even Li Xiaoyao and several other direct disciples, who had initially anticipated witnessing Yi Chen's folly, were taken aback. The power of the spell Yi Chen had unleashed was utterly terrifying, yet, what was most alarming was that the spell had been executed almost silently. There was no need for intricate hand seals. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were diminished to the utmost, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Moreover, the speed of the attack was astonishing, rendering any chance of defense futile had they been caught unawares. The consequences of being struck by that massive handprint would have been equally dire. In that moment, those who had previously dismissed Yi Chen now approached the situation with caution, earnestly considering how to contend with this formidable adversary should they encounter him. Meanwhile, on the stage, the steward remained in a state of shock, unable to announce Yi Chen's victory. A figure with hair as white as snow rushed onto the platform. He lifted Kong Shangbei and administered a pill while glaring intently at Yi Chen, exclaiming, "I commanded you to stop. Why do you not heed my words?" Even though the other party had not taken any aggressive action, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Yi Chen at foundation establishment stage. Yi Chen summoned his spiritual energy to withstand the pressure. In a sect competition, one cannot simply call for a halt. I cannot just stand here and be struck. Yi Chen had recognized his opponent the moment he shouted Kong Shangbei's grandfather, Kong Shangli, an elder of the Symbol Peak, and a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, despite knowing that he faced a powerful adversary, Yi Chen felt no trepidation that he had never been the type to shy away. Once enmity was established, he had no qualms about escalating it further. Yi Chen's attitude only served to chill Kong Shangli's demeanor further. Why have you treated a fellow disciple so cruelly? Yi Chen shook his head, although he transmitted a message to me, boasting that once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would have countless ways to eliminate me. I was not angered, nor did I wish to strike him down. I simply did not expect him to be so weak. Had I known, I would not have wasted my spiritual energy. I truly apologize. Yi Chen's almost provocative words ignited a murderous glint in Kong Shangli's eyes, and the oppressive aura around him intensified, as though he intended to crush Yi Chen outright. Yi Chen did not withstand it. Instead, he raised his head and shouted, "Master, an elder is bullying me." At the moment Yi Chen called out for his master, the once murderous gaze of Kong Shangli transformed into clarity. The oppressive force of the foundation establishment stage receded like a tide. After casting a glance at Yi Chen, Kong Shangli took to the air, carrying his grandson away. Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile. The world of cultivation was not solely about violence, it also encompassed the intricacies of human relationships. Having been in the sect for nearly a year, Yi Chen had gained a deeper understanding of his master. A person who was ruthless yet spoke little. He had chased after the Sword Peak's master to deliver a beating on several occasions. With such a master backing him, what was Kong Shangli? Watching Kong Shangli's retreating figure, Yi Chen shouted, "Elder, interfering in the arena is an act of bullying. I shall report this matter to my master and seek justice." Yi Chen could clearly see Kong Shangli's body stiffen and falter slightly after his declaration. Nevertheless, he quickly took flight. Yi Chen turned to the steward and snapped his fingers. The steward, who had been momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure and announced, "Yi Chen wins." At last, Yi Chen revealed a satisfied smile as he descended from the platform and returned to Sword Peak. The competition had concluded for the day, and Yi Chen was headed back to lodge a complaint. Of course, he would report it. Yi Chen had never been one to suffer losses. If he could win, he would fight. If he could not, he would seek justice. In any case, he would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. This had been his approach during his school days. When confronted by bullies, he would confront them directly when he had the upper hand, and when he did not, he would report the matter to a teacher. This strategy had made him the student whom the local bullies least wanted to provoke. Once Yi Chen departed, the once quiet venue erupted into a clamor. Yi Chen's performance had completely reshaped the perspectives of those in attendance. Previously, all the disciples had regarded Yi Chen, the sycophantic disciple, as nothing more than a worthless individual who had relied on connections to enter the sect. Yet, upon witnessing his display of strength, they were left astounded. Kong Shangbei had been nearly defeated with a single blow. Most importantly, Yi Chen had shown no fear in the face of a mid-stage foundation establishment elder. Such audacity was a stark contrast to the harmless sycophant who had rushed to Qingyun City to assist Yashi, unable to wait a day. It was as if he were a different person entirely. All the disciples quickly realized that while their own direct disciple might be a sycophant, he was certainly not the worthless individual they had presumed him to be. Could it be that Yi Chen's status as a direct disciple was not solely reliant on his connections, but rather stemmed from some unique merit? In any case, as the news spread that the sycophantic disciple was not a worthless individual, the disciples of the Qingyun sect were left utterly astonished. Yi Chen had unequivocally ascended to the pinnacle of Qingyun sect today. Tomorrow's grand competition would undoubtedly be even more exhilarating. Chapter 99 Yi Chen's disregard for kinship. Have you heard the news? It seems that there was quite a stir at the Symbol Peak yesterday. The entire peak trembled for quite a while. Indeed, I am a disciple of Symbol Peak, and it suddenly shook yesterday. This morning, I noticed that the Peak Master wore a particularly grim expression. Could it be that there is an issue with the formation at Symbol Peak? That might be the case. Elder Chen from the Internal Affairs Hall also appeared quite somber today. It seems the repair of the formation will require a significant expenditure of spirit stones. Enough chatter, enough chatter. Yi Chen is about to take the stage. The disciples buzzed with discussion. However, as the third match of the day commenced, the atmosphere fell silent. They all instinctively turned their gazes towards the arena. The arena stood before the main hall of the Qingyun sect, where a multitude of elders sat prominently. The masters of every peak, and even the sect leader at the Golden Elixir stage, had gathered, for today marked the final day of the sect competition. The top 25 disciples would determine the sect's champion today. The victor would be awarded a foundation establishment pill personally bestowed by the sect leader. Has Yi Chen made it into the top 25? Having only entered the sect less than a year ago, such an achievement is already commendable. Elder Chen, are you being excessively demanding? The sect leader, appearing aged and frail, squinted at the arena, inquiring telepathically of Elder Chen, who stood behind him. Elder Chen's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that Yi Chen, with merely a third-grade spirit root, would break through 2 levels in a year. He also did not foresee that Yi Chen had not only advanced in cultivation but had also improved his combat prowess, unleashing an unprecedented giant palm technique that swept aside all opponents. Had he known this would occur, he would not have reported to the sect leader. His feelings towards Yi Chen had always been neutral. His concerns had solely stemmed from the sect's interests and reputation. However, now that was not the case. Watching Yi Chen ascend the arena, Elder Chen's mouth twitched. This Yi Chen had gone to complain to Gu Yunyun, claiming that Kong Xiangli had bullied him. In truth, he had been vigilant, ensuring that Kong Xiangli would not dare to act against Yi Chen, which was why he had refrained from stepping in last night. After Kong Xiangli had been beaten, the master of Symbol Peak had apologized and presented dozens of top-notch talismans to Yi Chen for protection. Elder Chen had also been confronted by Gu Yunyun, who had gritted her teeth and compensated him with a premium flying sword as an apology. The more Elder Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. Yi Chen was simply ungrateful. Meanwhile, to the right of the sect leader, Gu Yunyun, clad in a red robe, lounged in her chair, exuding an air of languor. She displayed none of the sharpness expected of a sword cultivator. However, a glance at the corner of her mouth revealed her good spirits. Ever since Yi Chen relinquished his spot in the Five Elements cave, Gu Yunyun had ceased to engage with her direct disciple, believing Yi Chen would undoubtedly embarrass himself in the sect competition. Yet, to her surprise, Yi Chen not only avoided disgrace but instead brought her joy. The 25th place was far beyond her expectations. At this moment, she found Yi Chen increasingly appealing. When Yi Chen had come to report the incident, he had relentlessly sought her out. If only Yi Chen could perform even better. After all, she had never been inferior to others. During her own disciple years, she had never placed lower than second in the sect competition. If Yi Chen could achieve similar results, it would not tarnish her reputation. However, Gu Yunyun soon shook her head, realizing her expectations were too high. Yi Chen's current performance was already commendable. Being defeated was acceptable, as long as it was not at the hands of a disciple from Law Peak. She could not afford to lose face, given her enmity with the Law Peak master. At that moment, the match commenced. Yi Chen's opponent for this round was a familiar face, Li Xiaoyao, who wore a serene smile. While Yi Chen's enormous palm technique was indeed formidable, he had devised a countermeasure. His swordsmanship had reached an exceptionally high level. Any giant palm could be cleaved apart with a single sword strike. Although such a technique would consume considerable energy, he could manage to unleash 3 strikes at most. Yet, Yi Chen's enormous palm would likely consume even more energy. With Yi Chen at merely the 8th layer of Qi refinement and having never entered the Five Elements cave, managing to unleash 1 or 2 palms would be commendable. As long as he could dispel all of Yi Chen's attacks, he could easily suppress him. He intended to demonstrate his superiority to the masters of the Sword Peak and Yaoshi, making them realize that they had made a poor choice. Junior brother Yi, in battle, blades and swords are blind. They are difficult to control. If you sense any danger, remember to crouch down and concede immediately, otherwise, I fear I may not react in time and inadvertently injure you. Li Xiaoyao casually remarked, lightly stroking the blade of his sword with a serene smile. Yi Chen could not help but roll his eyes. You don't even have a spirit beside you. Clearly, you are just a nameless extra. Does your family know how pretentious you are? Yi Chen had never been fond of engaging in unnecessary chatter with those he could easily defeat. Instantly, his internal spiritual energy surged forth, channeling the Heavenly Destruction Hand technique. A massive purple golden hand materialized approximately 10 meters above Li Xiaoyao's head, crashing down with a resounding boom. The overwhelming force left the onlooking disciples in awe and curiosity regarding how Li Xiaoyao would respond. Li Xiaoyao, however, wore a cold smile. His spiritual energy surged into the sword in his hand, and he unleashed an incredibly formidable sword qi, directly cleaving toward the purple golden hand. In the eyes of all, the two forces collided with a thunderous impact, reverberating throughout the disciples' square. The disciples gazed up in astonishment, witnessing the spiritual energy hand being cleaved open, slowly dissipating, while the sword qi also vanished into thin air amidst the collision. Truly worthy of his swordsmanship has reached a divine level. Yi Chen's giant palm technique was effortlessly countered. It seems the outcome is already determined. After all, senior brother Li is stronger. Yi Chen has only been in the sect for less than a year, and he is merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, 1 layer lower than senior brother Li. It is only natural that he cannot win. The disciples murmured amongst themselves. The elders atop the stage also displayed expressions of admiration. Li Xiaoyao's technique has already taken on the semblance of a sword that can break myriad laws. His talent in swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. Indeed, if he secures first place this year and obtains the Foundation Establishment Pill, our Qingyun sect's strength will undoubtedly experience a significant boost. Yi Chen's technique is indeed powerful, but the consumption is also substantial. That last strike nearly exhausted all his Qi refinement energy. Victory is already decided. I had hoped to let my disciple spar with Taoist Gu's disciple for some exchange. It seems that opportunity has slipped away. The master of Law Peak began to speak with a sardonic tone. Gu Yunyun's lips twitched slightly, sensing that Yi Chen was unlikely to succeed. However, just wait, Law Peak master, I'll find an opportunity to settle the score with you. Yet soon, Gu Yunyun raised it. The previously raucous scene fell silent once more. At the moment the giant hand was dispelled, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. Above in the sky, a new spiritual energy hand coalesced, crashing down without a hint of hesitation. Li Xiaoyao's expression shifted. How could Yi Chen still unleash such a technique? With no time for further contemplation, Li Xiaoyao once again poured all his energy into unleashing a massive sword qi. Bang! The two forces collided again, dissipating upon impact. Li Xiaoyao let out a sigh of relief. Those two giant palms were undoubtedly Yi Chen's limit. Next, it would be his turn. Yet, before Li Xiaoyao could finish his thoughts, he looked up in disbelief as yet another giant hand began to form, hurtling toward him. Li Xiaoyao nevertheless, he immediately unleashed another massive sword qi to counter it. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao's face turned pale. The sword to break the giant palm consumed an immense amount of energy. Having used 3 strikes in succession left him with barely any spiritual energy remaining. Yet Yi Chen had consecutively unleashed 3 giant hand techniques, which would surely have drained him even more. However, just as Li Xiaoyao prepared to charge at Yi Chen, he noticed Yi Chen raise an eyebrow at him. The faint spiritual energy fluctuations he sensed above his head caused Li Xiaoyao's expression to change dramatically when he looked up. He could hardly believe his eyes as yet another purple golden giant hand formed above him, crashing down. Li Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, filled with disbelief. How could it be that he, a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator freshly emerged from the Five Elements cave, was unable to prevail against a mere 8th-layer cultivator in an energy-draining contest? How could this be possible? Yet, Li Xiaoyao had no time to ponder further. The giant hand descended far too swiftly. In the next moment, he found himself struck down just as Kong Xiangbei had been the previous day. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 100 Yi Chen will not hold back. Observing Li Xiaoyao, who lay on the ground, slightly better off than yesterday's Kong Xiangbei, the arena fell into a profound silence. Since the last competition for the Five Elements cave quotas, Li Xiaoyao had garnered recognition as the most formidable disciple under direct transmission, yet, no one anticipated that he would be vanquished by Yi Chen. The audience was rendered speechless. The disciples were at a loss for words to articulate the shock they felt, while the elders displayed expressions of astonishment. How can Yi Chen's magical prowess be so overwhelming? Did he not fail to enter the Five Elements cave? Moreover, the ferocity of his magical output suggests that his meridians are exceptionally robust. Li Xiaoyao, even at the 9th level of Qi refinement, is considered a prodigy. Even those few direct disciples may not consistently overpower him, yet Yi Chen has defeated him despite the level disparity. Thus, could it be that Yi Chen is also a genius? After all, the sect leader was now 270 years old, with only 3 decades of life remaining. Gu Yunyun was the most likely candidate to break through to the golden core stage and become the next sect leader. Though Gu Yunyun was equally perplexed, she understood little beyond the fact that Yi Chen possessed a third-grade spiritual root and seldom slept at night. Yet, to praise me for having keen insight? Indeed, that is correct. However, the master of Law Peak interjected with a hint of sarcasm. It is commendable that the disciple of my esteemed friend Gu has advanced. Should my disciple cross paths with yours, it would His direct disciple possessed a fire-type extraordinary spiritual root, mastering fiery spells to an extraordinary degree. He was universally acknowledged as the foremost combatant among this generation of disciples. Truth be told, everyone believed the master of Law Peak's disciple would inevitably claim first place again, including Gu Yunyun. Still, it mattered not if her disciple failed to triumph. Gu Yunyun gritted her teeth, planning to find an opportunity to confront the master of Law Peak in a few days. Meanwhile, the sect leader himself, uninterested in the elders' discord, merely wished for it not to escalate. After watching Yi Chen's bout, he turned to Elder Chen with a glance. Although no words were exchanged, the meaning in his weathered eyes was unmistakable. Elder Chen, I too did not foresee Yi Chen's immense magical strength, capable of defeating Li Xiaoyao. On the stage, fireballs flew and spells erupted, the sounds of explosions resonating continuously. In the realm of cultivation, prolonged battles were rare. Practitioners sought flaws and seized opportunities, leading to swift conclusions. By noon, only 4 competitors. The disciples were all in awe. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly unassuming direct disciple would suddenly reveal his extraordinary prowess? After the drawing of lots, an uproar erupted in the arena, for Yi Chen and Yaoshi had been placed in the same bracket. In the entire sect, who was unaware of the relationship between Yi Chen and Yaoshi, Yi Chen's declaration, "My love for you is of no concern to you," had spread far and wide, even reaching Qing. With the two now competing for a spot in the finals, the disciples shook their heads, feeling there was no point in watching, as the outcome was already predetermined. Previously, Yi Chen had willingly relinquished his spot in the Five Elements cave to Yaoshi, and the significance of the foundation establishment pill to her was evident. Therefore, it was unnecessary to contemplate. Yi Chen would undoubtedly concede. Even if the sect leader and elders were present, they would likely subtly allow Yaoshi to emerge victorious. Upon this realization, the disciples felt a wave of disinterest. Yi Chen had risen to prominence, effortlessly suppressing every adversary with his formidable spells. They had yet to witness him employ any other techniques. They yearned to see Yi Chen's limits. Instead, he faced Yaoshi. Despite Yi Chen's ability to shatter their expectations of strength, no one doubted his role as a devoted admirer. As the discourse among the crowd continued, the sect leader, possessing an impressive golden core cultivation level and keen spiritual awareness, overheard their murmurs. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "The foundation establishment pill is the foundation of the path to enlightenment. Would Yi Chen truly surrender due to romantic entanglements?" He held a favorable view of Yi Chen, yet if he were to concede, after all, for a cultivator to ascend, they must strive. Loose cultivators must compete. Disciples of Qing Yun sect must strive as well. Even the exalted disciples of sacred grounds must contend. Those who do not compete. The master of Law Peak immediately chuckled. Perhaps the sect leader is unaware, but this direct disciple of my esteemed friend Gu is renowned for his deep affections. That line, "My love for you is of no concern to you," moved me to tears. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression darkened. While the phrase seemed romantic, upon closer inspection, it was merely unrequited love, a blatant display of unreciprocated affection. Gu Yunyun, who had been delighted watching Yi Chen decisively overpower his opponents, felt her mood sour as she listened. Before stepping onto the stage, Yi Chen received a cold reminder from his master in his mind, "Do not hold back, do not concede. If you dare to concede, I shall punish you by confining you to the sword's edge for 3 years without descending the mountain." Yi Chen twitched his mouth at her words, feeling somewhat helpless. He overheard the whispers of the disciples, realizing that even his master was cautioning him not to concede. But wait, did they truly believe I was a sycophant? Am I such a person?
Rest assured, Master, I, Yi Chen, shall dispel all rumors with my actions, proving I am no sycophant. With a resounding crack, both parties ascended the stage. Yi Chen assured his master through telepathy that he would not hold back, and only after receiving a satisfied smile from her did he step forth onto the platform. At that moment, Yao Shi stood upon the stage, gazing at Yi Chen with a smile. To be honest, Yi Chen's performance in this sect competition had genuinely exceeded Yao Shi's expectations. Previously, she had always believed her strength far surpassed his, yet, witnessing Yi Chen effortlessly defeat Li Xiaoyao, Yao Shi realized the vast gulf between their abilities. She likely was not his match, which left her feeling somewhat despondent, even as she felt joy for Yi Chen. After all, no female cultivator wishes for the man she admires to be anything less than formidable. Moreover, Yi Chen had proven himself to be extraordinarily capable, yet he had still chosen to yield the 5 elements cave quota to her. This further underscored the depth of his feelings for her. Yao Shi overheard the whispers among the disciples. Truthfully, she did not wish for Yi Chen to concede. She hoped he could advance further and obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill. After all, Yi Chen's spiritual route was subpar, and his chances of breaking through were slim. Securing an additional Foundation Establishment Pill would enhance his odds of success. Thus, Yao Shi earnestly declared, "You shitty, I hope you can bring forth your full strength in our duel. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall never hold it against you. However, if you were to deliberately hold back, that would truly sadden me." Yao Shi articulated her stance with clarity. Yi Chen, upon hearing her, smiled lightly and nodded that he had no intention of conceding or holding back. Letting her win would not be considered a gift. Moreover, this was not the finals. What if she lost? Only by personally delivering the Foundation Establishment Pill to her hands would suffice. Therefore, he would indeed not hold back but rather strive to conclude the battle in the shortest possible time. Seeing Yi Chen's nonchalant agreement, Yao Shi understood that he likely had his own plans and would probably hold back during the duel. She felt he was dismissing her words entirely. This was surely because Yi Chen recognized that his spiritual route was inadequate, rendering the Foundation Establishment Pill of little use to him. Thus, he would willingly yield it to her. This profound sentiment stirred complex emotions within Yao Shi, yet simultaneously, she resolved that she would not disappoint Yi Chen's earnest feelings. She must defeat her opponents in the finals and secure the Foundation Establishment Pill. Upon her breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment stage, the first step would be to formally bond with Yi Chen as partners, to share a life together and raise a family. As the audience grappled with their intricate thoughts, the steward's voice rang out, signaling the formal commencement of the competition.